Chapter 581 Spirit Crystal Fragments. Ziyan introduced, the biggest difference between the Shinmen conference and the auctions in the secular world is that the items auctioned here do not require money to participate in the bidding, but rather use spiritual crystal fragments. Of course, you can also use treasures of equal value to participate in the bidding, such as elixirs, magic tools, etc. After listening to the introduction, Yi Tiance nodded suddenly. No wonder Su Zishi had said at the door before that it would be useless even if they entered the auction because those auction items could not be bought even with money. I felt a little confused at the time, but now everything is clear. The power of the Shinmen sect is deeply rooted, and it does not have much contact with the secular world on a daily basis. Even if he needed money, he could directly sell some contraindicated drugs, or help wealthy families get rid of disasters, which would earn him tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, if people in Shinmen want to improve their strength, money is useless in addition to their own efforts. They need external things to rely on, such as elixirs, various weapons, and even magical instruments. Zhuge Ruizhi asked in a low voice, Brother Yi, what is this spiritual crystal fragment? Have you seen it? Yi Tiance nodded and said, the so-called spiritual crystal fragments are actually a kind of stone fragments with spiritual energy inside. This thing is formed by the creation of heaven and earth and is very rare. It can generally be used by people in the Shin sect to assist in their cultivation, and it can also be used when refining pills and arranging formations. Therefore, many people in the Shin realm use it as a trading tool. Zhuge Ruizhi nodded suddenly and said, as expected of you, Brother Yi, you are really amazing, you know everything. Asai, the female attendant standing behind Saint Yushi, listened to the conversation between the two. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Anyone who knows a little about the Shin realm knows this, and they have the nerve to brag about it. How funny. Zhuge Ruizhi retorted, we are happy to do so, what's it to you? Although he said this, Zhuge Ruizhi felt somewhat guilty. I had originally thought that I would be able to bid for some nice treasures by participating in this Shinmen conference and bring them back as gifts for Zhujiangjing. I had even specially strengthened my small treasury for this purpose. As a result, the auction in this place did not charge any money, which went against one's wishes. If I had known this earlier, I should have asked more about the details of the Shinmen auction. Alas, this is the result of lying down too much. At this time, Yi Linger came over. Said to Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruizhi, don't you have any spirit crystal fragments? Linger happens to have some with her, but Linger also has treasures to bid for, and her budget is not very sufficient. I only have 10 spirit crystal fragments left, so I'll give them to you too. While talking, Yi Linger took out 10 spirit crystal fragments from her pocket and handed them to Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruizhi. I saw that this thing was the size of a peanut, and had a mysterious light blue luster all over. The surface is not smooth, but has irregular patterns like natural crystal. If you look closely, you seem to be able to find a faint flow of energy inside the spirit crystal fragments. Just by looking at this thing, you can tell it is of great value. No wonder it cannot be measured in equivalent terms of money. Zhuge Ruizhi said with emotion, oh my god, is this the fragment of the spirit crystal? It looks very special just by looking at it. Linger, are you really willing to give it to us? Yi Linger nodded as a matter of course, we are good friends. Isn't it normal for good friends to give each other gifts? Here. Zhuge Ruizhi was so moved that he almost shed tears. Said to Yi Tiance, Brother Yi, did you see this? What a kind and generous little beauty. There are really good people in the world. Yi Tiance glanced at the spirit crystal fragments. In fact, these things don't mean much to him. But he still said to Yi Linger, thank you. You're welcome. Yi Linger said with a happy smile. However, the old man named Zhao next to him changed his expression. This spirit crystal fragment is extremely rare and precious, not to mention the small Shinmen forces in Tiannan province. Even the 3 major Shinmen forces regard it as a treasure, but it was casually given away by Linger, and to 2 guys of no status at that. What a waste of resources. Ziyan on the stage said, let's stop talking nonsense, let me introduce the first treasure to be auctioned today. Ziyan waved her hand. An exquisite tray covered with a piece of red silk was brought up by the maid. Ziyan undid the silk and gently lifted it, only to see a light green pill lying on it. emitting a soft glow. Ziyan introduced, "Dear guests, the first auction item today is an extremely precious elixir, Chiwu pill. Kiwuden, as the name suggests, has the magical effect of giving ordinary people the qualifications to become martial artists. In today's world where strength is respected, many ordinary people hope to become martial artists. This Chiwu pill has been identified by our professional appraisers as having high quality, stable efficacy, and can allow ordinary people to become martial artists to the perfect level without any side effects after taking it. Whether it is for yourself or for the future of your family, Kiwuden is a rare treasure." After listening to Ziyan's introduction, there was quite a lot of discussion among the people in the audience. Although the effect of Kiwuden is useless to the vast majority of martial artists present, after all, a martial artist at the peak of his powers is not considered very strong. But considering that there are some wealthy and powerful but ordinary guests present, these people still have the dream of becoming martial artists. Then there are some people who don't need Kiwuden, but some of their relatives, friends and younger generations still need it. Ziyan introduced, "The starting price of Chiwu pill is 1 spirit crystal fragment, and each bid must not be less than 1 spirit crystal fragment. Now, the auction begins." After the words fell, someone raised the sign in his hand. "I offer 1 spirit crystal fragment. I offer 2 spirit crystal fragment." Hiss, although this Chiwu pill is quite effective, it has 2 spirit crystal fragments. I can ask those top Shinmen forces to help refine it. Forget it, I won't raise the price. I won't add it either. Ziyan looked around and smiled bitterly in her heart. Although this Chiwu pill is good, its appeal is still too weak in this situation. Expected. Ziyan said, "The final transaction price of Chiwu pill is 2 spirit crystal fragments. Let us congratulate the distinguished guest number 23. Next, let us show the second auction item." A maid walked up to the auction table carrying an exquisite tray, on which was placed a talisman emitting a faint golden light. Ziyan introduced, "Dear guests, this item was carefully made by a mysterious talisman master, and it is called the Divine Imperial Talisman. This talisman possesses a powerful defensive capability and can withstand 3 full force attacks from an early stage war god expert, making it a life-saving artifact. At critical moments, the Divine Talisman can provide you with 3 crucial protections, saving you from danger. Whether in a fierce battle or a dangerous expedition, the Divine Talisman can be your strongest backing. Its starting price is 1 spirit crystal fragment, and each bid increase must be no less than 1 spirit crystal fragment." Chapter 582 Yuchi Lingfeng. 1 spirit crystal fragments. Soon, someone couldn't wait to shout out the price. In today's world where strength is respected, the value of a divine talisman that can withstand 3 full strength attacks from an early stage god of war master is self-evident. At least this thing is more popular than relatively useless treasures like Kiwuden. 2 spirit crystal fragments. Another voice followed, and the extent of the price increase was unambiguous. 3 spirit crystal fragments. As prices continued to rise, the atmosphere at the auction became increasingly tense. Yi Tiance looked at the distinguished guests on the stage bidding. He sighed helplessly, "Is this a broken talisman really worth this price?" The woman named Akai said sarcastically, "You are not from the Xianmen sect, so what do you know? This divine talisman is complicated to make. Even an excellent talisman master would need to use at least one of the basic materials to draw one divine talisman. How can it not be worth the price?" Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. It takes 1 spirit crystal fragment to draw a divine talisman? With such a level of squandering, you have the nerve to call yourself an excellent talisman master? It's complete bullshit. If it were him, using 1 spirit crystal fragment as material, he could draw at least 10 divine talismans, and the effect could be doubled. It seems that the level of the Xuanjie and Tiannan province is really not that good. No wonder Master has never taken them seriously. Yi Tiance felt emotional in his heart. The auction of the divine talisman was still going on, and the final price was set at 7 spirit crystal fragments, which were won by a bald strong man whose martial arts strength had reached the perfect grandmaster level. The auction continues. Ziyan stood gracefully on the auction table and smiled as she unveiled the next mysterious item. There were 2 dark green pills lying in the middle of the tray, surrounded by a faint green glow. Dear guests, the next items to be auctioned are two extremely precious advanced pills. This pill can give a cultivator in the pseudo-god realm a 2% chance of breaking through to the war god realm, and even if it fails, there will be no side effects on the body. Everyone knows how difficult it is to make the leap from a false god to a god of war. Many people have spent their entire lives trying to succeed. This time we provide a total of 2 advanced pills. If you take them together, you can increase your chances of success. You can also give one of them away privately or sell it. Ziyan's words were full of incitement, making everyone present excited. Oh my god! After waiting for so long, the big thing finally arrives. Advanced pills, this is the real advanced pill. Fuck! It's usually very difficult to find an advanced pill, but this time 2 were auctioned off at once. It looks like the next auction will be bloody. I must get the advanced pill. It must be mine. Zhuge Xiafeng, who was sitting in his seat, was extremely excited. It's here. It's finally here. Yu Rongrong standing by also clasped her hands together. He prayed, may God bless our Xiafeng and make him win the bid. Let him break through and become a powerful war god. Ziyan announced, 2 advanced pills, the base price is 2 spirit crystal fragments, and each bid must not be less than 4 spirit crystal fragment. Now, the bidding begins. As soon as Ziyan finished speaking, bidding sounds rang out one after another at the scene. 5 spirit crystal fragments. 6 spirit crystal fragments. Prices are rising rapidly. Zhuge Xiafeng also joined the bidding without hesitation. 8 spirit crystal fragments. He shouted, a hint of urgency in his voice. However, competition is fierce. Many martial arts masters with strength at the level of half-step war god and pseudo-god made bids at this moment. They don't want to miss this rare opportunity. Soon the price reached 15 spirit crystal fragments. At this moment, Zhuge Xiafeng had a rather ugly expression. You have to know that most of the people present are dignitaries or martial artists. They don't need or use these spirit crystal fragments on a daily basis. In addition, they are very rare, so it is difficult to collect them. This time he came to participate in the Xianmen conference, and the family tried many ways to raise 20 spirit crystal fragments. Originally, according to his estimation, the value of 1 advanced pill was about 1 spirit crystal fragments, which was more than enough for his budget, and he could use the remaining money to buy other treasures. As a result, this auction will sell 2 advanced pills at once, and the price will definitely go up. That being the case, Zhuge Xiafeng gritted his teeth and raised the price in one breath, 20 spirit crystal fragments. Beads of sweat were already oozing out of his forehead. Wow! These 20 spirit crystal fragments scared away many distinguished guests who were bidding. Alas, this many spirit crystal fragments are beyond my ability, forget it. Normally, even if you spend 1 million yuan on the market, you may not be able to buy 1 spirit crystal fragment. This time, 1 spirit crystal fragments are even more expensive than anything else. It's no wonder that the Zhuge family of Tianbei province has such a profound foundation. It seems that the Zhuge family has to be the one to get the advanced pill this time. I watched as others gave up bidding. Zhuge Xiafeng's face lit up with joy. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, an arrogant voice sounded, 21 spirit crystal fragments. Swish swish swish. This voice attracted everyone to turn their heads and look. I saw a young man dressed in black sitting there, his gloomy temperament exuding an unparalleled arrogance. He was surrounded by a group of followers. Oh my god, isn't this Yuqi Lingfeng, the young master of Wuqi Mountain, one of the 3 major Xianmen forces in Tiannan province? Wu Qishan should be the best among the 3 major Xianmen forces in terms of alchemy attainments. How could he be interested in advanced pills? This is out of the question. Who doesn't know that Yuqi Lingfeng has a twisted personality and loves to stir up trouble? You don't have to think about it to know that he deliberately came here to disrupt the situation and watch the show. That's right. Otherwise, with Wu Qishan's background, it is impossible to add only 1 spirit crystal fragment to the 20 spirit crystal fragments. It's obviously intentional. Aoishian, the young master of Yuanyang Valley, rolled his eyes. He murmured, "Humph, you are such a bad guy, you are annoying wherever you go." Yi Tian's frowned slightly. Wuqi Mountain? If I remember correctly, during the last crisis of the Rong family, Wu Wei, who was known as one of the 7 elders of Wuqi Mountain, died at his hands. And I remember that Wu Yu said before he died that 15 years ago, after a family in Jiangnan City suffered a fire, many families, sects, organizations and other forces in Tiannan province received a mysterious letter asking them to look for clues to something. Later, Wu Qishan finally found a clue, but the people he sent out were killed, and there was no news after that. Yi Tiance made a judgment at that time that this family was their Yi family. As for what this thing is, it has now become an unsolved mystery. Yi Tiance analyzed in his mind, no matter what, the top leaders of Wukishan must have read the entire content of the letter. I just don't know how much Yuqi Lingfeng knows about it. Chapter 583, the last auction item. At this moment, the one with the most broken emotions is Zhuge Xiefeng. He thought he could bid for 20 advanced pills by using 2 spirit crystal fragments, but Yuqi Lingfeng intervened. Damn it! As far as I can remember, our Zhuge family and Wukishan have never had any conflicts. Why would this guy deliberately target us? He glared at Yuqi Lingfeng fiercely. The feeling of unwillingness was fully displayed. Yu Rongrong standing by also had an unhappy expression. Yuqi Lingfeng noticed the expressions of Zhuge Xiefeng and Yu Rongrong. He licked his lips and said provocatively, Mr. Zhuge, you are welcome to continue bidding as long as you offer more than 21 spirit crystal fragments. I will give you the advanced pill. This. Zhuge Xiefeng twitched his eyes. I thought to myself, I only have 20 spirit crystal fragments in my hand. Where can you let me get more spirit crystal fragments? But he would definitely not be willing to give up just like that. So he stood up. He clasped his fists and said to everyone, I am Zhuge Xiefeng from the Zhuge family in Tianbei province. Today I would like to trouble you all. If you have spirit crystal fragments, please lend me 2. I promise to return them double afterwards. Although he said this sincerely, everyone present looked at each other but no one responded. The reason is simple. On the one hand, spirit crystal fragments are rare and precious. People who come to the auction have gone to great lengths to obtain them, so how could they be easily lent to others? On the other hand, Zhuge Xiefeng is from Tianbei province. Who doesn't know that the martial arts and Xian worlds in Tianbei province and Tiannan province are in a state of open and secret struggle? And most of the guests present today are from Tiannan province, so naturally they are unwilling to lend a helping hand. Watching everyone indifferent, Zhuge Xiefeng's face flushed. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Although I picked up an advanced pill last night, it can be used as a backup. But in order to improve his success rate, he must be eager to obtain more advanced pills. Yu Rongrong reminded, Xiefeng, why don't we just forget about it? The Xianmen conference will last for more than 1 day, let's find a way to get more advanced pills. Call. Zhuge Xiefeng could only nod unwillingly and sit down. Ziyan announced, since there is no higher bid than 21 spirit crystal fragments, let us congratulate Mr. Yuqi Lingfeng for winning 2 advanced pills. On the stage, Yi Tiance asked Zhuge Ruizhi, Linger just gave us 10 spirit crystal fragments, why don't you help your brother? Zhuge Ruizhi smiled bitterly and replied, let's not talk about the fact that this spiritual crystal fragment was originally given to you by Linger. For your sake I don't have the right to decide. Even if I did, I wouldn't help. After all, my brother did so many things against you yesterday, and all the responsibility lies with him. If I still help him, wouldn't I be sorry to you, brother Yi? Then I put myself in his shoes and thought, if I were in his position today, he would definitely not help me. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to help. Yi Tiance looked at Zhuge Ruizhi with surprise. This boy is really wise for once. The result is the next second. Zhuge Ruizhi grinned and said, hee, what's more, I still want to keep the spirit crystal fragments to buy treasures for our Jingjing. Maybe she will be happy for a while and allow me to do that with her. It's exciting just thinking about it. Yi Tiance. The auction is ongoing. The host Ziyan enthusiastically introduced each item, from rare spiritual materials to precious talismans and magical instruments. Although there were many kinds of things, none of them could arouse Yi Tiance's interest. During this period, Zhuge Ruizhi spent 4 spirit crystal fragments to buy a pill called Ningzong Dan. This kind of elixir can allow a martial artist at the warrior level to successfully break through and become a master at the grandmaster level without any side effects. Zhuge Ruizhi took the photo to give it to Zhuge Jingjing as a gift. After all, Zhuge Jingjing's current strength is only at the middle stage of martial arts. She is obsessed with martial arts and naturally wants to go further. This gift is perfect for her. In this regard, Yi Tiance commented, "This gift is very good. The good thing is that after she takes the elixir, her strength will immediately surpass yours. When she beats you up again, you won't be able to run away." Hear the words. Zhuge Ruizhi had a look of as if he had eaten fly shit, and seemed to have thought of some horrifying scene. Woohoo! Is it too late for me to get a refund now? Yi Linger came over and whispered, "Brother Tiance, why don't you read these things? Isn't there anything you like?" Yi Tiance said softly, "These things are not of much use to me." "Oh, that's it." Yi Linger nodded. The old man surnamed Zhao glanced at Yi Tiance with disdain. "What's not very useful? Ha, you are the one who knows nothing at all." Saint Yushi, who was sitting next to Yi Tiance, still maintained her cold temperament and did not show much interest in the items on the auction table. But soon, her cold eyes finally showed a hint of expectation. The host Zi Yin introduced, "Dear guests, we will now show you the last lot of this auction. Since its importance and preciousness far exceed all the previous lots, we have specially arranged for many strong men to escort it to the auction site to ensure its safe arrival." The lights in the venue dimmed slightly, and several mysterious and powerful auras slowly came from backstage. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the entrance to the auction table. 7 strong men in black clothes and with deep auras escorted a huge golden box onto the auction stage. These people all had fierce eyes and exuded a terrifying aura of oppression. Judging from their martial arts aura, the strength of 6 of them is at the pseudo-god level, and the leader among them has even reached the early stage of war god. This shows the importance of this thing. Everyone present looked at the box with curiosity and anticipation in their hearts, wondering what kind of treasure was inside that required such a powerful lineup to escort it. After putting down the boxes, these strong men did not leave, but looked around vigilantly. Zi Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. She slowly walked to the box and said with a trembling voice, "The mystery of this auction item will soon be unveiled. I believe it will amaze everyone." After saying that, she gently pressed a mechanism on the box. Click! The golden box slowly opened, and in the middle of the box was a fruit. This fruit is the size of an apple, and its skin is a deep purple with faint silver lines on it, as if mysterious runes are flashing. Even though they are far apart, everyone can smell the faint fragrance of the fruit, which is refreshing and pleasant just by smelling it. The next second after seeing this fruit, someone immediately stood up and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's the spiritual origin fruit." It's really like the legend, there will be spiritual origin fruit in today's auction. Chapter 584 Lingyuan Fruit. After this person shouted out the name Lingyuan Fruit, the eyes of many people around suddenly became hot and excited, and some of them had expressions of struggle and greed. If we hadn't taken into account that there were 7 experts guarding the stage, I'm afraid someone would really lose control and rush up to snatch it. Spiritual origin fruit. This is indeed the spiritual origin fruit. It looks exactly like the legend says. Is it really as powerful as the legend says? If it is true, then I must get it. Don't compete with me for it. I came to the auction today just to get it. The rest is not important. Ha ha ha. The Lingyuan fruit is mine, it must be mine. Zhuge Ruizhi felt the obvious change in the emotions of everyone present. Curiously asked, "Brother Yi, what is this Lingyuan fruit? Have you heard of it?" Without waiting for Yi Tiance to answer, the old man surnamed Zhao is already introduced. The Lingyuan fruit is a rare mysterious fruit in the world. It has magical effects and can repair damaged meridians and internal organs. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is still a breath, there is a great chance of recovery after taking the Lingyuan fruit. Not only injuries, but also many rare diseases can be cured immediately after taking it. This thing is undoubtedly a life-saving treasure. Zhuge Ruizhi exclaimed, "Oh my god, this Lingyuan fruit is so powerful? With it, it's like having an extra life. Yi Tiance, who was sitting next to him, lowered his eyes slightly. In fact, the old man surnamed Zhao did not mention the most important point in his introduction of the Lingyuan fruit. That is, after ordinary people take the Lingyuan fruit, there is a high probability that they will be reborn and will be able to feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In other words, taking the Lingyuan fruit qualifies one to become a cultivator. As we all know, the number of cultivators is far smaller than that of martial artists, but their future potential and strength are also much greater than those of martial artists. Just for this reason, many martial artists would want to obtain the Lingyuan fruit and pursue the opportunity to become cultivators. Lingyuan fruit is not only beneficial to martial artists, but it is also a rare treasure for cultivators. It can improve the purity of the spiritual power in the cultivator's body, and the speed of cultivation will also increase accordingly. It has many benefits for future practice and breakthroughs, especially for cultivators who are in the body training stage. It's a pity that it doesn't have much effect on Yi Tiance, who has already reached the state of great perfection in Qi training. Perhaps the effect of taking 10 Lingyuan fruits is not as good as wielding swords and guns with that woman Lu Yinji once. But for the other people present, this Lingyuan fruit would naturally cause fierce competition. This is indeed the case. The host Ziyan held the Lingyuan fruit carefully. Dear guests, I don't need to explain how rare this spiritual origin fruit is. It is also a treasure that our auction has spent a lot of effort to find. Therefore, the starting price of the spiritual origin fruit is 50 spiritual crystal fragments, and each bid must not be less than 5 spiritual crystal fragments. Now, the auction begins. After hearing the offer of 50 spirit crystal fragments, Zhuge Xiefeng's face immediately fell. He had been thinking that if he was lucky enough to win the Lingyuan fruit in the auction, wouldn't it be dozens of times better than the advanced pill? As a result, the starting price far exceeded his total assets. Not even qualified to compete. As for being bold enough to rush up and snatch it? Ha ha! A master at the level of God of War plus 6 strong men at the level of pseudo-god can grind him to ashes in an instant. Damn it! Yu Rongrong complained on the side, humph. In the final analysis, this matter is all your brother's fault. He clearly had the spirit crystal fragments to bid for the condensing sec pill, but he was unwilling to use them to help you beforehand. What a useless and selfish person. Mention this matter. Zhuge Xiefeng was full of anger. Although he didn't know where Zhuge Ruizhi got the spirit crystal fragments, based on his understanding of Zhuge Ruizhi, this kid definitely didn't have the courage to not help him. He was unwilling to hand over the spirit crystal fragments to help before. He must have been bewitched by the brother Yi he mentioned. I knew this villain had evil intentions and was trying to take revenge on me. I will never let him go. He left this angry remark. Zhuge Xiefeng stood up and was about to leave. Yu Rongrong hurriedly asked, "Aren't you going to finish watching the auction?" Zhuge Xiefeng said unhappily, "This Lingyuan fruit cannot be auctioned off again. It will only cause more trouble if I continue watching. It is better to go out and have some quiet time, and then think of other ways to get the advanced pill." All right. Yu Rongrong wanted to continue watching the auction, but seeing that Zhuge Xiefeng was in a bad mood, she could only follow him out in disappointment. As Ziyan announced the start of the auction for Lingyuan fruit, the atmosphere at the scene instantly reached its climax. A martial artist in the early stage of God of War raised a sign. Unable to conceal his excitement, he said, "I am willing to offer 55 spirit crystal fragments." Swish. Everyone turned to look. Oh my god, isn't this Nie Yuan, the only God of War in Anchuan City? Even he is here. This is the spiritual origin fruit. Even a war god would be jealous. Under normal circumstances, the God of War would definitely be the focus of any scene, but today, in this kind of occasion, the most important ones are still the big guys of the Xianmen. That's right. After all, resources like spirit crystal fragments are monopolized by Xianmen forces above the 9th level on the market. Even the God of War finds it difficult to compete. As predicted. Just after Nie Yuan called the price, Aoe Xian from Yuanyang Valley raised the sign calmly. "I will give you 70 spirit crystal fragments. Directly increase 15 spirit crystal fragments in one go." Nie Yuan's face froze and his body trembled slightly. In the end, he could only sigh unwillingly and give up the competition. Although he has strength, status, and money. But even so, he has spent countless efforts over the years and has only accumulated 70 spirit crystal fragments. It is not enough. After Aoi Xian shouted out 70 spirit crystal fragments. A hint of coldness flashed across Yuqi Lingfeng's eyes, and he said calmly, "I'll give you 80 spirit crystal fragments." After shouting out the price, he also glanced at Aoi Xian. There was a strong hint of provocation in his eyes. Aoi Xian cursed in a low voice in dissatisfaction, "This dog is a bastard. I knew he would definitely get involved." Yuqi Lingfeng's bidding was just a small episode. Soon, many people from other Xianmen forces present raised their signs to bid. Although the status of these Xianmen is not as high as the three major Xianmen, they are definitely determined to obtain a rare treasure like the Lingyuan fruit. The bidding price soon exceeded 150 spirit crystal fragments. Some forces or individuals who are not strong enough are unable to continue and can only give up the bidding disappointedly and unwillingly. At this time, an unexpected person raised his sign. Her voice was cold and firm, 160 spirit crystal fragments. Chapter 585 Aoi Xian's defense is broken. The reason why this person participated in the auction was unexpected to everyone was because her identity was the Saint Yushi. Oh my god, even Saint Yushi, who is naturally indifferent and never fights with the world, has participated in the auction. It seems that this Lingyuan fruit is indeed a great treasure. Alas! It's a pity that I don't have enough spirit crystal fragments, otherwise I would definitely get the spiritual origin fruit at the auction and give it to the saint. Maybe she would be so excited that she would fall in love with me. Fuck, this dog is awesome. He can even lick this? I admire you so much. After Saint Yushi joined the auction, another woman raised her hand and participated in the auction. 180 spirit crystal fragments. Swish. Everyone turned to look. The one who raised her card this time was a stunningly beautiful woman with a cold and arrogant temperament. It was Su Zishi. Her participation in the auction also surprised many people. Although Su Zishi was born in the Su family of Beijing, and his identity and background were definitely much more powerful than the four major families in the provincial capital of Tiannan province, it was still difficult for him to raise such a large number of spirit crystal fragments. What's more, she is involved in the business world, so why would she want the Lingyuan fruit? These questions were not only what everyone was thinking, even Zhuge Ruizhi asked Yi Tiance the same question. Yi Tiance replied, she wanted to use the spiritual origin fruit to heal her Xianyin body. As for the spiritual crystal fragments, they must have been collected by her over the years of running the treasure pavilion at a great cost. Zhuge said wisely, Brother Yi, if Su Zishi wins the Lingyuan fruit in the auction and heals her body, won't you lose the bet with her? Yi Tiance shook his head and said, although this Lingyuan fruit is very effective, it cannot improve Xuanin's body. Even if she gets it at the auction, it will be useless. Oh. Zhuge Ruizhi nodded suddenly. I couldn't help but feel sorry for Su Zishi. Su Zishi was not aware of this. Instead, she noticed that Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruizhi's eyes were on her, and she thought they must be talking about her. Humph. You didn't expect that I have this method to heal the body? So you are dumbfounded? Yi Tiance, you are so confident today. I will let you know how powerful I, Su Zishi, am. She said angrily in her heart. At this time, Aoi Xian raised the sign, 190 spirit crystal fragments. The voice just fell. As if on purpose, Yuqi Lingfeng immediately added, I'll give you 200 spirit crystal fragments. Master Ao, can you do it? Can you put in some more effort? Asshole. Aoi Xian said coldly, don't think that I am afraid of you. I offer 210 spirit crystal fragments. Do you dare to follow me? Why don't you dare? Yuqi Lingfeng waved his hand and said, I'll give you 250 spirit crystal fragments. Directly increase 40 spirit crystal fragments in one go. Wow. This number shocked the whole audience. Oh my god, 250 spirit crystal fragments. Even for a force like the three great mysterious sects, it would probably take at least 3 years to accumulate such a number, right? This Yuchi Lingfeng is really ruthless, no wonder he can become the young master of Wuchi Mountain, he is so ruthless and decisive. I heard that Yuchi Lingfeng just broke through to the middle stage of body refining not long ago. His martial arts ability alone is comparable to that of a mid-stage war god with the addition of Shinmen skills. I'm afraid he can even fight against a late-stage war god. If he gets the spiritual source fruit, his future will be limitless. So, Aoi Xian is still stuck in the early stage of body refining and is always suppressed by Yuchi Lingfeng. He must be unwilling to accept this for him. The spirit source fruit is his only chance to surpass Yuchi Lingfeng. Everyone was talking about it. This invisibly added a lot of pressure to Aoi Xian. As we all know, today in Tiannan Province, Yuanyang Valley, Wuchi Mountain and Lingyu Pavilion are collectively known as the three major Xianmen forces, and they are naturally in a state of competition with each other. What is the most important thing for a Xianmen force? Nature is the potential of future talents. The most core talents of the three major sects are all outstanding people and have the qualifications to be cultivators. Yuchi Lingfeng, the young master of Wuchi Mountain, has just recently broken through to the middle stage of body refining. Saint Yushi reached the middle stage of body refining even earlier, but he is still stuck in the early stage of body refining. If he misses this good opportunity to get the Lingyuan fruit, he will be completely left behind by the first two, which also means that the future potential of Yuanyang Valley will be far inferior to Wukishan and Lingyu Pavilion. No, I must get the spiritual source fruit even if I have to pay a higher price. He said coldly, I will give you 260 spirit crystal fragments. Yuchi Lingfeng waved his black fan and said coldly, then I'll offer 270. Fuck. I'll give you 290. Yuchi Lingfeng continued, then I will offer 300. Damn it. The corners of Aoi Xian's eyes twitched violently, and he was almost breaking through. This time he brought with him a little over 300 spirit crystal fragments, and he would keep some for use at the Xianmen conference in the next 2 days. But Yuchi Lingfeng was so aggressive that it was obvious that he was trying to disgust him on purpose. Aoi Xian took a deep breath. He suppressed his heartache and said, I will give you 310 spirit crystal fragments. Yuchi, you keep calling out numbers. As a result, Yuchi Lingfeng waved the fan. He grinned and said, Master Ao is awesome, 666. I am convinced, haha. What the hell? Aoi Xian almost exploded with anger. This bastard really did it on purpose. Taking advantage of his unwillingness to give up the Lingyuan fruit, he deliberately raised the price and finally cheated him. A total of 310 spirit crystal fragments. This is almost the amount of resources that Yuanyang Valley would take 5 years to accumulate. Even though it hurts, I have to take it if I can. An innocent and sweet voice suddenly sounded, I offer 350 spirit crystal fragments, hee hee. Boom. This bid was like a thunderclap, shocking Aoi Xian, who was originally a little bit happy, to pieces. What? He immediately looked over when he heard the sound. I saw a pretty girl with a ponytail sitting in the VIP seat opposite, holding up a sign with an innocent and cute expression on her face. Where the hell did this guy come from? He is fighting with me for the spiritual source fruit? It's not just him. Yi Linger's sudden bid attracted many people's attention. 350 spirit crystal fragments are a huge asset for powerful forces like the three major sects. Even at the Xianmen conference auction, no treasure has been auctioned at such a high price for many years. Yuchi Lingfeng stared at Yi Linger and frowned slightly. She shouted out 350 spirit crystal fragments in one breath. This girl seems to be a little unusual. Do you know her origins? The follower standing behind him said coldly, give me some time, we will investigate as soon as possible. Okay. Yuchi Lingfeng nodded. At the same time, Aoi Xian's followers said bitterly, young Valley Master, we don't have enough spirit crystal fragments on hand, what should we do if we can't bid? Grass. Aoi Xian's face turned red with anger. But the next second, he seemed to have thought of something. The corner of his mouth curled up with a cruel sneer, since it is impossible to get it by bidding, why not think of other means, hee hee. Chapter 586 I don't have a spirit crystal fragment. Yi Linger quoted a price of 350 spirit crystal fragments. All the distinguished guests present put down their signs. This number of spirit crystal fragments is simply too much and cannot be taken out at all. Even Saint Yushi shook her head slightly and stopped participating in the auction. Yi Linger was very happy. She came to the auction this time just to get this Lingyuan fruit. It just so happened that 360 spirit crystal fragments were prepared this time. Apart from the 10 fragments given to Yi Tiance and the others, the remaining 350 were actually enough. The old man surnamed Zhao stroked his beard with satisfaction. Even the 3 major Xianmen forces chose to give up the bidding, it seems. But at this moment, a cold voice came, 400 spirit crystal fragments. Oh my god? Someone actually shouted out 400. Let me see who it is. Damn, it's Su Zishi again. I thought she had given up on bidding, but she actually held back a big one. Is this woman crazy? Is she willing to fight to this extent just for a spiritual origin fruit? At this time, Su Zishi sat there elegantly, with a hint of pride on her face. Her eyes swept over Yi Linger, thinking that although you are from Zuanyuanmen, this Lingyuan fruit will only belong to me today. Feeling Su Zishi's provocative gaze, Yi Linger pouted, her eyes full of loss and helplessness. She looked at the old man surnamed Zhao. Grandpa Zhao, what should we do now? The old man surnamed Zhao frowned. He didn't expect that apart from the 3 major sects, there was someone else who could come up with such a large number of spirit crystal fragments. This was really beyond our expectations. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and shook his head, indicating that Yi Linger could not produce more spirit crystal fragments, so he could only give up. Okay. Yi Linger pouted her cute little mouth and put down the sign in her hand. Although disappointed, he did not show any complaints. Yi Linger put down the sign. Su Zishi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she appears to be very elegant and calm, she is actually very nervous inside. Because the 400 spirit crystal fragments were all her assets, if anyone took out one more, she would be doomed to fail today. Fortunately, God is still on my side. Yi Tiance, Yi Tiance, in the end it's still me. Just when she thought she was going to win the auction, Yi Tiance, who was sitting leisurely in his seat, suddenly raised the sign. I want this Lingyuan fruit. Wow. Yi Tiance's move caused a lot of discussion. Where did that kid come from? Does he have more spirit crystal fragments? Looking at his poor appearance, it doesn't look like he has any spirit crystal fragments. You're not here just to attract attention, are you? Aoi Xian couldn't help but sneer. Oh. You are such an ignorant person, you think the auction of Xianmen convention is just a game? You can just try to attract attention and look down on others? You won't even know how you died when the time comes. The attendant beside him couldn't help but ask, Young master, does the organizer of this auction have a strong background? Aoi Xian said, what else? You have to understand one thing, this auction is not only held in our Tiannan province, but also in the Xianmen conferences in all provinces of the entire Dragon Country, and they will be present. Over the years, they have auctioned countless treasures and come into contact with many people from all walks of life, but few people cause trouble in their venue. Why don't you guess why? The followers suddenly understood. The auctioneer said, it seems that if that kid can't produce more than 400 spirit crystal fragments, he will cause trouble at the auction site. Then someone will naturally deal with him, and we don't need to worry about it. Young Valley Master, you are indeed smart. Yuchi Lingfang looked at Yi Tiance with a hint of mockery on his lips. 400 spirit crystal fragments, this is definitely a huge asset. He didn't believe that this young boy, whom he had never seen before, could do it. Even the host Zi Yan on the stage had a look of doubt on her face. Could this young man really produce more than 400 spirit crystal fragments? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it. But it is a basic quality as a host. She still maintained her courtesy and asked, Sir, you want the spiritual origin fruit? How many spiritual crystal fragments can you offer? Yi Tiance shook his head and smiled faintly. Sorry, I don't have any spirit crystal fragments. G.A. This answer stunned everyone present. Su Zishi looked unhappy. What on earth does this man want to do? Is it necessary to go to such lengths just to target me? Asai, the maid behind Saint Yushi, rolled her eyes. Ha! Ha, you dare to ask for the spiritual origin fruit without any spiritual crystal fragments? You are really out of your mind. Saint Yushi's eyes moved slightly, and she seemed a little curious about what Yi Tiance was doing. The old man surnamed Zhao lowered his voice and said to Yi Linger, if the people from the auction cause trouble for that Yi later, you must not get involved. This kid brought all this upon himself and it has nothing to do with us. But? No buts. You must obey me, otherwise our plan to attend the conference will be ruined. Yi Linger said nothing, her big watery, innocent eyes looking at Yi Tiance. Brother Tiance, what are you thinking about? As for the other distinguished guests present, such as Aoi Xian, Yuqi Lingfeng and others, expressions of sarcasm and mockery appeared on their faces. In their opinion, Yi Tiance's words and actions were tantamount to a provocation to the organizers of the auction. Next, there will be some fun to watch. Ziyan narrowed her eyes slightly, restraining her previous sexy enthusiasm. The voice was slightly cold. Sir, our auction is a very formal event according to the rules. You must provide spirit crystal fragments to participate in the auction. You don't have any spirit crystal fragments but you want to get the spirit source fruit. Are you planning to use force? At this time, an early-stage war god master and the remaining 6 pseudo-god level martial arts masters standing next to the Lingyuan fruit box had locked their eyes on Yi Tiance. An extremely oppressive martial arts atmosphere followed. If an ordinary person were stared at by these 7 pairs of eyes at the same time, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. But Yi Tiance's expression remained calm. He said calmly, don't be nervous, it's just a spiritual origin fruit. I don't need to use force to take it. Although I don't have a spiritual crystal fragment to bid, I can also exchange it for items. Doesn't this also comply with the rules of your auction? Exchange? Ziyan was stunned for a moment. There is such a rule in the auction. However, in most cases, the items being auctioned are of very high value, and most of the guests who attend the auctions do not have enough items of equivalent value to exchange. Even if you have it, it doesn't mean it will be appreciated at the auction after you take it out. She frowned and asked, what are you going to exchange for it? Of course it's this. Yi Tiance took out a pill from his pocket and held it up. Chapter 587 Spiritual Grade Intermediate Pill. Everyone looked at Yi Tiance's fingertips. Between his fingers was a round, plump, crystal clear pill. There are some runes flowing on the surface of the pill, emitting a faint white halo, full of vitality. This was exactly the detoxification pill that Yi Tiance had made before. He had made 5 pills in total, one for Zhong Tao and the other for Su Qiangwei. There are 3 left on hand. This is... Everyone's eyes widened. Although most people don't understand what this pill is used for, just from its appearance, one can clearly see that this thing is extraordinary. None of the pills being auctioned today can compare to this one. As for the few people from the Xianmen present, none of them could hold back their expressions. Aoi Xian's eyes widened. This pill contains some spiritual energy, and there are pill patterns on the surface. This is actually a pill of the energy level spiritual grade. Where did this guy get it from? Yuqi Lingfeng also looked excited and greedy. I never thought that I would be able to see a spiritual medicine pill at the auction today. This cannot be wrong, it is a spiritual medicine pill. Even the usually aloof Saint Yushi was attracted by the pill in Yi Tiance's hand. There was surprise in those bright eyes. She really couldn't understand why a spiritual pill would appear in the hands of an ordinary man like Yi Tiance. The old man surnamed Zhao, who had previously had a neutral attitude towards Yi Tiance, now had a look of horror in his eyes. How could this happen? The people present were whispering. Su Zishi, who was originally full of confidence, couldn't help but panic after hearing this. She asked Granny Lu, what's going on with the elixir in Yi Tiance's hand? What's going on with the spiritual product? Why do those Xianmen people have strange expressions when they look at the elixir? Granny Lu took a deep breath and explained, Miss, you don't know that the so-called elixirs are divided into ordinary elixirs and spiritual elixirs according to their different effects. Ordinary elixirs are actually made by alchemists using normal medicinal materials and ordinary alchemy techniques. This type of elixir is generally very effective. For example, Ningzong pills and Jinjie pills are both mid-level or high-level among ordinary elixirs. This kind of elixir is of great help to ordinary people or martial artists, but in the final analysis it is only for mortals. Spiritual elixirs are made of extremely rare spiritual materials and require very advanced skills and unique alchemy techniques to be carefully refined. It is said that this kind of elixir contains very rich spiritual power, and its medicinal effect is powerful and magical. It is specially used for the legendary cultivators and has great effects. Of course, I don't know the specific situation very well. In short, even within the three major sects in Tiannan province, the number of cultivators is very small, and as for alchemists who know how to refine spiritual-grade elixirs, they are even rarer. Therefore, a spiritual elixir is hard to come by in terms of value alone. It is even more valuable than the Lingyuan fruit. As long as a spiritual elixir appears in the outside world, no matter what its effect is, it will cause competition among the major sects in Tiannan province, and even bloody conflicts are normal. After listening to Granny Lu's introduction, Su Zixi cold and arrogant face turned slightly pale. She looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief. Keep your lips tightly closed. Spiritual elixirs are so rare and precious, how did he get them? What on earth did he hide from me? For some reason, she felt confused at the moment, as if she had missed something important. And this time, in the middle of the auction stage, Ziyin said excitedly, "Sir, please be patient. We will arrange for an expert to check your pills. Wait a moment." She took out a walkie-talkie from her waist and immediately reported what happened at the auction. A few minutes later, an old man wearing a yellow robe and with a hunched body appeared. When the old man appeared, the atmosphere in the venue changed subtly in an instant. In the audience, people began to whisper, "Look, it's Mr. Li. He is the chief appraisal expert of the auction. He rarely shows up. I have seen him before at the Xianmen auction in Beihu province." TSK. Mr. Li is famous for his sharp eyes. The treasures he has appraised have never been wrong. I wonder what's so special about this elixir. Can it be exchanged for spiritual origin fruit? Old Li walked straight to Yi Tiance, carefully took the pill from Yi Tiance's hand, and placed it in front of him to observe it carefully. His expression changed from calm at first to solemn, and then he showed a look of surprise. Is this? He closed his eyes and gently stroked the surface of the detoxification pill with his fingers, feeling the subtle scent coming from the pill, and then put it in front of his nose and smelled it. After a moment, he opened his eyes, with excitement shining in them. That's right. It's this. This pill is a mid-level spiritual detoxification pill. Mr. Li's voice was not loud, but it exploded in the meeting hall like thunder. Spiritual-grade elixirs are extremely precious treasures, not to mention that they have reached the mid-level spiritual grade. It is difficult for any Xianmen force other than the three major Xianmen forces to possess one of such a level. Even the three great sects would regard it as an absolute treasure, the kind that people would fight for at all costs. Elderly continued, this level of detoxification pill can not only cure all kinds of poisons, but also has great benefits for both martial artists and cultivators. It can even purify all the blockages and drug poisons accumulated in the body, greatly increasing the speed of cultivation. After hearing what Mr. Li said, everyone's eyes were filled with greed and desire. You have to know that among all the powerful martial artists or the very few cultivators present here, who has not taken herbs or pills in all these years of practice? Although it is emphasized everywhere that these pills and herbs have no side effects. But as the saying goes, all medicines are poisonous to the core. Using multiple drugs will eventually accumulate in the body, and over time, it will definitely have an impact on your practice, and the impact will continue to grow. For this reason, countless experts have tried to find solutions but to no avail. And this detoxification pill is definitely a treasure that can change their destiny in cultivation. Therefore, everyone looked at the detoxification pill in Yi Tiance's hand, and their eyes could not hide their excitement and burning passion. If it weren't for the fact that we were at an auction, perhaps some bold people would have taken irrational actions. Elderly looked at Yi Tiance and asked sincerely, young man, your detoxification pill is very precious based on its value, I estimate that it can not only be exchanged for the spiritual origin fruit, but also get an additional 500 spiritual crystal fragments as compensation. Are you willing to accept the exchange? Even at their auction, it is not easy to get a mid-grade spiritual pill. So you must show enough sincerity. When saying this, he kept looking at Yi Tiance with nervous anticipation, waiting for the other party to answer. Chapter 588, Lingyuan Fruit for the Saint? Inside the auction venue, there was already a lot of discussion and excitement. Oh my god, I exchanged a detoxification pill for a spiritual origin fruit, and got an extra 500 spiritual crystal fragments as compensation. This is such a great deal. It would take some effort to collect 500 spirit crystal fragments, even if the three major Xianmen forces were asked to do so. Forgive me for not having seen the world. Is this the world of the big guys? What is the origin of this young man? He can actually produce a mid-level spiritual detoxification pill. Aoi Xian, the young master of Yuanyang Valley, who was sitting in the VIP seat, had a gloomy and angry expression. He gritted his teeth and said, I just remembered that this kid must have got the elixir from that merchant yesterday. The follower behind him asked, you mean to say that the small metal box contains the detoxification pill? Aoi Xian nodded. However, could it be that this kid made it himself? If he is really that skilled, he can make me stand upside down and have diarrhea and then drink it. Humph. Yesterday I felt that there seemed to be spiritual fluctuations around the metal box. Now I think it must be emitted by the detoxification pill. Damn it, it was almost mine. Yuji Lingfeng waved the fan. There was a cold flash in those eyes, as if something was brewing. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Yi Tiance's answer. Yi Tiance nodded slightly and said, I agree to the exchange. This detoxification pill of mine is indeed worth the price. The deal is done. The auction staff acted quickly and soon gave the Lingyuan fruit to Yi Tiance. They also put 500 Ling crystal fragments in a small wooden box and handed it to Yi Tiance. Afraid that Yi Tiance would go back on his word, Yi Tiance handed the small wooden box to Zhuge Ruizhi for safekeeping. The latter held the small wooden box in his hands, his scalp tingling with excitement. You should know that the price of one advanced pill is only 1 spirit crystal fragments. Right now he has 500 of them in his hand. If he were to exchange them, he wouldn't dare to think about it. He couldn't help but sighed, as expected of my brother Yi, you refresh my cognition again and again. So awesome. By the way, brother Yi, what are you going to do with this Lingyuan fruit? The words are not finished yet. Saint Yushi's maid Akai suddenly said to Yi Tiance with great expectation. You have long been planning to give this spiritual origin fruit to our saint as a gift, right? You have gone through so much trouble, you are amazing. Yi Tiance? When did I say I would give your holy maiden the spiritual source fruit? Akai continued, since you are so thoughtful, I can reluctantly agree on behalf of the saint to accept your spiritual source fruit, but I remind you that accepting your gift does not mean anything else, so I advise you not to have any unreasonable expectations. When she said this, the expression of Saint Yushi, who was sitting on the chair, did not change much. Over the years, countless men have tried their best to give her so-called surprises. This kind of thing is nothing new. But to be honest, this was the first time she had ever seen such a rare gift as Lingyuan fruit as a surprise. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh. TSK. So that's how it is. Giving the spiritual origin fruit to Saint Yushi is indeed a bold and innovative idea. If I can gain the favor of Saint Yushi, it would be worthwhile to give her a spiritual origin fruit. Yes, everyone knows that Saint Yushi has very high standards. She even looks down on the future heirs of the three major Xianmen forces. Perhaps the Lingyuan fruit can really impress her. Akai confidently stretched out her hand and said, give it to me? Yi Tiance asked back, what did you bring? Akai frowned and said, of course it's the Lingyuan fruit. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. I was planning to give this spiritual origin fruit to someone else, but I never said I was going to give it to your saint. I'm really impressed. Can you please stop being so narcissistic? G.A. This sentence completely confused Akai. It's not just her. Even Saint Yushi was slightly stunned and turned her head to look at Yi Tiance. What does this man mean? You say this saint is narcissistic? As for the others present, they were even more confused. I was thinking, if you got the Lingyuan fruit and gave it to someone else instead of giving it to Saint Yushi, is there anyone else here who was more worthy of being given it to? At this moment, Suzishi's eyes trembled slightly, and there was a gleam of anticipation in his pupils. Could it be he wants to give the spiritual source fruit to me? The reason why she came up with this idea was that she must have been seen by Yi Tiance when she participated in the auction of Lingyuan fruit. Now that this Lingyuan fruit was acquired by Yi Tiance at an auction, he said he would give it to someone else. After thinking about it, it seemed that she was the only one present who was qualified to be given the Lingyuan fruit. After all, they are an engaged couple. If he was really willing to give her the spiritual source fruit, perhaps she could reluctantly consider forgiving Yi Tiance's offenses before, and even be willing to give him a chance to pursue her. However, just as she had this thought, the next scene took her by surprise. Yi Tiance was seen holding the Lingyuan fruit and looking in another direction. Said to Yi Linger, "Here. Take it. Tis this for me?" Yi Linger opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Yi Tiance smiled easily and said, "It's nothing besides, he gave us the auction tickets before, so this is just a small gift in return." Yi Linger and the old man surnamed Zhao were so shocked by this sudden scene that they were speechless. The old man surnamed Zhao knew very well how precious the Lingyuan fruit was. Even big families and powerful forces would fight for treasures like this. And now, Yi Tiance gave it to Yi Linger without hesitation. Could it be that I had misjudged this kid before, and he is no ordinary person? Yi Linger still wanted to refuse. "Brother Tiance, this gift is too precious, I really." Yi Tiance pretended to be serious and said, "Don't refuse. If you refuse, don't call me brother anymore." This. Yi Linger's face was full of confusion. The old man surnamed Zhao said quickly, "Linger, young master, Yi asked you to accept it, so you should accept it quickly and be obedient." Well, thank you, brother Tiance." Yi Linger put away the Lingyuan fruit and smiled brightly and innocently. Sure enough, there are still many good people in the world. Everyone who saw this scene expressed shock and incomprehension. Just because someone gave me an admission ticket, I will give them a Lingyuan fruit in return. Brother, you are so generous, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had told me earlier, we would be willing to give you our admission tickets, not to mention ourselves. Why? Suzishi sat in the chair with a disappointed look on his face, his head buzzing. She was clearly Yi Tiance's fiancée, and he knew that the Lingyuan fruit could save her life, but he not only suddenly snatched the Lingyuan fruit away, but also gave it to another woman. Judging from her age, she looks to be only 16 or 17 years old at most, not even an adult. Can not accept. So perverted and wretched is your true nature? Since you are this kind of person, then Yi Tiance, even if I, Suzishi, die, I will never agree to be your woman. Chapter 589, Leave the detoxification pill to me. The auction ended amid shock and emotion among the crowd. People gradually dispersed from the venue. Yi Tiance and others were about to leave when they were suddenly blocked by a figure. This person is Aoi Xian. He was wearing a dark blue robe with a golden belt around his waist. He had a stern face and his eyes revealed arrogance and conceit. He was followed by several followers, all with unfriendly expressions. You again? So what if it's me? Aoi Xian stared at Yi Tiance and said coldly, hand over all the remaining detoxification pills you have to me. Yi Tiance frowned and said, are you sick? This detoxification pill is mine, why should I give it to you? Aoi Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Humph, don't think I don't know that the metal box you found yesterday contained the detoxification pill. And I suspect there is more than one in it, you know. The metal box should have belonged to me, but you took it away first. Hee, I am a kind-hearted person. As long as you hand over the remaining detoxification pills, our previous grudges will be written off. I will also forgive you for exchanging a detoxification pill on your own initiative. Hear these words. The old man named Zhao behind Yi Linger's face changed slightly. So this is how Yi Tiance got the detoxification pill. He actually has such great luck? This made me mistakenly believe that this boy had a great background, and I was happy that Linger could know such a talented person. Ugh. In the end it was all in vain. On the other side, Su Zishi and Granny Lu did not leave either. Su Zishi noticed the situation on Yi Tiance's side and listened to the conversation between the two parties. She bit her lip lightly and said unhappily, I knew that the bastard who talks nonsense couldn't have gotten the detoxification pill by himself. It turns out he got it from someone else. Now he has offended the young master of Yuanyang Valley. Let's see how he can argue he brought all this upon himself. Granny Lu on the side glanced at Su Zishi. He shook his head helplessly. In her eyes, the former young lady had a calm personality. But since he met Yi Tiance and suffered several setbacks, his personality has become more impulsive. This is not a good sign. Yi Linger stood beside Yi Tiance. He said angrily, Hey! Why are you so unreasonable? This detoxification pill belongs to Brother Tiance, why should I give it to you? Aoi Shen glanced at Yi Linger and said disdainfully, Little girl, you have no right to speak here. Boy, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the detoxification pill, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Facing Aoi Shen's aggressiveness, Yi Tiance's eyes gradually turned cold as he said, I know that you Yuanyang Valley people are shameless, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Get out of here immediately before I lose my temper, or don't blame me for being rude. Oh? Then I really want to learn from you. There was a fighting spirit in Aoi Shen's eyes. Anyway, I can't rely on my followers and the 3 guest officials of the Tong family. Why not just do it yourself? An unknown brat, he is confident that he can beat the opponent to a pulp within 10 moves. At this time, a cold voice sounded, Aoi Shen, please pay attention to the occasion. Saint Yushi stood up from her chair and looked over here with cold eyes. Aoi Shen frowned and said, Yushi, this is a matter between me and this kid. It has nothing to do with you and your Lingyu pavilion. Don't meddle in other people's business. Although he admired Saint Yushi very much, he was driven by the absolute benefits of the detoxification pill and could put emotional matters aside. Not to mention, he had already given face to Saint Yushi yesterday. If not for this, he would have obtained all the detoxification pills long ago. Saint Yushi whispered, Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules of the auction venue by taking action here? Aoi Shen sneered and said, The auction has its rules. Guests are not allowed to take action during the auction, but the auction is over now. Even if I take action, it won't be considered a violation. This. Saint Yushi's eyes trembled slightly. She wanted to say more. The maid Asai reminded, Saint, this matter has nothing to do with us, please don't interfere. Besides, you helped this person once yesterday, but he didn't appreciate it and didn't know how to be reasonable. He just used the spiritual source fruit to tease us. We don't need to care about this ungrateful villain. Ugh. Saint Yushi sighed. There is some truth in what Asai said. I have already kindly reminded you, so there is no need to continue to get involved. Asai, let's go. Yes. Saint Yushi left with her maid. See this. Aoi Shen sneered complacently and looked at Yi Tiance with disdain. Boy, you brought all this upon yourself, so don't blame me for being rude. Later, I will not only take away your detoxification pills, but you must also hand over the spirit crystal fragments in your hands. They should have belonged to me in the first place. What Yi Tiance didn't expect was that Yi Linger suddenly stopped in front of him. She put her hands on her waist and said seriously, You are not allowed to bully Brother Tiance, otherwise Linger will never let you go. Aoi Shen looked her up and down. TSK. Although the girl is young, she has a pretty figure. I don't want to destroy her, so get out of the way immediately, otherwise. Stop. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, an old voice suddenly sounded. I saw an old man with white hair and wearing a blue-purple Taoist robe walking slowly towards me. When Aoi Shen saw the old man, his expression changed slightly. Surprised, Great Elder, aren't you coming tomorrow? Why are you here today? The old man said, Of course I came early because of something urgent. Come with me. Aoi Shen said, Great Elder, you can't leave. This kid took the detoxification pill that belonged to me, a mid-level spiritual detoxification pill. I have to get it back first. The old man glanced at Yi Tiance, then his eyes fell on Yi Linger and the old man surnamed Zhao. He frowned slightly and said, let's stop here first, follow me. Why? Ao Yixian widened his eyes, full of confusion. The detoxification pill was right in front of him, within his reach. He was unwilling to give it up just like that. The attitude of the great elder was very firm and serious. I told you to come with me, so I did. Why, you don't even listen to what I say. I'll listen. I'll go with you. Ao Yixian clenched his fists and nodded, although he was unwilling. Although he is the young master of Yuanyang Valley and the future successor of Yuanyang Valley, in terms of status and position, he is still not as good as those old guys. But his eyes suddenly turned. He shouted to Yi Tiance, boy, I'll let you go this time today. Remember to keep the detoxification pill safe. And don't let anyone else snatch it away. I'll come back to get it when I'm done. Chapter 590 Zhao Rong. His voice echoed in the empty venue. It instantly attracted the attention of many people who had not yet left, and each of them had a strange and complicated expression. This kid actually has detoxification pills on him? If you can get one by luck, wouldn't it be? Of course Yi Tiance could feel that the atmosphere around him was not right, and he also understood that Ao Yixian was shouting deliberately to make him the target of public criticism. The means are indeed insidious, but unfortunately for Yi Tiance, it is not a big deal even if he is targeted by these scum. Ha ha. Boy, take care of yourself. Ao Yixian snorted coldly and left with the Yuanyang Valley elder. Call. Yi Linger breathed a sigh of relief and asked Yi Tiance with a smile, Brother Tiance, are you okay? Yi Tiance shook his head, how could anything happen to me? I didn't expect you to be so brave. Hear the words. Yi Linger smiled and said, Brother Tiance takes such good care of Linger that he even gave me the Ling Yuan fruit naturally. He can't bear to see you being bullied. If someone bullies you again in the future, tell Linger even though Linger is young, she is still very good at fighting. As she spoke she waved her little pink fist. Although it didn't seem like he used much force, it caused the air to vibrate. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh. This little girl is not bragging. She is already a cultivator at such a young age, and her strength has reached the middle stage of body refining. This makes her comparable to a mid-stage war god. In addition, despite his young age, his talent alone is much stronger than the three major successors of Xianmen. It seems that this little girl's identity is a bit unusual. Of course, these were just Yi Tiance's thoughts, and he didn't ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. If the other person doesn't tell you, it would be presumptuous for you to ask too much. Afterwards, the group left the auction venue. The other side. Everyone from Yuanyang Valley came to the inn where they were staying on Hujia Mountain. There were only the Great Elder and Ao Yixian in the room. Ao Yixian complained in confusion, Great Elder, why did you ask me to leave there just now? That kid has detoxification pills and 500 spirit crystal fragments. If we can get this, even if we can't win the final in this Xianmen conference, we will still gain a lot. The elder stroked his beard and said, you are always impulsive and never observe carefully before doing anything. Don't you find anything wrong? Ao Yixian frowned and said, what's wrong? Are you worried that the boy is too strong? Impossible. Judging from his attack yesterday, his strength is at most half a step to a god of war. The great elder shook his head. I didn't say this person, but the old guy and the young girl who were with him. Is there something wrong with these two people? The great elder nodded. That old fellow, I once met him in my early years. Maybe he doesn't remember me, but I remember him. Zhao Rong. He was born in Xianyuan sect and was once one of its managers. What? Someone from Xianyuan sect? Ao Yixian's eyes widened. Didn't Xianyuan sect suffer a severe blowback then, almost being wiped out? Then it disappeared from our Tiannan province? How could there still be someone alive? The elder said with emotion, when the incident happened at Xianyuan sect, you were still young and didn't know anything. To put it simply, Xianyuan sect was involved in a major incident that it shouldn't have been involved in, which led to disasters within the sect and countless deaths and injuries. From being the largest Xianmen force in Tiannan province, they instantly fell to the bottom, but after all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Despite this, they still hid themselves and were not noticed by others, so naturally, everyone thought they disappeared. Aoi Xian frowned and said in confusion, even if they are from Xian Yuan sect, what does that have to do with me asking that kid for the detoxification pill? That kid is not from Xian Yuan sect. The great elder said, when Xian Yuan sect suffered a heavy blow, our two major forces, Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain, not only did not help them, who were also Xianmen forces in Tiannan province. Instead, they planned to take advantage of our misfortune and gained a lot of benefits from it. This is why our Yuanyang Valley's strength increased rapidly and became one of the three major Xianmen forces today. So, in the eyes of Xian Yuan sect, we Yuanyang Valley can be considered enemies if we just start fighting. There is no guarantee that Zhao Rong will attack you. Aoi Xian said disdainfully, Great Elder, they are just an old man and a little girl, what is there to be afraid of? The elder said, I don't know the details of that little girl, but Zhao Rong, as the manager of Xian Yuan sect, had reached the middle stage of the God of War 20 years ago. Now he has probably reached the late stage of the God of War. Are you sure you can defeat her? Late War God. Aoi Xian was stunned. You should know that his current strength is at the initial stage of body refining, comparable to the initial stage of war god strength of a martial artist. If you add some mysterious methods, you can deal with the mid-stage war god for a while. But a powerful late-stage war god is definitely one of the top existences in the circle of martial artists in Tiannan province. Even if you look at the entire Dragon Kingdom, there is still a chance to compete for the legendary dragon list. Just him? In front of Zhao Rong, I'm afraid he can't even last 5 rounds. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his back. I feel scared. The elder narrowed his eyes and said, my strength is now in the middle stage of physical training, and I am only one step away from the late stage of physical training, but I am not sure about facing Zhao Rong. After all, although the old guy is not a cultivator, he has been in Xianmen for so many years and is very familiar with our Xianmen methods. He is even more difficult to deal with. If a conflict broke out between the two sides at that time, the situation would be unfavorable to us. Aoi Xian nodded, so that's how it is, but that kid just gave up the detoxification pills and spirit crystal fragments in his hand? The great elder sneered, how could we in Yuanyang Valley give up something we like so easily? However, the most important thing for you to win the competition is to participate in it. Of course, there is also the assessment on the 3rd day, so you must ensure that everything goes well. As for the boys' detoxification pills and spirit crystal fragments, we will find a way to get them back after the conference is over. Before that, we should try to avoid unnecessary troubles so that others won't take advantage of them in the end. Aoi Xian flattered him, you are worthy of being the great elder. You are indeed far-sighted. The great elder snorted coldly, as for Zhao Rong and that little girl, they are from Xian Yuan sect. After all, they must have important secrets or treasures on them. We can't let them go either. Aoi Xian said in embarrassment, but didn't you say that Zhao Rong is estimated to have the strength of a late-stage war god? Now that the Valley Master is in seclusion and can't come, can we be sure of success? The great elder sneered complacently, who told you that we are the only ones targeting them? As Wu Qishan, who also stabbed us in the back then, he must have the same plan as us. Chapter 591 Prodigal Son. Yi Tiance, Yi Linger, Zhuge Ruizhi and a group of 4 people came to a small inn together. During the 3 days of the Xianmen conference, in order to save time, some people will choose to stay in an inn on the mountain. The price is naturally very high. The cost of accommodation for one person for one night is over 6 figures. Of course, for people of Yi Tiance's status, this amount of money is a drop in the bucket. After entering the inn, register, pay and go upstairs. Zhuge Ruizhi frowned slightly and said softly, Brother Yi, on the way here, I always felt that many people were staring at us. It must be because Aoi Xian shouted loudly at the auction venue earlier, causing all the attention to be focused on you. Although the organizers of the Xianmen conference have stipulated that physical conflicts are prohibited during the conference, the rules are dead after all, and the people who come here are from all walks of life. If someone does something bad to you, wouldn't it be? Yi Linger patted her slightly bulging chest. He said seriously, with Linger here, I guarantee that no one can hurt Brother Tiance. Hee, Linger is still very good at fighting, and ordinary small characters are no match for me. Yi Tiance rubbed Yi Linger's head lovingly and said with a smile, Linger is awesome, thank you. Yi Linger smiled cutely and brightly. Jingle bell. At this time, Zhuge Ruiji's cell phone rang. He hesitated before answering the call. Soon, he hung up the phone. Brother Yi, my eldest brother called and said he has something to discuss with me, so I'll go over first here. This spiritual crystal fragment is for you. He handed a small wooden box containing 500 spirit crystal fragments to Yi Tiance. Then leave quickly. Xiaorong said to Yi Tiance, I have something to say to Linger, let's go back to our rooms. Okay. Yi Tiance walked into his room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He first took out his cell phone and called Su Changwei again, but the number on the other end was still turned off and could not be reached. What on earth is this girl doing? Yi Tiance sighed. Then he took out 2 spirit crystal fragments from the box. The reason why the Shenmen forces have a special liking for spirit crystal fragments is because they can be used in various aspects such as cultivation, alchemy, and arranging formations. The reason is very simple, that is, the spiritual energy in the outside world is very thin. Spirit crystal fragments are objects that contain relatively rich spiritual energy. Using them to practice will achieve twice the result with half the effort. I haven't used this thing since I left the fallen city. I might as well give it a try now to see if it can help me pass the level. Yi Tiance closed his eyes, circulated the spiritual power in his body, and began to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit crystal fragments. The spiritual energy in the spirit crystal fragments slowly flowed into his body, circulated in his body for 3 cycles, and made him feel cool and comfortable. However, this feeling is comfortable. But soon, the spiritual energy in the 2 spirit crystal fragments was completely consumed, and the surface became dull and no different from ordinary gravel. Yi Tiance grabbed a handful of spirit crystal fragments and continued to practice. Just like this, more than half an hour passed. The last 500 spirit crystal fragments were consumed by Yi Tiance. If other practitioners saw this scene, their eyes would probably pop out of their heads. After all, a spirit crystal fragment contains a lot of spiritual energy. For an ordinary cultivator to use it, it would take at least several days to use up all the spiritual energy. After all, the efficiency and speed at which the human body can absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power are limited. Consuming like Yi Tiance does is not absorbing, it's clearly draining away. Yi Tiance opened his eyes and felt the changes in the levels in his body. There are 500 spirit crystal fragments. It can't be said that they have no effect at all, but the effect is very limited. The breakthrough progress is probably not even 1% of having sex with Lu Yinji. Yi Tiance took a deep breath. He continued to analyze. It seems that, apart from having sex with Lu Yinji, it seems that using spiritual crystal fragments, which contain items with high concentrations of spiritual energy, to practice together can also have a chance to break through the loose level, but it is too time-consuming. If it were any other cultivator, even if they were at the same level, they would have achieved breakthroughs several times already after consuming 500 spirit crystal fragments, but I achieved very little. I am such a spendthrift. I'm not being arrogant from a talent perspective. I'm not inferior to anyone. The reason why my realm improvement efficiency is slow may have a lot to do with the Shen Yuan 7 stars art taught to me by my master. After all, this mental method is more difficult to practice, and each level is more solid, so the difficulty of breaking through is naturally increased geometrically. After some analysis, Yi Tiance didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he took out his cell phone and made a video call with Han Ruoyan. Ask about the situation at home during the past 2 days when he was away. And then just have a little chat and relieve your boredom. Same moment. In Yi Linger's room on the 3rd floor of the inn. Yi Linger returned to the room and sat on the chair for a short while before her face suddenly turned pale. Sweat broke out on her forehead and she covered her heart with her right hand, as if she was suffering from a piercing pain. It hurts, it hurts. See this. Xiaorong's face changed, and he quickly asked, Linger, is your strange illness recurring? Yi Linger bit her lip and nodded, her voice trembling a little. Xiaorong hurriedly said, Quick, take the Lingyuan fruit. Yi Linger endured the pain and said, but this Lingyuan fruit was given to me by Brother Tiance. What if I eat it and he gets unhappy? Zhao Rong said helplessly, it's already this time, why are you still fussing about this? Not to mention, since this Lingyuan fruit is given to you, you have the right to dispose of it. Eat it quickly, this is one of the few hopes to cure the strange disease in your body. Quickly. Okay. Yi Linger took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the bed, and put the Lingyuan fruit into her mouth. The Lingyuan fruit melts in your mouth. A cool feeling instantly spread throughout her body, and then a vital energy flowed through her body like a rushing river, impacting every corner of her body. Zhao Rong stood by the window, ready to protect the law. At the same time, my heart is filled with worry and anxiety. When the incident at Xianyuan Gate happened, Linger was just 1 year old. After that unbearable catastrophe, Linger was suddenly infected with a strange disease. A few days before the full moon every month, she would suffer from unexplained severe pain in her heart. In serious cases, she would even vomit blood countless times. She almost couldn't bear it and lost her life. But apart from these few days, Yi Linger was in good health and showed no signs of illness. You must know that Linger has a special status in Zuanyuanmen. Zuanyuanmen has powerful diagnosers and treatments who are proficient in medical skills, but they are unable to find out the cause of the disease, let alone a cure. As Linger grew up day by day, each attack of her illness became more and more serious. Over the years, Zuanyuanmen has tried every possible means but to no avail. Until I heard that Lingyuan fruit was being auctioned at this Xianmen conference. Therefore, Zuanyuanmen even risked exposing their identities and allowed Zhao Rong to bring Yi Linger to participate in the Xianmen conference and bid for the Lingyuan fruit. Perhaps the effect of Lingyuan fruit in curing all diseases can be applied to Yi Linger. Chapter 592 I will not betray Brother Yi. Zhao Rong observed Yi Linger's physical changes nervously. Her complexion gradually changed from its previous bloodless paleness to a rosy one, and her skin gradually regained its luster. Does it really work? Zhao Rong was delighted. But that's it. Puff. Yi Linger's body trembled, and then she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate body staggered and was about to fall off the bed. Linger! What's wrong? Zhao Rong quickly supported Yi Linger. He pinched her wrist and took her pulse, and found that Yi Linger's pulse was disordered and very unstable. Linger, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Grandpa Zhao, Linger is fine, don't worry. Yi Linger wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and forced a smile. How can you be okay? You're vomiting blood. Zhao Rong said seriously, this Lingyuan fruit is a legendary treasure that can cure all kinds of diseases. It is impossible for it to be ineffective. Could it be that this fruit is fake? Yi Linger shook her head. Grandpa Zhao, this Lingyuan fruit must be real. After Linger took it, she could feel the majestic vitality and pure spiritual energy inside. I just don't know why, but when I tried to absorb these energies and spiritual energy, the same problems occurred as when the elders of the sect treated me before. It seems that there is a mysterious force at work in my body, preventing the energy of the Lingyuan fruit from taking effect. But fortunately, I finally absorbed a little bit of the effect of the Lingyuan fruit, and now my heart doesn't hurt so much anymore. Hee, don't worry about Linger. Alas! You are good in every way, except that you are too sensible and too strong-willed. Zhao Rong sighed. I finally attended a Xianmen conference and successfully obtained the Lingyuan fruit, but the result was not what I expected. If Yi Linger's body cannot be cured this time, judging from the trend of her strange disease recurring and becoming more and more serious, her body will not be able to hold on for many more years. Yi Linger smiled and comforted him. The worst that can happen is death. Linger is not afraid at all. Linger has lived a very happy life over the years. The only pity is that I have less time to go out and play, and I haven't seen more of the world. These words made Zhao Rong feel even worse. He comforted her, Linger, although the Lingyuan fruit didn't have much effect, there is always a way out, and we will definitely find other ways. Tomorrow is the competition meeting for young disciples in Xianmen. If you can win, the organizer of the meeting will give you many valuable rewards, perhaps one of which may be a treasure that can heal your body. Even if there is no suitable one in the end, Grandpa Zhao will accompany you to continue looking for a cure. Our dragon country is vast and populated, there must be a legendary doctor who can cure your strange disease, but the premise is that you have to have faith and stop thinking about dying, understand? Yi Linger nodded obediently. Yeah, Linger listened to Grandpa Zhao, Linger will definitely live well. It is good. Zhao Rong smiled kindly. But he knew clearly in his heart, where in this vast world could he find the legendary excellent doctor? Even if you can find it. Why would the other party agree to help treat the disease? In the woods on the east side of Hujiao Mountain. This place is far away from the conference venue, and even on a bustling day like today, very few people come here. It is well known that the mountains in Hujiao Mountain are steep and full of wild beasts. It is easy to encounter danger if you go deep into it rashly. At this time, Zhuge Ruizhi hurried to the woods and met Zhuge Xiefeng. Just now on the phone, Zhuge Xiefeng told him that there was something urgent and asked him to meet here immediately. Zhuge Ruizhi asked, "Brother, why did you call me here?" Zhuge Xiefeng patted Zhuge Ruizhi on the shoulder. "Ruizhi, what do you think of me, brother?" It's fine. Why are you asking this suddenly?" "Wise, you and I are both members of our Zhuge family, therefore, the most important thing for us is the interests of the family and maintaining the honor of the family, right?" Zhuge Ruizhi nodded. Zhuge Xiefeng said with satisfaction, "Okay. In that case, now that I, big brother, have run into a little trouble for the benefit of our family, shouldn't you help me?" Zhuge Ruizhi frowned, as if he had guessed something. "What do you want me to help with?" Zhuge Xiefeng narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I left the auction in a hurry just now, and later I heard that your friend named Yitiance actually exchanged a detoxification pill for 500 spirit crystal fragments and spirit source fruits. 500 of these spirit crystal fragments are in your hands. So, big brother, I would like to trouble you to lend me these 500 spirit crystal fragments. I will return them in full after I am done with my work for a while." How could Zhuge Ruizhi not know what the other party was planning? Return it in full? This is simply impossible. Zhuge Ruizhi said truthfully, "The spiritual crystal fragments are not mine, they belong to Brother Yi. I gave them all to him before I came here." Zhuge Xiefeng was suddenly disappointed. But soon he added, "Then go find Yitiance and try to borrow it. If he is unwilling to lend it, you can use some tricks, hee. Zhuge Ruizhi refused without hesitation. "No, Brother Yi is my brother, I can't do such a treacherous thing." Zhuge Xiefeng couldn't help but get angry. "Why are you so confused? The spirit crystal fragment is so precious. If you trick it and give it to me, this resource will be even more powerful whether it is given to me or to our Zhuge family. What era is this? You keep talking about brotherhood and betrayal, but can it be as important as me? Can it be as important as our Zhuge family?" However, Zhuge Ruizhi said firmly, "I am usually a little cynical, but I will never betray friendship, big brother. As your younger brother, I am also kindly advising you. If you really care about our family, you shouldn't target and deceive Brother Yi, but should interact with him sincerely and treat him as a VIP. In this way, the future gains will be far greater than the mere 500 spirit crystal fragments." However, Zhuge's wise and heartfelt words not only failed to impress Zhuge Xiefeng. Instead, it aroused the other party's wrath. "Stop your sweet talk. You unfilial brother, I'm always so nice to you, but now you're not willing to do me such a small favor? I'm going to make this clear today. You must trick the spirit crystal fragments into my hand today, or I won't let you go." Zhuge Ruizhi stiffened his neck and said, "I want to see how you can't let me go. Find a fight." Zhuge Xiefeng's face turned dark, his true nature was finally exposed, and he slapped Zhuge Ruizhi in the face. Snapped. "You are such an ungrateful person today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Zhuge family," Zhuge Xiefeng said. He mobilized the martial arts energy in his body and continued to attack Zhuge Ruizhi. Chapter 593 Su Zishi was arrested. Bang! Zhuge Ruizhi was kicked by Zhuge Xiefeng and flew more than 10 meters away, and finally crashed into a big tree and broke it. Zhuge Ruizhi was shocked so much that he felt severe pain in all his internal organs. The corners of his mouth are bleeding. His eyes widened. He didn't expect that Zhuge Xiafeng would actually take action. He angrily asked, "Are you fucking crazy?" Zhuge Xiafeng licked his lips and said, "I am crazy, so what? If you don't accept it, fight back." "Fuck. I'm going to fight you." Zhuge Ruizhi gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. He also mobilized his martial arts aura and rushed towards the opponent. However, the gap in strength is cruel. Zhuge Xiafeng has already reached the realm of pseudo-god, but Zhuge Ruizhi is only in the middle stage of grandmaster. The gap between the two is no different from that between an adult man and a child. All of Zhuge Ruizhi's moves were easily resolved by Zhuge Xiafeng. "Ha ha! You are the most useless among the younger generation of our Zhuge family. You are far inferior to even one of my hands. Kneel down." Zhuge Xiafeng mocked mercilessly. He took advantage of the situation and punched Zhuge Ruizhi directly, injuring him, and the latter fell to the ground with a thud. Blood was flowing out of the corners of his mouth and nose, but his eyes were still full of stubbornness. Zhuge Xiafeng looked at his brother who had fallen to the ground without a trace of pity in his heart. He walked forward and stepped on Zhuge Ruizhi, forcing him to compromise in an extremely humiliating and cruel way. "You ungrateful scum, just listen to me and trick the spirit crystal fragments here, or I won't mind you losing a brother." Zhuge Ruizhi gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body. He said firmly, "I will not compromise with a villain like you." Grass. Zhuge Xiafeng became even angrier. He increased the force of his footsteps, stepping on Zhuge Ruizhi so hard that his bones creaked. "You bastard! You are just a useless bastard. I am a legitimate child. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Come on. If you're a man, kill me. If you can't do it today, I, Zhuge Ruizhi, swear that as long as I'm alive, I will settle this score with you someday. My stupid brother, in that case, I will satisfy your request." A hint of cruelty flashed across Zhuge Xiafeng's eyes. Inside the inn, Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun hung up the video, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. Yi Tiance went forward to open the door, and unexpectedly saw Grandma Zhao standing at the door beside Su Zishi. But she was obviously injured and her breathing was disordered. "Master Yi, please help me, the young lady has been kidnapped." Granny Zhao said anxiously and panically, her eyes full of pleading. This was quite surprising news for Yi Tiance. He asked, "Su Zishi was kidnapped? What happened?" Granny Zhao said anxiously, "After the auction, the young lady was not in a good state. She had no appetite and didn't want to eat or drink. I knew she was entangled with the Ling Yuan fruit. So I advised her not to think too much and to go out and find some vendors to buy some medicinal herbs that can nourish her body. However, soon after we left the house, we suddenly encountered a group of mysterious men in black. They were very strong and I was no match for them. The young lady was kidnapped by them, and I, an old woman, fought hard to escape and asked you for help. Master Yi, you must save the young lady now on Tiger Jiao Mountain. You are the only person I can think of." Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. "Granny Lu, you know the relationship between Miss Su and I'm afraid I can't help you with this." Thinking back to every time they met before, this woman was always weird, just like another version of Xiao Qingcheng, which made him feel annoyed. What's more, there is no emotional basis between him and Su Zishi. He had no reason to rescue. To Yi Tiance's surprise, Granny Lu knelt down in front of him. "Master Yi, I know this request is excessive. I also know that the young lady is conceited and too arrogant. Her previous attitude towards you was inappropriate. This is all her fault. But don't forget, you are still an engaged couple after all. If you don't consider the young lady's face, can you consider the face of the person who made the engagement and reluctantly help out once?" Granny Lu even kowtowed to him with a sincere attitude. This. Yi Tiance frowned. Su Zishi really had no face in front of him, but this engagement was arranged by his master, and this was something that could not be ignored. "Oh. That's all." Yi Tiance sighed helplessly. "I can help this time, but I can't guarantee that I can rescue her. First, tell me the characteristics of the people who kidnapped her and which direction they fled to." "In a quiet forest on the east side of Hujiao Mountain. Suzishi's delicate body was thrown heavily to the ground, and she was completely dizzy. Hiss. Suzishi sat up with difficulty. She glanced at him with a cold gaze. He found himself surrounded by more than a dozen men in black. The leader had a long scar on his face, and his eyes revealed ferocity and greed. Ms. Su, nice to meet you. Suzishi had a cold face. He asked in a deep voice, do you know me? Why are you arresting me? Scarface chuckled. Miss Su of the capital city, the general manager of Longwood Jubal Pavilion, who doesn't know her? And what we know even more is that Miss Su, you have 400 spirit crystal fragments on you, which is really enviable. Hear the words. Suzishi's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Oops. The news that he had bid for 400 spirit crystal fragments at the auction had indeed spread, and now it had attracted some bad guys. Her original plan was to bid for the Lingyuan fruit using 400 Lingjing fragments. Take the Lingyuan fruit as soon as you get it. In this way, she is alone and doesn't have to worry about being targeted by people with ulterior motives. As a result, she failed in the auction. Many people knew that she had a large number of spirit crystal fragments on her body, and there must be people with bad intentions. Hateful. Ultimately, it was all because of that guy named Ji who interfered and caused me to lose the bid. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? Bastard Yi Tiance. At this time, Scarface narrowed his eyes and said, Miss Su, we are all adults, so let's not beat around the bush. Hand over all the spirit crystal fragments, and we promise to spare your life. Suzishi raised her chin slightly. He said coldly, my spirit crystal fragments have been given to others, so I can't give them to you. If you don't mind, I'm willing to give you some cash. How about 5 million? As long as you agree, I'll pay you right away, and this matter ends here. For her, it would be acceptable if she could settle this situation with a few 100 million. As for the spirit crystal fragments, they were the treasures that she had accumulated over many years of hard work. They were her lifeline to survival, and she would definitely not give them away easily. As a result, she had just finished saying this. Snapped. Scarface's slap had already landed on her cheek. Chapter 594. Can you please cut in line? Snapped. The slap left a red palm print on Suzishi's face. Suzishi gritted her teeth and held back the tears in her eyes. She felt very aggrieved, but she still tried to remain calm and composed. She knew very well that once she showed her weak side, these guys would definitely take advantage of her. Scarface grabbed Suzishi's chin. He said coldly, Miss Su, do you think we are 3-year-old children? Tell us where the spirit crystal fragments are immediately. Suzishi gritted his teeth and said, You guys are not afraid of being punished by the organizers of the Xianmen conference for doing this? Moreover, you know my identity, but you still do this. Have you considered the consequences? Hear the words. The scarred man looked at the people behind him. Then they all sneered smugly. At this time, you are still fantasizing about those things? Are all beautiful women so confident these days? Little beauty, if we are afraid of these, would we still join the Shadow Alliance? Little bitch, I remind you to cooperate honestly, otherwise we brothers can do anything. Suzishi's eyes trembled. Oh my god. These people are actually people? This is bad. The Shadow Alliance is an organization spontaneously formed by many idle martial artists in Tiannan province. These people are restless elements wandering in the gray area. They committed all kinds of evil, including burning, killing, looting and so on, and had no bottom line in doing things. That's right, anyone who hangs around in this circle is very wary and disgusted with them, but in the end there's not much they can do about them. No matter how hard Suzishi tried, he never expected that participating in the auction would attract these bastards from the Shadow Alliance. But she was stubborn and still unwilling to speak. The atmosphere in the woods became increasingly tense. Little beauty, since you don't want to drink my toast, then you should drink my punishment. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Swish. Scarface drew a dagger from his waist. The tip of the knife was less than 1 centimeter away from Suzishi's cheek, and the latter could even feel the chill emanating from the dagger. TSK. Such a beautiful face. If I cut a few cuts on the cheeks, it must be exciting to destroy the beauty, right? In Scarface's opinion, such a beautiful woman must be very fond of beauty and even regard her face as more important than her own life. Suzushi took a deep breath. He laughed at himself and said, to be honest, I can't hold on for much longer in this body. What's the point of a dying person being disfigured? If you want to do anything, go ahead. Oh? Scarface raised his eyebrows slightly. He had committed many murders and arson over the years. This is the first time I have met such a stubborn and strong-willed woman. But so what? He has as many ways to deal with people as he wants. Wow. Scarface suddenly grabbed Suzushi's collar and pulled it down. I saw that most of the white shirt she was wearing was torn open, revealing her shoulders, and even her underwear with orange lace could be seen. Wow. It's so big. There was a glimmer of greed in the eyes of the men in black present. This woman is not only beautiful, but also has a very hot body. Scarface put his nose close to Suzushi and sniffed. Licking his lips, he said, Tisk TSK. The unique scent of a virgin. I didn't expect Miss Su, who was born into a wealthy family and is a famous socialite in Beijing, to be so conservative and self-respecting. My body is so hot. What are you going to do? At this moment, Suzushi's voice trembled slightly, and his emotions finally became uncontrollable. Scarface said fiercely, I don't like to waste food, not even a grain of rice. So after I enjoy you, my brothers will line up one by one to taste the eldest lady of the Su family. As soon as these words came out, the people behind him laughed obscenely and talked. Ha ha. Ha ha. Brother Scar is right, such a tight girl needs to be loosened up. Women with stubborn personalities are the most interesting. I promise to make her very happy later. Ha ha. With such a pretty face and such a hot body, it would be a shame if I didn't record it with my phone later. I'll post it online after it's over. I believe many rich young masters in Beijing would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it and see another side of our Miss Su, right? Ha ha ha. Suzushi's heart suddenly shook, and fear surged into his heart like a tide. She doesn't care about life or death. But she could never accept this kind of physical and mental humiliation. If something horrible like that really happened, everything would be over. Although she tried very hard to stay tense, her psychological defenses finally collapsed at this moment. She bit her lips unwillingly, her eyes full of despair. She said in a trembling voice, the spirit crystal fragment is under the floor of the inn room, can you let me go as agreed? Scarface laughed triumphantly, Miss Su was really sensible. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? But he suddenly changed the subject. But Miss Su, it's fate that we met in such a vast sea of people. More than a dozen of us brothers have never seen someone as amazing as you, so please make a sacrifice and let the brothers relax. What? Suzushi widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. How could you do this? I have already told you the whereabouts of the spirit crystal fragments. Why don't you keep your word? Scarface sneered, in this world, only the strong have the right to speak. Credit is just a rule to deceive yourself. Suzushi collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She regretted why she had to participate in this Shenmen conference, and even regretted why she did not agree to let Yitians treat her illness. Even if I would rather have a relationship with Yitians, it is better than giving my most precious first time to these beasts. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Scarface had already ripped off his shirt. He smiled excitedly and said, brothers, let me taste it for you first. You all line up and get ready, Everyone behind him burst into triumphant laughter. Just as Scarface was about to pounce, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. What game are you guys playing? If you don't mind, can you let me cut in line? Who is it? Scarface's eyes suddenly focused and he turned to look towards the side of the woods. There was a rustling sound coming from the woods, and then a handsome young man slowly walked out of the woods. He put his hands in his pockets, leaning against a tree trunk, with a hint of mockery on his face, and his eyes calmly swept over Scarface and others. Wow, it's really lively this late at night. Guys, would you like to think about what I just said? Can you please cut in line? Chapter 595. Then just kill her. Su Zishi was shocked when he saw Yi Tiance appear. It's him. I don't know why, the moment Yi Tiance appeared, the tension and panic that had been building up in her heart a second ago disappeared instantly, and instead she felt an indescribable sense of security and joy. Just the next second, she suddenly realized something. And many more. What did this guy just say? Cut in line. What the hell? At this time, Scarface and others were stunned when they saw Yi Tiance. I wondered where this guy came from. You actually want to cut in on their team? Yi Tiance yawned and said, you guys don't want to answer? So, you don't want me to cut in line? Scarface warned coldly, Grandpa, I have been with so many women, and I am always the first one. I don't have the habit of letting others cut in line. Boy, you have nothing to do here, get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude. Yi Tiance had no intention of obeying and he folded his hands across his chest. He said leisurely, oh? What if I don't leave? What can you do to me? Scarface was angered by Yi Tiance's attitude. Damn it, you've hit a brick wall by provoking our shadow alliance. Among our brothers, there are some who are indifferent to both men and women. Come on, teach this guy a lesson first. Okay, Scar brother. Look at you. I saw several men in black rushing towards Yi Tiance. They waved their weapons aggressively. The aura exuded is from the late Grandmaster level to the peak Grandmaster level. A bunch of noobs. Yi Tiance flashed and easily avoided the attack from the man in black in front. Then he threw a backhand punch and knocked a man in black out. Call out. The man in black hit his body against the rocks of the mountain. There was a loud bang. The enormous force turned the man in black into a bloody mist, with flesh and bones flying everywhere. Yi Tiance rushed to another person and slapped him in the face. Bang! The man's head exploded on the spot and turned into a bloody mist. Yi Tiance waved his hand, and a gust of air wave rolled up to block the blood mist. The other men in black were all shocked when they saw this. This guy is so powerful? Once the battle started, it would not stop easily. They rushed forward one by one, roaring. But Yi Tiance's strength was far beyond their imagination, and he moved among the men in black like a ghost. Every attack could accurately hit a man in black. Anyone who gets hit will either be seriously injured on the spot or die immediately. Crackling. In a short while, all the men in black were defeated by Yi Tiance. Only Scarface was left staring at the scene in front of him with a dull look in his eyes, his legs already shaking uncontrollably. I originally thought he was just a random brat who didn't know his place. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. You have to know that his strength is only at the pseudo-god level, and judging from the effect of the opponent's attack, he has probably already entered the God of War level, right? How could I not know about such a powerful martial artist? Damn it! He quickly realized what was going on. He grabbed Su Zishi tightly and put the dagger against her neck. Threatening Yi Tiance, don't come over, or I will kill her. Yi Tiance looked at Scarface expressionlessly. He sneered and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. There was no emotion in his words, as if Su Zishi's life and death had nothing to do with him. When Su Zishi heard Yi Tiance's words, he was so angry that he trembled all over. She widened her eyes and cursed, Yi Tiance, you bastard. You actually watched someone die without helping. Yi Tiance dug his ear with his little finger. Is there any law that requires me to save you? Besides, Miss Su, aren't you very capable? I have already dealt with the others, how about leaving Scarface to you? You bastard. Su Zishi was so angry that her chest heaved, and her orange underwear was almost about to explode. Originally, she was thinking about Yi Tiance's sudden appearance, which made her have a slightly better impression of him. I didn't expect this bastard to be so cold. Scarface looked confused. He could see that Yi Tiance and Su Zishi obviously knew each other, and their relationship seemed to be quite normal. But Yi Tiance didn't care about Su Zishi's life or death. Is this a deliberate act? Or is it that Su Zishi has a bad temper and is not popular? Maybe both. Just when Scarface was hesitating, suddenly, a crisp gunshot rang out. Bang! Scarface's body shook violently. His eyes were wide open and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. When he looked down, he saw a huge hole in his chest and blood spurting out. How come? Then he slowly fell to the ground and died. Hua hua hua. Just then, a series of footsteps sounded. A sexy woman wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants and with long wavy burgundy hair walked out of the woods, carrying a black sniper rifle on her shoulder. Behind her were several women who were also holding rifles, looking very heroic. The people who came were Su Changwei and her martial arts action team members. It turned out to be Su Changwei who came to support. Her appearance surprised Yi Tiance a little, because he had called her many times before and the other party's phone was always turned off. As a result, Yi Tiance was worried whether something had happened to Su Changwei. When Su Changwei saw Yi Tiance, her face lit up with joy and she threw the sniper rifle to the man beside her. Then he quickly stepped forward and hugged Yi Tiance. Ha ha! We are so destined to meet you here. Feeling the bulging touch on his chest, Yi Tiance felt comfortable and curious at the same time. I haven't seen her for a few days. Has this girl grown up a bit? Su Changwei let go of Yi Tiance and asked, Are you okay? Yi Tiance shook his head and said, I'm fine, these scumbags can't hurt me. That's good. Su Changwei glanced and saw Su Zishi stand up and adjust his shirt slightly. Su Zishi stared at Yi Tiance with a cold and complaining look in his eyes, then walked towards him. She asked, Why did you let Scarface kill me just now? Do you really expect me to die? Yi Tiance said indifferently, Yes or no, why should I answer you? You bastard. Su Zishi's eyes widened. An intense feeling of grievance and anger suddenly erupted. She didn't know what was wrong with her, and she actually raised her hand and slapped Yi Tiance. Snapped. Although the force was not strong, it left a crisp sound. Yi Tiance was stunned. He didn't expect that this woman would slap him for no reason, so he didn't have time to defend himself. Oh shit. Why do you hit me? Yi Tiance was about to react. But Su Changwei was one step faster. She grabbed Su Zishi's collar and pulled her in front of him without saying a word. Bang bang. Just 2 slaps in the face. Chapter 596 Su Zishi and hashtag 039, S mentality collapses. Bang bang. These 2 slaps made Su Zishi's mouth bleed and stars appeared in his eyes. Su Zishi's eyes widened. She had never expected this. It was fine that she was slapped by Scarface before, but this woman actually hit her too? And there are 2 of them? She said angrily, Why do you hit me? Su Changwei looked at Su Zishi coldly and said, You next door, spicy girl. What if I hit you? You touch my man, let alone slap you, I, Su Changwei, will shoot you to death, so what? There is no joking in this statement. Su Zishi's delicate body trembled. What? Su Changwei? The crazy woman known as the Bloody Rose is actually Yi Tiance's woman? Why are there so many women around this bastard, one after another, endlessly? Her stubborn temper flared up instantly. Humph. Then kill me if you have the guts. I don't believe you have the guts to do that. Ha ha. There is nothing I dare not do. She pulled out a pistol from the magazine on her thigh and pointed it directly at Su Zishi's head, ready to pull the trigger at any time. Yi Tiance said, Okay, Changwei, don't be impulsive. Su Changwei said unhappily, Why shouldn't I be impulsive? It was you who saved this bitch, but you didn't appreciate it and got slapped in the face. This kind of bitch should be severely punished. She finished her sentence. Su Zishi suddenly laughed miserably. Ha! He saved me? Don't be ridiculous. This bastard is just making fun of me on purpose. If he hadn't intervened at the auction and snatched away the Lingyuan fruit, I wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing tonight. I don't even want your fake performance now. You little bitch, you're asking for a beating. Snap. Snapped. Su Changwei slapped him again. This time, Su Zixie's nostrils were bleeding. Su Zixie's eyes were red and she felt so aggrieved. At this time, a figure hurriedly ran out of the woods. It was the injured Granny Lu. Without saying a word, she knelt down in front of Su Changwei. "Lady, please be merciful and let her go just once. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with her anymore." Su Changwei didn't even look at Granny Lu. "Don't be fooled by my big breasts, but I'm actually very petty and I don't have any generosity at all. If you want to quibble over something, why don't you kill her?" Granny Lu was very frightened. She had no choice but to kowtow to Yi Tiance and said, Mr. Yi, please help me to intercede. After all, the young lady is one of your fiancés, we can discuss anything. She has suffered so much tonight, and her emotions have been stimulated, so she is so irrational. Please don't bother with her for the sake of this engagement, please show some mercy. Yi Tiance glanced at Su Zixie. I noticed that the latter was biting his lip. Although he didn't seem to admit defeat on the surface, the fear in the depths of his eyes was obvious. After all, this was the first time she had experienced such a thing. If it were an ordinary person, they would have collapsed long ago. At this moment, she was holding on completely on her last breath. Hey! Changwei, let her go this time. All right. Su Changwei pushed Su Zixie away with a bad tone, and the latter staggered and fell to the ground. Her eyes were red, and she bit her lips hard and stared at Yi Tiance. I felt so wronged and scared, but I still tried hard not to cry. Su Changwei frowned and scolded, Why are you staring at me? Are you not convinced? Damn it, you don't cherish your identity as Yi Tiance's fiancé, but instead you do these things. If it weren't for my manliness, I would have punched a few more holes in your body tonight and waited for the wild beasts to come and eat you up completely. You? Su Zixie was so angry that she was shaking all over. She has met countless people of all kinds over the years, but this is the first time she has met such a bad-tempered and unreasonable guy. But I have to say that Su Changwei's domineering aura is indeed powerful. Even though Su Zixie was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say another word. Yi Tiance took out a detoxification pill and handed it to Su Changwei. Here. I brought this specially for you, take it quickly. You are worthy of being my man. You care about me in your heart. Su Changwei's face lit up with joy, and she swallowed the detoxification pill in one gulp without any hesitation. Su Zixie saw this scene. My eyes were stunned. Yi Tiance actually gave this woman a detoxification pill? After attending the auction today, she knew only too well how precious the detoxification pill was. Its value far exceeded that of the Lingyuan fruit. Just sent it out like this? Is this still the Yi Tiance I know? Shouldn't this man be a selfish, lustful, and shameless bastard? And he is so gentle to Su Changwei, why is he always sarcastic in front of me? When Su Zixie was stunned, Granny Lu walked forward and helped Su Zixie up. He thanked Yi Tiance and Su Changwei repeatedly, saying, I'm sorry to trouble you tonight, I'll take the young lady away now. She supported Su Zixie and turned to leave. Su Zixie left in a daze. I just couldn't help looking back as I walked. Looking at Yi Tiance and Su Changwei talking and laughing, a sour feeling suddenly came over me. It's not a good feeling. After Su Zixie left, Su Changwei asked her subordinates to patrol the surroundings to create a private space for her and Yi Tiance. She complained, your fiancé, how come she looks so much like that bitch Xiao Qingcheng? You are so self-centered and don't know what's good for you. To put it bluntly, it's just a bad habit that she got from being spoiled. She'll behave herself after a few beatings. Yi Tiance smiled bitterly. That's exactly what happened. Su Changwei pouted and complained, even a woman like this can be one of your fiancés. I am such a gentle and virtuous woman, but I don't even have the qualifications to be your fiancé. It's so fucking infuriating. Yi Tiance. My good sister. I admit that you are excellent and very good to me. But aren't the words gentle and virtuous a little unworthy of you? Cough cough. He changed the subject and said, by the way, why was your phone always turned off when I called you before? Su Changwei sighed and said, of course it's to carry out the mission. You don't know that the authorities attach great importance to this Xianmen conference, so they have strengthened the patrols and alerts around the entire Hujiao mountain during the mission. Mobile phones must be turned off and no contact with the outside world is allowed. It just so happened that I ran into this group of scum from the Shadow Alliance tonight. If you hadn't dealt with them in advance, I would have had to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Su Qianwei looked around vigilantly. He lowered his voice and said, if it's just a normal patrol, there's no need to make such a big fuss. You don't know that this time, more than half of our Tiannan province martial arts action team has come, and most of them are in the open. In fact, there are some mysterious official organizations cooperating in the dark. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Su Qianwei said seriously, I'm afraid something major will happen at this Xianmen conference. Chapter 597, Hurry up and achieve success. Yi Tiance asked, you just said that something major will happen at this Xianmen conference. What do you mean? Su Qianwei said seriously, you may not have heard that there was a case of multiple disappearances at the last Xianmen conference, more than 200 people, most of whom were martial artists from various forces, and even a small number were Xianmen disciples. The authorities spent a huge amount of money investigating this matter, but in the end they were unable to find out the truth. Therefore, we have reason to believe that the disappearance of martial artists will happen again during this conference, so we have to make full preparations in advance. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes. He remembered that the last time he was at the Rong family, Rong Meiyan's father Rong Tianhong mentioned the disappearance incident at the previous Xianmen conference. At that time, the Rong family lost 13 martial artists, and Rong Tianhong was responsible for investigating the matter. During the investigation, he found that every time he was about to come into contact with key clues, he would encounter huge invisible resistance. Not long after that, he was ambushed by Rong Tianli. It can be seen that the disappearance of this martial arts practitioner is much more complicated than imagined. By the way, do you have any specific clues now? Su Qianwei shook her head. There is no solid clue yet, but according to the intelligence collected by the authorities, this matter should have been planned by an unknown force. They used the Xianmen conference to attract many masters to participate, so that it would be convenient to catch them all in one fell swoop. My years of experience in carrying out missions have taught me that this kind of incident would be extremely dangerous. Why don't you leave the Xianmen conference overnight before anything happens? You are the man I have chosen. You can't just hang around here without knowing what's going on. Yi Tiance smiled and said, what kind of loser do you think your man is? How is this little bit of danger compared to the fallen city? Su Qianwei scratched the back of her head. Hee, that's true. You can be a jailer in the fallen city, so this little scene is definitely not a big deal for you. Yi Tiance. Big sister, I'm not a jailer, I'm the young lord of the prison, okay? Suddenly, Su Qianwei pushed Yi Tiance and pushed him against a tree trunk behind. Yi Tiance had a question mark in his head. Hey, what are you doing? Su Qianwei licked her lips, her eyes flashing with passion, and then she began to unzip her leather jacket. What else can I do? Didn't I just take the detoxification pill? You said before that as long as the toxins in my body are eliminated, I can have sex with you. Now that we have finally had a break from our busy schedule, let's quickly achieve our goal. Yi Tiance widened his eyes. What the hell? Right here? Where else can we go if not here? I, a girl, don't care, so why should you, a grown man, care? What's more, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight, and the woods are so cool. It's so exciting to be one with nature. Yi Tiance. Why do I feel like I'm being forced into something? What are you still standing there for? Take off your clothes. Oh. Although Yi Tiance was not very willing, he thought that he was not the one who would suffer the loss, so he just let it go. Just when he had taken off half of his clothes. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps approaching in the distance. Who? Su Qianwei shouted vigilantly, and zipped up her clothes reluctantly. I had clearly sent my subordinates to patrol the surrounding area, so it shouldn't have been possible for someone to suddenly break in. Deputy Team Leader, it's me. After a few seconds. Then a female martial arts action team member with a good figure appeared and half knelt on the ground in front of Su Qianwei. Su Changwei frowned and said, "Aren't you patrolling the area? Why are you suddenly coming here?" The man said respectfully, "Deputy team leader, we just saw a seriously injured man during our patrol. After comparing his identity, we found that he was Zhuge Ruizhi from the Zhuge family in Tianbei province. His life is in danger. I think something is wrong, so I came here to report it." "What? Zhuge Ruizhi?" Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment. Didn't this kid receive a call from his brother to discuss something? How could he suddenly be seriously injured and in critical condition? Could it be? Yi Tiance hurriedly asked, "Where is he? Take me there quickly." 1 minute later. Yi Tiance and others rushed to an ancient tree and saw the seriously injured Zhuge Ruizhi. Several members of the martial arts action team were standing dozens of meters away, guarding vigilantly. At this time, Zhuge Ruizhi was lying on the ground, his clothes were tattered and covered in blood. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. His body was covered with various wounds, and one of his arms was twisted, obviously broken. It can be seen what kind of brutal attack he suffered to become so miserable. Yi Tiance suppressed his anger, rushed to Zhuge Ruizhi, squatted down, and took Zhuge Ruizhi's pulse. Zhuge Ruizhi seemed to sense something. He forced his eyes open and made a slight sound. "Yi brother Yi, don't talk yet. Use the martial arts energy in your body to support your body. I will check your body first." Yi Tiance examined Zhuge Ruizhi's body with skillful speed. It was discovered that he had severe external injuries, and his internal organs and meridians were also severely damaged. If he was not treated in time, he would not last more than a few minutes. He quickly asked Su Changwei to help Zhuge Ruizhi sit up. He himself sat cross-legged behind Zhuge Ruizhi, placing his hands on the other's body. Mobilize the spiritual power in the body and practice the Xianyuan 7 stars formula. Slowly inject spiritual power into Zhuge Ruizhi's body, trying to repair his severely damaged body. As spiritual power was injected, Zhuge Ruizhi's body trembled slightly. Then I saw the blood from his wounds gradually stop flowing and begin to heal slowly. Saw this scene. Su Changwei's eyes trembled slightly. Although she had seen it many times, she was shocked every time by Yi Tiance's methods. He is worthy of being the man I have chosen, so awesome. I really want to play games with him more and more, hee. Time passes minute by minute. Zhuge Ruizhi's physical injuries gradually recovered and he stopped bleeding. However, the damage to Zhuge Ruizhi's meridians and internal organs was much more serious than imagined, and could not be healed by spiritual power alone. Yi Tiance opened his eyes. He asked Su Changwei, "His physical condition is very bad. It is not enough to rely on my spiritual power alone to treat him. It would be best if he could have some medicine to assist in the treatment. It would be best if it is medicine that contains vitality." Su Changwei said, "Wait for me to ask my subordinates." She turned around and walked over to her subordinates to ask. Half a minute later. Su Changwei trotted back, holding a package in her hand. "My men have just searched the bodies of the Shadow Alliance for many valuable items, including spirit crystal fragments, elixirs, herbs, etc. They should have been looted from somewhere else. Would you like to take a look?" Su Changwei spread out the package. Yi Tiance glanced around quickly. Finally it stopped on a herb. The leaves of this herb are emerald green, emitting a faint glow and containing a rich vitality. Chapter 598 Zhuge and #039, S-Wise Transformation. Yi Tiance took the herb in his hand. Ruizhi is really lucky to come across such a good thing. Su Changwei asked, "Is there anything special about this herb?" Yi Tiance nodded and said, "This thing is called Lingyun grass. It is a very rare and precious medicinal material. It contains abundant spiritual energy, has a powerful healing effect, and can quickly repair damaged body tissues. In fact, to some extent, it is very similar to the Lingyuan fruit. Although it is not as valuable, it is enough." Su Changwei exclaimed, "Fuck. Those bastards from the Shadow Alliance actually managed to get so many treasures? It seems that I have to catch more in the future when there are good treasures. I will give them all to you, brother Su, okay?" Hiss. Yi Tiance took a deep breath and got goosebumps. "Ahem, stop being a spoiled brat, let's get down to business first." Saving people is the most important thing. Yi Tiance gave the Lingyun grass to Zhuge Ruizhi to take. In an instant, a powerful vitality force spread throughout Zhuge Ruizhi's body. Zhuge Ruizhi's damaged meridians and internal organs were finally repairing at a faster speed under the nourishment of vitality. As time passed, his face gradually became rosy, his breathing became steady and strong, and his physical injuries began to heal rapidly. After a while, Zhuge Ruizhi slowly opened his eyes. He said embarrassedly, "Yi brother Yi, you saved me again. I am sorry to have caused you trouble." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "There's no need to talk about this between us now, can you tell me what's going on with your injuries?" A hint of sadness flashed across Zhuge Ruizhi's eyes. Nodded. Then he recounted the entire story of how Zhuge Xiafeng threatened and harmed him. After listening, Su Changwei couldn't help but curse, "Fuck. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? He is so vicious that he even didn't let his own brother go. This kind of rubbish should be shot to death." Yi Tiance also frowned slightly. Although he had guessed that this matter was related to Zhuge Xiafeng before, it was still somewhat unexpected that the other party would kill him in such a way. Especially when he thought about how Zhuge Ruizhi didn't care about his own life in the face of threats in order not to deceive him. Such loyalty and righteousness made Yi Tiance feel once again that his friendship with this younger brother was not in vain, and his efforts in saving him were not in vain. Su Changwei said, "Hey. Your brother even dared to do such a thing. Isn't he afraid that the matter will be exposed and he will be punished by your family?" Zhuge Ruizhi smiled bitterly and said, "Although we are both descendants of the Zhuge family, in the final analysis, he is the eldest son of the Zhuge family, while I am a concubine's son, and there is a huge gap in our status and bloodline. Even in terms of ability, he has reached the pseudo-god realm and is only one step away from the god of war realm. On the contrary, I am only in the middle stage of the Grandmaster. Even if this matter is really exposed, he will definitely be treated lightly in the family in the end, and there will be very few people who can speak for me. Who made him the first choice for the family heir, and I am just a waste in their eyes." At this time, Yi Tiance said, "Who said you are a waste? In my opinion, you are much better than your brother." Zhuge Ruizhi shook his head and said, "Brother Yi, please stop making fun of me compared to Zhuge Xiafeng, my strength is indeed." But halfway through his words, he suddenly realized something. He waved his arms subconsciously. Boom! But suddenly a strong aura of martial arts was emanating. Even the air around him seemed to be shaken by his power, causing slight ripples. Fuck, I'd made a breakthrough. Zhuge Ruizhi's eyes widened instantly, and the hairs on his body stood up, as if he had seen a ghost. Even Su Changwei's eyes widened. "Are you sure? This guy's strength has actually broken through the war god realm and reached the early stage of the war god?" Yi Tiance smiled and said, "You are all right. Ruizhi's strength is indeed at the early stage of the god of war." Zhuge Ruizhi asked excitedly and incredulously, "Brother Yi, what's going on?" "I am only at the early stage of Grandmaster level. Even if I break through, it will be one small realm after another." Yi Tiance explained, "You seem to be careless at ordinary times, but in fact, you are not confident in yourself, and even inferior. In fact, in terms of talent and potential for cultivation, you are much stronger than your brother. It's just that you have not been confident and have not been taken seriously for many years, which has created the illusion that you are not as good as Zhuge Xiafeng. Previously, your meridians were severely damaged by your brother, and while I was repairing your damaged meridians and internal organs, I also stimulated the potential power in your body. In addition, Lingyun grass plays a key role. It not only repairs your damaged body tissues, but also further stimulates your meridians, skin, flesh, tendons and bones, allowing you to regain your original shape after a serious injury and be reborn. Naturally, you will be able to break through and become a strong man in the early stage of the god of war according to your actual potential. You should have become such a strong man at this age." Zhuge Ruizhi was filled with emotion. He didn't expect that after walking on the brink of life and death, he turned out to be a blessing in disguise and achieved such a huge breakthrough. You have to know how many people have spent their entire lives pursuing the improvement of the martial arts, and are even willing to pay the price of dignity, integrity, wealth, etc. for this, but in the end, everything ends up in nothing. The war god realm, in particular, has blocked the dreams of countless martial artists. And he actually achieved this goal at the age of just over 20s. No matter where he is a top genius among the younger generation of martial artists. And all of this comes from Yi Tiance. This adopted elder brother is so much better than my biological elder brother. So he knelt down on his knees in front of Yi Tiance without saying a word. He said solemnly, "Brother Yi, Sister Changwei, if you hadn't saved me, I would have lost my life long ago. I, Zhuge Ruizhi, will remember this kindness in my heart from now on, no matter if I have to go through fire and water, as long as I can be of use to you, just ask, I will never frown." Yi Tiance helped Zhuge Ruizhi up. "We are all brothers, and it is natural for us to help each other. As for you, although you have entered the early stage of the god of war, your foundation is not solid yet. You should practice diligently and stop being unconfident." "Yes. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Zhuge Ruizhi nodded seriously. At the same time, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He remembered everything Zhuge Xiefeng did tonight, and he would definitely pay it back double. At this time, Su Chanwei came up to Yi Tiance and grabbed his arm. He said anxiously, "Hurry. Hit me. Use some force." Yi Tiance was confused. "Damn, I haven't seen this woman for a few days, and she has become more aggressive? I have nothing to do, why would I hit you?" Su Changwei said seriously, "What else can I do? I also want to use Zhuge Ruizhi's method to break through. Hurry up and prepare a set for me. Don't waste time." Chapter 599 Day 2 Xianmen Conference. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. He explained with a wry smile, "Ruizhi's breakthrough this time was obviously a coincidence. The right time and right place came together, and he succeeded by chance. The whole process seems dangerous, but it is not safe at all and is not suitable for everyone. You should not try it." Su Changwei said unwillingly, "But I just want a breakthrough. Don't you love me anymore?" Yi Tiance said seriously, "I promised you at the beginning that I would help you break through to the god of war realm. Give me some time, and after the Xianmen conference is over, I will help you refine a pill that can help you break through, and it will be 100% successful, without any side effects." He. "That's pretty good. You're worthy of being the man I like." Su Chanwei was so excited that she gave Yi Tiance a big kiss on the cheek. "Leave a bright red lip mark." Yi Tiance was a little embarrassed. This woman is always so bold when expressing her love. Zhuge Ruizhi deliberately turned his head away, with infinite emotion in his heart. It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. They are both men, so why is Brother Yi always surrounded by beautiful women wherever he goes? On the contrary, he still can't get Zhuge Jingjing. I hope that the Ningzong Dan that I got from the auction this time can be given to her as a gift when I return home, and she will be satisfied and agree to it. Originally, after buying the Ningzong pill, he was still worried that Zhuge Jingjing would break through to the level of a perfect grandmaster after taking it, and he would never be able to hold his head up in front of her again and would be dealt with in various ways. Now that I have become an early-stage war god expert, I no longer need to worry about this. At this time, one of Su Changwei's subordinates trotted over. He said respectfully, "Deputy Team Leader, there was a message on the intercom just now saying that there is an emergency on the west side of Hujiao Mountain, and asked us to go and provide support." Su Changwei nodded and said, "Okay, tell them, I'll take people there right away." She looked at Yi Tiance and said reluctantly, "You bastard, I'm going to carry out a mission, remember to take care of yourself, and if you really encounter any danger, run away quickly." "Humph. Before I have any relationship with you, I will just be a living widow, okay?" Yi Tiance nodded and said, "Okay, I promise to be careful, but you should also be careful and don't be reckless when encountering things." "I know." Su Chanwei suddenly leaned close to Yi Tiance's ear. She said with a hint of temptation, "Remember to give me 3 days after the conference. I will use all my skills to completely conquer you." Hiss. Yi Tiance took a deep breath. "Wow, 3 days and 3 nights? Brother, I'm not sure I can hold on." Su Changwei waved her hand, and galloped away with her subordinates to continue their mission. Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruizhi returned to the inn to rest. After that, there was no conversation that night. Early the next morning, the sun shone on the earth, and the entire Hujiao mountain area where the Xianmen conference was held was filled with an atmosphere of tension and expectation. Because today is the focus of the entire Xianmen conference, the competition session of the Xianmen conference. Early in the morning, contestants and spectators from all over gathered at the venue of the Xianmen conference. The venue is a huge circular square surrounded by towering stone pillars engraved with mysterious runes and patterns, exuding an ancient and powerful atmosphere. There is a huge arena in the center of the square, surrounded by a circle of spectator stands. Yi Tiance, Zhuge Ruizhi, Yi Linger and Zhao Rong, the old man with the surname Zhao, also came to the venue after breakfast. Yi Linger smiled and said, "Linger will participate in today's competition, Brother Tiance. Brother Ruizhi, do you too want to join?" Linger heard that anyone who was at or above the Grandmaster level and under the age of 30, or a disciple of the Xian sect, is eligible to sign up to participate. Zhuge Ruizhi shook his head and said, "I know nothing about the Xianmen competition, I'm just here to watch the fun." "Brother Yi, why don't you give it a try?" Yi Tiance nodded. Originally, he was not very interested in this kind of low-level competition, but he thought that he lacked an alchemy furnace that could stably refine spiritual-grade elixirs. He heard that the winner of the Xianmen conference competition would have the opportunity to be rewarded with a spiritual-grade alchemy furnace. So he thought he could join in. This way we won't be late for reaching the top of Hujiao Mountain tomorrow night and completing the task assigned by our master. Afterwards, Yi Linger and Yi Tiance came to the registration office, and each of them paid a registration fee of 100 million to participate. In addition to the strength requirements for the Grandmaster, the conference also has another rule. That is, if you are representing the Xianmen forces to participate in the competition, each Xianmen force can only send one person, so as to control the total number of participants. Otherwise, any slightly stronger Xianmen force could easily send dozens of people to participate in the competition. Apart from anything else, there isn't even enough space for the competition. The registration deadline is 8:30 a.m. At this time, an old man in a white robe slowly walked onto the stage, with a Taoist-like aura. The old man had a kind face and his eyes revealed wisdom and majesty. "Meet this person." There was an immediate buzz of discussion from the audience. "Oh my god, if I remember correctly, this man is one of the elders who organized the Longhua Xianmen conference. His name is Guangchang, and he is in charge of the organization of our Tiannan province Xianmen conference." Guangchang was originally a lone ranger in our Tiannan province. His strength reached the level of a war god very early on. Later, by chance, he joined the ranks of cultivators many years ago. His strength reached the late stage of body refining. He is definitely a big shot. Now he has been recruited by the organizer of the Xianmen conference and has become one of the elders. He is very prestigious in the Xuanjie circle of our Tiannan province. With him here, the fairness of the competition will definitely be guaranteed. Alas! I don't know when I can become such a big shot. I will have no regrets even if I die. Guangchang cleared his throat. He said in a loud voice, "Dear contestants and audience, welcome to the Xianmen conference. We will hold a grand competition here to determine the most outstanding Xianmen disciple. This conference is divided into an alchemy contest in the morning, a magic contest in the afternoon, and a martial arts contest in the evening. In the end, we will rank according to the comprehensive results." I heard that there were all kinds of discussions in the audience. 3 different competition events were held throughout the whole day, making the competition very exciting. Guangchang continued, "In the alchemy competition, contestants will have 2 hours to refine the elixir. We will grade the pills based on their quality, efficacy, and difficulty of refining. The highest score is 100 points, and the lowest is 0. In the magic competition, contestants will demonstrate their magic, and we will score them based on factors such as the power, skills, and adaptability of their magic. Again, the highest score is 100 and the lowest score is 0. As for the final martial arts competition rules, keep them secret for now. After the first 2 competitions are over, I will introduce them to you. Chapter 600 The 1RD Competition. After hearing this introduction, there was another round of discussion in the audience. "Oh my god, this old guy is really good at keeping us in suspense and being mysterious." Although the competition items are the same every time at the Xianmen conference, the assessment methods are different. We can always give everyone something new. We've only talked about the rules of the competition, not the rewards. Yes. What is the reward for this competition? Tell everyone quickly. Guangchang stroked his beard and smiled. Please be patient, everyone. Let me explain slowly. This conference will determine the top 10 contestants, and the 10th place will receive 100 spirit crystal fragments, 10 precious herbs and 10 ordinary high-level elixirs. For every additional rank, 100 spirit crystal fragments, 10 precious herbs and 10 ordinary high-level elixirs will be added to this basis, and so on. The top 3 participants in this conference will also receive an additional mid-level spiritual medicine pill. The winner will also receive an additional high-level spiritual alchemy furnace. Wow! Guangchang's words caused a sensation at the scene. Oh my god! The rewards for this conference are quite generous. If I can make it into the top 10, I will definitely make a fortune. TSK. If calculated this way, the winner will receive 1,000 spirit crystal fragments, 100 precious herbs, and 100 ordinary high-level elixirs. Such a large amount of resources would take several years for the 3 major sects to accumulate. What are those things you mentioned? The most amazing one is the high-level spiritual alchemy furnace. This grade of alchemy furnace is hard to come by. All the Xianmen forces in Tiannan province combined may not have more than one hand, at least on the surface. No wonder the 3 major Xianmen forces all sent out their most outstanding young descendants this time. It's hard to say who will be the winner, but the top 3 places in the conference will definitely be taken by the 3 major sects. As for the others, they will be thankful if they can make it into the top 10. After listening to the introduction, Yi Tiance nodded slightly. A high-grade spiritual alchemy furnace, this thing is quite good. With it, you can refine high-grade spiritual pills. Although this level of elixir is of little use to him. But for other people around you, it is definitely of great use. At least the martial artists around him, such as Su Changwei, Zhang Xiuhu, Zhong Tao and others, can be successfully promoted to become war god-level warriors. Even ordinary people, such as Han Ruoyun, Rong Meiyan and others, have the opportunity to be reborn and join the ranks of martial artists or even cultivators. Of course, these pills also require a lot of precious medicinal materials. I have to collect little by little. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the alchemy competition officially began. The contestants have already walked into the square, and there are more than 100 of them. At this time, the audience and people from various sects were sitting in the outer audience seats. Cheer for your relatives, friends or representatives of your sect. Zhuge Ruizhi waved his fist and said, "Come on, Brother Yi. Come on, Linger. Go, go, go." Zhao Rong sat aside, his eyes slightly narrowed. Ever since the auction ended yesterday, he had been paying attention to Yi Tiance intentionally or unintentionally, but he never found anything special about him. Therefore, he was not optimistic about whether Yi Tiance could achieve good results in this conference. On the contrary, he was very relieved about Yi Linger. If nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely be in the top 3 and may even have a chance to compete for the winner. Once I become the final winner, with the generous rewards of the conference, I should be able to find a way to cure Linger's strange disease. In the audience seats on the other side not far away, Zhuge Xiefeng and Yu Rongrong were sitting there. Zhuge Xiefeng was looking forward to the end of the morning's alchemy competition, and then he would find a way to curry favor with the people with the best alchemy attainments, hoping to ask them to help him refine an advanced pill. At this time, "Come on, Brother Yi. Take first place." A burst of cheering sounded, and the voice was very familiar. He was stunned for a moment, and when he turned around and saw that the other person was Zhuge Ruizhi, he felt sick. This guy is still alive? How is it possible? You have to know that last night, he personally beat Zhuge Ruizhi so hard that he was left with only one breath left and was no longer in human form. Just when he was about to kill him, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching in the distance. For a moment, I was worried about being discovered, so I quickly slipped away. I thought that since Zhuge Ruizhi's injuries were so severe that there was no possibility of being treated, there was no need to worry. But I didn't expect that after not seeing him for one night, not only was this guy fine, but he was full of energy. How could such an unreasonable thing happen? At this moment, Juga Rueji also turned around, and the eyes of the two met in an instant. In an instant. Juga Siethang actually felt a sense of crisis, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. The hairs on his body stood up unconsciously and he felt uneasy. Impossible. This guy is only at the mid-stage grandmaster level and can't even beat me with one hand, so how could he have such a strong sense of oppression? I must be hallucinating. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. When he looked at Juga Rueji again, he found that the latter had turned his head away and was no longer looking at him. Hateful. Juga Siethang gritted his teeth. No, I absolutely cannot let this guy leave the Xianmen conference alive, otherwise after he returns to the family and publicizes this matter, my reputation will be ruined. In the VIP audience seats on the other side, Su Zishi and Granny Lu also came to watch the game. In fact, Su Zishi wore a mask today. On the one hand, they were worried about being recognized by others and being targeted by the Shadow Alliance again. On the other hand, I was slapped several times by Su Changwei last night, and my face is still red and swollen. I am too embarrassed to see anyone, okay? At this time, the two also noticed Yi Tiance in the center of the venue. Granny Lu was surprised and asked, young Master Yi is also participating in this Xianmen conference. Could it be that he can also refine pills? Su Zishi frowned. Thinking about what happened last night, she couldn't stop feeling aggrieved and complaining. If it weren't for this bastard, how could I be so unlucky at this Xianmen conference? Also, as a grown man, why doesn't he give in to me a little? She curled her lips and snorted coldly. In my opinion, he participated in the competition just to attract attention. Although I don't know much about alchemy, I know that it is a very profound knowledge. Even the disciples of Xianmen have to study for many years to get started, so I don't believe that he, who has been married into the Shao family for several years, can also refine pills. Granny Lu frowned and said worriedly, but yesterday, Master Yi took out a detoxification pill at the auction, and later gave one to Su Changwei. What if he made it himself? Wouldn't that mean? Chapter 601 Alchemy Competition begins. Su Zishi shook her head and said, Grandma Lu, what kind of magic potion did that bastard give you? He actually asked you to speak for him? Didn't you hear yesterday that the detoxification pill in his hand was clearly obtained from somewhere else, and he even offended Yuanyang Valley for it, so he can't make a detoxification pill by himself? Granny Lu didn't answer. She sighed softly. Ever since her young lady met Yi Tiance, she seemed like a different person, and she does things more emotionally than rationally. This way. If Master Yi really shows great attainments in alchemy, how will you deal with it then? In the Yanggu area, there were more than 10 people from Yuanyanga sitting there, cheering for Aoishian. The Grand Elder of Yuanyang Valley, Taoist Gu Ping, sat at the front of the audience. Taoist Master Gu Ping glanced at the audience. Ishian will definitely be among the top 3 in today's meeting. It may be difficult for him to win after all. Yuqi Lingfeng from Wuqi Mountain and Luo Yushi from Lingyu Pavilion are both in the middle stage of body refining, while Ishian is only in the early stage of body refining. Sitting behind him was an old Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and with a slightly shifty look. This old Taoist priest was none other than the influential Taoist Master Gongsun who had been cheating people in Jiangnan City. Later, on the night when the Ji family was destroyed, this guy realized something was wrong in advance and ran away back to Yuanyang Valley, luckily escaping with his life. This morning, he also arrived in time to attend the meeting, hoping to broaden his horizons. He flattered him, Great Elder, the young Valley Master is extremely talented. Even if he is slightly inferior in strength, he is smart and resourceful, and good at adapting to changing circumstances. He will definitely be able to defeat Wukishan and Lingyu Pavilion and win honor for our Yuanyang Valley. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly flickered, and then he was stunned. It's him. How is it possible? Taoist Gu Ping raised his eyebrows and asked, what's wrong? Taoist Gongsun pointed at Yi Tiance in the meeting hall. He said with excitement and seriousness, Great Elder, it's him. He is Yi Tiance. It was this guy who killed senior brother Yunhai and senior brother Yunlong in Jiangnan City. Oh? Is it him? Taoist Gu Ping narrowed his eyes. Although Taoist Master Yunhai and Taoist Master Yunlong are not the most important figures in Yuanyang Valley, they are still veterans after all. When he was killed in Jiangnan City, many people in Yuanyang Valley were dissatisfied and they were determined to take revenge. But at that time, Yuanyang Valley was preparing to participate in the Xianmen conference, so he thought about putting the matter of revenge aside for the time being, and then go to Jiangnan City to find Yi Tiance after the conference was over. Unexpectedly, this kid actually came to my door on his own initiative. Not only that. Taoist Gu Ping also noticed that Yi Tiance was the young man who took out the detoxification pill at the auction yesterday and had a grudge against Aoishian. What a coincidence. Taoist Gongsun fanned the flames and said, "Great Elder, this Yi Tiance is extremely arrogant. He threatened that our Yuanyang Valley is shit. This arrogant villain must not be let off." Taoist Gu Ping sneered, "Since we meet here, I will definitely not let him leave the Xianmen conference alive. The day the conference ends, he will be killed." Inside the venue, there is an independent area in front of all contestants, with the contestants' numbers corresponding to their positions in front of each of them. There is the same alchemy furnace and herbs on the table. Yi Tiance took a glance. This alchemy furnace is just a very ordinary mid-grade alchemy furnace, which is inferior to the ones Shui gave him. He estimated that the alchemy test he would be doing later would not be difficult. Sitting on Yi Tiance's right was Yi Linger. She looked relaxed and whispered to Yi Tiance, "Brother Tiance, we are really destined to meet. Our serial numbers are actually next to each other." Yi Tiance nodded and smiled. For some reason, every time he saw Yi Linger, he had a very intimate feeling, an indescribable feeling of blood kinship. He even suspected that his parents had secretly given birth to a younger sister for him. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounded. "Boy, you actually have the guts to come and participate in the competition. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you have the qualifications?" Yi Tiance turned his head. On his left was Aoishian standing there with an unfriendly expression. Yi Tiance retorted, "Even a clown like you can come to participate in the competition. Why can't I, your father?" "Fuck. You're just..." Aoishian was about to explode. But then he realized that the alchemy competition was about to begin, and if he took action at this time he would definitely be disqualified. He took a deep breath. "Boy, you can talk as much as you want, but don't blow up the furnace while refining the elixir, or you'll be embarrassed." The words fell. I saw a woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face slowly walking onto the stage. She was wearing a purple dress and looked elegant. She was Zi Yan, the host of this alchemy competition. She also hosted the auction yesterday. Zi Yan opened her red lips slightly, her voice clear and pleasant. "Dear contestants, welcome to the alchemy competition of the Xianmen conference. I am the host Zi Yan, and now I will introduce the rules of this alchemy competition to you. I believe everyone has noticed that everyone's alchemy furnace and herbs are the same, but this time we require the name of the elixir to be refined to be small advanced elixir. The final judging criteria are mainly based on the quality of the elixir. The competition lasts for 2 hours. During this period, all contestants are not allowed to use any cheating methods. Once cheating is discovered, the contestant will be disqualified immediately. In addition, during the alchemy process, all contestants must pay attention to safety and avoid accidents. If the alchemy furnace explodes due to improper operation, the competition will end immediately and be recorded as 0 points. So without further ado, I declare that the alchemy competition officially begins." At the command, a tense and heated atmosphere suddenly filled the square. More than 100 contestants devoted themselves to the refining of minor advanced pills. Yi Tiance did not rush to take action, but put his hands behind his back and made a simple analysis. This small advanced pill is an ordinary primary grade pill, and its effect is to enable a warrior to reach perfection and break through to become an early stage master. The probability of breakthrough is 50%. If it fails, there will be no possibility of breakthrough and advancement in the future. In terms of efficacy, it is much weaker than the advanced pills, so it is called a small advanced pill. This kind of pill is not rare in the Xuanjie circle, but it can be sold at a very high price in the secular world, attracting many weak martial artists to give it a try. It was naturally not a difficult task for him to make pills of this level. Yi Tiance glanced around. Other Other contestants have started one after another. Yi Linger, who was sitting on the right, had already skillfully prepared the herbs and lit the alchemy furnace. This little girl has pretty good skills. She really has some background and is not just an ordinary person. As for Ao Yixian from Yuanyang Valley, Saint Yushi from Lingyu Pavilion, Yuqi Lingfeng from Wuqi Mountain and other core disciples of Xianmen also began to refine pills. They are all alchemy geniuses in their respective forces, so refining minor advanced pills is naturally a piece of cake for them. Of course, a considerable number of these people are forced to participate. They are not proficient in alchemy and participate in the competition just to try their luck. So, under the premise that nothing unexpected happened, an accident occurred. Chapter 602 Alchemist Rank. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang and the alchemy furnace in the venue exploded. Sparks flew, smoke billowed, and an unlucky guy was blown black in the face and his eyebrows were burnt. Ziyan announced directly, competitor number 23, the alchemy furnace exploded, the alchemy failed, the competition is over. The man wailed and left the venue unwillingly. In addition to the furnace explosion, some people threw herbs into the furnace and soon they were burnt to ashes, and some people even took herbs orally to check their properties and were poisoned and passed out. In short, there are all kinds of problems. Ao Yixian sneered disdainfully, competing in alchemy with such a bunch of trash is really a humiliation. He glanced at Yi Tiance. It was discovered that the latter did not start refining the elixir, but was leisurely playing with his mobile phone. He couldn't help but sneered, you're not thinking of using your phone to look up the method of alchemy, are you? It's really weird. If this method works, I won't have any problem making you eat shit. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. If you want to get free food and drinks, just tell me the toilet is on the left outside the venue. Just walk in and eat whatever you want. What the hell? Ao Yixian glared and was about to explode. Suddenly, the lid of the alchemy furnace in front of him creaked and a puff of black smoke spewed out. Not good. Ao Yixian's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly mobilized the meager spiritual power in his body to control the temperature in the furnace. He was distracted by the other party and didn't pay attention to the changes in the temperature in the furnace, which caused some problems in the rhythm of alchemy. Although it's not a big deal, it will eventually affect the quality of the pill. Fuck. It's all this guy's fault for interfering. Now Ao Yixian didn't dare to be careless and focused all his attention on refining the elixir, no longer paying attention to Yi Tiance. At this time, in the judges' seats in front of the venue, there were 3 old men sitting there. Sitting in the middle is the person in charge of the organizer of this conference, Elder Guangchang. On his left and right sat an old man wearing a yellow coat and a gray zhongshan suit respectively. They also come from the top of the conference organizers. The 3 of them were all quite accomplished in alchemy and were discussing the ongoing competition with great interest. Although there are some unqualified contestants, the remaining contestants are in pretty good shape. Well, the level of the contestants this time is higher than in previous years. Many of them have reached the level of first-grade alchemists, especially the heirs of the 3 major mysterious sects. Their alchemy techniques and rhythm are comparable to many second-grade alchemists. It is naturally very easy for them to refine small advanced pills. In our Xianmen circle, only a small number of people have the qualifications to become alchemists. They are divided into different levels of alchemists based on the quality of the pills they can refine. Those who can refine ordinary primary grade pills are first-grade alchemists, ordinary intermediate grade pills are second-grade alchemists, and so on. Small advanced pills are ordinary primary grade pills. If you want to refine them successfully, you must have the level of a first-grade alchemist. This is also the purpose of the conference, to assess them. The old man in the yellow coat stroked his beard and said with emotion, "It's a pity that the process of refining pills is extremely difficult, especially if you want to refine spiritual pills. You need a 4th grade or higher alchemist. I don't know if these young people present here will have the opportunity to have such a master in the future." The old man in the zhongshan suit shook his head and said, "How difficult is it to become a 4th grade alchemist? Nowadays, there are very few 4th grade alchemists in our Tiannan province. You and I spent decades and only barely achieved it last year. Brother Guangchang has a say in this after all. He is one of the few 5th grade alchemists who can refine mid-level spiritual pills. He is the leader of the alchemy world in Tiannan province." Elder Guangchang smiled modestly and said, "You two are too polite. I have only made a small achievement in alchemy, but I am far from being a top master." But speaking of mid-level spiritual medicine, at the auction yesterday, a young man exchanged a mid-level spiritual detoxification pill for a spiritual source fruit plus 500 spiritual crystal fragments, which caused quite a stir. The two old men beside him nodded. "I have heard about this matter. I went to see the detoxification pill last night. It is genuine and of good quality. We, the organizer, are lucky to be able to exchange for a pill of that level. In fact, what I am curious about is where that young man came from. How could he have obtained a spiritual intermediate grade detoxification pill? Brother Guangchang, do you know?" Elder Guangchang shook his head and said, "I don't know where he came from, but what's interesting is that the young man actually participated in the alchemy competition today. Look." He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Yi Tiance in the meeting room. The two old men beside him looked puzzled when they saw this. "Huh? Why hasn't this kid started refining the elixir yet? It's almost half an hour already. Could it be that he doesn't know how to do it at all? If he can't even make an elixir, then he can't have a very powerful origin. Maybe he got the detoxification pill by chance. Aoishian from Yuanyang Valley had a dispute with him over this." Elder Guangchang suddenly joked, "What do you think would happen if the detoxification pill was made by this young man?" Hear the words. The two old men shook their heads. "Brother Guangchang, don't be ridiculous. He is only about 25 or 26 years old. If he can make an antidote, he would be a 5th grade alchemist, 1 grade higher than both of us. How could such a thing happen? Ha ha. If he really has this level, I will do nothing else for the rest of my life. I will definitely worship him as my master and serve him tea and water." Ha ha. Elder Guangchang smiled heartily. In fact, he was joking. At the age of 25 or 26, he became a 5th-rank alchemist? This was simply unheard of, not to mention the most outstanding young disciples within the 3 major Xianmen sects. Even if the organizers of their Xianmen conference had held so many Xianmen conferences in various provinces. I have never seen such an evil genius. Unless. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Yi Tian had taken action. Yi Tiance put his cell phone in his pocket and stretched. He did not light the alchemy furnace in the traditional way like others did. Instead, he stretched out his hands and placed them gently on the alchemy furnace. The movements are gentle and graceful, as if caressing a precious work of art. This action left the judges and other audience members confused. They had no idea what Yi Tiance was doing. Su Zishi couldn't help but curl her lips and said, "Huh. Could it be that this bastard wanted to steal the alchemy furnace because he saw its quality? This is something he can do." Taoist Gongsun sneered, "Although this bastard is very good at medicine and martial arts, his alchemy skills are just hilarious." Zhuge Xiefeng said sarcastically, "Can you refine a minor advanced pill with your level? I'm afraid that even a dog may not be willing to eat the final pill." This complaint happened to be heard by Zhuge Ruizhi. He responded coldly, "When Brother Yi refines the elixir, you won't even have the chance to be a dog and snatch it." Chapter 603 Xin Yuan Alchemy. Zhuge Xiefeng frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Zhuge Ruizhi sneered, "What I mean is that when Brother Yi refines the elixir, he will definitely shock everyone. You didn't even have the chance to smell that elixir, and you don't even realize how smelly it is." He. Zhuge Xiefeng said sarcastically, "Then I will really wait and see." Yu Rongrong beside him also had a look of disdain on her face and didn't believe at all that Yi Tiance could refine pills. Even Zhao Rong frowned slightly. He couldn't understand where Zhuge Ruizhi got the confidence to trust Yi Tiance so much. Even shocked the whole audience. There is Linger, and there are also the future heirs of the 3 major Xianmen. No matter what, it would not be Yi Tiance's turn to shock the whole audience, right? At this time, Yi Tiance didn't care about what people around him said. While stroking the alchemy furnace, he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and slowly injected it into the alchemy furnace through his hands. The purpose of doing this is to improve the toughness of the alchemy furnace in a short period of time, which is equivalent to adding a layer of buff to it and increasing the quality of alchemy. This is a special technique from the Xianyuan alchemy that his master passed down to him. Then Yi Tiance picked up the herbs one by one, but instead of putting them directly into the alchemy furnace, he held them in his hands and observed them carefully. He gently stroked the leaves of the herbs, put them under his nose, and sniffed their aroma, as if he was tasting a precious wine. The audience was talking about it. What is this kid doing? Are you sure he's refining pills? Everyone's herbs are the same. Is it necessary to observe them so carefully? Hiss, is this guy a pervert? He looks weird. Just when everyone didn't understand, Yi Tiance waved his hand. Go away. The herbs left his palm and began to float and spin around the alchemy furnace. When this scene appeared, many people present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? These herbs are floating in the air. My goodness, even Newton's coffin lid can't be held down. The laws of science no longer exist. Can anyone tell me what this phenomenon is? Could it be a magic trick? It's very interesting. The three old men on the judges' panel all had slightly changed expressions. Controlling herbs through the air to make pills? Isn't this a method that is only needed to make spiritual-grade pills? This young man actually knows how to do it? Ha ha. Maybe he is also a cultivator. For a cultivator, controlling objects through the air is not a difficult task. It just consumes the spiritual energy in the body, so generally they don't do that. Moreover, the small advanced pill is just an ordinary primary pill, but he uses this wasteful way of spiritual energy to refine it, which only proves that he does not know how to refine pills. The old man in the yellow coat and the old man in the gray Zhongshan suit were arguing fiercely. Elder Guangchang frowned and did not participate in the conversation between the two. He was just surprised that this young man was actually a cultivator, which was rare in Tiannan province except for the Xianmen forces. Also, he can control spiritual power, so why can't I feel how strong he is? It's really weird. Time passed by minute. The contestants used various means to enter the critical stage of alchemy. Aoi Xian stared at the alchemy furnace intently, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. He kept changing the spells with his hands to control the flames in the furnace. As time went by, the elixir in the alchemy furnace gradually took shape. After the flame was extinguished and the lid was opened, a small advanced pill with a slightly dull color was found lying inside the furnace. Although the medicinal fragrance has a certain concentration, careful observation will reveal that there are some tiny flaws on the surface of the pill. Aoi Xian frowned. Although the elixir was successfully refined, the quality level was not very ideal, and it was estimated to be only at the good grade level. Generally speaking, the same kind of elixir will be divided into 4 grades according to the quality of the elixir. The worst is the ordinary grade. This type of elixir has a rough appearance, uneven color, a weak medicinal fragrance, unstable efficacy, and many impurities. Most alchemists produce elixirs of this level. The slightly better ones are of good grade. This type of pill has a more regular appearance, more uniform color, moderate medicinal fragrance, no peculiar smell, relatively stable efficacy, and fewer impurities. Being able to refine this type of pill means one is already a very good alchemist. The next level up is the excellent grade. This type of pill has a round and smooth appearance, bright and uniform color, a strong medicinal fragrance, significant medicinal effect, and very few impurities, but the refining conditions for pills of this quality are harsh, and very few alchemists can do it. Finally, there is the excellent grade. This type of elixir looks like a work of art, flawless, with a rich aroma, powerful efficacy, and may even exceed expectations, with almost no impurities. Even the most experienced alchemist would have to rely on luck to make a pill of this quality. If it were put on the market, the price would often be dozens of times or even more than that of a good quality pill. It is hard to come by. The reason why Aoi Xian was unhappy was that with his level, he could normally refine excellent grade pills. However, because of the influence of Yi Tiance before, he was only at the good level in the end. It's all Yi Tiance's fault. He turned his head and glared at Yi Tiance fiercely. Then look at the main competitors elsewhere. Saint Yushi gently waved the jade rui in her hand. The process of her refining the elixir was like a graceful dance. Every movement was full of rhythm, which made people feel itchy just by watching it. Yuchi Lingfeng had a grim expression on his face. His way of refining the elixir was full of domineering and rough movements. After a while, 2 hours were up. Ziyan announced, "The time for alchemy is over, everyone stop refining the alchemy and wait for the judges to evaluate and score." Elder Guangchang and 2 other judges walked down from the judges' seats and came to the center of the venue, judging and scoring one by one in order of serial numbers. The color of this pill is acceptable, but the purity is slightly poor, and the efficacy is not very stable. The quality of the pill is ordinary, 30 points. The method of refining this pill is somewhat unique, but the details are insufficient. The quality of the pill is ordinary, 32 points. This pill has a strong medicinal aroma, but its efficacy is unstable, between average and good levels, 45 points. Most of the contestants scored below 50 points. Until they came to Saint Yushi and saw the pill she had refined. The 3 judges' eyes suddenly lit up. Elder Guangchang exclaimed, "This pill has bright color, rich fragrance, pure and without impurities, and very powerful medicinal effect. It is actually an excellent or even close to excellent quality. I am willing to give it 95 points. The other 2 judges also nodded and praised generously. 95 points is well deserved. To be able to refine ordinary primary grade pills of this quality, her alchemy level is already that of a third-grade alchemist. At such a young age, you have reached the level of a third-grade alchemist. Given time, your future prospects will be limitless." There was amazement in the audience. She is worthy of being the saint of Lingyu Pavilion. She is indeed excellent, and she deserves to be the goddess in the Xuanjie circle. Saint Yushi seemed to have expected this result. Her eyes were cold and there was a hint of pride in them. In the art of alchemy, she was confident that she was the best among those present. Even the heirs of the 2 remaining Xianmen forces were no match for her. However, just a few seconds later, Elder Guangchang couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "Fuck!" Chapter 6042 Full Marks. This exclamation immediately attracted the attention of Saint Yushi. The other contestants around also turned to look. I saw 3 judges standing in front of a man in a gray robe. Elder Guangchang holds a small advanced pill. He said with an excited expression, "Fuck. This is actually an excellent grade small advanced pill." The other 2 judges also nodded, their eyes full of amazement. The quality of this pill is simply perfect. Whether its color, purity, or efficacy, it has reached the extreme. Such a high-quality small-level advanced pill is simply the pinnacle of the art of alchemy. Even I cannot guarantee that I can refine a small-level advanced pill of this quality 100%. Listening to the 3 judges' discussions, everyone around looked incredulous. Did I hear it right? This is actually an excellent grade minor advanced pill. This is the first time I've seen it. TSK. Being able to consistently refine excellent grade small-level advanced pills, doesn't that mean he must be a 4th-grade alchemist? A 4th-grade alchemist can refine elementary-grade spiritual pills. This kind of alchemist is definitely the strongest alchemist in a smaller Xianmen. Even in the 3 major Xianmen forces, there are very few of them. Yes, except for Elder Guangchang, the 2 judges are only 4th-grade alchemists. The point is that this person is no more than 30 years old. Holy shit. This monster is even more powerful than the 3 major Xianmen forces? Who on earth is he? Everyone was talking about it. Even Saint Yushi frowned, looking a little surprised. She looked at the man in the gray robe and found that he exuded a strange cold aura. As his face was covered by a bronze mask, her true appearance could not be seen clearly. What is the origin of this person? He actually has such attainments in alchemy? Saint Yushi was somewhat unwilling to accept this, because if she did this, she would not be the first place in the alchemy competition, but would only be second place. The masked man in the gray robe asked coldly, "Is it time to grade?" Ah. Ouch. The 3 judges were stunned at first, then nodded. This is an excellent elixir with almost no flaws. I would give it a full score of 100. I am willing to give it 100 points. I second the motion. So in today's alchemy competition, the first person to score full 100 points appeared. The contestants and audience present were stunned. I didn't expect that in today's competition, there would be a dark horse besides the 3 major Xianmen forces. The key point is that this person is dressed mysteriously and no one knows where he came from. For a moment, the pressure on other contestants doubled. Especially the children of the three major Shinmen forces. After all, in this conference, the rewards for the top three are the most generous. If a dark horse emerges and takes a spot, one party will inevitably be excluded in the end. The three judges looked at the gray-robed masked man for a few seconds before continuing to judge and score. Most of them are below 50 points, with occasional players around 60 points. Until the investigation reached Yuchi Lingfeng of Wuchi Mountain. The quality of his elixir was excellent, with details slightly worse than those of Saint Yushi, and his final score was 90 points. Yuchi Lingfeng nodded with slight satisfaction. Although his score was not as good as the 100 points of the gray-robed masked man and the 95 points of Saint Yushi, judging from the level of the remaining contestants, he could steadily rank among the top three. There was hardly any objection. However, this thought had just come to his mind for a short time. Suddenly, a horrified voice sounded again. How could it be? It's another excellent grade small advanced pill. This voice attracted everyone's attention. I saw that Elder Guangchang was holding a small advanced pill in his hand. It was round and smooth, with bright and uniform color, exuding a powerful medicinal aroma, and there was no flaw to be found. The other two judges also came over, their faces also filled with shock. Incredible, two excellent grade pills appeared in succession. What's going on today? It's rare for an excellent grade elixir to appear at a Shinmen conference on normal days, but today two appeared at once? That's right, the person standing in front of the three of them was Yi Linger. At this moment, she was smiling sweetly, with cute dimples on her cheeks, and she was in a very good mood. In fact, she had just reached the level of a fourth-grade alchemist not long ago, and her success rate in refining excellent-level small advanced pills was only about 30%. Fortunately, she took the Lingyuan fruit yesterday. Although it did not cure her strange illness, it made her control over the spiritual power in her body more delicate and free. Therefore, the process of refining the minor advanced pills today was smoother and easier. It is estimated that if she can now normally refine an excellent-level minor advanced pill, the success rate will be at least 70%. After all of this should be thanks to Brother Tiance. The three judges looked at each other. Finally, I gave it a full score of 100 again. Boom! As soon as the result was announced, the whole audience became excited again. Another perfect score. Isn't this amazing? Who is this little girl? Judging from her age, she is probably only 16 or 17 years old. She has such a talent for alchemy at such a young age. It's simply terrifying. Is there going to be a massive explosion of excellent elixirs today? This is too scary. The other contestants were also stunned. They looked at Yi Linger with admiration and jealousy in their eyes. Saint Yushi frowned, and it became difficult for her to maintain her cold expression. They were both women, but she was obviously older than the other party, but her attainments in alchemy were better than hers. This made her feel frustrated that her title of the #1 female cultivator in the Xian realm of Tiannan province was not worthy of its reputation. Why is this happening? Yuchi Lingfeng looked unhappy. I thought I could maintain my top 3 ranking, but unexpectedly another monster appeared and surpassed me. In this case, we can only hope for a big explosion in the remaining 2 competitions. Ao Ishian's mentality exploded. How can a little girl who hasn't even grown all her hair be so powerful? Damn it! The gray-robed and masked man turned his head slightly, stayed on Yi Linger for 2 seconds, and then turned his head away again. He did not speak from beginning to end. As for the audience on the stage, their expressions were all different. Juga Rueiji was surprised and said, I didn't realize that Linger is so awesome. Full marks. 666. Zhao Rong stroked his beard with a little pride. Everything seemed to be as expected. On the other side, Zhuge Xiafeng frowned. In his opinion, for a contestant who could get full marks, it would not be difficult to refine advanced pills, and he could have invited the other party to help with the refining. As it turns out, this little girl has a good relationship with Yi Tiance. I'm afraid it's not easy to invite them. As for the gray-robed masked man, it looked difficult to approach him, and it seemed that it would be difficult. Su Zishi clenched his fists and was in a bad mood. Yesterday, Yi Tiance gave the Lingyuan fruit to that little girl, but it turned out that this little girl had such amazing alchemy skills. Could it be that she is also Yi Tiance's fiancée? Even underage women were not spared. The point is that it is so excellent. What right does Yi Tiance have? No. I must find a chance to talk to this girl and tell her to stay away from this dirty bastard. Chapter 605, Legendary Pill. The area where Yuanyang Valley is located. The great elder, Taoist Pingu, narrowed his eyes slightly. He whispered, "Oh, she is indeed from Xianyuan sect. It seems that this little girl must be a talented disciple among the remnants of Xianyuan sect. We can't let her go now." He looked towards the area where Wuchi Mountain was located, and saw an old man in black clothes sitting in the center. This person is the head of the 7 elders of Wuchi Mountain, Wushou, who has the strength of a mid-stage body refining. Wushou nodded slightly to Taoist Pingu, indicating that he understood what he meant. As the Xianmen forces that participated in adding insult to injury to Xuanyuanmen back then, both sides naturally would not watch Xuanyuanmen continue to survive in this world. So last night, they reached a cooperation. Next to Wushou sat a burly young man. He suddenly frowned and lowered his voice and said, "Great elder, I remembered something, but I don't know whether I should tell you or not. If you fart, let it go." This is what happened some time ago. The 7th elder Wu Wei went to the Rong family in the provincial capital, but he died unexpectedly. Due to the complexity of the incident and the fact that we are busy with the Xianmen conference, we are only investigating the real murderer who killed him and have not yet focused on revenge. What is the result? We got the identity information of the murderer from Rong Tianli of the Rong family. His name is Yi Tiance, and a photo was attached. I just noticed that the boy next to Ao Ishian in the venue looks exactly like Yi Tiance. He should be the real murderer. Oh? Hearing this, Wushou's cold eyes flashed with a cold light. Although Wu Wei's strength is not that great, he is one of the 7 elders of Wu Wei Mountain after all. In terms of status, he is his 7th brother and they have a deep relationship. During this period of time, he has been looking for clues to the real murderer. After searching for a long time, I finally found it without any effort. Boy, you are not far from death. After the 3 judges looked at Yi Linger meaningfully, they came to Yi Tiance this time. In fact, from the previous alchemy process, the 3 of them had noticed Yi Tiance and were very curious about his alchemy method. I don't know what kind of surprise this kid can bring them. Just thinking that there have been 2 monstrous geniuses with full marks in a row, they probably think that nothing can surprise them anymore. The lid of the alchemy furnace in front of Yi Tiance has not been opened yet. Elder Guangchang asked, "My friend, have you finished refining the elixir?" Without waiting for Yi Tiance to answer. Ao Ishian on the other side couldn't help but said sarcastically, "Oh, maybe the herbs have been refined into ashes and can't be condensed into pills at all?" As a result, the next second, his originally disdainful expression became dull. As Yi Tiance waved his hand, the lid of the alchemy furnace opened automatically. Boom! A strong light suddenly burst out from the alchemy furnace, so much so that everyone nearby subconsciously closed their eyes. When the light gradually faded, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire square. Everyone opened their eyes, and when they saw the scene in the alchemy furnace, they were stunned. I saw a round and smooth pill slowly floating out of the alchemy furnace. It had a uniform color, was pure without impurities, and exuded a rich fragrance. And there is a clearly visible texture on the surface of the pill, outlining a mysterious and powerful aura. The area around the venue fell into dead silence for a moment, followed by a deafening roar. The audience and some contestants stood up and craned their necks to get a clearer look at the magical pill. What is this? Why is this pill different from others? Why is there light? Why are there textures? Am I seeing things? Although I haven't seen it, I was shocked. Ao Ishian's eyes widened. He was very close to the pill from its scent and taste. He could feel that this pill should be a small advanced pill. But he had never seen this kind of small advanced pill. What the hell is going on here? When he was confused, he saw Elder Guangchang trembling with excitement. My eyes are red and I want to cry immediately. It's actually a legendary elixir. I can actually see a legendary elixir again in my lifetime. Boom. These words instantly caused shock and confusion among many people. Aoi Xian subconsciously asked, legendary elixir? Aren't there only 4 levels of elixir quality, ordinary, good, excellent, and outstanding? What's the legendary level? This was not only his question, but also the question of many contestants present. They have been refining pills for so many years, but have never heard of anything legendary. Elder Guangchang took a deep breath, tried to calm his inner excitement, and slowly explained. The quality levels of the pills you usually come into contact with are indeed ordinary, good, excellent, and outstanding. The reason why you don't know about the legendary level is because it is a mysterious existence that only appears occasionally in ancient books and records. Elder Guangchang narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was lost in distant memories. It is said that the control of spiritual power required to refine legendary elixirs must reach an extreme level of precision, the control of the fire must reach a superb level, and the medicinal properties of the herbs must be known to the core. Of course, these are not the most demanding conditions. The most important thing is that one must reach an astonishing level of attainment and method in alchemy, as well as the final illusory inspiration, which is something that countless people cannot do. It can be said that even if I were to refine a minor advanced pill, it would only be at the level of excellence at best. Even for a more powerful alchemist, it would be extremely difficult to do it. After all, legends are just legends. No matter what grade of pill it is, as long as it is of legendary quality, it is extremely difficult to refine it. Everyone gasped as they listened to Elder Guangchang's explanation. I really learned something today. At the same time, everyone looked at Yi Tiance with disbelief. I didn't expect that such a monster would emerge from a Xianmen conference. Aoi Xian's expression gradually changed from shock to anger and jealousy. He couldn't help but complain, so what if it's a legendary pill? After all, it's just a minor advanced pill. Its efficacy is not much better than a normal minor advanced pill. Hear the words. Elder Guangchang immediately disregarded his image. He angrily retorted, you know nothing. The effect of a legendary elixir is at least dozens of times stronger than that of an excellent elixir. Even though this is just a small advanced pill, its efficacy and value far exceeds itself, and even surpasses the advanced pill, because it can allow a pseudo-god realm master to break through to the god of war realm 100%, and it will also improve the meridians, blood, and flesh, greatly reducing the difficulty of future breakthroughs. In terms of effect and value alone, it has surpassed the ordinary primary spiritual medicine. This comment completely confused Aoi Xian. Not only him, but the audience present were shocked beyond words. You should know that the grade of the alchemy furnace determines the grade of the elixir. For example, a mid-level ordinary alchemy furnace can only produce mid-level ordinary pills. At most it is impossible to produce higher-level pills, otherwise the furnace will explode. So how did Yi Tiance do it? Chapter 606, Exceeding Full Marks. Not to mention them, even Elder Guangchang didn't understand. Using an ordinary mid-level alchemy furnace to refine a legendary minor advanced pill seemed almost impossible to him. At least he couldn't do it with his strength as a 5th-grade alchemist. This kid took out an antidote pill at the auction yesterday. Now it seems likely that he made it. It was obvious that this young man's attainments in alchemy were definitely superior to his. At such a young age, he is already at least a 5th-grade alchemist. Either he is an absolutely gifted monster, or he has an unknown background and power. Such an existence must not be underestimated. The 2 judges beside him were also already confused, and the look they gave Yi Tiance was no longer just admiration, but admiration. At this time, Yi Tiance spoke up and interrupted everyone's thoughts. Dear judges, is it your turn to give me a score now? Elder Guangchang waved his hands and said modestly, Senior, you can't say that. How can I be qualified to give you a score? This is really embarrassing for me. In the alchemy lineage, seniority has always been based on ability first, regardless of age. Yi Tiance is better at alchemy than him, so he is naturally the senior. The other 2 also hurriedly said. That's right. Senior, your alchemy skills are higher than ours. We are not qualified to judge. To be honest, This matter has exceeded our scoring standards. A full score is not enough to describe the value of this pill. The comments of several judges were heard clearly by the contestants present. Good guy. 3 judges of high status and position actually showed such respect to a contestant, even calling him senior? Are you sure this isn't the reverse Tian gang? Today was really a good day for me, and it really opened my eyes. Saint Maiden Yushi's eyes widened in shock when she heard that Yi Tiance had refined a legendary elixir. She had done extensive research on alchemy and had heard of legendary elixirs before. But I have never seen it, so I just treat it as a legend. But I didn't expect it to really exist, and I didn't expect it to be made by this man. She remembered that when they first met the day before yesterday, she just thought that this man was just a little handsome, but nothing special about him. Including yesterday at the auction, when he took out the detoxification pill, she thought it was just luck. How could she have imagined that his alchemy skills were so amazing? Who is this man? Where does it come from? Saint Yushi couldn't calm down for a long time. This was the first time in many years that she felt curious about a man. A layer of gloom spread over Yuchi Lingfeng's gloomy face. Damn it, a dark horse has emerged. Aoishan did not hide the jealousy and hatred on his face. He secretly said in his heart, I will never allow it. There are people with more talent than me. Boy, don't be too proud too soon, just wait. The grey-robed and masked man looked at Yi Tiance deeply, then turned his head, slightly thoughtful. Only Yi Linger said excitedly, wow. Brother Tiance is so amazing. I said that, Brother Tiance, you are amazing. Can I learn alchemy from you in the future? Yi Tiance smiled and nodded, no problem. I'll teach you if you want to learn. Hear this. Elder Guangchang and the other 3 judges almost lost their knees and knelt down to Yi Tiance. Senior, please also teach us the art of alchemy. Of course, when you are in public, you still have to care about your image. Yi Tiance said to the 3 people, since I have participated in the competition, I should be scored. Please give me the normal score. The three judges looked confused. Alas! If they had known that a legendary elixir would appear today, they would never have given a perfect score to the excellent elixir. But if Yi Tiance was given full marks, it would obviously be unfair to him. After all, no matter how powerful an excellent grade elixir is, it is far inferior to a legendary grade one. What to do? Elder Guangchang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he said, although this conference has a rule that the full score for the alchemy competition is 100 points, in my opinion, the legendary small advanced pill is a miracle and cannot be judged according to the usual rules. So I want to make an exception and give you 100 point on top of 1 points to break the perfect score. The other 2 judges nodded in agreement. Forget 101 points, even 1001 points is not too much. But considering that there are 2 more competitions to come, we can't be too aggressive, otherwise there will be no suspense in the entire Xianmen conference. After determining the score, the host Ziyan excitedly announced, congratulations to our contestant number 88, who finally surpassed the full score and achieved a great score of 101 points. When the result was announced, the audience on the stage had already been in a heated uproar. Beyond full marks. This is simply unprecedented. This young man is amazing. His alchemy skills are beyond imagination. What is his identity and background? Does anyone know his identity? Investigate immediately. We must find a way to contact him. If possible, I would like to hire him as our family's guest official, no, as the chief worshipper. No. If he is willing, he can even be our family's father. Juga Rueji stood up excitedly and applauded. Brother Yi is like a heifer that doesn't give birth, so awesome. He's even more like a heifer riding a rocket, so awesome. Ha ha ha. Then he turned and looked at Zhuge Xiefeng. He said in an undisguised provocation and ridicule, did you see that? I said, with Brother Ye's alchemy level, in the end you won't even have the chance to eat the pills he made. This is called looking down on people. Ha ha. How could this happen? Why? At this time, Zhuge Xiefeng was too lazy to argue with Zhuge Rueji. Ever since the three judges announced the scores for Yi Tiance, he has been numb, his body is shaking, and his face is burning. Isn't an alchemist of this level exactly what I've always dreamed of? But why is this person Yi Tiance? If he had known that he was at this level, he would never have looked down on Yi Tiance or been sarcastic to him. Thinking back carefully, when he threatened Zhuge Ruizhi last night, the latter had warned him that instead of going against Yi Tiance, it would be better to treat him well and he would benefit greatly in the future. In the end, I didn't listen at all. At this moment, I regret it so much. Yu Rongrong did not expect this result. She looked at Yi Tiance, who was the focus in the center of the venue. With burning eyes her mind inexplicably became uncontrollably active and her breathing even slightly quickened. A closer look at this man reveals that he is not only handsome, but also has amazing alchemy skills. What if? She couldn't help but lick her lips, and her long legs under her short skirt were slightly tightened. Zhuge Xiefeng, who was sitting next to him, seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chapter 607 I Won't Give In or Apologize. Yu Rongrong was stunned, feeling guilty as if she had been caught. Tu wasn't thinking anything. Zhuge Xiefeng narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, "You little bitch, are you itching to get in touch with Yi Tiance after seeing how good he is at refining pills?" Yu Rongrong immediately denied it. How could that be? She is devoted to you and would never want to mess around. However, Zhuge Xiefeng seemed to have made a decision. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't. Now you should think of some random things and find a way to get closer to him." "Ha? What do you mean?" Yu Rongrong's suspicious eyes were filled with vigilance. She had reason to suspect whether Zhuge Xiefeng was deliberately fishing. Zhuge Xiefeng continued, "Don't think too much. I let you get close to Yi Tiance just to trick him into giving you a small advanced pill. You should know that the competition has a rule that all pills made by contestants belong to the contestants. A small advanced pill is priceless, so you understand what I mean, right?" Yu Rongrong frowned and said, "But how can I lie? I'm not very familiar with him, and I even mocked him before." Zhuge Xiefeng smiled evilly and said, "How else can I deceive you? Of course I'll ask you to sacrifice a little bit of your looks. He is also a man after all. With your looks, if you use a little trickery and all your skills, no man can stand up to you." Oops. Yu Rongrong's face turned red. She pretended to be reserved and said, "How can that be possible? She is your woman, isn't it not nice to do this? Why don't you go and apologize to him? Maybe he will give you a small advancement pill for your brother's sake." A fierce look flashed in Zhuge Xiefeng's eyes. "Humph. Even though he is good at refining pills, it doesn't mean I have to admit my mistakes. Not to mention, Yi Tiance probably already knows what I did to Zhuge Ruizhi last night. Just based on this, he won't help me. So I need you to do it yourself, baby. I don't mind it at all as long as you can get the minor advancement pill. I promise to marry you as soon as I return to Tianbei province." Yu Rongrong's eyes lit up. Really? You have to know that she had expressed her idea of getting married to Zhuge Xiefeng many times before, but she was evaded by him every time. Unexpectedly, this time the other party actually took the initiative to propose marriage. She took a deep breath and nodded, "No problem, I promise to help you get his small advancement pill." She is confident in her looks, and she is sure to win over any man. Su Zishi in the audience was also in a state of numbness at this time. She shook her head dully and said, "Impossible, he can't do this. Why?" By the end of her speech, she couldn't help but cry a little. He had concluded many times before that Yi Tiance knew nothing about alchemy, and that the detoxification pill could not have been made by him. The slap in the face came so quickly. Seeing Yi Tiance succeed is even more painful and aggrieved than seeing myself fail. Because the occurrence of this kind of thing is time and again proving that she has made a mistake, proving that she was wrong from the beginning. For a proud woman like her, this is simply unacceptable. Granny Lu, who was sitting next to her, said earnestly, "Miss, Master Ye's attainments in alchemy are something I have never heard of. With such extraordinary talent, he would be a rare talent even in the capital, let alone in Tiannan province. Why don't you consider apologizing to him and give in? After all, you are his fiancé and you are engaged. As long as you are sincere, I believe Mr. Yi will not be unreasonable." When you get married in the future, not only will your health problems be cured, but the difficulties you have been facing in the Yi family will also be resolved. Su Zishi was unwilling to accept it and said, "Why should I apologize? Why should I give in? This matter is obviously his fault. If he had told me from the beginning that I had so many abilities, I might have gritted my teeth and reluctantly accepted this identity. In the final analysis, it was all his fault. He didn't take the initiative to explain everything, but instead slapped me in the face again and again, laughed at me and asked me to give in and apologize. I can't do this kind of thing." Granny Lu said angrily, "Miss, please stop being so high and mighty and be more down to earth. If you don't seize this opportunity, in the future you—" Su Zishi interrupted directly, "I have made up my mind, so mother-in-law, there is no need to persuade me. Even if Yi Tiance is good at refining pills, it does not mean that he is also good at other competitions." Ugh. Granny Lu sighed and had nothing to say. The atmosphere in the area where Yuanyang Valley is located is very depressing. Yi Tiance was originally just an enemy they wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of, and they didn't take him seriously at first. After all, their primary target was still the two people from Xianyuan Gate. As a result, Yi Tiance's performance in alchemy was far beyond expectations. Aoi Xian is worthless in front of him. Taoist priest Pingu gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't you say before that this Yi knew nothing about alchemy? What's going on now?" This. Taoist Gonsun stuttered, he didn't know that Yi Tiance was so powerful. Taoist priest Pingu said coldly, "If it were any other day, we would have to win over this talented and evil alchemist if we met him. However, we have a feud with him, so it is impossible for us to make friends with him. In this case, we cannot let this child grow up, we must strangle him in the cradle." Taoist Gonsun asked, "Grand Elder, what do you mean?" Taoist priest Pingu said coldly, "Of course, we won't give him any chance to survive. Send a message to the valley immediately, pass on my order, and mobilize people to Hujiu Mountain." Yes. On the other side, Wu Shou, the great elder of Wuqi Mountain, also issued a similar order. Inside the venue. After giving Yi Tian a flattering smile at his strategy, the three judges continued to score other people. With Yi Tiance, this precious gem in front, everything after that is so boring. What kind of garbage are they refining? There is no comparison with Yi Tiance. Do you have the nerve to participate in the competition? And so, the first person to run into trouble was Aoi Xian. His elixir was of good grade and finally scored 62 points, which made him look pale. He thought his pill could get 80 points, but he didn't expect to get 18 points less. In the end he was very unwilling and felt that he was being underscored, but he didn't dare to refute the judges. After all, no matter how powerful Yuanyang Valley is, it is no match for the organizers of the Xianmen Conference. The fact is that he was indeed deliberately suppressed by Elder Guangchang. The reason is that on the one hand, the expected value drops significantly compared to the legendary level. On the other hand, the three judges had previously discovered that Aoi Xian deliberately targeted Yi Tiance. So now he is deliberately suppressing Aoi Xian, and at the same time he can please Yi Tiance and leave a good impression. Why not? As for after Aoi Xian, there were no higher scores. After a while. After everyone's ratings are determined. The alchemy competition held in the morning finally came to an end. Chapter 608 Yurongrong and #039, visit. The alchemy competition is over and the crowd dispersed from the venue. When leaving, many people were still immersed in the shock they had just experienced, and sighs and lamentations could be heard everywhere. I didn't expect to see a legendary minor advanced pill today. It's really an eye-opener. It's a pity that we are of low status and have no right to curry favor with Yi Tiance. What a pity. Even the organizers of the Xianmen Conference admire him for his alchemy skills. It is foreseeable that countless people in the entire Tiannan province will be willing to spend huge amounts of money to ask him to make pills for them. But then again, people are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. If a tree is too tall, it will attract the wind and cause trouble. Yi Tiance and his group left the venue. As soon as I reached the exit of the venue, a group of people from all sides came up to me and tried to curry favor with me. In response to this, Yi Tiance naturally refused it straightforwardly. Not to mention that he was not interested in these flatteries in the first place, let alone that these forces could not come up with any chips that could make him interested. At this time, Saint Yushi's beautiful eyes were staring at the direction where Yi Tian's left, as if she was thinking about something. The maid Akai standing beside her asked, "Saint, what are you thinking about?" Saint Yushi did not answer, but asked, "What do you think of Yi Tian's?" Akai complained, "I admit that his alchemy skills are a little bit better, but he shouldn't be so pretentious, right? He politely rejected all the forces, and he's not afraid of offending people." Saint Yushi said coldly, "Isn't it good to always stay true to your nature and not be affected by the interests of the outside world?" Akai curled her lips and said, "That being said, he should at least take the initiative to make friends with you and show his attitude, right? Look at the other disciples of the Xianmen in our Tiannan province. Those who are even a little bit outstanding will come to make friends with you and are eager to show all their excellent sides. On the contrary, he was acting like a nobody, playing hard to get humph. I saw through it at once." In this regard, Saint Yushi did not comment, because she had never felt that Yi Tian's had any extra glances or thoughts towards her. Is he really playing hard to get? Why don't I have this feeling at all? Yi Tian's and his group were on their way back. Yi Linger was still excited. They chattered, "Wow! Brother Tian's is so powerful, he shocked everyone." Yi Tian smiled and said, "You are amazing too. You can refine an excellent grade small advanced pill at such an old age. You have a bright future." Yi Linger shook her head and said, "All this is thanks to you for giving me the Lingyuan fruit. It has helped me a lot. If possible, Linger would like to take you back and introduce you to the elders in our sect. They will definitely look at you with new eyes." Zhuge Ruizhi asked curiously, "Linger, we have known you for so long, but we still don't know which sect you are from." Yi Linger smiled and said, "Hee, actually we are." Zhao Rong suddenly interrupted, "Ahem, we are just from a small and unknown sect. There is nothing much to say. We just happened to enter the inn. You two should have a good rest at noon. There will be a competition in the afternoon." After saying that, Zhao Rong took Yi Linger's arm and walked towards the third floor of the inn. It was obvious that he was unwilling to continue discussing this topic with Yi Tian's and the others. After entering the room, Yi Linger pouted unhappily and said, "Grandpa Zhao, why didn't you let Linger finish what she was saying just now?" Zhao Rong said earnestly, "Linger, you are familiar with the situation of our Xianyuan sect. In the current situation, we can only keep a low profile and hide our identities to avoid trouble." Yi Linger said, "But Brother Tian's and his people are very nice people. They will definitely not frame us." Zhao Rong shook his head and said, "There is no such thing as a certainty in this world. Back then, forces like Wuqi Mountain and Yuanyang Valley promised to be loyal to Xianyuan sect, but in the end, they still stabbed us in the back and added insult to injury. Moreover, the level of alchemy attainments that Yi Tian's demonstrated today is so high that even when our Xianyuan sect was at its peak, it would have been difficult to produce such an outstanding disciple. It can be seen that there must be an unknown background behind him, so for us in Xianyuan sect, whether he is an enemy or a friend, a blessing or a disaster is still unknown, so we must be cautious." Humph. Yi Linger curled her lips, obviously not accepting what Zhao Rong said. Zhao Rong sighed. "Linger, I know you are kind-hearted and think everything in the world is beautiful, but the reality is cruel and ruthless. We at Xianyuan sect must not repeat the same mistakes we suffered in the past. We must be extremely careful during this Xianmen conference and not allow any accidents to happen. Do you understand?" Yi Linger pouted, finally nodded reluctantly. At the same time, Yi Tian sat in the room and put the legendary minor advanced pill that he had successfully refined earlier into a box. In fact, after the alchemy competition was over, Elder Guanchang and the other 3 judges all came to visit Yi Tian specially, wanting to exchange the small advanced pill from him. To this end, he did not hesitate to open up 300 spirit crystal fragments, plus 10 rare herbs, each of which was almost as valuable as the Qinglong vine. In fact, these conditions have exceeded the original value of the small advanced pill. The reason why the organizers of the Xianmen conference were willing to pay such a price was that they wanted to collect this legendary elixir. After all, elixirs of this level were not common, even though it was just a small advanced elixir and would not have any effect on cultivators. Yi Tian's declined the request. Whether it is the spirit crystal fragments or the 10 rare medicinal herbs, it is not important to him personally. He planned to give this item to the martial artists around him, which would have a greater effect. As for the spirit crystal fragments and rare medicinal materials, you can still get them if you win this conference, and in larger quantities. Yi Tians put away the pills. His eyes slightly opened as he said calmly, "No need to sneak around the door. You figured this out. You are worthy of being the chosen one who scored 101 points in the alchemy competition." The room door was pushed open. A charming woman wearing a low-cut suspender dress and short shorts walked in. It was Yu Rongrong. She had a charming smile on her face, but there was a hint of calculation in her eyes. Yu Rongrong gently twisted her waist, walked into the room, and gently closed the door. Yi Tians asked calmly, "What are you doing here?" Yu Rongrong approached Yi Tians, emitting a rich fragrance. She bit her lip gently. "Mr. Yi, you refined a legendary minor advanced pill in the alchemy competition. I'm sitting in the stands and can't see it clearly. I'm very curious about the pill. I wonder if Mr. Yi can let me see it?" Yi Tians smiled coldly. Simply refused, "No." Yu Rongrong was not discouraged. She continued to approach Yi Tians. She gently stroked his chest with her hand and whispered in his ear, "As long as you show me the pill, I'm willing to do anything. I'm willing to do anything." Chapter 609 Light Speed Cutting. Yu Rongrong's figure and appearance are actually quite good, barely close to 90 points. But Yi Tians was very disgusted by her slutty temperament that could not be concealed. "This isn't really his cup of tea, is it? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I don't need you to do anything. Go back to where you came from." A hint of surprise flashed in Yu Rongrong's eyes. "My goodness, I can win over any man just by using my mouth. Why doesn't it work in front of him? Are you pretending to be pure on purpose?" "It must be." Yu Rongrong smiled sweetly. "Hey, don't be angry. I admire you very much, and my feelings are sincere. If you don't believe me, take a look." As she spoke, she actually pulled down her low-cut skirt, revealing half of her snow-white skin. Then she took off her right high-heeled shoe and rubbed Yi Tians' calf with her toes. She is very confident in this method of seduction. The result was unexpected. Not only was Yi Tians not moved, but he pushed Yu Rongrong to the ground with a wave of his hand and threw her heavily to the ground. Bang! Yu Rongrong gasped in pain and tears were about to flow out. "Are you sick? I'm serious. Why are you pushing me? Don't you know what it means to be gentle and considerate to women?" Yi Tians said indifferently, "We are all adults, don't beat around the bush. Didn't you just listen to Zhuge Xiefeng's words and come here to take the minor advancement pill from me?" Yu Rongrong's expression changed slightly. This guy actually noticed it so quickly? If that's the case, then there's no need to continue acting. She stood up, folded her arms across her chest, and regained her usual arrogance. He said to Yi Tians straight to the point, "You are right. I want to help Xiefeng trade your small advanced pill. As long as you are willing to take out the small advanced pill, I will let you relax at noon today. How about it?" He. Yi Tians sneered faintly. "This small advanced pill would be sought after by countless people if I took it out, but you had the crazy idea of exchanging it with your worn-out black 13? Do you think your 13 is inlaid with diamonds and is so valuable?" Hearing this, Yu Rongrong's face instantly darkened. "Yi Tians, if you have anything to say, just say it nicely. Don't insult me with sarcasm." "I just talk sarcastically and you can't stand it? Then how can you stand it when you and other men really sarcastically speak sarcastically? Asshole." Yu Rongrong was so angry that she felt like she was struck in the lungs by these words. This man is so shameless. What's wrong with him? Even if it's dark, what does it have to do with you? She gritted her teeth and said, Since I'm here today, I must be absolutely sure. If you don't believe me, just look." Yu Rongrong pulled down her low-cut suspender dress. A landscape of mountains and ridges appeared before my eyes, and I was wearing nothing at all. Yi Tians took a glance. A mere B-cup, so boring. As for the shape? It's utterly Not even as good as the rotten peaches on the street. Yu Rongrong threatened with a wicked smile, if you don't take out the minor advancement pill, then people will have no choice but to spread the news that you flirted with me. Now as the Xianmen conference, there are many people and many gossips. Once this matter gets out, aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I didn't do anything. Why do you think everyone will listen to you? Yu Rongrong said, as a matter of course, because I am a woman and you are a man. No girl in this world is willing to use her innocence to make a fuss. Oh. I see. Yi Tiance nodded and got off the bed, picking up the small wooden box beside the bed. The small wooden box was opened, and inside was the legendary minor advanced pill that he had refined. When Yu Rongrong saw it, her eyes lit up instantly. Are you going to give this to me? I didn't expect you value reputation so much. The next scene was far beyond her expectations. Yi Tiance suddenly raised his voice and shouted, You bold thief, you actually came to steal my advanced pills. You are asking for a fight. The next second, he slapped Yu Rongrong directly on the cheek. Snapped. Although the slap was not very powerful, it was enough to send Yu Rongrong flying backwards, directly breaking the wooden door of the room, and finally falling in the corridor of the inn. The man's upper body was naked and exposed, with his arms and legs spread out, and he fainted immediately. This commotion soon attracted many people in the inn to come over. What happened? I heard someone shouting about stealing the minor advancement pills. How audacious. Fuck, this woman is quite interesting. She dresses like this to steal the elixir. Yi Tiance walked out of the room, indignantly saying, it was her. She was the one who stole the minor advancement pill while I was resting. Everyone must testify for me. The guests of the inn saw that it was Yi Tiance, the best performer in the alchemy competition in the morning. Each of them looked flattering and polite. Don't worry, Master Yi, we are all very sharp and will definitely testify for you. Who doesn't know that your small advanced pill is priceless? This woman is so bold that she is not afraid of being punished by the organizers of the conference. Mr. Yi, the organizers of the Xianmen conference will be here soon. I will testify for you that she was the one who stole the minor advancement pill. You are right to fight back. Among the crowd, there is also Zhuge Ruizhi. He couldn't help but give Yi Tiance a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of my brother Yi, he has a quick mind and can even think of this trick. Make way, everyone. Make way. A familiar urgent shout was heard. Then Zhuge Xiefeng was seen squeezing to the front. When he saw the scene in front of him, the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. Originally, he and Yu Rongrong had made an agreement that Yu Rongrong would use seduction to trick Yi Tiance into giving her the minor advancement pill, and he would wait downstairs. He certainly didn't think that even if Yu Rongrong had a relationship with Yi Tiance, the latter would definitely give her the minor advancement pill. So Zhuge Xiefeng reached an agreement with Yu Rongrong. Just as Rongrong and Yi Tiance started the show, he rushed into the room and set a trap for Yi Tiance. I believe that Yi Tiance, who has just become famous in the alchemy competition, will definitely care about his face and not want to make a big deal out of it, and will finally hand over the small advanced pill honestly. The result was so unexpected. Damn it! Useless woman. Zhuge Xiefeng cursed inwardly. He instinctively wanted to turn around and run away, fearing that this matter would implicate him. After all, during the conference, the organizers have expressly prohibited fighting, robbery, theft and other incidents. Once discovered, the offenders will be kicked off the mountain and lose their spectator status at the very least, or face even more severe punishment from the conference organizers. Zhuge Ruizhi suddenly called out to him. Hey, isn't this my good brother? If I remember correctly, the one lying on the ground is your girlfriend, right? Don't you plan to explain in front of Brother Yi and so many people? Chapter 610, Cruel Man. As soon as these words came out, all the onlookers present looked at Zhuge Xiefeng. Someone with a curious mind asked, Master Xiefeng, why did your girlfriend come to steal Mr. Yi's small advancement pills? Zhuge Xiefeng immediately denied it. Bullshit. When did she steal? It was clearly this guy named Yi who wanted to violate her. You all misunderstood. Someone else said, stop talking nonsense. We just heard Mr. Yi shouting that someone was stealing the minor advancement pills, and when we got out, we saw this scene. Master Xiefeng, I heard that you have been asking around for information about the advanced pills these past few days. Could it be that you have set your eyes on the advanced pills and asked your girlfriend to steal them? Master Xiefeng has a well-known reputation in Tiannan province. He would not do such a thing, right? No way? No way? Master Xiefeng wouldn't be that kind of person, right? Listening to everyone's sarcastic and suggestive words, Zhuge Xiefeng's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten fly poop. If he had known the result would be like this, he would never have used this method to trick Yi Tiance into making his small advanced pill. So he immediately denied it. I don't know what you are talking about. I am an upright person and I would never steal. As for this woman, she is not my girlfriend at all. I just met her not long ago. I have no idea why she appeared in Brother Ye's room. I even have reason to suspect that she was deliberately trying to ruin my reputation. I am also a victim. The ability to cut at the speed of light is simply first-rate. Oh? Zhuge Ruizhi showed a harmless smile. You said this matter has nothing to do with you and she did it on her own initiative. How do you prove it? There was a gleam of ferocity in Zhuge Xiefeng's eyes. Next moment, he raised his right foot and kicked Yu Rongrong hard while she was unconscious. Bang bang bang. Zhuge Xiefeng kicked Yu Rongrong again and again. No mercy at all. In just a few strikes, Yu Rongrong was beaten into a pig's head, with blood all over her face. Where is the charm and flirtation she had before? After kicking, Zhuge Xiefeng said calmly, now it's proven, right? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This guy is really ruthless and shows no mercy at all. Zhuge Xiefeng said to Yi Tiance, Brother Yi, since this is a misunderstanding, I have nothing to do here. I will take my leave first. Goodbye. After saying this, he turned around and left without even looking at Yu Rongrong, who was lying on the ground with serious injuries. He was not worried that Yu Rongrong would give him away after waking up. Because he had kicked so hard just now, Yu Rongrong suffered at least a concussion. By the time she woke up and could speak normally, the Shenmin conference was already over. As soon as Zhuge Xiefeng left, the owner of the inn and the staff of the conference organizer came over. They briefly understood the situation and took the unconscious Yu Rongrong away. The farce ended, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Zhuge Ruizhi said to Yi Tiance, Brother Yi, Zhuge Xiefeng has suffered a loss this time. He will definitely not let it go. What are your plans? Yi Tiance said calmly, he is just a clown. What plans can he have? Besides, this kind of person shouldn't ask me what to do, but should ask you what to do. After all, your identities will eventually lead to a life and death struggle. Zhuge Ruizhi nodded seriously and said, Brother Yi, I will definitely not let you down. Outside the noisy venue of the Xianmen conference. At this time, a masked man in a gray robe quietly came into a relatively remote room. The room was dimly lit and filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Behind the wall of the room is a secret room that few people know about. The masked man in a gray robe slowly walked into the secret room. Inside the secret room, a man in a white robe and a bronze mask stood with his back to him, seemingly thinking about something. After meeting him, the gray-robed and masked man immediately knelt on one knee, showing great respect. Onar. His voice was deep. The masked man in white robe stood there quietly, emitting an indescribable majesty, and the temperature around him was extremely cold. And he was there after the crisis of the Rong family ended. Rong Tianli was alone at night, meeting the man in white robe and bronze mask in the suburbs of the provincial capital. He turned around and nodded slightly, signaling the masked man in the gray robe to stand up. The masked man in the white robe spoke without any emotion in his voice. You performed well in the alchemy competition today, but Yi Tiance was a little unexpected. I'm afraid it will affect the next competition. The masked man in the gray robe replied, I can find a way to get rid of him in advance. The masked man in the white robe shook his head and said, he stole the show at the conference this morning. There are many people watching him now. There is no need to take action and cause unnecessary trouble. At this conference, what we have to do is to ensure the smooth implementation of the original plan. and what you have to do is to complete the next competition after that thing starts. It will not be too late for you to have a chance to deal with Yi Tiance by the way. This can be regarded as solving a problem for Rong Tianli, and it will be more convenient for him to do things later. The masked man in the gray robe nodded, understood. The masked man in white robe has his hands behind his back. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Tomorrow night is the night of the full moon on July 15th. I am really looking forward to it more and more." In a blink of an eye, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The afternoon sun shines on the Xianmen Conference Square, and everyone's expectations and tension are intertwined. Because the second competition, the magic show, is about to begin. The host Zi Yan walked onto the stage gracefully again, her voice clear and powerful, echoing throughout the square. "Dear contestants and audience, we are now about to usher in the second competition of the Xianmen Conference, the magic competition. The assessment rules of this magic competition are as follows. Each contestant will have 1 minute to demonstrate his or her unique magic in a specific display area. The judges will give a comprehensive score based on the power, innovation, proficiency, etc. of the technique, with the highest score being 100 and the lowest being 0. During the presentation, contestants are not allowed to attack others or use any cheating methods, otherwise they will be disqualified. The competition will begin in 5 minutes, and all contestants can warm up and get ready." After Zi Yan finished her introduction, the contestants began to prepare nervously. At this time, Elder Guangchang and the other 3 people on the judges panel kept their eyes on Yi Tiance. Elder Guangchang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Guess, will Yi Tiance give us some surprises in his magic performance later?" Chapter 611, Just Dawn and #039, Expose your underwear. One of the judges stroked his beard and said, "I admit that Yi Tiance's alchemy skills are absolutely that of a monstrous genius. Even I am ashamed of myself. But you and I both know that alchemy and sorcery are 2 different things. Alchemy is essentially the process of refining, fusing, calcining, and other raw materials such as various herbs and minerals to transform them into elixirs with specific effects. This can be done not only by the people of Xianmen, but also by the Chinese medicine practitioners and martial artists in the secular world. It's just that they cannot mobilize spiritual power and therefore cannot refine high-level pills. However, magic is different. Its essence is the use and control of spiritual power by mobilizing one's own spiritual power and releasing it in a specific way. Various magical effects are formed, so the premise of performing magic is that one must be a cultivator. On this basis, you also need to master the basic formulas for performing magic. If you lack basic inheritance, you cannot master this." The yellow-robed judge also nodded and said, "That's right. Besides, a person's energy is limited. Yi Tiance's attainments in alchemy are high enough, which means he has put enough energy into alchemy. As one thing increases, the other decreases, which means that he has very little energy to practice magic, so it can be predicted that his ability in magic should be at an average level." Elder Guangchang nodded. "What you two said makes sense. But even if his magic skills are not good enough, don't forget our goal. This kind of alchemy genius must not be let go." The remaining 2 judges nodded. The Xianmen Conference is essentially an assessment for screening talents. The reason why the organizers spent manpower, material resources, and financial resources to organize this event is definitely not because they have too much. They did this because they wanted to use this event to select talents. If they are talented people with background and power, we can deepen cooperation and communication with each other. If they do not have identity and background, we can extend an olive branch to them and recruit them for our own use. After the alchemy competition at the Xianmen Conference in Tiannan Province ended, Elder Guangchang immediately reported the results to the organizing committee's headquarters. There was shock in the headquarters. Under normal circumstances, every province or region will hold a Xianmen Conference once every 10 years. If the whole country is included, then it will be held at least 30 times in 10 years. Among the more than 30 alchemy competitions at the Xianmen Conference, being able to produce an excellent pill is already a very good level. 2 excellent grade medicinal pills are extremely rare. And on this basis, a legendary elixir actually appeared? It has never appeared in the past 10 years. Therefore, the organizers' headquarters was very excited, and the vice president personally called Elder Guangchang. Expressed the attitude of the organizer. Request to investigate Yi Tiance's background, and after the conference, find a way to recruit him. It doesn't matter even if he doesn't perform well in the next 2 competitions. The level of alchemy alone is enough to excite the headquarters. In the audience, Suzushi and Granny Lu also came to watch. Suzushi couldn't help but keep his eyes on Yi Tian's, his expression slightly dazed. Because the news of Yi Tian's alchemy competition in the morning spread like wildfire, it has become a hot topic in many circles. Even at noon, senior members of the family called and asked Suzushi to find a way to get close to Yi Tian's and build a relationship with him. If Yi Tian's could be allowed to refine pills for Jubal Pavilion and auction them in the future, the popularity and benefits would be unimaginable. Naturally, Suzushi was unwilling to do this. If I do this, wouldn't that be admitting that Yi Tian's is excellent? Admitting that I was wrong about everything? Granny Lu glanced at Suzushi. He said earnestly, "Miss, please don't fight with yourself. If Master Yi makes another stunning success in the magic competition, it will attract the attention of more forces. By then, it will be more difficult for you to win him over." Suzushi bit her lip and said, "He was just lucky to have achieved success in alchemy. After all, he knows medicine. But alchemy is more difficult than alchemy. I don't believe he can become a big hit. Let's wait and see." Ugh. Granny Lu sighed. For some reason, her intuition told her that the next magic competition might really produce something that would surprise everyone again. The followers of Yuanyang Valley shouted encouragement to Aoi Xian. "Come on, young Valley Master. With your level of magic, you will definitely get full marks. Go, go, go. Yuanyang Valley depends on you." Listening to the cheers, Aoi Xian's bad mood that had accumulated in the morning eased a lot. He walked up to Yi Tian's and said proudly, "Alchemy is just a small trick. The magic is the essence of Xianmen. Later, I will let you see what Xuanmen's heritage is." Yi Tian's responded calmly, "Then I am really looking forward to seeing what you are talking about. I just hope that you don't end up exposing your underwear." Aoi Xian twitched the corner of his eyes. "I won't argue with you when the competition starts, just don't blind your eyes." Soon, the 5-minute preparation time was over and the magic competition officially began. The first person to come on stage was a young disciple from a small sect. He walked into the display area with a nervous look, took a deep breath, and then began to perform his magic. I saw him closing his eyes slightly and muttering something. "Then wave your hands." A breeze emerged. There was just a slight breeze that shook the leaves on the ground a few times. And then it's over. Seeing this, the audience on the stage burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Is this what you call magic? The power of my fart is greater than this. It's so funny. Any scumbag of any level can come up and compete." The young disciple's face flushed red. He also knew that his performance was really embarrassing. But there was no way. He had only felt the existence of spiritual energy half a year ago and had just stepped into the ranks of cultivators. He didn't even have the strength of the initial stage of body refining and was not very skilled in controlling spiritual power. Being able to achieve this is already the greatest effort. The 3 Guangchang elders on the judging panel looked at each other and finally gave a score. Contestant number 1, 15 points. Next up, contestant number 2 appears. Although it was a Xianmen conference, among the younger generation of young people in the entire Tianan province, those who possessed the talent for cultivation were after all very few in number, and those who possessed certain talents and strengths were even fewer. Therefore, it is understandable that the contestants' performances on stage were all unsatisfactory. To put it bluntly, this display of magic is almost the same as a magic trick, and in terms of sensory perception it may not be as good as a martial arts master performing a set of boxing techniques or breaking a stone with his chest on stage. This is why the threshold for the magic contest is higher than that for the alchemy contest. Chapter 6:12 Magic Competition. As the performances of the contestants got worse and worse, the dissatisfied voices of the audience in the venue gradually rose one after another. "How boring. I spent hundreds of thousands to buy the tickets for the Xianmen conference, but after taking off my pants, I got to see this? Damn it. Refund the money. I'm so disappointed, I knock." Dissatisfied public opinion gradually spread, and the audience's emotions were on the verge of exploding. But just then, one person came on stage. Saint Yushi, wearing a white long dress, looked like a fairy from heaven and walked onto the stage under the gaze of everyone. She raised her hands slightly, and a powerful spiritual power instantly surged out of her body. As her spiritual power fluctuated, the air around her seemed to solidify. Then, she gently waved her sleeves, and countless brilliant lights danced in the display area like meteors. It can be clearly seen even in daylight. These lights sometimes gather into beautiful patterns in the air, and sometimes disperse into countless tiny spots of light, dazzling the eyes. Receive! As Saint Yushi gave a light shout, the lights lingered in the air and finally returned to her body. Show ends. Elder Guangchang finally showed a satisfied expression. This woman's magic is truly brilliant. Her innovation and control are both outstanding. I give her 95 points. The other two judges also expressed their agreement. The audience in the stands suddenly became excited. Oh my god, this is what we call magic, right? Compared to her, all those others are just rubbish. She's beautiful, and her magic is beautiful too. Damn it, if I could marry her, I would be willing to let my brother live 30 years less. The other contestants present were all filled with emotion. They were well aware of the power of Saint Yushi, but they did not expect her to perform so well in her magic display. She is worthy of being the saint of Lingyu Pavilion, one of the three major Xianmen forces. She is indeed outstanding. Saint Yushi bowed slightly, then walked off the stage gracefully, not caring at all about the comments and sentiments of the crowd. Perhaps it could be said that she didn't care about anyone's opinion or evaluation of her. But for some reason, when she stepped down from the stage, her eyes couldn't help but glance in the direction of Yi Tian's. When I saw that the latter's expression didn't change at all, there was a small sense of loss in my heart, but it was fleeting. The other contestants took the stage one by one. After a while, the masked man in a gray robe slowly walked onto the stage. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience. Everyone was curious about what kind of surprises this mysterious man who performed well in the alchemy competition would bring in his magic display. After all, this person's temperament and dress are enough to arouse people's curiosity about him. The gray-robed masked man stood still and slightly raised his hands. Gradually, a layer of gray mist emanated from his body and quickly filled the entire exhibition area. This gray mist gives people a cold feeling, as if it can penetrate the human soul. The moment the audience saw the gray mist, they couldn't help but shudder, and an inexplicable feeling of discomfort surged in their hearts. Hiss, it's so cold. What kind of magic is this guy demonstrating? Not only is it cold, but it also makes me feel very negative emotions. It's really uncomfortable. Look. What is that? Holy shit. Everyone immediately widened their eyes and watched carefully. As the fog continued to spread, some items in the display area were instantly corroded and riddled with holes. The destructive power is very strong. Receive. As the gray-robed masked man finished speaking coldly, the gray mist quickly dissipated and the temperature in the venue finally became much warmer. The three judges on the judges' panel all had strange expressions on their faces. The yellow-coated judge asked seriously, Elder Guangchang, look at this. Elder Guangchang's gaze fell on the gray-robed and masked man. In fact, he had noticed the other party since the alchemy competition this morning. He was dressed mysteriously, spoke little, and had a strange temperament. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Especially the technique just displayed was of a style he had never seen before. Not only that, he also noticed that when the other party mobilized his spiritual power, the strength he displayed was actually at the middle stage of physical refining, very close to the late stage of physical refining. This kind of talent is very rare. What is the origin of this guy? Why does this make me feel so uneasy? The masked man in the gray robe said coldly, Judges, are you still not going to give your scores? Call. Elder Guangchang took a deep breath. He commented, although this technique is very dangerous, I have to admit that its power, innovation, and compatibility with the caster's spiritual power are all excellent. There is no flaw in it. So my final score is 100 points. The other two judges gave the same score. Although they also felt that there was something wrong with the gray-robed and masked man. But a competition is a competition from a fair and just perspective. The magical skills he demonstrated are indeed worthy of a score of 100 points. After hearing his results, the gray-robed masked man did not show much emotional fluctuation and turned around and walked off the stage. The contestants all consciously made way for each other, and some of the timid ones didn't even have the courage to look at each other. Yi Linger tugged at Yi Tian's sleeve. He whispered, "Brother Tians, do you know where this man came from? Why does Linger feel weird and uncomfortable when she looks at him?" Yi Tians frowned slightly. In fact, he also sensed a little discomfort from the other party, especially the magic skills displayed by this person, which he had never seen before. Of course, the power of magic was just that in his opinion. At this time, the gray-robed and masked man suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Tians. Through the mask, you can see a pair of cold pupils hidden underneath. But the color of the pupil is blood red. The gray-robed and masked man quickly turned around and found a corner to rest alone, as if everything had nothing to do with him, and even participating in the competition was just a formality. While everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by the gray-robed masked man, Yuchi Lingfeng from Wuchi Mountain walked onto the stage for the magic show with a cold face. After Yuchi Lingfeng stood still, he closed his eyes slightly and began to mobilize the spiritual power in his body. After a moment, he snapped his eyes open and thrust his hands forward. Suddenly, countless small black dots came from all directions, making a buzzing sound, and these small black dots were getting closer and closer. Everyone was horrified to find that it was actually a dense swarm of insects. These bugs were like dark clouds, quickly covering the entire sky of the exhibition area, making it pitch black. The insects made a buzzing sound that made people shudder. Chapter 613 The Sword is Coming. Buzz buzz buzz. Under Yuchi Lingfeng's control, they constantly changed their formation, sometimes forming a huge vortex, sometimes dispersing into countless small groups, flying in different directions. With Yuchi Lingfeng's control, the insects landed on a tree not far away. Crack, crack, crack. It won't take long. These bugs actually bit all the leaves and part of the stem of the tree clean, leaving nothing behind. Many spectators in the stands screamed in fear at this horrific scene. Fuck! This is too scary. Where do all these bugs come from? Ah! I'm most afraid of bugs. I'm getting goosebumps. Is this also considered a kind of magic? This is the first time I've seen it. Elder Guangchang nodded slightly. This boy's magic is unique and very much in line with Wu Qishan's style. His ability to control insects is truly amazing. Not only are there a large number of insects, but the control accuracy is also very high. I give him 97 points. The other two judges also expressed their agreement. 97 points is no problem. Yuchi Lingfeng is worthy of being the young master of Wuchi Mountain. He has quite good talent. Yes, he is so skilled in controlling insects in time, he may become a great master of this lineage. After getting a score of 97, Yuchi Lingfeng waved his hands and the insects disappeared without a trace in an instant. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself that this time, he would definitely get a top 3 score in the magic competition, right? He walked slowly to the stage with his hands behind his back, leaving many contestants staring at him with fear. However, Yi Tians narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about something. He was not shocked by Yuchi Lingfeng's methods. After all, this level of insect controlling technique is still far from the criminals who are proficient in this technique and are imprisoned in the fallen city. What caught Yi Tian's attention was that he remembered the night when he attended Lin Yuyan's birthday party. A group of martial artists and a Gu master carried out an assassination attempt. The method that the Gu master used to control insects was very similar to that of Yuchi Lingfeng. As a mysterious sect, Wuyi Mountain mainly practices witchcraft, sorcery, and witchcraft. Although the sources of these techniques are concentrated in southern Xinjiang or Southeast Asia, there are also some branches in Tiannan province. Wukishan is one of the representatives. Rong Meiyan later told him that the assassination at Lin Yuyan's birthday party that night and the captured Gu master were interrogated by Gao Qiqiang and Lin Yuanshuan's men. No clues were obtained. Although I wanted to investigate further, I could feel that there was an invisible hand behind this matter, blocking everything. When Yi Tian saw Yuqi Lingfeng performing magic at this time, he couldn't help but have reason to doubt. This murder plan may be related to Wuxishan. After all, there are not many organizations and forces in Tiannan province that can stop the joint investigation of the Gao family and the Lin family. Wuxishan, one of the three major Xianmen forces, has this ability. Just as Yi Tiance was thinking, Yi Linger suddenly interrupted and said, "Brother Tiance, it's Linger's turn to go on stage soon, can you cheer me on?" Yi Tiance rubbed Yi Linger's head lovingly. "Linger is extremely talented and will definitely get good grades, Ali Gu." "Yeah, Ali." Yi Linger nodded obediently and walked onto the stage lightly. Today she is wearing a light blue long dress, like a water fairy, fresh and refined. After Yi Linger stood still, she closed her eyes slightly. Start to mobilize the spiritual power in the body. Instantly, a powerful vapor rose up from around her. Then, she waved her hands gently, and a huge column of water shot up into the sky, sparkling with crystal light under the sunlight. The water column constantly changes its shape in the air, and countless tiny water droplets separate from the water column and fall in the display area like stars. These water droplets seem fragile, but they contain enormous power. The moment they touched the ground, they exploded with powerful impact force, creating deep holes in the ground. Elder Guangchang was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed, "This woman has abundant spiritual energy, and the water-attributed magic she uses is truly amazing. It is in perfect harmony with her own spiritual energy, and her attack power should not be underestimated. I am willing to give her full marks." The other two judges also nodded. This performance deserves full marks. Moreover, when Yi Linger performed her magic, they could all clearly feel that she had reached the strength of the middle stage of body refining, and her control over spiritual power was even more precise than that of ordinary middle stage body refining masters. Such a level is not possessed by the heirs of the three major Xianmen forces. As for the audience and contestants, they were all shocked once again. Another perfect score? This little girl got a perfect score for the second time today. She is so young and beautiful, yet she has such strength. Who is this little girl? Does anyone know? No matter who he is, after this battle, I finally understand what it means that there are always people who are better than you. All efforts are vulnerable in front of true talent. At this time, Yuqi Lingfeng and Saint Yushi, who had already finished demonstrating their magic, both had complicated expressions on their faces. They thought that as the heirs of the three major Xianmen forces in Tiannan province, they would attract much attention at this conference, but the result was the opposite of what they expected. There is always someone jumping out to steal their thunder. A gray-robed masked man, Yi Linger, and another. Saint Yushi's gaze fell on Yi Tiance again. For some reason, she was a little curious about what kind of magic Yi Tiance would show everyone next. After Yi Linger stepped off the stage, she said to Yi Tiance, "Brother Tiance, it's your turn now. Come on." Yi Tiance smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to go on stage, Ao Ishian's sarcastic voice rang out. "Ha, I'm watching your performance carefully from the audience. Try to get another 101 points. If you can get it again, I'll kowtow to you. I hope you will do what you say." Yi Tiance responded calmly, then walked towards the display area with steady steps. Everyone present was looking forward to what kind of magic Yi Tiance would demonstrate to everyone. Elder Guangchang smiled and asked, "Guess what kind of magic this Yi Tiance will use?" The yellow-robed judge guessed, "It must be one of the 5 elements after all." Apart from Wu Qishan's practice, most cultivators' spiritual attributes are divided according to the 5 elements, and the techniques they use are also related to the 5 elements. Another judge stroked his beard and said, "He has a high level of attainment in alchemy. I think it is most likely the fire attribute after all. The stronger the alchemy attainment, the more proficient in the fire attribute." Amidst everyone's speculation, after Yi Tiance stood still on the stage, without any unnecessary movements, he just slowly raised his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, and gently pointed forward. He whispered, "Sword." Chapter 614. I am so inferior. The sound exploded in the square like thunder. In an instant, a powerful spiritual power wave spread out in all directions with Yi Tiance as the center. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, within a radius of 100 meters, the swords, daggers and other weapons of some spectators and contestants began to tremble as if they were summoned by some mysterious force. What the hell? Why is my sword shaking? And my short sword? What on earth is going on? Is there a supernatural incident? The owner of these weapons controls them subconsciously. As a result, the next moment, these weapons broke free from their masters like wild horses and flew into the sky with a roar. Boo-hoo-hoo. Swords and daggers flashed coldly in the sun, densely covering the sky, blocking out the sun, just like a fantasy movie. This spectacular scene shocked everyone present. The audience opened their mouths wide and stood up one by one, their eyes full of shock and fear. They had never seen such magical skills. Was this really something that humans could do? The contestants were equally shocked. They looked at the weapons flying in the sky, and felt despair and helplessness in their hearts. Quite a majority of them are cultivators, and their control over spiritual power is only at a very basic level. Flying objects is a very difficult challenge for them. Generally speaking, it is not easy to be able to flexibly control one object, and being able to flexibly control 3 objects is considered a genius. The point is, this consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so very few people will use it. At this moment, seeing the sword coming displayed by Yi Tiance in front of them, not only could they not do it, they didn't even dare to think about it. For the first time, Saint Yushi opened her eyes wide, and her face beneath the veil was filled with horror. She thought she had a dull personality, and it seemed that nothing could cause the slightest ripple in her emotions, but at this moment, there were only raging waves, and even admiration emerged from deep in her heart. She looked at Yi Tiance deeply, and her eyes, as bright as stars, were full of Yi Tiance's reflection. How on earth did he do that? Yuji Lingfang was equally shocked, with sweat breaking out on his forehead. Ao Ishian's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Why would he do this? This is impossible. He's kind of mentally broken. After all, a minute ago, he was still mocking Yi Tiance in various ways, but he was slapped in the face so quickly. Brother Tiance is so awesome. Yi Linger cheered excitedly and was happy for Yi Tiance from the bottom of her heart. The bronze-masked man couldn't help but clench his fists, and his red eyes flickered under the bronze mask. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Not only the contestants, but Elder Guangchang also stood up excitedly. He said in a trembling voice, Senior Yi, your magic is simply amazing. This kind of control and use of spiritual power has reached an incredible level. Am I dreaming? The other two were also so excited that their faces flushed, their eyes widened, and they were breathing heavily. They originally thought that Yi Tiance was just good at alchemy, and his skills would not be very outstanding, but the performance before them was even more shocking than his alchemy skills. They have watched so many Xianmen conferences in other provinces and witnessed so many competitions of magic. No matter who it is, compared with this sword coming, they are like an ant compared to the sky. This kind of thing has already exceeded their own understanding of cultivators. What is his origin? Is he an outstanding disciple of a more mysterious force? If so, it might not be a wise decision for the headquarters to investigate and win him over. Elder Guangchang felt deeply moved. Then he clasped his fists towards Yi Tiance and said, Senior Yi, please retract your magical powers. Yi Tiance looked at the weapons in the sky and waved his hand slightly. The weapons slowly fell back to their respective owners. The scene once again drew the amazement of the crowd, and everyone seemed to be dreaming. Elder Guangchang took a deep breath. He bowed respectfully to Yi Tiance and said with a wry smile, Senior Yi, I am impressed by your performance again. I can't think of any words to praise the magic you displayed, and I am not worthy of giving you an evaluation. Therefore, the only thing I can do is to break the rules of the conference again and give you 101 points, which is more than the full score. The old man in the yellow coat said with shining eyes, if there is no competition, I would really like to directly recommend you as the winner. I even think that the title of winner is not worthy of you at all. Another judge was so excited that he was speechless. If the conference wasn't still being held and if there weren't so many people here, he would have wanted to kneel down and become Yi Tiance's disciple. If he can learn even a little bit of the true skills, wouldn't his old friends be drooling with envy when they see him in the future? There were waves of emotion in the eyes of the host Ziyin. She has presided over Xianmen conferences in many provinces and has never seen a monster like Yi Tiance. Any woman can't help but admire him when she sees an outstanding man, and of course that includes her. She suppressed her excitement and announced, "Contestant Yi Tiance's final score is 101 points. Let us all congratulate him with the warmest applause." There was thunderous applause from the audience, and no one questioned this achievement. The eyes of many forces and bigwigs were shining as they looked at Yi Tiance. It would be fine if his alchemy was so evil, but even his techniques were so perverted. Such a genius must be befriended. Zhuge Ruizhi stood up and shouted excitedly, "Ha, Brother Yi is awesome. Let's see who else looks down on Brother Yi. So cool." Zhao Rong, who was sitting next to him, could not hide his seriousness in his shocked expression. Yi Tiance's performance made him change from his previous contempt to vigilance. Because he was never sure about Yi Tiance's true attitude towards Yi Linger. If the current friendly situation was just a superficial one, then everything would be in trouble. Zhuge Xiefeng's face was distorted, he clenched his fists, his heart was full of regret and unhappiness. The better Yi Tiance performed, the more it proved that he had misjudged him before. Su Zishi also had the same idea. She was completely numb again. That delicate and cold face was now pale, almost without any blood color. Pain. My face is burning with pain. Pain. My heart feels like it's being stabbed by needles. Why is he so good? Doesn't this make me, Su Zishi, seem more and more like a clown? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Su Zishi felt his blood boiling, and then his throat felt sweet. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Granny Lu was so frightened that she hurriedly supported Su Zishi. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Su Zishi leaned in Granny Lu's arms. Biting her lips lightly, she said aggrievedly, "I want to go home. I don't want to see him becoming more and more outstanding, because I have such low self-esteem." Woo woo. Chapter 615, You, Aoishian, keep your word. Su Zishi's tears couldn't stop flowing down, and her body was shaking. Because at this moment, she really couldn't find any reason to save face for herself. After all, Yi Tiance's performance is obvious to all. Before, one could say that alchemy was a fluke, but how could this sword coming be achieved by luck? If we continue to say that he is nothing now, we will only be deceiving ourselves. Being crushed in all aspects was a feeling she had never experienced in front of another man. The feeling of inferiority complex could not be stopped from welling up in my heart. She didn't have the face to see Yi Tiance again. She was afraid of being mocked by him and just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Granny Lu's eyes trembled slightly. She sighed softly and said, "Miss, since you are sure that Mr. Yi is powerful, why don't you go to him and confess your true feelings later? I believe that as long as you sincerely repent, he will definitely forgive you. Although you have looked down on him before, in the final analysis, you have never done anything to harm him or frame him. Just for this reason, he will not regard you as a real enemy." Su Zishi bit her lips tightly, tears still flowing. "Although I have never done anything to harm him, but thinking about my attitude and words and deeds towards him before, and the fact that he saved my life once on the night when the incident happened at the Rong family. But because of my pride, I felt very uncomfortable with him whenever I saw him. I couldn't help but be sarcastic and made mistakes again and again." But she changed the subject. "But Granny Lu, even if I know I did something wrong, it doesn't mean I have to apologize to him and give in. Because I, Su Zishi, am a woman with self-respect. If I apologize to him, doesn't that mean I will obey him from now on? Like a slave? I can't do this kind of thing. I have my pride and my dignity. If he really wants to treat me as one of his fiancés and really wants me to be his woman, he should take the initiative to discover this and give me a way out, instead of requiring me to take the initiative. After all, he is a man." Granny Lu. There was a black line on her forehead. Good news, the lady knows she did something wrong. Bad news, but she just doesn't want to change. What should I do about this? The area where Yuanyang Valley is located. Snapped. Taoist priest Pingu slapped Taoist priest Gongsun in the face. His face was gloomy. He angrily said, "Fuck you. Is this the useless kid you mentioned?" The level of magic he used is beyond the reach of even this old man. What kind of existence did you and the dead Taoist Yunhai and these bastards provoke for our Yuanyang Valley? Taoist priest Pingu was very angry. If Yi Tian's performance in the alchemy competition this morning was amazing and everything was still within the controllable range, it would be no big deal if such an alchemy genius was not obtained and destroyed. But the sword-coming technique that Yi Tian's just demonstrated directly stunned Taoist Pingu. He had been in the Xuanjie circle for decades and now held a high position of power in Yuanyang Valley. He had come into contact with many powerful cultivators, but he had never seen such a shocking technique. You have to know that this is just a display of magic, not a life and death duel. Once the killing move is really made, the power of this move is unimaginable. Taoist Gongsun was beaten so hard that one of his teeth fell out. He covered his mouth and said aggrievely, "Great elder, I didn't know this kid had this ability. He has never used it before." In his opinion, Yi Tian's was just a young man with some talent who would have thought that in the small city of Jiangnan, the son-in-law abandoned by the Xiao family would have such means? Taoist Gongsun asked tentatively, "Great elder, what should we do now? Should we apologize to that Yi and make peace? Should we keep our distance from each other from now on?" Taoist priest Pingu took a deep breath. He frowned and replied, "As one of the three major Xianmen forces in Tiannan province, if we take the initiative to ask for peace and apologize to a young boy, how can we maintain our dignity in Tiannan province in the future? In the final analysis, although this kid has a great level of magic, it does not represent his true strength after all. The spiritual power fluctuations released from his body cannot detect his true level of cultivation." Taoist Gongsun asked in confusion, "What does this mean?" Taoist Master Pingu explained, "My current strength is already in the middle stage of physical training, infinitely close to the late stage of physical training. Therefore, even if it is a strong person at the peak of physical training, or even at the perfect stage of physical training, as long as they release spiritual power fluctuations, I can sense their cultivation level. There are only two situations in which I cannot detect their strength. One is that the person's cultivation method is rare and special and can hide his strength. The other is that his strength is far above mine and has reached the legendary level of breaking through the body refining period. Obviously the second situation is impossible in my opinion. The technique he practices must be special, which is why he can control so many flying swords." After listening to Taoist priest Pingu's explanation, Taoist Gongsun nodded suddenly. "Then shall we follow the plan, gather our forces here, and surround and kill Yi Tian's after the meeting?" Taoist priest Pingu hummed. He sneered inside, "It's a pity for such a talented young man." The magic competition continued in the venue. After Yi Tian's, it was naturally Ao Ishian's turn to take the stage. Yi Tian's walked down from the stage, and Ao Ishian walked up from the backstage. As the two of them approached each other, Yi Tian's snapped his fingers, and a powerful force quietly hit Ao Ishian's right leg. Ao Ishian was caught off guard and was knocked to his knees on the ground. As luck would have it, due to inertia, Ao Ishian just happened to kowtow in the direction of Yi Tian's. Wow! This scene immediately aroused a lot of discussion among the audience and contestants. Fuck! What's going on? Why did Ao Ishian kowtow to Yi Tian's? I guess he must have been impressed by Yi Tian's magic display and worshipped him excitedly. Ao Ishian's thirst for knowledge is admirable. We should all learn from him. It's good to love studying. No wonder he is the young master of Yuanyang Valley. Listening to everyone's discussions, Ao Ishian's defense broke down instantly. Because only he knew that he was not kneeling to worship Yi Tian's, but was being tricked by the other party. Yi Tian's. I fucking. Ao Ishian was about to stand up when he got angry. Yi Tian's had already walked up to him and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Boom! A tremendous pressure acted on him, making him almost unable to move. Yi Tian's said with emotion, TSK. You just said that as long as I can get 101 points, you will kowtow to me. You are such a good person, you keep your word. Ah! Ao Ishian was screaming in his heart, his eyes were about to pop out. I keep my word, you bastard. It's your fault. Yi Tian's. I'm going to kill you. He gritted his teeth and roared, gathering his strength and punching towards the middle of Yi Tian's legs. Chapter 616 Ao Ishian was so angry that he vomited blood. Just at the moment Ao Ishian launched the attack, Elder Guangchang, who was on the judging panel, stood up and sternly shouted, "Stop it! Do you want to be disqualified for attacking others during the competition?" "No." Ao Ishian stopped immediately. He explained aggrievely, "I didn't do it on purpose, it was really because Yi Tian's was too much of a bully. He used despicable means to sneak attack me and made me kneel in public. I really can't swallow this." Elder Guangchang snorted coldly. "When did he use any tricks to make you kneel down? Why didn't I see it?" The other two judges also spoke up to express their opinions. "I didn't see Yi Tian's attack you. What's your intention in throwing dirty water on him in broad daylight?" "Ao Ishian, I have heard that there were some misunderstandings and conflicts between you and Yi Tian's before, but you are absolutely not allowed to bring these grudges to the competition, otherwise it will violate the rules of the competition, and you may not be able to bear the consequences." The other contestants were all whispering to each other. "This Ao Ishian is really disgusting." He was obviously frightened to the point of kneeling down by Yi Tian's magic display, but he insisted on saying that someone else was doing something bad. "How come I didn't see it? If you ask me, he is deliberately framing me. After all, he is not as good as others in displaying magic, so he thought of using disgusting means. TSK. I didn't expect that the young master of Yuanyang Valley would be such a narrow-minded villain behind his back. Hear the discussions around you." Ao Ishian's face turned pale and blue, and veins bulged on his forehead. He was so wronged. It's obvious that what he said was true, so why is no one willing to believe him? Damn it! At this time, Yi Tian's very friendly stretched out his hand and smiled at him. "Hurry up and get up, the ground is cold. I'd feel bad if you kneel any longer, since I don't have any red envelopes with me to give you." Yi Tian's. "I'm going to work at 8 a.m. Ao Ishian's eyes were wide open with anger. He just couldn't swallow this humiliation and wanted to blow the other person's head off immediately. "Even if I am disqualified from participating in the competition, I will accept it." Suddenly, a cold shout came from the audience, "Ao Ishian, why don't you go on stage and demonstrate your magic? What are you waiting for? Don't you think that embarrassing yourself is not enough?" Ao Ishian shuddered and turned to look at the audience. Taoist priest Pingu's face turned almost as black as the bottom of a pot. He was really angry. Taoist priest Pingu did not see clearly why Ao Ishian knelt down. Although Yi Tian's might have been responsible, he had no direct evidence. No matter how much he said, it would only be regarded as making excuses, which would be embarrassing. Ao Ishian did not dare to disobey the order of Taoist priest Pingu. He glared at Yi Tian's unhappily and stood up by himself. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Boy, you have offended me time and again. You may feel proud now, but it won't be long before endless revenge awaits you. By then, even if you kowtow before me and smash your head to pieces, don't expect to be spared." Yi Tian smiled softly. "Then I am really looking forward to this happening, but before that, I am more looking forward to your magic demonstration to achieve excellent results and open my eyes. Don't perform so poorly that you won't even get half of my score in the end." "Humph, it's none of your business." Ao Ishian said this and walked onto the stage. Based on his judgment of his own ability, as long as he performs normally, a score of more than 90 points is almost certain. Only when he got on stage, I couldn't control my anger towards Yi Tian's in my mind, and my heart couldn't calm down. Random thoughts kept coming to my mind. The more you force yourself to get rid of these distracting thoughts, the more negative emotions you will feel. Damn it! What is going on here? The host Ziyan has already reminded, "Contestants, please show your skills, you only have 50 seconds left." Oh shit! Even drinking cold water can get your teeth stuck. Ao Ishian took a deep breath and tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his body, but he felt a strange force running around in his body, causing his spiritual power to seem to lose control and run wild. He forcefully cast a spell and a faint light shot out from his hand, but dissipated in an instant. He tried again, but still failed. How could this be? Impossible. Ao Ishian was sweating anxiously. But the more anxious he became, the more he found that his spiritual power was out of control and he couldn't even perform basic spells. Ah! Come out! Come out! Ao Ishian stood in a horse stance, gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, even veins on his forehead bulged. It shows how hard he works. The audience and contestants who didn't know the truth looked at each other in confusion. Why doesn't Ao Ishian use his magic? What happened? Look at his half-squatting position. Could he be here to take a shit? TSK. You, the young master of Yuanyang Valley, are really embarrassing yourself today. Public opinion not only doubled the pressure on Ao Ishian, but also created an anxious and depressing atmosphere in the area where Yuanyang Valley was located. What's wrong with young Valley Master? Why don't you use your magic? It's almost too late. Something's wrong. It's totally wrong. I've never seen young Valley Master in this state before. Could it be that young master has a stomachache and really wants to poop on the stage? Taoist priest Pingu couldn't help but angrily slapped the armrest of the chair. I was so angry that I was shaking all over. Fuck! What on earth is this loser doing? He has completely disgraced our Yuanyang Valley. He just finished speaking. The host Ziyan has announced. 1 minute is up, the magic demonstration time is over, please judges give your scores. As this voice sounded, Ao Ishian's head was buzzing. At this moment, only 3 words came to his mind. Ruined. This is indeed the case. Elder Guangchang announced calmly, this contestant's ability to mobilize spiritual power is poor. He has no ability to control spiritual power and can hardly perform any magic. However, considering his hard work, I can give him 1 point. The other 2 judges also said without any emotion. I can give you 1 point for your hard work. I hope he can take care of himself in the future. When the result was announced, Ao Ishian was stunned. He never expected that he would get such a low score. 1 point. And it's given for my hard work? It's better not to give it. Damn it. There was already an uproar in the audience. Ha ha ha. Did I hear it right? The young master of Yuanyang Valley only got 1 point? This is the lowest score in the whole venue, right? It's so funny. The 3 great heirs of Xianmen are only at this level. It seems that the future of Yuanyang Valley is over. The point is that Ao Ishian still looks down on Yitiance, but next time he goes out, he can say that he and Yitiance scored a combined 102 points in the magic contest. That's a good story. Brother, this isn't funny at all, unless you can't hold it back, ha ha ha. The sarcastic public opinion poured into Ao Ishian's ears like a tide. The constant impact in his mind. Negative emotions such as anger, grievance and unwillingness in my chest are constantly surging. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth, turning into a blood mist that dyed a piece of clothing on his chest red. Chapter 617, Come and Meet Me. After Ao Ishian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembled and he knelt on the ground again. As luck would have it, the direction was right towards Yitiance, who was standing in the audience. The audience and other contestants naturally burst into laughter again. Saw this scene. The great elder of Yuanyang Valley had a dark face. He looked at the distraught Ao Ishian on the stage, his heart filled with anger and disappointment. He never imagined that the pride of Yuanyang Valley would perform so poorly in this magic display. In the end, I only got 1 point, which is unprecedented. If this news spreads back to Yuanyang Valley, I'm afraid it will cause a complete upheaval. This useless guy, if he can't even keep his place in the top 10 this time, then I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on to his position as the young Valley Master for long. As for the top 3 positions, he had long given up hope. It's not just him. The other disciples of Yuanyang Valley also lowered their heads in shame. How could such a person appear in our Yuanyang Valley? How embarrassing. On weekdays in the valley, this guy is bossy and pretentious, but when it comes to the really critical occasion, he acts like a big shot. In the area where Wuchi Mountain and Lingyu Pavilion are located, many disciples and followers couldn't help but laugh. After all, as the three major Xianmen forces, they are in competition with each other. They are naturally happy to see Yuanyang Valley suffer misfortune again and again. You know, they were originally very upset. After all, the bronze-masked man, Yilinger, and Yi Tiance performed better than their two major forces. But with the clown Yuan Yanggu as a comparison, the bad mood doesn't seem so bad anymore. Aoishian forced himself to hold on to the disordered breath in his body, stood up and walked down from the stage in a daze. Maybe it's because of shame, maybe it's because of loss. He never raised his head, but walked with his head down. When he walked up to Yi Tiance and Yilinger, Yilinger made a face at Aoishian and said, with only 1 point of strength, "You still have the nerve to laugh at Brother Tiance. You should be more humble in the future." Aoishian raised his head and glared at Yilinger, his heart boiling with rage, but he couldn't show it. On the one hand, I really don't have the face to refute. On the other hand, the aura in his body was still inexplicably disordered. If a conflict broke out, he would not be able to exert his strength. He glared at Yi Tiance unwillingly. "Boy, don't be complacent. I'm just not in good shape today. When I recover, I'll kill you first." Yi Tiance smiled and then snapped his fingers. Snapped. The snap of fingers fell. Buzz. Aoishian's body trembled, and he began to feel the strange and chaotic energy in his body disappear in an instant. This. Aoishian couldn't help but be stunned and blinked his dull eyes. The next second, he seemed to have realized something, and he stared at Yi Tiance with shock and anger. It's you who did it. It must be you, right? When he went on stage earlier, Yi Tiance used some unknown means to hit his knee, causing him to fall to the ground. Next, after he went on stage, an inexplicable surge of energy appeared in his body. And just now, when Yi Tiance snapped his fingers, this energy suddenly disappeared. If you say all this is a coincidence, I'm afraid even ghosts won't believe it. The answer is obvious. All of this is controlled by Yi Tiance behind the scenes. After realizing this, Aoishian raised his finger and pointed at Yi Tiance. He was so angry that he almost bit his teeth and said, "Mr. Yi, you are shameless." "I, young master." "Oh? What do you want?" Yi Tiance opened his eyes slightly and looked at Aoishian with a smile. Hateful. Aoishian took a deep breath, and finally could only clench his fists unwillingly, and did not continue to argue with Yi Tiance. It's not that he was afraid of Yi Tiance, but his performance just now was so embarrassing that even if he told others that it was Yi Tiance who was behind it, no one would believe it. Once a conflict occurs, the person who will be dealt with by the organizers of the Xianmen conference will definitely be him. If things go wrong, his status as the young master of Yuanyang Valley will be stripped away. All you can do is wait. When the Xianmen conference comes, I will take revenge on Yi Tiance 1,000 times for all the humiliation I have suffered. We'll see. I hope you and I will have a chance to fight each other in tonight's martial arts competition. Don't blame me for being merciless then. Aoishian said this viciously and left angrily. The magic competition continued, but the contestants who took the stage later were all mediocre in strength. Half an hour later, the second round of competition ended. At the end of this competition, Yi Tiance won the championship again with an extraordinary score of 101 points, while Aoishian got the excellent result of being the last one with the lowest score of 1 point. The host Ziyin announced, all contestants will take a 2-hour break at 7 o'clock in the evening. The third round of competition, which is also the final martial arts competition, will be held. Inside the venue, the crowd gradually dispersed. The audience was still very interested in the content of this competition and was discussing it with emotion. This guy named Yi Tiance is so awesome. He scored 101 points twice in a row. Could he get this score again in the last round of the competition? It's hard to say. Yilinger and that grey-robed masked man behind him are also very powerful. They may have a chance to overtake the final score. This time, the performances of the three major Xianmen heirs were severely suppressed. I have never seen such a situation before. If you ask me, the most embarrassing person this time is Aoishian. This idiot, he was originally highly expected but in the end he only got 1 point and even knelt down in public. I almost laughed my shit out of me. Aoi Xian gritted his teeth and walked to the area where Yuanyang Valley was located. Great Elder, He hasn't finished speaking yet. Taoist priest Pingu had already interrupted him with a slap in the face before he could continue. You are such a disgraceful loser, how dare you come back? Why don't you just hit your head against the wall and die at the venue? You won't bring shame to our Yuanyang Valley. Aoi Xian's cheeks were swollen. He said unwillingly, Great Elder, please listen to my explanation. This is all caused by that guy named Ji. He made me like this. Don't worry, I will definitely get back at him. Taoist priest Pingu raised his eyebrows and said, how can you get it back? Are you counting on getting the highest score in the last round of the martial arts competition? And getting it by stepping on Yi Tian's head? Aoi Xian nodded seriously. Taoist priest Pingu snorted coldly, let's not talk about Yi Tian's strength first. With you alone, you are not even 100% sure of defeating Yuji Lingfang and Yushi. How can you be sure of getting the highest score in the last round of the competition? A gleam of determination flashed across Aoi Xian's eyes. Yixian promises that if you can't do it, you will be beheaded. Chapter 618, Human Melee. The two-hour break passed quickly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, night fell quietly, but the area around the Xianmen conference venue was brightly lit, just like daytime. The venue was surrounded by colorful lanterns, and the soft light sprinkled on the ground, creating a mysterious and warm atmosphere. The breeze blew gently, the lanterns swayed slightly, and the light and shadows intertwined. The audience arrived at the venue early and sat in the stands, excitedly discussing the upcoming competition. You should know that there are 3 competitions in the Xianmen conference, namely alchemy, magic, and martial arts. In fact, the most watched event is the last round of martial arts competition. After all, everyone likes to watch fighting. Amid everyone's anticipation, the final round of the Xianmen conference, the martial arts competition, is about to begin. The host Ziyan took the stage again, her voice clear and loud. Dear contestants and spectators, we are now entering the final round of the Xianmen conference, the martial arts competition. Elder Guangchang kept us in suspense earlier and did not tell us the rules of the competition. Now I will announce the specific rules of the third martial arts competition. Many contestants held their breath nervously. Ziyan continued, in this round of competition, the remaining 100 contestants will stand together on the huge arena in the center and compete simultaneously. The points will be awarded in the order of elimination. The first person eliminated will get 1 point, the second person eliminated will get 2 points, and so on. The last contestant left on the stage will get 100 points. When this rule is announced, the venue was suddenly in an uproar. Fuck! This rule is so exciting. More than 100 people fighting on the stage together, a big fight to win the game? Yes, in the past it was all 1v1 duels, with people taking turns to compete and finally determine the rankings. I didn't expect this rule to be used this time. No wonder Elder Guangchang deliberately kept it a secret. If we follow this rule to conduct a martial arts competition, we must have absolute strength to stand to the end. After all, it is possible that some people will unite to attack someone and use their numbers to bully the minority. I have to admit that this new rule is very bold and exciting. Compared to the audience's cheers, the contestants had different moods. Some contestants from smaller sects all looked worried. What should I do? With so many people competing together, I feel like I'll be eliminated soon. There's no other way. I'll have to fight. I'll try to survive till the end. I hope God will bless me and don't let those talented players target me. Please bless me. In comparison, the contestants from the powerful Xianmen forces are completely different. Saint Yushi raised her chin slightly, her expression still as cold and superior. No matter what the rules of the competition are, it will not cause her any unnecessary emotional waves. Yuji Lingfeng tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, waved his fan, and was slightly thoughtful. The masked man in the gray robe was still mysterious and it was impossible to tell his emotions. Aoi Xian stared at Yi Tian's with fierce eyes, showing his hatred and gloomy attitude without any concealment. This rule is not bad. The more people there are, the easier it is to take advantage of the chaos and kill. Mr. Yi, you're going to enjoy great fortune later. Ziyan announced, in the martial arts competition, weapons and magic are allowed, but forbidden magic is not allowed when a contestant clearly admits defeat. The other contestants cannot continue to attack him, otherwise they will be eliminated directly. If you don't have the strength and die on the stage, you will be responsible for it yourself. Then, I declare that the competition begins. When the host gave the order, he announced the start of the final round of competition. More than 100 contestants slowly stepped onto the competition stage in the center of the venue. Everyone stood on the stage and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely weird. Everyone looked at the people around them vigilantly, but no one took the initiative to take action. It seemed strangely quiet. Because everyone knows that in such a chaotic situation, it is difficult to easily distinguish who is the enemy and who is the ally. If you act rashly, you may end up bringing yourself unnecessary trouble. Some of the contestants held their weapons tightly, their fingers turning slightly white due to nervousness. Some narrowed their eyes slightly, trying to find clues from other people's expressions and movements. Others secretly mobilized their spiritual power, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. This scene even made the audience and the auditorium nervous. However, this strange silence did not last long and was broken. A thin disciple of a certain Xianmen sect suddenly shouted, "Yuqi Lingfang, you killed my junior sister innocently a year ago. Today I will kill you and avenge her." As soon as he finished speaking, he was already waving the sword in his hand and rushing towards the opponent. Ha ha! There are so many people who want revenge on me. Yuqi Lingfeng snorted coldly, raised his fan upwards, and directly blocked the opponent's sword. Bang! The weapons of both sides collided with each other, making a crisp sound. The powerful shockwave spread in all directions, startling many of the surrounding players. They all stepped back to make room for the two to fight. Yuqi Lingfeng said coldly, "There are so many people who are looking for revenge on me. Who do you think you are?" He just waved his sleeves with his left hand, and the next moment, swarms of poisonous insects gushed out from his sleeves and crawled all over the opponent's body at an extremely fast speed. Get out! Everyone, get out! Ah! The thin man waved his sword to try to break free from the insect's restraints, but found it to be of no use. In just a few seconds, the thin man was poisoned to death by the toxin released by the insect, without even a chance to beg for mercy. This sudden battle and death was like a fuse. The contestants began to realize that this was a battle competition in the Xianmen conference, and there would definitely be bloodshed. It was not a game of house, and it was either you die or I die. What's more, over the years, no matter whether it is practitioners or not, there must be many grudges and conflicts of interest. And this martial arts competition naturally provides an excellent stage. So after the thin man was killed, the melee on the stage started immediately. Most of the players quickly found their targets and joined the battle. Some players choose to play one-on-one with people of similar ability, while others form small groups to fight against other groups together. The arena suddenly became lively with flashes of swords and sabers and overflowing spiritual energy. The sounds of shouting and weapons clashing are intertwined together. However, there were some people in the crowd who were a little special. They all stood where they were and were not involved in the battle. They are Yi Tiance, Yi Linger, the gray-robed masked man, and Saint Yushi. The top three had excellent performance in the first two rounds of competition. Others did not dare to provoke her unless they were absolutely sure. As for Saint Yushi, besides being very powerful, she was also the goddess in their hearts naturally. No one wanted to offend her, so as not to leave a bad impression. However, the first of these four people was soon drawn into the battle. Chapter 619, Stretch Your Muscles. I saw 6 contestants formed an alliance at the same time and attacked the bronze masked man. Among these 6 people's martial arts strength, one has reached the early stage of God of War, and the remaining 5 are all at the pseudo-god level. When they gather together, they are already a powerful force that cannot be ignored. The leader, a powerful warrior in the early stage of the God of War, showed a triumphant smile. Ha ha! You are such a mysterious person. I have disliked you since the beginning. I will personally pull your mask off and see why you are still pretending to be mysterious. He roared, and a short axe appeared in his hand, and he chopped towards the man in the bronze mask. The bronze-masked man stood there quietly, looking at the 6 people who were rushing towards him like wolves and tigers, without any panic in his eyes. When the leading war god warrior swung a short axe at him, he just slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the fierce attack. The axe passed by the bronze-masked man with great force and hit the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, a deep crack was cut into the ground. When the powerful warrior in the early stage of God of War saw that his attack missed, a trace of anger appeared on his face. He raised his axe again and launched a continuous attack. The bronze-masked man moved slowly, as if he was dancing, and avoided his opponent's attacks just right every time. At the same time, the 5 contestants at the pseudo-god level also surrounded them and launched attacks from different directions. Some swung their swords, some slapped out with their palms, and some kicked out. But the latter seemed to be able to predict their actions, and they were able to dodge the opponent's encirclement and attack with ease and smooth movements. And while dodging, he would also counterattack from time to time. The seemingly easy attack landed on one of the pseudo-god realm contestants, and immediately caused the opponent to retreat repeatedly. It is obvious that despite the encirclement of the 6-member alliance, there is still a visible gap in strength between the 2 sides. There was already a lot of sighs in the audience. Damn! This bronze-masked man is too powerful, right? Facing the siege of 6 people, he is so calm. What exactly is his strength? And what is his origin? As expected of someone who got full marks in the first 2 rounds, his martial arts skills are so strong. At this time, Zhuge Xiefeng was also sitting in the audience with a very solemn expression, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. You should know that his strength is at the pseudo-god level, and he has always been confident in his own cultivation and talent. As a result, on the stage in the venue, these contestants at the pseudo-god level could only serve as cannon fodder, and the early-stage God of War masters that he had longed for did not seem to be the best on the stage. Asshole! This is the foundation of each Xianmen force. When will I be so powerful? Thinking of this, he became even more angry towards Yi Tiance. If it weren't for this guy playing tricks, I might have broken through to become an early-stage war god expert long ago, dammit. On the ring, the 6 contestants became more and more frightened as the fight went on. They found that no matter how they attacked, they could not touch a single hair of the bronze-masked man. The leading war god early-stage warrior roared, "Everyone, come at me together, don't hold back. I don't believe that the 6 of us can't handle him alone." At this time, the bronze-masked man seemed to have had enough fun. He just waved his hand lightly, and a powerful spiritual energy wave spread out instantly. The 6 contestants were hit by this force and flew backwards and fell to the ground. They struggled to stand up, but found that they were seriously injured and could no longer fight. At the same time, the 3 judges on the jury table all had serious expressions and commented in a low voice. This contestant's strength is far beyond that of an early war god, and he never really fought from the beginning to the end with this kind of strength. If he were to be put in a normal Xianmen Conference martial arts competition, it would be almost certain that he would win the championship. I don't know why, but from the first moment I saw this guy, I felt uncomfortable from the bottom of my heart. I had a kind of uneasiness that is hard to explain. What about you guys? I don't know if you still remember the strange disappearance of martial artists after the Xianmen Conference 10 years ago. What do you think of this time? Elder Guangchang interrupted and said, during the conference, please don't make any assumptions. What we need to do is to ensure fairness, justice, and order in the conference. As for the bronze mask contestant, I have already sent people to investigate the clues in advance. I believe that there will be definite results soon. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, the battle on the ring has entered a white-hot stage. Yi Linger's pretty face was filled with excitement and anticipation. Brother Tiance, just stand behind me, don't be afraid. Linger will protect you, no matter who it is, no one will hurt you. Yi Tiance smiled lovingly and said, Linger is awesome, but in the ring, swords and knives have no eyes. You just need to take care of yourself. You don't need to worry about my safety. If there are really blind people who come to offend me, I don't mind stretching my muscles a little. The words fell. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise. I saw a burly figure flying backwards from the air, passing by Yi Tiance and others, and finally fell heavily under the ring and fainted. Then, someone slowly walked towards Yitaians. The person who came out was Aoi Xian from Yuanyang Valley. At this moment, his whole face was filled with an excited expression of wanting to kill someone, and he stared at Yitaians. He licked his lips and said, "Mr. Yi, you want to stretch your muscles? What a coincidence. I also want to stretch my muscles. Do you have the courage to fulfill my wish?" You have to know that it started from the day before the Xianmen conference when I met Yitaians. Aoi Xian and Yitaians became enemies. The subsequent Xianmen auction and the first 2 rounds of competition made him hate Yitaians even more. If I don't kill Yitaians with my own hands today, I will probably be haunted for the rest of my life. Now it is the 3rd round of martial arts competition. As long as the opponent does not admit defeat, even if he is killed, he will not be punished by the organizer. Therefore, Aoi Xian regards this as an excellent opportunity for revenge. Facing Aoi Xian's active provocation, Yitaians looked calm and composed. He picked his ear with his little finger and then made a pinky gesture to Aoi Xian. A fierce look flashed in the latter's eyes. "Humph. Don't be so arrogant. I will definitely defeat you in the ring today." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Yitaians and attacked him at such a fast speed that he arrived in front of Yitaians in the blink of an eye. A tricky punch went straight to Yitaians' heart. Successful. Just as this thought popped up in Aoi Xian's mind. But I felt a sudden chill in my lower body. Chapter 620. Do you want to die or give up? Okay? Aoi Xian was startled and looked down subconsciously. I don't know when, Yitaians raised his foot and kicked him between his legs at a faster speed, hitting the vital point. Bang! This cool feeling came from this strong kick. Don't play by the rules. What the hell? Aoi Xian was about to swear, but was defeated by the severe pain that followed. He couldn't exert any strength in his whole body, his legs were weak and he knelt on the ground, sweating all over. Even every breath he took would affect the nerves throughout his body, causing severe pain. Hiss. This scene caused the surrounding contestants and people in the audience to gasp. My goodness, this Yitaians is really ruthless. He is obviously very powerful, but he uses such a shady trick as a crotch kick. He is simply aiming to make the other party have no descendants. TSK. Look at Aoi Xian's painful expression. It turns out that so-called cultivators can't get rid of the weaknesses of men. Of course not. The pain from this weakness of men is much more severe than a woman giving birth. Who else can bear it except eunuchs? Nothing else matters. The main thing is that Aoi Xian knelt down to Yitaians in public again. Everyone in Yuanyang Valley has been embarrassed by him. The atmosphere in the audience area where Yuanyang Valley was located was depressing and awkward. Many disciples were too embarrassed to raise their heads. It's so embarrassing. Taoist Gongsun secretly glanced at Taoist Pingu and found that veins on the latter's forehead were bulging and his face was almost as black as the bottom of a pot. You useless thing. You promised me that you could kill Yitaians, but you ended up shitting a huge pile. You really deserve to die. There was a stern look in his eyes. He raised his voice and shouted, Aoi Xian, if you can't do what you said today, you can prepare to commit suicide. I, Yuanyang Valley, can't afford to lose this person. This sentence undoubtedly brought a strong stimulation to Aoi Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, I will not bring shame to Yuanyang Valley. I must take revenge today. I must make this kid pay with his life. While talking, he took out a blood-red pill from his pocket, with a hint of red light lingering on its surface. The moment it was taken out, the surrounding air seemed to be shrouded in a bloody smell, which was very depressing. Elder Guangchan's pupils shrank slightly when he was sitting on the judging panel. It's actually the violent blood pill? This kid Aoi Xian is really being pushed into a corner. The two elders beside him analyzed and sighed. The violet blood pill is a low-level spiritual medicine, made from rare herbs and some kind of blood essence. After taking this pill, the user's strength can be greatly improved in a short period of time. At the same time, the user will enter a state of near madness and will not feel any pain. The power is extremely powerful. However, the side effects of this pill are not small. Not only will it cause serious damage to the body's functions, it will require a long period of recuperation to recover. Secondly, it will also affect people's minds. Once an accident occurs, they will become monsters who only know how to kill. Therefore, this pill is regarded as a taboo pill in many sects and should not be taken lightly. Elder Guangchang asked, "You two might as well guess, after Aoi Xian takes the rage blood pill, what are his chances of winning against Yi Tian's?" The old man in the yellow gown stroked his beard and said, "Aoi Xian is originally at the initial stage of physical training. After taking the violent blood pill, he can definitely be compared to the middle stage of physical training. Such combat power is also the best among all the contestants. Even if he faces me, he can at least withstand 30 moves. Therefore, even if Yi Tian's is gifted, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to deal with." Another person also nodded, "Aoi Xian has at least a 7-fold chance of winning. Unless Yi Tian's also has some unknown means." At the same time, Aoi Xian put the violent blood pill into his mouth without hesitation. The pill melted in his mouth and a powerful force instantly exploded in his body. Buzz. Aoi Xian's eyes turned red, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a raging tide, and quickly became manic. The pain between his legs disappeared in an instant. Base. Aoi Xian stood up suddenly and let out an angry roar. Bloodshot filled his eyes, blood vessels on his body bulged, and he looked like a mad beast. He. Yi Tian's, your death is approaching. Boom. A bloodthirsty aura spread from Aoi Xian's body to the entire arena and the audience seats around the venue. Many people feel heavy pressure. Su Zishi looked at the stage and couldn't help but clench her hands nervously. She wanted to stand up and yell at Yi Tian's, asking him to quickly announce his surrender to avoid putting his life in danger. Although she was very unhappy with Yi Tian's, she didn't want to see Yi Tian's being killed like this. But in the end, she still didn't have the courage to say this. At this moment, Aoi Xian kicked his feet and rushed towards Yi Tian's like a cannonball. At the same time, there was a short knife with barbs in his sleeve. The dagger was swung with great force, bringing up gusts of sharp wind, as if it could destroy everything. Yi Tian's, however, remained calm. He looked at Aoi Xian, who was rushing towards him, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. When Aoi Xian was about to approach, he slightly turned sideways and easily avoided Aoi Xian's attack. Then, Yi Tian's made a casual move and slapped Aoi Xian on the chest. Bang! This palm seems light, but it contains great power. Aoi Xian only felt a huge force coming at him, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. Boom! He fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting from his mouth. The violent and powerful spiritual energy that had been condensed in the body suddenly dissipated without a trace in an instant, and the internal organs seemed to be displaced. How is this possible? Aoi Xian's face was full of disbelief. He never thought that after taking the violent blood pill, his strength would be greatly enhanced. He was still defeated by Yi Tian's with one move? This seemingly simple move represents the absolute gap in strength between the two sides. How powerful is this Yi guy? Late stage of body refining? Or the peak of physical training? Could it be that he has reached the legendary realm of perfect body refining? You know, the strongest leader of the 3 major sects in Tiannan province is at the perfect level of body refining. If such a young guy had this kind of strength, wouldn't that mean a huge change in the world? At this moment, Aoi Xian was not the only one who was shocked. The audience in the auditorium, the contestants around, and the judges in the judging panel. Everyone was horrified. This Yi Tian's is too powerful. Aoi Xian was in such a state, but he was still defeated by him in one move. Aoi Xian is completely screwed this time. Today I finally understand what it means that there is always someone better than you. The sky of the Xian realm in Tiannan province is really going to change. Yi Tian's ignored all the discussions. He walked straight up to Aoi Xian and looked down at him. He asked calmly, "Do you want to die, or do you want to admit defeat?" Chapter 621 Aoi Xian, die. This moment. Aoi Xian couldn't stop shaking, cold sweat ran down his back, and he even seemed to have forgotten the pain of his wound. It was not until they actually fought that he realized how terrifying Yi Tian's strength was, and he also realized how clownish his previous provocative behavior was. If I hadn't been lucky enough, I would have been killed instantly by Yi Tiance. At that moment, being stared at by Yi Tiance with such cold eyes, fear kept rising in his heart. Yes, he is afraid of death. No matter how unwilling you are in your heart, even if admitting defeat would be embarrassing, but compared with your life, all of this is nothing. So he raised his head with difficulty, gritted his teeth and said to Yi Tiance, I admit it. But what he didn't expect was. Before he could finish saying the 3 words I give up, Yi Tiance suddenly raised his foot and kicked him in the body. Bang! This kick is very powerful. Aoi Xian was kicked directly off the ring, flying backwards like a cannonball, and finally flew dozens of meters away and hit the steep cliff of Hujiao Mountain. Boom! The enormous force left a sunken human figure on the cliff, with gravel and dust flying everywhere. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the collision. At this time, Aoi Xian was nailed to the cliff, his body was covered in blood and flesh, and it was impossible to see what human form he had. Obviously, he couldn't be deader. Yi Tiance, who did all this, had a very calm expression. He chuckled and said, I'm sorry, I couldn't control my feet just now. What did you want to say? I don't think I heard it clearly. Can you tell me again? Obviously, at this moment, Aoi Xian could no longer speak to Yi Tiance again. All the contestants present subconsciously stopped their actions. You know, after Aoi Xian took drugs to improve his strength, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to fight him, and ended up being killed so easily by Yi Tiance. The shocking degree of this display of strength made their scalps tingle. The audience exclaimed in amazement. Fuck! Aoi Xian was killed? Although this guy looks annoying, he is the young master of Yuanyang Valley. After all, his status and position are extraordinary. Yi Tiance must be crazy to dare to kill him, right? Yes, Aoi Xian was about to admit defeat, but was interrupted by Yi Tiance. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. Although this Yi guy is talented, he is too impulsive. If we provoke Yuanyang Valley like this, they will definitely not let it go. As predicted, Taoist Master Gu Ping of Yuanyang Valley stood up suddenly. His face was gloomy, his eyes were wide open, and he pointed at Yi Tiance and shouted angrily, Yi, you were so bold to kill the young master of Yuanyang Valley. Aren't you afraid that we in Yuanyang Valley will kill you? Although Aoi Xian's performance in this competition was disappointing, he still holds the title of Young Valley Master after all. Now that he has been killed in public, if he, the Great Elder, does not stand up to protect his family, he will surely be laughed at by everyone in the Xian realm of Tiannan province. Facing the threat from Taoist priest Pinggu, Yi Tiance raised his right hand and raised his middle finger. He said nonchalantly, Old man, you are not convinced. Why don't you come up and try? Young man is arrogant. Taoist priest Pinggu waved his sleeves, making a loud noise, with murderous intent revealed. Just as he was about to jump up and rush onto the ring, Elder Guangchang stood up, frowned and scolded, Master Pinggu, according to the rules of the competition, when you stand on the ring, your life and death are determined by fate. You are behaving like this. Is it because you Yuanyang Valley can't afford to lose, or do you want to disrupt the rules of the competition? As he spoke, the powerful aura of the late stage of body refining was released, almost covering the entire venue. Taoist priest Pinggu's expression changed slightly. Although his strength is infinitely close to the late stage of body refining, he is not yet in the true late stage of body refining after all. If there is a conflict with Elder Guangchang, you will not gain any advantage. Moreover, the other 2 judges of the Xianmen conference are also in the middle stage of body refining. Apart from him, the rest in Yuanyang Valley are either trash like Taoist Gongsun or young disciples who can't be of much help. Not to mention, the background of the organizer of the Xianmen conference is much deeper than that of Yuanyang Valley. Of course I dare not offend. He had no choice but to take a deep breath. He suppressed his anger and said, I have no intention of disrupting the meeting. I just think that Yi Tiance deliberately killed someone even though he knew that Yi Xian was going to admit defeat. This behavior is too rampant and ignores the rules of the conference. It must be severely punished. Are the organizers of the conference just turning a blind eye to this behavior? Elder Guangchang frowned and looked at the judges on his left and right. The yellow-robed judge said. Indeed, judging from Aoishian's reaction, he was about to admit defeat, but was interrupted by Yi Tiance. It seems that there are some violations. Another judge shook his head and said, I don't think so. If he says he admits defeat, he should say it out loud. If he doesn't, we can only blame him for his lack of strength and bad luck. Besides, competitions in the ring are ever-changing, and we can't ask Yi Tiance to be merciful. Elder Guangchang lowered his eyes and nodded. Then he announced, contestant Aoishian did not say the complete word surrender, and contestant Yi Tiance did not violate any rules. If anyone is dissatisfied with the decision, they can file a complaint at our headquarters after the meeting. These words are the final word. Naturally, this caused wails of dissatisfaction in the area where Yuanyang Valley was located. Damn it! The organizer of this conference is obviously favoring Yi Tiance. They must have seen that Yi Tiance performed well in the first 2 matches, and they wanted to get close to him, so they did this favor. Did young Valley Master die in vain? Everyone looked at Taoist Pingu. The latter's face was as gloomy as water, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. He gritted his teeth and said, if we don't take revenge, our Yuanyang Valley will no longer have a foothold in the Xuanjie of Tianan province. Taoist Gongsun asked cautiously, Grand Elder, but is it possible? This kid seems to be much stronger than I thought. After taking the medicine, Aoishian increased his strength to the middle stage of body refining, but he was easily killed by Yi Tiance. It can be seen that the latter's strength is far above the middle stage of body refining. In his opinion, apart from the Valley Master and those old guys who had been in seclusion for many years and had no news, he couldn't think of anyone who could take revenge in Yuanyang Valley. Even Taoist Priest Pingu can't do it. Taoist Priest Pingu licked his lips and said in a cold voice, I have my own way no matter whether it is Yi Tiance, the people around him, or even those who humiliated our Yuanyang Valley, they will not have a good end, hee. On the stage, after Yi Tiance dealt with Aoishian, a space immediately cleared around him. It seems that no contestant dares to offend Yi Tiance. Just when Yi Tiance felt a little bored, an unexpected person walked forward and confronted Yi Tiance face to face. She has a cool and holy temperament, a graceful figure, and the veil on her face adds a touch of mystery, which makes people imagine endlessly. It turned out to be the Saint Yushi of Lingyu Pavilion. Chapter 622, Saint Yushi and #039, S Illusion. The beautiful figure and cool temperament of Saint Yushi instantly attracted everyone's attention. Not only Yi Tiance, but everyone else present was surprised. In their opinion, Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi have no connection at all. Why would she stand in front of Yi Tiance for no reason? The audience whispered to each other. Wow, what is Saint Yushi going to do? She is actually going to challenge Yi Tiance? Even though Aoishian has increased his strength after taking drugs, he is no match for Yi Tiance. Although Saint Yushi is extremely talented, I'm afraid she is not capable of doing anything. That's right. This Yi Tiance is very ruthless. What if he doesn't control the severity of his blows and injures Saint Yushi? What should we do? Su Zishi in the audience frowned. Although she and Saint Yushi had never met each other before, for some reason, when she appeared in front of Yi Tiance, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. The area where Lingyu Pavilion is located. The senior elders and other disciples also looked puzzled. Based on their understanding of Saint Yushi, this person has never been competitive and is calm and indifferent to everything in the world. In theory, you shouldn't actively challenge other talents. What's more, he is a mysterious and dangerous guy. Why is it? But they knew Saint Yushi's personality very well. Once she made a decision, even 10 oxen could not pull her back, so no one stood up to remind or persuade her. And the contestants had the most enthusiastic reactions in the entire venue. You should know that most of these contestants come from the Xianmen forces. As the #1 goddess of the Xianmen forces, Saint Yushi will definitely be loved by countless young male disciples. Saint Yushi, you are taking too much risk. This Yi is too dangerous, please don't hurt yourself. That's right, if you want to win, you can come and hit me. I promise not to fight back and will eliminate you immediately. Saint Lady Yushi, you better hit me. I guarantee it will feel great. Ah! Hit me. Hit me. Whip me. I don't regret it at all. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. He admitted that Saint Yushi's temperament and appearance were 1 in a million, and she was absolutely a rare beauty. But the performance of this group of lickers is really embarrassing. No wonder people say that lickers will not die a good death. Even with this, you still have the nerve to call yourself a disciple of Xianmen? On the other hand, Saint Yushi turned a deaf ear to the cries of the bootlickers. She looked at Yi Tiance quietly and said slowly, I know you are very powerful, but as a cultivator, if you want to break through yourself, you must challenge masters today. I challenge you, and I hope you can fulfill my wish. The expression and tone are neither humble nor arrogant, but open and aboveboard. Yi Tiance nodded slightly. Good character. He had long seen that Saint Yushi was a promising candidate for spiritual cultivation. It's a pity that the Lingyu pavilion behind her is not capable enough to cultivate such a good seedling into the middle stage of body refining. It's really a waste of talent. If it were placed in his hands for training. I'm afraid he has already broken through to the body refining stage a long time ago. In that case, I might as well give some help and advice. If you are so determined, let's take 2 moves. Saint Yushi nodded slightly. She began to dance with her hands, and a powerful spiritual power surged out from her body. A burst of light suddenly burst out, blinding everyone around her. They turned their heads away or stepped back. Yi Tiance only felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and then he opened his eyes. I found myself in a strange place and was no longer on the ring. All I saw was green mountains and green waters, and the scenery was breathtaking. At this time, Saint Yushi was sitting on a round stone. In the distance under the stone, a clear stream was flowing. She was slowly taking off her shoes and socks, and gently putting her pair of jade-white feet into the stream. Feeling the coolness and gentleness of the water, the breeze blew past, ruffling her hair, making her face even more beautiful and charming at this moment. At this moment, one person, one mountain, and one water merge into one between heaven and earth, like a beautiful painting. While enjoying the beautiful scenery, Yi Tiance had already noticed that this scene was actually an illusion cast on him by Saint Yushi. This little girl is really quite capable. The so-called illusion is actually a kind of magic used by practitioners. Although illusions cannot cause direct damage, due to their uniqueness, they can often achieve the effect of using the small to win the big and the weak to defeat the strong. Of course, illusion is also difficult to practice, so anyone who can achieve something in illusion is a genius with outstanding talent. At this time, Saint Yushi took out a flute from her sleeve and played it softly. The melodious flute sounds echoing in the air make people feel relaxed and happy, and make people want to completely immerse themselves in it. As the music played, Yi Tiance closed his eyes and remained motionless, as if he had been immersed in this world. See this. The corner of Saint Yushi's mouth curled up slightly. Although she knew that Yi Tiance was stronger than her. But if they are not vigilant, once they fall into my illusion, they will definitely be addicted to it. No matter how strong they are, it will be difficult for them to wake up, let alone resist. Next, just let Yi Tiance continue to indulge in it. Then the real me can easily defeat Yi Tiance, who has no ability to resist. Wait 1 more minute. It would allow Yi Tiance to completely sink into it. However, just as Saint Yushi had this thought, Yi Tiance suddenly spoke from behind her, Tisk tsk. Your little feet are quite white. Do you usually take care of them? What? Saint Yushi's face changed slightly, and she saw Yi Tiance, who had just been standing there with his eyes closed and in a trance, disappeared. When she turned around, she saw that he was standing behind her, looking at her with a half-smile on his face. How could this happen? Saint Yushi was shocked. This illusion she cast had never had any accidents, and the opponent could be controlled at will in her illusion. Why is this man? But this astonishment only lasted for a second. She quickly regained her composure. Lang Qing said, I am a little surprised that you can regain consciousness, but don't underestimate my illusion. She blew the flute again, producing a pleasant and slightly rapid sound. Hua hua hua. I saw vines as thick as thumbs quickly spreading out from the surrounding woods. These vines were like tentacles and tied up Yi Tiance in the blink of an eye. One layer wrapped inside another, very solid. Saint Yushi stood up and stood face to face with Yi Tiance. She said in a cold and pleasant voice, "In the illusion I cast, I am the master of this world. No matter how much you struggle, it is meaningless as long as I don't remove the illusion. You can't get rid of it on your own initiative." Yi Tiance was not panicked at all. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Are you sure that the master of this illusion world is you, and not me?" Chapter 623, The Shameful Saint. Hear the words. Saint Yushi smiled coldly. "Mr. Yi, this joke is not funny." She has been practicing in Lingyu Pavilion since she was young, and started practicing illusion 10 years ago. As we all know, illusion is complex and ever-changing. But the most basic principle is that the caster is the absolute master of the illusion world and can control everything. In order to break the illusion, either the caster must remove the illusion on his own initiative, or the person who is cast with the illusion must use absolute strength to break the illusion by force. So she had never heard that a person who was under the spell of an illusion could turn the tables and control the world within the illusion. However, just as this thought came to her mind, suddenly she felt that her flute-playing movements became uncontrollable. She slowly put down the flute with her left hand, and her right hand unconsciously reached into her belt and moved towards the magnificent waves. She wanted to control her right hand to stop the movement, but it didn't respond at all. "What's wrong?" Saint Yushi widened her eyes. Turning around, he saw that the vines that were originally tied to Yi Tiance had disappeared without him noticing. Yi Tiance himself was looking at her with a smirk on his face. Saint Yushi could vaguely feel that strands of spiritual power were being released from the other party and were wrapping around her. Saint Yushi's body stiffened, and she instantly realized the reason. "Am I being controlled by this person? This is impossible. I am obviously the caster and should be able to control everything in this illusion world. How come?" Yi Tiance said with a smile, "Saintess, your illusion has no effect on me. Why don't you admit defeat and cancel it? I am a gentle and kind person, and I won't make things difficult for you." "I won't admit defeat." Saint Yushi frowned slightly. "She is stubborn and never gives up. Break it for me." Saint Yushi gritted her teeth and shouted, trying to break free from Yi Tiance's control. But no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to control her body. Instead, her right hand continued to move towards an unspeakable area. Saint Yushi is the symbol of purity and innocence in the Xian realm of Tiannan province, a holy existence that cannot be desecrated. Even though Saint Yushi doesn't seem to care about these comments on the surface, she actually feels very happy about them in her heart. However, now in the illusion world she created, she was actually being controlled by a man and was even doing such shameful actions? No matter how dull her personality is, she can't hold it anymore. She blushed and shouted angrily, "Yi Tiance, you are shameless, stop it now." Yi Tiance looked calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Saint, as long as you remove the illusion, I will stop." Saint Yushi bit her lips, still looking stubborn. "Don't even think about it. I will never give up easily." "Oh? If you don't want to admit defeat, then keep going." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and continued to increase his control over his spiritual power. This time, Saint Yushi's left hand was out of control and she unbuttoned her clothes a little, revealing her fair shoulders, her beauty overflowing. Yi Tiance clicked his tongue and said with emotion, "As expected of a saint, you have maintained your skin so fair. To be honest, you have the fairest skin I have ever seen in a woman. You can tell it's natural." Saint Yushi was both embarrassed and annoyed, her face flushed red. From the previous two competitions, she couldn't help but pay attention to Yi Tiance, and even became curious, thinking that he was a talented young man. As a result, he turned out to be such a despicable and vile person behind the scenes. How despicable it is to tease her with such words. "Yi Tiance, you've gone too far," Saint Yushi said as she struggled to resist Yi Tiance's control. She thought that all the other Xianmen disciples in Tiannan province would be polite and modest when they saw her. However, this Yi. At this moment, Yi Tiance looked at the cute and stubborn appearance of Saint Yushi and couldn't help but feel a little amused. In fact, he did it on purpose. No way. If other means were used to control her, this little beauty would never admit defeat due to her stubborn character. Only this kind of coercion using shame can make the other party take the initiative to remove the illusion. Although he also has other ways to forcibly break the illusion. But the consequence of doing so will definitely cause backlash damage to Saint Yushi. After all, this woman was most likely one of his fiancées, so he naturally wouldn't want to hurt her, not to mention that there had been no conflicts between the two parties before. Saint, if you keep going, you'll get more and more benefits for me, but it's also good, just let me see it, and you won't suffer any loss. Yi Tian's teased. Seeing that the other person's clothes are becoming more and more revealing, her beauty is revealed. Saint Yushi's face was as red as a ripe apple, she was angry and anxious. Although this is an illusion, even if I am stripped naked, it does not mean that I will be stripped naked in the real world. But the shame is real. As the saint of Lingyu Pavilion, she did not want to be seen naked by a man, and she would not accept such humiliation if the news got out. Not only her reputation, but also the reputation of Lingyu Pavilion would be affected. As time went by, her clothes became looser and looser, and were about to fall off completely. In desperation, she bit her lower lip lightly. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and say, I admit defeat. But I will definitely remember today's humiliation, I'll remember this. As the words fell. The illusion they were in instantly began to collapse, and they soon returned to the arena. Even though it seemed like the two of them spent a long time in the illusion, in the real world only less than 3 seconds had passed. In the arena. Hey! Saint Yushi uttered a painful groan, her body staggered slightly, and her entire face flushed with shyness. If it weren't for the layer of veil covering her, everyone would have seen it clearly. The failure of the illusion caused her to consume a lot of spiritual energy. At this time, the male contestants around noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Saint Yushi. One by one, they hurriedly said, Saint, are you feeling unwell? What's going on? I have some healing pills on me, I'll give them to you. Wow, seeing you in discomfort is more painful than killing me. If I could, I would be willing to endure 10 times the pain in exchange for your health. Faced with the attentiveness of these people, Saint Yushi inexplicably felt irritated for the first time. She said unhappily, get out of the way and stop talking nonsense in front of me. Boom. These bootlickers all opened their eyes wide, and were shocked by this sentence. Saint Yushi, who usually has a cold and apathetic temperament, actually got angry. But what's so cute about it? Yi Tian's hesitated and asked with concern, are you okay? Unexpectedly, Saint Yushi was staring at Yi Tian's. Biting her lip, she said coldly, Yi Tian's, you tarnished my innocence, I will definitely get it back. Chapter 624, Beat the Dog. When this sentence was spoken, everyone who heard it showed a shocked expression on their faces. Tarnishing innocence. These 4 words, when associated with Saint Yushi, are so topical. The public opinions of the contestants exploded first. Fuck. Did I hear it right? Saint Yushi said that Yi Tian's had tarnished her innocence. What on earth happened? Could it be that this guy surnamed Ji had done something obscene to Saint Yushi before this conference? Damn it! This bastard! He got there first. I see, no wonder the saint took the initiative to challenge him to a contest of martial arts strength. No other woman would be able to stand this. Fuck! The goddess in my heart was actually defiled by this bastard. I will never allow my white moonlight to be defiled. Yi Tian's, I challenge you. I can't stand it either. When I think of the scene where Saint Yushi was defiled, I feel sick all over. It's all Yi Tian's fault. Not only did the contestants react strongly, but the audience also reacted enthusiastically. Even Su Zishi's pretty face seemed to have a layer of coldness. Why does this pervert always get entangled with women wherever he goes? He even didn't let go of Saint Yushi of Lingyu Pavilion. It's true that a dog can't change its nature. Granny Lu smiled bitterly and said, Miss, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Say. As everyone knows, Saint Yushi has never interacted with any man from the outside world. Now she is publicly saying that Yi Tian's defiled her regardless of the reason, it proves that Master Yi is indeed extraordinary. Miss, if possible, I would like to remind you to bow down to Mr. Yi as soon as possible, otherwise if other outstanding women come in, your competitiveness will be. Although he didn't finish the sentence, Su Zishi naturally understood the meaning. She bit her lips lightly and stared at Yi Tiance. But he didn't say much. Zhuge Ruizhi gave a thumbs up and said with emotion, as expected of my brother Yi. He can even handle Saint Yushi. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Learning never ends. The old man Zhao Rong, who was sitting next to him, narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He was finding it increasingly difficult to understand this man named Yi Tiance. The area where Lingyu Pavilion is located. The elders, senior leaders and disciples couldn't sit still anymore. The status of the Holy Maiden of Lingyu Pavilion is supreme, and her innocent identity must not be tarnished. Once this happens, not only will there be a negative impact on reputation, but it may even bring irreversible harm to Lingyu Pavilion. A middle-aged female elder frowned and couldn't help asking, Yushi, what's going on? Hearing this, Saint Yushi's expression changed slightly. She just said this in a hurry and couldn't control herself. She didn't expect it to cause such a big stir. Obviously, everyone misunderstood. However, she was cold and stubborn, and unwilling to explain too much. So he responded calmly, nothing. It's just that from today on, my first enemy appears, and that is Yi Tiance. The anger could not be stopped from beating in those cold eyes. Yi Tiance shrugged and said, Saint, this is just a competition, don't take it so seriously, I didn't really do anything to you. Saint Yushi frowned. Do you really want to do something to me? This man is really disgusting. The male contestants around had already lost control of themselves and were filled with indignation. You are so arrogant, Yi Tiance. I must avenge the saint. It is unforgivable to defame and humiliate the goddess in my heart. Count me in. Yi Tiance. If you are a man, challenge us in a one-on-one duel. Wow. In an instant, 20 contestants rushed towards Yi Tiance, howling. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. The ability of these licking dogs to lick others' ass is even more proficient than Fiangyang and He Xiaovu. It's a pity that the lickspittle will not have a good death and does not deserve sympathy. Perhaps only by beating you up can you wake up. Yi Tiance was seen strolling leisurely in the garden, and facing the contestants who rushed up, he slapped each of them in the face, cleanly and neatly. Pa pa pa. Boo hoo hoo. The contestants who were slapped had no power to defend themselves and were knocked flying and fell heavily outside the ring. They were lying on the ground, screaming in agony, looking extremely miserable. And all this took less than 10 seconds. This scene once again made everyone in the venue gasp in shock. Although the strength of these 20 contestants is not as strong as the heirs of the three major Xianmen forces, they are also excellent and chosen by heaven. With so many people joining together, their strength is so great that even a strong person in the middle stage of physical training would have to give them some distance. As a result, he was easily eliminated by Yi Tiance. Although I knew that Yi Tiance was very strong, I didn't expect him to be so strong. He was so strong that he was the most invincible and untouchable existence in the entire arena. Bang bang bang. Yi Tiance clapped his hands. He smiled at Saint Yushi and said, I accidentally eliminated more than 20 of your bootlickers, and also helped you improve your grades by more than 20 points. Do you want to thank me? Thank you. Saint Yushi almost lost control of her temper and burst out with a curse word. Fortunately, she managed to maintain the image of a saint for a moment. She took a deep breath and said coldly, this saint does not need your mercy and charity. Today I am inferior to you in skills, so I have to admit defeat. But sooner or later, this saint will settle this account with you. Put down this sentence. She leaped directly off the stage and admitted defeat. He secretly swore in his heart that he would practice hard and seek revenge on Yi Tiance. The host Ziyan then announced, Saint Yushi is eliminated, earning 90 points, and the last 10 contestants are left in the ring. The atmosphere in the ring became more tense. Yi Tiance took a glance. At this time, the remaining people on the stage, besides him, were Yi Linger, Yuqi Lingfang, the gray-robed masked man, and 6 unknown contestants. Nowadays, those who can stay on the stage are not good people. Among these 6 people, 2 are cultivators with the strength at the early stage of body refining, the remaining 4 are martial artists, and their strength has reached the early stage of God of War. And these 6 people had formed an alliance at some point and were all standing together. They swept their eyes over everyone, looking for targets to attack. But they didn't dare to provoke Yi Tiance easily. After all, the strength he showed was too powerful. As for the gray-robed masked man and Yuqi Lingfang, they had also taken action before and should not be underestimated. The 6 of them exchanged glances and made a decision instantly, and their final target fell on Yi Linger. The reason is simple: this little girl has never taken action yet, and she looks pure and cute, so she must not be good at fighting. After eliminating this little girl first, we will find a way to eliminate the remaining people one by one. After making a decision, the 6 of them attacked Yi Linger without any hesitation. Chapter 625, 6 people attacked together. See this. Yi Tiance reminded softly, "Do you want me to help you?" Yi Linger smiled sweetly at Yi Tiance and said easily, "No, Linger will find a way to deal with it." Yi Tiance nodded and stopped disturbing him. Yi Linger turned her head and looked at the 6 contestants rushing towards her without any fear. "Humph, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Yi Linger snorted softly, and the spiritual energy in her body began to surge. She waved her hands, and a curtain of water rose up instantly, blocking her way. The attacks of the 6 contestants hit the water curtain, making crackling sounds. Although the water curtain shook slightly, it was not broken. The corners of Yi Linger's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. She waved her hands again, and the water curtain instantly turned into countless water droplets, flying towards the 6 contestants. Boo-hoo-hoo. The water droplets are as sharp as arrows, flying at an extremely fast speed. The 6 contestants dodged hurriedly, but several of them were still hit by the water droplets and were immediately injured. "This little girl is quite capable, everyone be careful," one of them shouted. They launched an attack again, this time more cautiously, cooperating with each other, trying to break through Yi Linger's defense. After all, they are 2 warriors in the early stage of body refining and 4 warriors in the early stage of God of War. Such an alliance's lineup can be described as luxurious. You should know that any one of them taken out alone would be the absolute overlord and should not be underestimated. The attacking moves of several people are constantly changing, powerful, and they cooperate with each other tacitly. Yi Linger was not willing to be outdone. She continuously cast water-attributed spells and fought fiercely with the opponent. This scene made the audience and the eliminated contestants exclaim in amazement. This kind of battle is so fucking exciting. This is the kind of ring competition I want to see. TSK. This little girl looks innocent and cute, but I didn't expect she's so good at fighting. They got full marks in the previous 2 competitions, so we can imagine that their fighting ability is not weak. We can only say that these 6 people have provoked the wrong person. Such a young girl has such talent and strength. What is her origin? Can't anyone find out? Let's put Yi Tiance aside. The heirs of the 3 major Shinmen forces in Tiannan province are not as good as this little girl. In the audience, Zhuge Ruizhi said excitedly, "Linger is too awesome." But those 6 people are also very powerful when they join together. "Mr. Zhao, do you think Linger can win?" Zhao Rong snorted and said, "It's not easy for the 6 of them to defeat Linger, it's just..." Zhuge Ruizhi asked curiously, "What is it?" Zhao Rong shook his head and said nothing more. He was not worried about Yi Linger's strength, but was worried that this duel would make Yi Linger gain more attention than the previous 2 competitions. This may be a good thing for other contestants, but it is not a good thing for Yi Linger. After all, it's not appropriate for them, the Xianyuan sect, to be noticed by more people. Zhao Rong's worries were unfounded. Because Taoist priest Pinggu from the Yuanyang Valley area had already walked to the area where Wui Mountain was located and sat side by side with Wu Shou, the head of the 7 great elders of Wui Mountain. Taoist priest Pinggu stroked his beard and said, "Did you see that? This little girl is only 16 or 17 years old, but she has such amazing talent. If we let her grow up, what will it mean? Brother Wu should understand better than me. Wu Shou said calmly, there's no need to beat around the bush since we've confirmed that she's from Shen Yuan sect, we must not let her leave alive. I know this very well. Taoist priest Bingu raised his eyebrows slightly, not quite understanding what Wu Shou meant by knowing what I am thinking. Is there any way to get rid of Yi Linger quickly? On the judge's bench. The yellow-robed judge couldn't help but sigh. Although this girl is young, her cultivation strength has actually reached the middle stage of body refining, and she has mastered the combination of magic and martial arts. To be honest, even if I personally take action, I can't see any advantage. It's true that the disciple is better than the master. Another judge frowned and said, after all, she is from Shen Yuan sect and is the most outstanding descendant of Shen Yuan sect. It is natural for her to have such talent. However, she cannot hide her true identity by exposing her strength like this. I am afraid that after the conference is over, it is likely to cause trouble. Elder Guangchang sighed, I don't know when the grudges and disputes in the martial arts world will end. To be honest, I don't want to see the outstanding young descendants die prematurely. After all, this is also a loss for the Xian realm. In the midst of various conversations among the crowd, the battle between Yi Linger and the 6 men is still going on. Judging from the scene, the pressure on these 6 people is increasing. They have noticed that although Yi Linger looks weak, her strength should not be underestimated. Every time their attack was cleverly resolved by Yi Linger, and her counterattack also made them flustered. No, if we continue like this, we will be defeated one by her. One of them said anxiously. Yes, we must use our ultimate moves to defeat her as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late. Echoed another. The 6 people looked at each other and nodded. Afterwards, the 2 cultivators mobilized the spiritual power in their bodies. Light flickered on their bodies, and the powerful fluctuations of the spiritual power caused the air around them to become distorted. The remaining 4 early-stage war god masters also circulated their martial arts aura, and the ground of the arena beneath their feet was cracked by this aura. Are you serious about this? If so, Linger has to be serious too. Yi Linger took a deep breath, her eyes became more determined, and she was ready to face their ultimate move. The next second, the final duel begins. The 2 cultivators made seals with their hands and muttered something, and the air around them seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force. As his seal was completed, a pillar of blazing flame burst out from his palm and headed straight for Yi Linger. The temperature of this column of flame was extremely high. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be burned and twisted, like a roaring fire dragon, carrying the momentum to destroy everything. The other cultivator pushed his hands forward, and countless ice cones appeared instantly, shooting towards Yi Linger like a rainstorm. These icicles are extremely sharp and emit a biting cold that seems to be able to freeze everything. The so-called ice and fire are nothing more than this. The remaining 4 martial artists were not willing to be outdone. A burly martial artist shouted loudly, his muscles bulging, he clenched his fists, took a step forward, and slammed them hard to the ground. A powerful shockwave spread out from under his fist, and the ground was cracked. The shockwave rushed towards Yi Linger like a surging wave, bringing with it a heavy feeling of oppression. Another martial artist moved as fast as lightning, shuttling across the arena quickly. The long sword in his hand swung out sharp sword energy, and wherever it went, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Another person pulled out a longbow from his back, pulled the bowstring to its full extent and then let go. The arrow shot out like a meteor, so fast that it was difficult to catch, and it came straight towards Yi Linger with powerful penetrating power. The last person gathered strength and then pushed out a palm, forming a palm-shaped attack gale that emitted a terrifying whistling sound. The oppressive feeling of 6 people attacking together. At this moment, it seemed that Yi Linger was about to be completely destroyed. Chapter 626, Why have I, Yi Tiance, ever cared about other people's rules? Faced with the special skills of these 6 people, Yi Linger did not retreat at all. She took a deep breath, activated the spiritual power in her body glowed slightly, and the water vapor around her began to condense rapidly. A water curtain that was several times larger than the previous one appeared in front of her, protecting her tightly inside. The water curtain shimmers, as if it is a solid barrier made up of countless water droplets. The next second. Boom! The column of hot flames first hit the water curtain, making a sizzling sound and water vapor rising. The water curtain stubbornly resisted the attack of the flames and only shook slightly. Then, the ice cones came like a rainstorm, hitting the water curtain with crisp sounds. Following closely behind were the martial artists' shock waves, sword nets, arrows, and wind blades. Rumble! The huge impact caused a cloud of dust to rise on the ring, almost covering the entire ring in an instant. Gravel flew everywhere and water splashed. Some contestants and spectators near the ring were so shocked by the shockwave that they quickly raised their hands to protect their heads. No one knows how the battle will end. More than half a minute passed. All is quiet. Call. As a whirlwind blew past, the smoke and dust on the ring was blown away. The scene at the center of the arena battle finally appeared in everyone's sight. Yilinger was seen with bruises all over her body. She was standing there weakly, her face was pale, her body was trembling slightly, and she looked a little exhausted. It is obvious that she is holding up her body to prevent herself from falling. As for the 6 people from the alliance, they were already lying on the ring, unconscious. The result is obvious, Yilinger won. Wow! This scene shocked countless contestants and audiences. This little girl actually did it. She chained 6 people together. That's amazing. This is what we call a gifted person. Compared to him, the rest of us are no better than ants. She is still young in time, she will become someone that people look up to. Below the stage, Saint Yushi, who had already admitted defeat, had her eyes trembling slightly. She was originally the most outstanding young woman in Tiannan province, but in today's 3 competitions, Yilinger completely overshadowed her own brilliance. No matter how indifferent and cold her nature is. Yet there is still a sense of imbalance. Hoo. Yilinger was breathing heavily. She turned to Yi Tiance and forced a smile. Hee, brother Tiance, Linger's performance is not too embarrassing, right? Linger is the best. How can it be embarrassing? Yi Tiance smiled indulgently. But suddenly, he realized something and glanced over. Suddenly, colorful insects burst out from the ground of the arena with a crackling sound. They were obviously full of poison. After they appeared, they rushed straight towards Yilinger and surrounded her. You have to know that Yilinger had just experienced a battle and was very weak and could not avoid this sudden attack at all. Ruined. Yilinger's face changed. At the critical moment. Swish. A figure appeared in time, and he waved his right hand, and a gust of wind immediately swept up, making a whistling sound. Puff puff. In the blink of an eye, these poisonous insects were strangled to death. A hint of coldness flashed across Yi Tian's eyes as he looked at Yuqi Lingfeng. Isn't it too despicable to take advantage of a little girl and attack her? Yuqi Lingfeng waved his fan with a somewhat cold expression. There is no rule in the duel on the ring that says sneak attacks are not allowed. It's you who are meddling in other people's business. The words fell. He waved the fan in his hand violently, and poisonous insects of various colors emerged from all directions, surrounding and attacking Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance took action directly and killed the group of poisonous insects in an instant. However, at this moment, a very small, dark poisonous insect appeared. It broke out from the ground behind Yilinger and drilled past like a black lightning. Yilinger had no time to dodge, and the poisonous insect pounced on her arm and bit her hard. Hiss. Yilinger only felt a sharp pain in her arm, and a numbing and itchy sensation instantly came from the wound. Shit. See this. Yuqi Lingfeng licked his lips proudly. It's done. Taoist priest Pinggu in the audience looked delighted. Brother Wu, is this how you deal with Yilinger? Wu Shou nodded proudly. Of course, before this competition, I told Ling Feng to find a way to kill Yilinger. This little guy really didn't disappoint me and completed the task very well. After all, the toxins of the poisonous insects he raised can only be detoxified by himself, so Yilinger must die. That's good. Taoist priest Pingdu nodded, but he felt somewhat uncomfortable. They thought that Aoi Xian, the young master of Yuanyang Valley, and Yuqi Lingfeng of Wukashan were their respective future successors, but their performances in this conference were worlds apart. Yuanyang Valley seems so clownish. At this time, around the ring, many contestants were shocked by Yuqi Lingfeng's despicable behavior and booed him. But Yuqi Lingfeng didn't care about these at all. His attention was focused on Yi Tian's. Feeling the coldness and murderous aura spreading around him, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. He knew that he had angered Yi Tian's, and he also knew that he was no match for the other party. His eyes rolled, and he immediately raised his hands and shouted loudly, "I give up. I won't fight anymore." Wow! There was an uproar at the scene. Did Yuqi Lingfeng just give up so easily? But when I think about it carefully, I feel that Yuqi Lingfeng is really smart. After all, just now, Aoi Xian didn't have time to say the 3 words "I give up" completely. He was killed by Yi Tian's in advance. Yuqi Lingfeng must have anticipated this, so he surrendered before Yi Tian's made a move, thus saving his life. After all, Yi Tian's would never break the rules of the conference just for revenge. The fact is that Yuqi Lingfeng really thought so. A smug sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ha, Mr. Yi, I know you are very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you can't kill me. Are you angry?" But what he didn't expect was, as soon as he said this, Yi Tian's, who was standing opposite him, suddenly took a step towards him and walked over. Yuqi Lingfeng's face changed, and he had a very bad premonition. What are you going to do?" "I've already given up." "Do you want to kill me?" Yi Tian said indifferently, "Who told you that I can't kill you if you admit defeat?" Yuqi Lingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "This is the rule of the conference. Do you want to disobey the rules of the conference?" Yi Tian said indifferently, "I, Yi Tian, have never cared about other people's rules in my life." He raised his finger. The next moment, a powerful pressure fell from the air and hit Yuqi Lingfeng. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of pounds of force pressed Yuqi Lingfeng to the ground. His bones were creaking and he was unable to move. Puff! Then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 627. Forgive your offense. This scene shocked everyone in the venue. Is this Yi guy crazy? He actually ignored the rules of the tournament and attacked Yuqi Lingfeng? Too crazy. Is there no fear in this kid's eyes? This is a skill you have never heard of or seen before, I am convinced. The people of Wuqi Mountain will definitely not be able to sit still. Look! As expected, the great elder Wu Shou of Wuqi Mountain stood up with a cold and angry aura emanating from him, and shouted at Yi Tian's. "Boy, you dare!" Yi Tian's said coldly, "What am I afraid of?" Snapped. He snapped his fingers casually, and an even stronger pressure acted on Yuqi Lingfeng. Puff! Yuqi Lingfeng spat out a large mouthful of blood again, and even blood flowed from his nostrils and ears, looking very miserable. Yuqi Lingfeng was about to have a mental breakdown. Although he knew that Yi Tian's was not a person who played by the rules, he did not expect that he would not even take the competition rules of the Xianmen Conference into consideration. If he had known, he would not have angered Yi Tian's with words. Great elder, save me. Yuqi Lingfeng struggled and asked for help. He didn't want to die in such a miserable way like that fool Aoi Xian. At this moment, Wu Shou's face turned pale. He shouted to Elder Guangchang, "This kid doesn't take the rules of the conference seriously, and you judges just watch? Is this fair?" Elder Guangchang frowned and stood up. He bowed to Yi Tian's and said, "Senior Yi, according to the rules of the tournament, once a contestant admits defeat, he cannot attack the other party. Please stop, or you will be disqualified from participating in the tournament." Yi Tian said calmly, "Cancel it if you want. This kind of low-level conference is meaningless to me anyway." Wow! These words once again aroused public opinion in the venue. This kid didn't even give face to the judges and even said that the Xianmen Conference was a low-level conference? Even the 3 major sects in Tiannan province wouldn't dare to say such words. Bang! The judge in the yellow coat couldn't help but slam the table. Yi Tiance, I know that you are extremely talented and powerful. Our conference respects people like you, but that doesn't mean we can indulge you, nor will we allow you to humiliate the organizers of the conference, otherwise. As they were talking, they saw several figures standing up from behind the judges' seats, more than a dozen people in total. They are all masters sent by the organizers of the Xianmen conference to be on duty in case of emergency. Among these more than 10 people, the weakest ones are all pseudo-god realm strongmen, the strongest ones have 2 who have reached the middle stage of war god, and there are also 4 people who are in the early stage of war god. This level of lineup is enough to fight even against a strong person in the late stage of body refining. Not to mention the addition of 3 judges, even if a top physical practitioner were to come, he wouldn't be able to gain much advantage. That's right, even though there are many mysterious forces and many powerful people present today. But no one dared to confront the conference organizers head-on. But in Yi Tiance's eyes, this kind of scene did not cause any waves. Not to mention these people alone, even if there were 10 times or 100 times more, they would not pose any threat to him. Yi Tiance was ready to continue and kill Yuqi Lingfeng directly. At this moment, Yi Linger staggered to Yi Tiance's side. She endured the pain brought by the poison and said, "Brother Tiance, please don't go against the organizers of Xianmen because of me. If I cause you to lose your qualification for the conference, Linger will definitely blame herself for the rest of her life." Ahem. As she spoke, Yi Linger coughed violently a few times. Yi Tiance's eyes focused and noticed that the skin on Yi Linger's wound had turned dark green and was beginning to spread. Yi Tiance grabbed Yi Linger's arm and immediately pressed a few acupoints on it to prevent the poison from spreading further. Adjust your breathing first, and don't use the spiritual power in your body, so as to prevent the poison from spreading along with the spiritual power, and then it will be too late to save you. Yi Linger nodded. She continued to persuade him, "Brother Tianso, can you please listen to Ling Er? A duel on the ring is all about strength. I was poisoned only because I was not as skilled as the other person. I really don't want you to make enemies because of me, please." Yi Tiance looked at Yi Linger's tearful eyes and couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. In fact, he also knew that when standing on the ring, everything depends on one's own ability according to the rules. He should not take action after Yuqi Lingfeng admitted defeat. But when he saw Yi Linger being poisoned by Yuqi Lingfeng's sneak attack, he couldn't control his anger. This is a subconscious instinctive reaction. It's like the reaction you would have if your closest relative was hurt. Thinking of Yi Linger's sincere attitude, Yi Tiance agreed, "Okay, I can spare this dog life of Yuqi Lingfeng for once." Snapped. Yi Tiance snapped his fingers, and the pressure on Yuqi Lingfeng was removed. Ahem. Ho, I'm not dead, that's great. Yuqi Lingfeng was breathing heavily, and the tremendous pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. A look of joy at having saved his life appeared on his face. The originally tense atmosphere in the venue finally relaxed. Even Elder Guangchang on the judges' panel breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to see Yi Tiance come into conflict with the organizers of the Xianmen conference. After all, he had originally planned to win over Yi Tiance. It's best to live in peace like this. In the audience, Su Zixi's clenched fists gradually loosened. She didn't know why, but she was actually nervous for Yi Tiance just now. Fortunately, the matter did not get any bigger. Come on, I'll take you to detoxify. Yi Tiance supported Yi Linger and turned to leave. The stage competitions and such were indeed not important to him. Stop. Who told you to leave? At this moment, an angry voice sounded, calling out to Yi Tiance. The great elder Wushou of Wuqi Mountain jumped up from the audience seats, did a handsome roll in the air, and landed steadily on the stage. He narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Yi Tiance, you ignored the rules of the conference and hurt the young master of Wuqi Mountain, and just walked away like that. Aren't you taking our Wuqi Mountain too seriously?" Yi Tiance said expressionlessly, "Then what do you want?" Wushou said coldly, "Kneel down and apologize to Yuqi Lingfeng in front of everyone in the venue, and then break your legs to show your sincerity, and I will consider forgiving your offense this time." Wow. Discussions broke out in the venue. As expected of Wukishan, they never suffer any loss. This guy named Ji is in trouble. Although this Yi is very powerful and arrogant, the great elder of Wuqi Mountain should give him some respect, right? That's right, after all, this is Wuqi Mountain. Wushou's cultivation is already infinitely close to the late stage of physical training with his unique methods. His strength is actually comparable to that of the late stage of physical training, not to mention, he represents the entire Wuqi Mountain. I believe that Yi Tiance will bow down in front of his absolute strength. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Yi Tiance's reply. The result was beyond their expectations. Yi Tiance faced Wushou and said indifferently, "Since you said so, then I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me, and cut off your legs. I will forgive you for offending me today. How about that?" Chapter 628 Shadow Bone Eater. Boom! Yi Tiance's answer was like a thunderous explosion. It shocked everyone in the venue. You know, many people are counting on Yi Tiance to do what Wushou asks, and at the very least he can just give in and apologize. Unexpectedly, this guy actually returned Wushou's threat to Wushou exactly as it was. How arrogant! Very good, you are very good. Wushou was so angry that he sneered. A bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes, and a terrifying murderous intent was released centered on him. Although Yi Tiance's previous performances were very impressive and his strength seemed unfathomable, but Wushou was very confident that he could defeat the opponent. Because in his opinion, young people are just young people. No matter how talented they are, they don't have enough time to practice and their combat experience is far from enough. As for Yuqi Lingfeng's defeat at the hands of Yi Tiance, it was more because Yuqi Lingfeng himself had consumed too much energy in the previous battle, otherwise he would not have been defeated so easily. Everyone felt the murderous intent released by Wushou, and each of them showed an expression of anticipation. I thought it was worth it just to see the contestants competing in the ring, but I didn't expect that even the great elder of Wukushan would come out in person. It's going to be interesting. The judge, Elder Guangchang, frowned and reminded, "Elder Wushou, as a senior, it doesn't seem right for you to go down and deal with a contestant like this and disrupt the competition, right?" Wushou said solemnly, "This kid's crime of bullying Wu Qishan is unforgivable. Moreover, he violated the rules of the tournament first and is no longer qualified to be a contestant. It is only natural for me to punish him. Of course, if this kid can really defeat me by chance, then I am willing to admit that he is the best contestant in the arena today and no longer question his previous violation of the rules of the tournament. Everything is up to you, the organizer of the tournament, to decide. How do you think?" This. Elder Guangchang frowned and thought. In fact, he wanted to favor Yi Tiance in his heart and was reluctant to disqualify such an outstanding young man from participating in the competition. But it would be inappropriate to be too obvious in front of so many people, and Wu Qishan alone would not let it go. If Yi Tiance can really defeat Wushou, I believe no one will question this decision even if Yi Tiance is not disqualified from the competition. So he took a deep breath, nodded and said, "Okay, in that case, I will make an exception and agree to your condition." After saying that, he turned to look at Yi Tiance and warned him, "Elder Wushou's methods are far superior to Yuqi Lingfeng's, be careful." The voice just fell. Wushou suddenly took action. He looked at Yi Tiance, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he waved his hands, and countless poisonous insects rushed out from his sleeves. It is accompanied by a burst of powerful spiritual power. Swish, swish, swish. Compared with the ones released by Yuqi Lingfeng, these poisonous insects are superior in both quantity and quality. They densely filled the air, making an eerie buzzing sound, and their numbers were increasing, almost blocking out the sky. Each poisonous insect exudes a strong evil aura, which makes people feel chilled just by looking at it. The audience opened their eyes wide and watched this horrific scene in horror. Damn it! I really don't like the methods used by Wu Qishan. Creating a bunch of bugs is so disgusting. So, don't be fooled by the appearance of the people in Wukushan. In fact, many of them are perverted at heart. This pressure is many times stronger than that of Yuqi Lingfeng. In my opinion, this guy surnamed Yi may not be able to withstand it this time. In the audience, Su Zishi couldn't help but feel nervous and worried about Yi Tiance again. This bastard, he could have stopped while he was ahead, but he insisted on adding fuel to the fire. Is he a fool? Granny Lu, who was sitting next to her, asked, "Miss, are you worried about Mr. Yi's safety?" Who was worried about his safety. Suzushi immediately denied it. I just think that this bastard can't just die like this. Isn't it always said that good people don't live long, and villains bring disaster for 1,000 years? This bastard is just a villain, and it's not his time to die yet. Granny Lu just smiled and didn't say much. On the judges' panel, Elder Guangchang's pupils shrank slightly. It's out. It's indeed the legendary shadow bone-gnawing worm. The yellow-coated judge asked, "What is this shadowy bone-eating worm?" Elder Guangchang explained, "This is a kind of poisonous insect that was born in a valley deep in Wuqi Mountain that is filled with miasma and death. It breeds a large number of poisonous insects. These poisonous insects are used by many disciples in Wuqi Mountain for cultivation. After a long period of evolution and devouring each other, these poisonous insects merged and mutated with each other, and finally a terrifying creature called the shadow bone-eating worm was born. This insect is not only extremely poisonous, but also has a crazy personality. Once it finds prey, it will swarm towards the target to devour it. Its devouring speed is amazing, and it will prioritize devouring muscles and internal organs, leaving only a pile of bones in the end. In addition, when they face cultivators, they will devour their spiritual power, which is very terrifying." That's right, the shadow bone-eating worm ranks 9th among the 10 poisonous insects in the world. Therefore, although Wu Shou is only in the middle stage of the physical training stage, with the blessing of the shadow bone-eating worm, he is actually more terrifying than many strong men in the late stage of the physical training stage. The judges in yellow coats gasped. So powerful? Yi Tiance is probably in trouble. Elder Guangcheng said, "Fortunately, Wu Shou's shadow bone-eating worms are still in the larval stage and have not evolved, so Yi Tiance may really have a little chance." At this time, Wu Shou on the stage laughed arrogantly. "Yi Tiance, you have no chance in front of these bugs of mine, so just prepare to die." Yi Tiance looked calm. He just stood there quietly, as if he didn't take these horrifying shadow bone-eating insects seriously. Seeing that Yi Tiance didn't react, Wu Shou thought he was scared silly and laughed even more wantonly. "Go to me." Wu Shou waved his hand, and a swarm of poisonous insects buzzed towards Yi Tiance from all directions. He knew that Yi Tiance had strong attacking skills, but with so many poisonous insects, no matter how strong the attack was, it would be difficult to withstand it. After all, under his poisonous insect, even a strong man in the late stage of physical training would have to temporarily avoid his attack. Woohoo! Just when these shadowy bone-eating insects were about to pounce on Yi Tiance suddenly moved. But instead of attacking the poisonous insects, he snapped his fingers. Snapped. This snap of the fingers seemed to have magic power. The shadowy bone-eating insects that were rushing towards Yi Tiance like ferocious monsters stopped advancing instantly. Ha! What's going on? Wu Shou was stunned for a moment, then he changed the finger gestures with both hands and ordered, "Attack! Attack me!" However, these shadowy bone-eating insects did not move. This made Wu Shou so anxious that he was sweating profusely. You have to know that he had to use countless means to barely control these shadow bone-eating insects, and now they have become his strongest means of survival. Although he was not very skilled in controlling it, there had never been a situation where he disobeyed any of his orders. Why on earth? At this moment, Yi Tiance, who was standing opposite, curled up his lips into a smile. "Ha, your shadow bone-eating worm is of pretty good quality. It's really a waste of a gift in your hands. Why don't you give it to me?" Chapter 629, You Wukishan won't be angry, right? The moment Yi Tiance finished speaking, he saw these shadowy bone-eating insects turn around in unison and fly back towards Wu Shou. Ah! This! Wu Shou's smile froze on his face in an instant, replaced by horror and disbelief. He opened his eyes wide and tried desperately to control these shadow bone-eating insects, but they completely ignored his commands. How is this possible? What on earth happened? Wu Shou shouted in horror. He was panicked, completely panicked. You know, he consumed endless resources in order to cultivate these shadow bone-eating insects, and he knew very well how difficult it was to control these things. If it weren't for his incredible luck and the core secret method in Wuqi Mountain, he would not be able to do it at all. But the young man in front of him, named Yi Tiance, actually snapped his fingers and took away control of the shadow bone-eater. This kind of thing is not only unbelievable, but also beyond his ability to understand. Just at the moment when Wu Shou was stunned, the shadow bone-eating worm was like a black torrent, instantly submerging him. Ah! Help! Wu Shou subconsciously released his spiritual power and formed a spiritual power shield around his body, trying to resist the attack of the shadow bone-eating worms, but the shadow bone-eating worms could devour spiritual power by nature, and this layer of protection did not even last 3 seconds before it was devoured and riddled with holes. Then he began to bite Wu Shou's body madly. His skin was torn instantly and blood gushed out. The smell of blood further stimulated the poisonous insect's ferocity, and they became even more crazy. No! Help! I was wrong. Wu Shou's screams became weaker and weaker, and his body was devoured by the shadow bone-eating insects at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just 10 seconds, all his flesh and blood was eaten away, leaving only a white skeleton. The skeleton still maintained a terrified posture, as if expressing his despair before death. The entire arena was in dead silence, and everyone was so shocked that they were speechless at the sudden reversal. Many spectators felt their scalps tingling when they saw the scene, and some even felt disgusted and couldn't help vomiting. The contestants were equally stunned. Of course, the most shocking area in the entire venue was the area where Wukashan was located. All the disciples' eyes popped out, their legs went weak, and cold sweat ran down their backs. In our Tianan province Xuanjia, the great elder who was so powerful just died like that. Am I hallucinating? Who is this Yi Tiance? He can actually control the great elder's shadow bone-eating worm. The shadow bone-eating worm is the most dangerous and difficult to control poisonous insect in our Wuqi mountains. So many senior masters can't do anything about it. How did Yi Tiance do it? He doesn't look like a Gu master. Don't worry about how he did it. Now, immediately, report the news of the great elder's tragic death back to the mountain gate. This Yi guy killed our great elder. If the mountain master knew about this, he would definitely not let this guy go. In the area where Yuanyang Valley is located. Call. Taoist priest Pingu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was very clear about Wu Shou's strength. Even if he faced him, the odds would be 50-50 at best. But in just a short while, he was killed in such an unexpected way. This Yi Tiance is really terrifying. This result made him feel it was unreal. At this moment, he was even somewhat thankful that he had not rashly stepped on the stage to attack Yi Tiance, otherwise he would be the one going to meet the king of hell now, right? Taoist Master Gongsun on the side said with some gloating, Grand Elder, this is a good thing. We in Yuanyang Valley lost our young Valley Master and were ridiculed by everyone. Now their Wuqi mountain is doing well, even the Grand Elder of the mountain gate is dead. The loss is much more severe than ours. We are not the biggest loser in this conference, he snapped. Unexpectedly, Taoist priest Pingu slapped him in the face. Hey, fuck you. Is this the time to compare the worst? Aoi Shen has been beaten to death, and Wu Qishan is also our ally, yet you say something that is not conducive to unity. Are you crazy? Yes, I'm sorry. Taoist Gongsun covered his cheeks and apologized repeatedly, feeling very aggrieved. He was just trying to flatter the horse, but he didn't expect to flatter the horse's hoof. Ha ha ha. Brother Yi is awesome. I knew it, that shitty Wu Qishan and that rubbish elder are not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of you, Brother Yi. Zhuge Ruishi waved his flag and cheered excitedly, as if even though Wu Shou was killed by Yi Tiance, he was just pretending. Zhao Rong, who was sitting next to him, widened his eyes, unable to hide his excitement. Who on earth is this kid? At this time, he had already been numbed by the shock of Yi Tiance's performance time and time again. He has been in Shenyuan Gate for many years and has seen many geniuses, including many monsters like Aoi Shen and Yuqi Lingfeng. Therefore, his vision is extremely high. Therefore, when he first saw Yi Tiance, he thought he was just ordinary. However, he did not expect that his subsequent performances time and time again would exceed his imagination. Those geniuses in his eyes are like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon compared to Yi Tiance. Su Zishi breathed a sigh of relief again. But behind this breath, she fell into endless entanglement again. After all, the better Yi Tian's performance, the more wrong her choice was. No matter how confident she was, she could tell that a young man who could easily defeat the great elder of Wukashan was far more recognized than herself, the eldest daughter of the Su family in the capital. After all, this world is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and absolute strength represents everything. The three judges on the jury were also so shocked that they were speechless. Elder Guangchan's throat moved slightly and he swallowed his saliva. In his opinion, Yi Tian's was almost in danger of death when facing Wu Shou, who possessed the shadow bone-eating worm, but the result was actually like this. It seems that maintaining a good relationship with Yi Tian's must be given top priority. Elder Guangchang said secretly in his heart. Why is it like this? It's impossible. Yuqi Lingfeng on the ring was pale as he looked at the bones left by Wu Shou. He could not accept the fact before him. Yi Tian stood on the ring, his expression still calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. His eyes fixed, as if he noticed something. Then he walked straight to Wu Shou's skeleton and saw a palm-sized, purple-black skin bag next to it. There are faint runes flashing on the surface. This should be the bone-eating worm sac that stores the shadow bone-eating worm, right? Yi Tian's picked up the bone-eating worm sac. According to his understanding, the 10 legendary poisonous insects need to be carefully cultivated. To this end, the Gu Masters will work hard to make a treasure called insect sac that is specifically for the poisonous insects to live and reproduce. And this insect sac is specially used for the shadow bone chewer. This thing may look small, but it actually has space that can provide enough habitat for insects. Snapped. Yi Tian's continued to snap his fingers. Buzz buzz buzz. Those shadow bone-eating worms obediently and orderly entered the bone-eating worm sac. Yi Tian's put the bone-eating worm sac into his pocket. He turned to look at Yuqi Lingfeng, who was already stunned. With a half-smile, he said, "If I take away your great elder's treasure, you Wukashan people won't be angry, right?" Chapter 630, A Little Bit of Compensation. I. The corners of Yuqi Lingfeng's eyes twitched violently, and the anger in his chest kept surging. He felt like tearing Yi Tian's into pieces. It's a pity that he can't do it with his strength. Not to mention taking action, he doesn't even have the courage to say anything harsh. Although he still doesn't know Yi Tian's origins, one thing is almost certain since he met this guy, that is, Yi Tian's is simply a madman. Do things crazily, without considering the consequences, and kill without blinking an eye. As long as he provokes Yi Tian's even a little bit, he will have to accompany Elder Wu Shou to play landlord with old man Yan Wang today. Call. He took a deep breath, suppressed his reluctance, and asked the biggest question, how can you control the shadow bone Nar? You have to know that as the young master of Wuqi Mountain, he is still far from being able to do this. On the other hand, Yi Tian's, who is not even a Gu master, can do it easily. This is really unbelievable. Yi Tian's smiled faintly. It's just controlling a few small bugs, there's no need to make such a fuss, right? In the final analysis, it's because you Wukashan are not good enough. Even if these phantom bone-eating bugs are handed over to you, they are far from being able to maximize their value. It's better to give them to someone who can really use them. Yi Tian's is not bragging. Although he is not a Gu master and has not learned how to make Gu, the Shenyuan 7 Stars art taught by his master includes a unique method of controlling insects. This method of controlling insects is very different from that practiced by ordinary Gu masters. It does not rely on the blood connection between the Gu insects or the Gu insects' dependence on specific drugs to control them. Instead, it relies on the powerful mental power released by itself to force the insects to feel fear and then obey orders. Of course, this approach has two prerequisites. First, it requires a person to have sufficiently high mental strength, which Yi Tian's just happens to have. Second, the insects themselves need to have intelligence or be about to have intelligence. Otherwise, the most common insects will only have biological instincts and will not have fear, so they will naturally not be oppressed. Fortunately, the shadow bone-eating worm is one of the 10 most poisonous insects. With Wu Shou's training, it is almost developing intelligence naturally. Yi Tian's seized control of it. What's more, the shadow bone-eating worms like to feed on spiritual energy or spiritual power. Wushou is weak and the spiritual power he can provide is not pure enough. On the other hand, Yi Tian's releases pure spiritual power. As long as he rewards the shadow bone-eating worms with a little bit of spiritual power cultivation, they will be willing to follow Yi Tian's. Therefore, no matter from which perspective, it was only natural that Wushou lost to Yi Tian's. Yuqi Lingfeng struggled to stand up, and with reluctance in his heart, he bowed to Yi Tian's and said, "Senior Yi, you are very powerful, and we in Wukishan are not as skilled as you. We are not angry about handing over this phantom bone-eating worm to you, but feel relieved. As for me, I admit defeat again, please show mercy." Yi Tian's asked indifferently, "Why do you think that as long as you admit defeat, I will definitely show mercy?" Yuqi Lingfeng's heart skipped a beat. My whole person suddenly felt bad. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly and carefully discussed, "Senior Yi, if you have any conditions, just put them forward. Just spare my life. See this." Everyone in the venue was sighing. As one of the three major Xianmen forces in Tiannan province, Wukishan is so majestic and high-handed on weekdays. As a result, the great elder of the mountain gate was killed today. The most precious treasure of the gate, the phantom bone-eating worm, was taken away, and the young mountain master even gave up his dignity in order to save his life. Before the conference, no one could have imagined this. And all this was done by a young man of 25 or 26 years old. If this were to get out, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. This once again indirectly confirms the core rule of the entire world, the survival of the fittest. The strong are respected. Yi Tian's glanced at Yuqi Lingfeng and said, "Since you are willing to give me the shadow bone-eating worm, as long as you hand over the antidote for Yi Linger's poisoning and give her some compensation, I will spare your life." Hear the words. Yuqi Lingfeng naturally nodded hurriedly. Okay, I agree to everything. Thank you, Senior Yi, for your generosity." As he spoke, he quickly took out a small white bottle and handed it to Yi Tian's. "This is the antidote for the poisonous insects of this junior generation. After taking it, you will be detoxified in less than half an hour." Yi Tian's took the small white bottle, opened it, smelled it, and confirmed that it indeed contained an antidote for poisonous insects, a milky white liquid. Turned around and walked in front of Yi Linger. "Take the antidote quickly to prevent the poison from spreading further." Yi Linger endured the pain from the poison in her arm and drank the antidote in one gulp. "As soon as I took it, I felt the pain in the wound subsided a lot. See this." Yi Tian's also felt a little relieved. Then he asked Yi Linger, "This Yuqi Lingfeng hurt you? If you want any compensation, just ask." "Ah. This." Yi Linger touched her nose and said embarrassedly, "Brother Tiansu, is this okay? He was defeated by you, it has nothing to do with Linger, and there seems to be no rules in the competition that require compensation. Isn't it not good to do this?" Yi Tian's glanced at Yuqi Lingfeng. "Do you think this is a bad idea?" The latter immediately understood what he meant, and actually knelt down in front of Yi Linger, saying repeatedly, "Good. Very good. It was all my fault that I was bewildered and lost control of myself and launched a sneak attack, hurting you, Miss Yi. This is all my fault, and it is only natural for me to apologize, he. Everyone in the venue. We know you want to live. But it's not that shameless. Even if you don't think about yourself, why don't you think about your Wukishan? No matter what happens, think about your great elder Wushou who just passed away." Yi Linger stuck out her tongue and said, "So that's how it is. I'm so embarrassed. Linger sees that it's not easy for you, so I just ask for a little compensation." Yuqi Lingfeng was secretly delighted. Fortunately, Yi Linger is a silly girl. Yi Linger blinked her big watery eyes and said, "You only need to give me 500 spirit crystal fragments, 10 primary spirit grade elixirs, 10 spirit grade herbs, and some cash. I don't have any pocket money recently, so how about 10 billion? Oh, by the way, I also want." Yi Linger kept mumbling to herself as if she was announcing the names of dishes. Yuqi Lingfeng's eyes widened and he was stunned. What the hell is this called a little compensation? Was your Chinese taught by a physical education teacher? More than a minute later. Yi Linger finally stopped and asked Yuchi Lingfeng with a smile, "That's about it. I believe you should be able to satisfy Linger with such a small request, right?" Chapter 631 Rankings Decision. Yi Linger had a pure and harmless expression on her face at this time. On the other hand, Yuchi Lingfeng looked more upset than if he had eaten shit. He thought that Yi Linger was just casually proposing some small compensation, but the conditions she proposed, added together, were even more generous than the rewards for the winner of this conference. You know, he came to the conference for the generous rewards, but in the end he lost money? Where can I reason from this? He pleaded, "Linger miss, do you think this compensation is a bit?" He was mid-sentence. Suddenly, I felt a cold gaze from Yi Tiance. "What's the matter? Tell it out loud so that everyone can hear it." Yuchi Lingfeng was sweating profusely and swallowed nervously, but he felt like there was something stuck in his throat and he really didn't dare to say it out loud. In the end, he could only make a sad face and nodded reluctantly. I mean Miss Linger is very generous. We in Wokushin should do the compensation." Although I said this, my heart was already bleeding. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Then I'll give you 1 day to prepare the compensation, and then you can hand it over to Linger or me. If you can't do it, don't blame me for being rude." Yes. I promise I can do it." Yuchi Lingfeng nodded hurriedly, feeling uncontrollably proud. "Okay. This Yi Tiance actually has his stupid moments. You kid have caused such a big trouble today. No matter if it is our Wuchi Mountain or Yuanyang Valley, we will not let you go. Yet you still want to wait for a day? I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until then." Ha ha. Yuchi Lingfeng stood up, bowed to Yi Tiance and Yi Linger, and walked off the stage in shame. Everyone looked at Yuchi Lingfeng and couldn't help sighing and talking. The young master of Wui Mountain is so cowardly. What future will Wui Mountain have if it is handed over to him in the future? Yuchi Lingfeng did not refute these. Those who achieve great things are not careful about the little things. It's still unclear who will have the last laugh. At this time, there were only 3 people left on the ring: Yi Tiance, Yi Linger, and the grey-robed masked man who had always been a bystander. The contestants in the audience were all excited by the previous battle, so they naturally did not forget to add fuel to the fire and cheer. The last 3 of us. The battle will definitely be more exciting. Fight faster. Yi Tiance and that little girl are obviously in the same group. They shouldn't fight each other, right? Should they work together to deal with the remaining guy? But the grey-robed masked man looks mysterious. His previous moves were deadly. He is definitely not a loser like Aoi Shin and Yuchi Lingfeng. I believe he should be able to fight against Yi Tiance, right? People made all kinds of speculations, and many people trusted the grey-robed and masked man. After all, apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who can fight against Yi Tiance. Not only them, but even the 3 judges on the jury panel were looking forward to the fight between Yi Tiance and the grey-robed masked man. However, the next scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Because the grey-robed masked man on the ring glanced at Yi Tiance and Yi Linger, and said coldly, "I admit defeat." After saying that, he jumped off the stage with his hands behind his back. G.A. Everyone was shocked and confused. Are you giving up now? It doesn't seem to be in line with the style of the grey-robed masked man, does it? Too hasty? How could they know that the grey-robed and masked man was extremely panicked at this moment? Originally, he had full confidence in dealing with Yi Tiance. However, when they saw Yi Tiance kill Aoi Shin and Great Elder Wusho with just 1 move. Although there may be other coincidences here, at least this is something he absolutely cannot do, and he also knows that he is probably no match for Yi Tiance. Originally, he did not attend the conference with the intention of winning. Completing the task was more important. Therefore, it was the right choice to admit defeat and avoid conflict with Yi Tiance. If you have bad luck and get seriously injured or even lose your life, all your efforts will be in vain. In the arena. When Yi Linger saw the grey-robed masked man raise his hand to admit defeat, she quickly raised her hand as well. Excitedly, "Brother Tiance, I also admit defeat. Congratulations on becoming the winner of this conference." Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "No, you are so happy to admit defeat?" Are you giving up just now? Yi Linger pouted and said, how about that? Linger knows that she is no match for you. Besides, even if she wins, she will only have 1 point more than you in this competition. On the contrary, you got 1 point more than me in the previous 2 rounds of alchemy and magic competitions respectively. Counting the total score, I am still not as good as you. So, it's not bad for me to be the second in the end. Apart from anything else, the compensation alone is much more than the winning reward in the end. Linger still makes a profit. Hee. Yi Tiance raised his hand and rubbed Yi Linger's head lovingly. The more you look at this little girl, the more attractive she becomes. At this time, the host Ziyan looked in the direction of the judges' seats and made eye contact with the judges. Announced, since contestant Yi Linger has announced her defeat, the third round of the martial arts competition of this conference has come to an end. According to the rules of the competition, contestant Yi Linger finally received 99 points and contestant Yi Tiance received 100 points. Yi Tiance suddenly interrupted and said, sorry, it should be Yi Linger who got 100 points, and I got 101 points. Ziyan? Not only her, but everyone who heard these words was a little confused. Ziyan was a little stunned and asked, this doesn't seem right. There are 100 people on the stage. The first one to be eliminated gets 1 point, the second one gets 2 points, and so on. The last one standing on the stage naturally gets 100 points. How can he get 101 points? Yi Tiance smiled and raised his hand to point at the skeleton of Wu Shou on the ring. Look! He just came on stage, which means there are 101 people on the stage. Am I right that I got 101 points? Everyone! Good God, if you hadn't mentioned this, we would have almost forgotten about it. Everyone in Wukishan looked unhappy. Damn it, at this time, you're still trying to whip our corpses, right? Forehead. The host Ziyan looked at the judges' panel, and Elder Guangchang smiled bitterly and nodded. Ziyan then announced, what contestant Yi Tiance said makes sense. So, in the end, contestant Yi Tiance got 101 points, contestant Yi Linger got 100 points. The results of the 3 rounds of competition. In the end, contestant Yi Tiance got 303 points and won the championship, contestant Yi Linger got 300 points and won the second place, and contestant Huipao got 299 points and won the third place. More than 2 minutes later. The rankings of all contestants are listed. None of the heirs to the 3 major forces of Xianmen, who were originally highly expected, made it into the top 3. Saint Yushi scored 287 points and ranked 4th, Yuqi Lingfeng scored 285 points and ranked 5th. As for the unlucky Ao Ishin, not only did he not even make it into the top 10, he even lost his life. At this time, Elder Guangchang stood up and announced, next, the conference will award prizes to the top 10 contestants. After that, I will announce the arrangements for tomorrow, the last day of the conference. Chapter 632 Mysterious Cave. As everyone was eagerly waiting, in a short while, the top 10 contestants of the conference took the stage and were awarded prizes by the judges. The contestants who made it into the top 10 are naturally very happy. Especially for some disciples from smaller Xianmen forces, who usually have limited resources for cultivation, obtaining these rewards this time will definitely be of great help in improving their strength. As the winner of this conference, Yi Tiance received a total of 1,000 spirit crystal fragments, 100 precious herbs, 100 ordinary high-level elixirs, 1 mid-level spirit elixir, and a spirit high-level alchemy furnace. Yi Tiance didn't really care about spirit crystal fragments, herbal pills, etc. Only this high-level spiritual alchemy furnace is important to him. Because of it, he can refine higher-level elixirs, which will be of great help to him and the people around him. This alchemy furnace is about 3 feet high, with a perfectly round body and a diameter of about 2 feet. There is a unicorn head on each side as a furnace ear. There are 3 furnace feet, each shaped like a dragon's claw. The dragon's claws tightly grasp the ground, with the tips of its claws deeply embedded in the ground, as if trying to draw up the earth's spiritual power to supply the alchemy furnace. The furnace cover looks like an inverted nebula and is made of transparent spirit crystal. Through the cover, you can see the complex internal structure. Yi Tiance was very satisfied with this alchemy furnace. Yi Tiance asked, Elder Guangchang, what is the name of this alchemy furnace? Elder Guangchang bowed and smiled. This alchemy furnace is called Lingxi Funqing Furnace. It was accidentally obtained by the organizer of our Xianmen conference more than 30 years ago. Even among the high-level spiritual alchemy furnaces, its appearance is top-notch. To be honest, many alchemy masters in our headquarters have applied for it, but they were all rejected. I also think they are not worthy of this alchemy furnace, but in my opinion, only a master like you is worthy of Lingxi Funqing Furnace. You two are simply a match made in heaven. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. Elder, if you don't know how to praise, there's no need to use all the words. How can a grown man like me and an alchemy furnace be considered a perfect match? And what I want to make clear is that it's not that I am worthy of this alchemy furnace, but that this alchemy furnace is just barely worthy of my use. Don't confuse the relationship. Elder Guangchang. He looked embarrassed. Although he knew that Yi Tiance had a high level of attainment in alchemy, he wouldn't say that the Lingxi Funqing furnace was not worthy of him, right? You should know that the Lingxi Funqing furnace is a high-level spiritual alchemy furnace, which is enough for a 6th-grade alchemist to use. What is the concept of a 6th-grade alchemist? That is a rare existence in the entire Xian realm, and he will be highly respected wherever he goes. Even at the Xianmen conference headquarters, there are only a handful of 6th-grade alchemists, and it is very difficult to ask them to take action. Even though Elder Guangchang knew that Yi Tiance was an amazing alchemy master, he did not believe that he had the attainments of a 6th-grade alchemist, not to mention that even a 6th-grade alchemist would never dare to say that the Lingxi Funqing furnace was not worthy of him. After all, a powerful alchemy furnace was even rarer than an alchemist. Of course. Elder Guangchang still smiled politely at Yi Tiance and continued to present the award to the next person. After a while, the awarding process is over. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The audience and contestants in the venue did not leave, and were all waiting for Elder Guangchang to announce what the third day's events would be. Yi Tiance was also quite curious. Before coming to attend the conference, Zhuge Ruizhi had told him mysteriously that those who performed well in the competition on the second day of the Xianmen conference would go to a mysterious place. Anyone who went to that place and came out alive would have great gains, which would be like being reborn. At this time, Elder Guangchang was standing on the high platform. His voice was loud and solemn, echoing throughout the venue. Everyone, the third round of competition has ended now. The Xianmen conference is about to enter the third day. According to the regulations of this conference, the top 10 contestants of this conference will be allowed to climb to the top of Hujiao Mountain to explore opportunities. As soon as this statement came out, many people started to discuss. The top of Tiger Jiao Mountain? That place is very steep and difficult to climb. In addition, there are people guarding it on weekdays and no one is allowed to go there. It is so mysterious. Is there some treasure hidden there? As far as I know, there are many wild animals on Hujiao Mountain. In my opinion, there are more wild boars and wolves. What treasures can there be? Good fellow, you don't even know this? I heard that there is a mysterious cave on the top of Tiger Jiao Mountain. It is said that a powerful cultivator practiced there before his death many years ago, and left behind many treasures. But the cave is set up with a powerful formation restriction. This restriction is very strange, and only those who hold the token can enter. In the previous Xianmen conferences, disciples finally entered it, and the rewards they got were even richer than the rewards of the conference competition. Elder Guangchang stroked his beard and smiled. Some of you must have guessed it. Yes, this cave contains great opportunities. However, you should pay attention that you can only enter it for 12 hours during this period. The top 10 contestants are eligible to enter. Once you enter, if you cannot come out within 12 hours, you will be trapped inside. So whether to enter or not is up to you to decide. The cave will open after midnight, and there are still 2 hours left. Think about it carefully. The top 10 contestants disbanded and came to the venue to gather with their friends or sects. In the area where Yuanyang Valley is located, Taoist priest Pingu snorted in dissatisfaction. Damn it, it's all the fault of that idiot Aoishian. If this hadn't happened, we could have entered the top 10 and gone to that mysterious cave. If we are lucky enough to get a treasure, our Yuanyang Valley will definitely make further progress. Taoist Gongsun asked cautiously, is that mysterious cave really that powerful? Taoist priest Pingu nodded. Of course, let's talk about other things. For example, all the contestants who can enter and come back alive can take out at least 1,000 of them, and the spirit crystal fragments are the most basic treasures in the mysterious cave. so the major sects are willing to send their children to compete for a higher ranking in the conference. Taoist Gongsun sighed, with such a great opportunity, won't all the top 10 contestants be able to enter that mysterious cave? Taoist priest Pingu shook his head, no. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Opportunities that defy fate are often accompanied by endless dangers. As far as I know, the probability of coming out alive after entering the mysterious cave is less than 2 times, and the stronger the person, the easier it is to fall into it. So I really hope that Yi Tians will be blinded by greed and choose to enter the cave in this way. We don't need to waste any energy and he can see the king of hell. Chapter 633, Saint Yushi and Hashtag 039, S Lifetime Event. Knights_stay. Taoist Gongsun nodded and agreed, Great Elder, what you said makes sense that Yi is arrogant and looks down on everyone. He will definitely agree to enter the mysterious cave to seek opportunities. It would be best if he died in there. The atmosphere in the area where Wuchi Mountain is located is somewhat depressing. After all, they came to participate in a Xianmen conference, and their own great elder Wushou was killed in public by a junior contestant. This was a great loss of face and a heavy loss. The group of Wukishan disciples looked at Yuchi Lingfeng with complaining eyes. I thought that you were the instigator of all this. You caused such a big disaster. When you return home, you will definitely be severely punished. Losing the position of young mountain master is the least of the worries. You might even lose your life. Obviously, Yuchi Lingfeng is also very clear about this. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then clasped his fists and said to everyone, My fellow disciples, I promise that I will not let the great elder die in vain. I have decided to explore the mysterious cave and find the treasure for our Wuchi mountain to make up for the loss of this conference. But someone questioned, Young master, your decision is admirable, but what about your enemies? You can't let Yi Tians continue to go unpunished, right? That's right. Even if you enter the cave and really get the treasure, you can't bring the great elder back to life. Yuchi Lingfeng said solemnly, Don't worry, I believe Yi Tians will also enter the cave. I heard that it is very dangerous there. If I find an opportunity, I will find a way to put him in a desperate situation. I will never let great elder Wushou die in vain. The expressions of the other disciples of Wukishan eased a little. Yuchi Lingfeng glanced in the direction of Yi Tians. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Yi, just wait, we have just started to settle our accounts. The area where Lingyu Pavilion is located. Saint Yushi said in a cold voice, I have decided to enter the mysterious cave. Hear the words. The great elder of Lingyu Pavilion frowned and said, Yushi, the cave is full of dangers. Your strength is now in the middle stage of body refining. It will be more dangerous to enter than those with lower strength. Why don't you give up the risk? After all, even if you don't participate, the resources of our Lingyu Pavilion are rich enough. What's more, you must be safe and sound. After all, it will be your lifelong event soon. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Saint Yushi. Great Elder, after this Xianmen conference competition, Yushi realized that I am not the best among the younger generation in Tiannan province. This is not what I want, so I think that entering the cave this time is an opportunity to break through my bottleneck. There is no need to persuade me anymore. Well, okay, since you have made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you. But there is one thing I want to remind you of. What? That Yi Tians is a dangerous person. Although I don't know why you failed to cast an illusion on him in the previous duel, it also sounded a warning to you, that is, you can't get too close to him, understand? Hear the words. The eyes of Saint Yushi trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but think of the scene in which she had cast an illusion on Yi Tians and was molested by Yi Tians in the illusion. I couldn't help but blush on my cheeks. This lecher is indeed a dangerous person. The great elder noticed that Saint Yushi seemed a little strange and asked, Yushi, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face a little red? Ha? No. Saint Yushi explained, it may be that I consumed too much spiritual energy during the previous duel in the ring. I plan to find a place to recover some spiritual energy before the arrival of midnight. After saying that, he turned around and left. The Grand Elder of Lingyu Pavilion looked at Saint Yushi's back, frowned and murmured, this girl seems to be a little strange since she participated in the arena competition. A middle-aged woman of similar age beside him speculated, is it because you didn't make the top 3 in this competition that you are in a bad mood? The Great Elder shook his head and said, based on my understanding of Yushi, this kind of thing should not affect her mood. My intuition tells me that there must be other reasons, it's just that her personality makes it hard for us to find out. Alas, I hope it's not something unexpected after all. It won't be long before her life event. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not only for her, but also for our Lingyu Pavilion. No accidents can happen. Hear the words. The middle-aged woman lowered her voice and said, speaking of this, I suddenly remembered that Yushi seemed to have an engagement that was arranged a long time ago. I remember the surname of the man on the other side of the engagement was Yi. Do you think it's a coincidence that it's this Yi Tiance? The great elder shook his head and said, there are so many people with the last name Yi in this world, how could there be such a coincidence? Besides, even if it is really Yi Tiance, so what? The other half of our Yushi's lifelong event is much better than this young boy. Any woman would know how to choose. There is no need to discuss this matter. Let's pay more attention to the developments of the next conference and make sure Yushi can return safely from the mysterious cave. The area where Yi Tiance and others are located. Yi Tiance said to Zhuge Ruizhi, I will hand over the alchemy furnace and spirit crystal fragments I just won to you. Wait for me to come back from the mysterious cave. Zhuge Ruizhi said worriedly, Brother Yi, I heard people say that place is very dangerous. Why don't you not go? We have gained enough from this conference. Yi Tiance smiled and said lightly, everything is fine, don't worry. Even if that place is really dangerous, Yi Tiance has to go there. Because the letter left by his master asked him to go to the top of Hujiao Mountain on the full moon night tomorrow, which happened to coincide with the requirements of the third day of the conference. It goes without saying that the master asked him to go to the top of the mountain, which was the legendary mysterious cave. Since his master attaches so much importance to him, Yi Tiance naturally dare not be negligent. At this time, Zhao Rong frowned and said, Friend Yi, I have something to remind you. The cave has a characteristic, that is, the stronger the person, the more suppressed their power will be in it, and the more risks they will face than those with weaker strength. So among these 10 contestants who enter it, you will be the one who suffers the most, so you must think twice before acting. The reason why he took the initiative to express his goodwill was entirely because Yi Tiance had helped Yi Linger a lot in the previous competition in the ring. Otherwise, she would have been poisoned by a poisonous insect, and as a martial artist, he would have no way to detoxify. Yi Tiance nodded and said, I understand, thanks for the reminder. Yi Linger volunteered, don't worry, Grandpa Zhao Linger will go to the cave with Brother Tiance, and they will definitely protect him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Rong's face changed. He said very seriously, no. Anyone can enter the cave, except you. Chapter 630 for the final trial. Yi Linger was stunned when she heard this. She subconsciously asked, why can't Linger go in? And I'm the only one who can't go in? The spiritual power I consumed in the arena has almost recovered, and it will be fine after I go in. It's not just her. Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruizhi both looked at Zhao Rong with curiosity. Zhao Rong frowned and said hesitantly, Linger, I can't say too much about the details anyway. If you insist on going in, it will be a life or death situation for you, or even a death sentence. You have gained enough from this conference, don't take any more risks. Risks? Yi Linger shook her head, Grandpa Zhao, I don't care about the details. If I back down because of this, I will never be able to truly grow. Didn't you teach me that I must bravely move forward on the path of cultivation and not back down? Are you going to deny what you said now? Seeing Yi Linger being so stubborn, Zhao Rong said anxiously, Linger, why don't you listen? This is not the time to be willful. The danger in the cave is far beyond your imagination, and it is no joke. Let me put it this way, before we came out this time, the sect master specifically told you that you can do anything else, but you must not enter the mysterious cave. So even if I obey the sect master's orders, I will not allow you to go in. Yi Linger has a very stubborn personality. She curled her lips and said, Humph. Even if it's his order, what's wrong? He's not standing in front of me now, but I've made up my mind. No matter how you persuade me, it's useless. If it doesn't work, just knock me out and tie me up. That way I won't be able to go. You? Zhao Rong looked helpless. He dotes on Yi Linger so much on weekdays, how could he bear to knock her out? But he also knew very well that Yi Linger had a stubborn personality and would never change her mind easily once she made up her mind. What should we do? Yi Linger also realized that what she said was a bit too much. She walked forward, took Xiaorong's hand, and whispered coquettishly, Grandpa Zhao, everyone says that there are countless opportunities in the mysterious cave. You also know my situation. I came to the conference this time to heal my body, so Linger doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Please promise Linger and let me in. Okay? Xiaorong looked at Yi Linger's big watery eyes, innocent and cute, and couldn't bear to refuse her. Finally, he could only sigh, alas, is this all God's will? That's all. But then he said to Yi Linger seriously, I agree that you can go in, but you have to promise Grandpa that no matter what happens in there, the first priority is to protect yourself. Don't be stubborn if there is an accident, don't stay in there for long, escape as soon as possible. Yi Linger nodded obediently, yeah. Xiaorong turned around and bowed to Yi Tiance, saying, Friend Yi, I know you have an extraordinary background and are very friendly to Linger, but I still have an unwelcome request. I hope you can enter the cave and help take care of her. After all, Linger is young and inexperienced, and I am worried. Yi Tiance said, Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. To be honest, I have long regarded Linger as my own sister. If she is in danger, I will not sit idly by. Xiaorong nodded, That's good, that's good. At this moment, a figure that surprised Yi Tiance walked up to him. Su Zishi. Yi Tiance frowned, What are you doing here? Su Zishi rolled her eyes and said, What's it to you what I do here? Did you book this place? But after she finished speaking, Granny Lu beside her tugged at her sleeve. Her expression relaxed a little. Yumare, you planning to participate in the trial of the mysterious cave? Yi Tiance nodded. Su Zishi hesitated and said, Can you give up and not participate? Yi Tiance rolled his eyes, What do you care about what I do? Did you book the cave on the top of the mountain? Su Zishi's eyes widened. What the hell? Are you imitating that language on purpose to annoy me? Originally, she came here specifically to remind Yi Tiance not to take risks. After all, she had heard about the dangers of the cave on the top of the mountain. I didn't expect that this bastard wouldn't appreciate it after just a few words. But because of her face, she was too embarrassed to say such things, so she could only keep it in her heart, and the more she kept it in, the more unhappy she became. Granny Lu at the side coughed lightly and said, Master Yi, the cave trial is very dangerous. Do you want to reconsider it? Yi Tiance smiled and said, It's dangerous, but the worst that can happen is death. If I die, wouldn't that be fulfilling someone's wish? Hear the words. Su Zishi gritted her teeth in anger and said, Humph. It would be better if you die. If you die, I will immediately beat the gongs and drums and set off firecrackers. At this time, the voice of Elder Guangchang sounded in the distance. To all the top 10 contestants, the midnight hour is about to arrive. Those who are willing to go to the top of Hujiao Mountain, please follow me. The rest of you can wait here or go down the mountain, but you are not allowed to follow me. Yi Tiance said to Yi Linger, Let's go. Yi Linger nodded, Yeah. The two walked away side by side. Looking at their backs, Su Zishi opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she couldn't say it. Granny Lu beside her shook her head helplessly. My lady, when will your mouth soften a little bit? The top 10 contestants walked to the center of the venue and came in front of Elder Guangchang. Elder Guangchang stroked his beard and said with some joy and surprise, That's quite interesting. I thought at most 5 people would be brave enough to participate in the final trial, but I didn't expect all 10 to be willing. That's great. Then he said with a slightly serious expression, But let me tell you something, the cave is full of dangers. If anything unexpected happens after you enter, our conference will not be responsible. It's not too late to retreat now. None of the 10 people showed any sign of backing down. Very good, then let's stop talking nonsense and follow me up the mountain. The words fell. He stomped his feet, and his whole body turned into a flowing shadow, rushing towards the top of the mountain. Yi Tiance and 10 other contestants followed closely behind. As soon as everyone set out on the mountain climbing journey, they were shocked by the steep terrain in front of them. As it was the night of July 14th, the moon was very round and the moonlight was as bright as day. I saw that the mountain road was narrow and rugged. On one side was a steep cliff, which was bottomless. Occasionally, I could hear the whistling wind coming from the bottom of the valley, as if it was a roar from the abyss. On the other side was a towering stone wall with jagged rocks. Some of the stones protruded abruptly, like a giant beast with bared fangs and claws. The contestants displayed their skills one after another, some jumping lightly, some running fast, following Elder Guangchang closely. Several contestants couldn't help but comment. This Tiger Dragon Mountain is indeed worthy of its reputation. The mountain road is so steep, and I don't know what treasures are in the cave on the top of the mountain. Yes, I heard that the opportunities in this cave can make people reach the sky in one step. Look, what is that? Suddenly someone exclaimed. Chapter 635 Lingyuan Cave. Everyone looked up and saw clouds and mist beginning to swirl around them in the mountains, and they felt as if they were in a fairyland. Then, you can feel the strong spiritual energy coming towards you. It makes people feel refreshed. Yilinger said happily, "Wow, such a rich spiritual energy. The top of Tiger Dragon Mountain is really a good place to practice." Yi Tiance nodded. It's rare to find an area with such a strong spiritual energy. He suddenly remembered something, that is, one of his fiancées, Lin Yuyan, the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province, had the fate of the setting sun, and now she didn't have much time left to live. If you want to change your fate, you need to meet two strict conditions. The first is that a magical instrument called Sanyang Lingzhu is needed, which has the effect of replenishing vitality and strengthening the soul. The second is that a place with abundant spiritual energy is needed to set up the magic array needed to change destiny. Since places with abundant spiritual energy are relatively rare, they are usually occupied by large-scale mysterious forces, so it is not easy to borrow some. But the spiritual energy of Hujia Mountain is very abundant. If we can find the 3 Yang spiritual pearls, we can set up a formation here to help Lin Yuyan change her fate. In the crowd, Yuchi Lingfeng secretly glared at Yi Tiance, clenched his fists and thought, "Humph, no matter what is in this cave, I must find the most powerful opportunity. Mr. Yi, you won't be arrogant for long." Saint Yushi has a graceful and agile figure, and she is still as aloof as ever. Only occasionally, her eyes would unconsciously glance at Yi Tiance, and no one knew what she was thinking. As for the masked man in the gray robe, he was at the end of the crowd, hurrying along silently, as if he wanted to hide himself in the darkness. As we continued to climb, the spiritual energy in the air became more and more abundant. About half an hour later, everyone finally overcame numerous obstacles and reached the top of Hujiao Mountain. Hujiao Mountain is over 1,000 meters above sea level, and the temperature at the top of the mountain at midnight is only 7 or 8 degrees at most. However, everyone present was either a cultivator or a top-notch martial artist, so this low temperature would not have any effect on them. At the top of the mountain, what comes into view is a huge cave. The entire cave is like a masterpiece of nature. The entrance of the cave is made of a huge rock, exuding an ancient and heavy atmosphere. There are strange patterns on the surface of the rock. These patterns seem to be naturally formed, but they also contain some kind of rules. They emit a faint light in the night, and the flickering light seems to be telling an ancient story. Around the cave, one can faintly feel a powerful restrictive force. The restriction was like a huge transparent dome, covering the cave. Looking from the outside, one can see that the air is slightly distorted at the edge of the restriction, as if the space is bound by this force. This is a prohibition that warns outsiders not to approach easily. Yi Tiance looked around. I noticed that around the cave entrance, there were 4 old men with white hair and beards sitting cross-legged and guarding it. The auras of these old men are all calm and steady, like deep pools and majestic mountains. They sat cross-legged with their eyes closed in 4 directions around the cave, as if they had merged into one with the surrounding rocks. They've obviously been here a long time. Although these people deliberately concealed the fluctuations of spiritual power on their bodies, Yi Tiance still keenly captured that the strength of these 4 people had reached the peak level of body refining, which was higher than Elder Guangchang. Elder Guangchang bowed to them and said, "For seniors, I have brought all the top 10 players here." At this time, one of the tall and thin old men opened his eyes and said, "Ha, all 10 little guys are here. They look very brave." He glanced around. When he saw Yilinger and the gray-robed masked man, his gaze paused for a moment, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. But when he looked at Yi Tiance for the last time, He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Because he could not feel any spiritual fluctuations or martial arts aura from Yi Tian's, he was unable to detect the other party's strength. Could this young man be an ordinary person? Elder Guangchang noticed this detail and took a half step forward to introduce, Senior, this is the final winner of this conference, Yi Tian's. After 3 rounds of competition, he got a total of 303 points, and he got 101 points in each round. What? What? Hear this. The tall and thin old man's eyes flickered. The remaining 3 old men who had their eyes closed immediately opened their eyes. It's fine that this young man is the winner, but how come he got 303 points? Isn't the maximum score 300? The tall and thin old man frowned and said, Guangchang, the Xianmen Conference is a conference carefully organized by our headquarters to select talents. It is not a joke what is going on with this 303 points. Elder Guangchang answered truthfully, this contestant Yi Tian's is extremely talented and powerful. He performed amazingly well in all 3 rounds of competition. That's why I gave him such a high score. To be honest, the total score of 303 points is actually not worthy of his performance. Hear the words. The 4 old men looked at each other. Then they all shook their heads. In their opinion, no matter how outstanding this young man is, he should not break the rules. It seems that Guangchang is kind-hearted and gave more points. Of course, they would not care too much about these things after all. Guangchang was a judge of the conference, and they were guarding the cave. Both sides performed their duties and would not interfere with each other. The tall and thin old man slowly stood up. The voice was vicissitudes of life. Everyone, as you can see, this cave is called Lingyuan Cave. It is the place where you will be tested in the next 12 hours. This place was once the place where a powerful cultivator practiced. That cultivator collected countless treasures during his long years of practice. However, he eventually died here. His power and treasures were sealed in this cave, waiting for the destined person. Due to the special restrictions of the cave, it will only be opened every once in a while. You are about to enter this cave full of opportunities. Inside, you can freely obtain all kinds of treasures and opportunities, but I have one request, that is, everyone who enters must bring an item out of it and give it to me when they come out. As he spoke, he took out a small jade box from his arms. Opening the jade box, there was a seemingly ordinary stone inside. The surface of the stone is rough and grayish-white, without any special patterns or luster. It looks like an ordinary stone picked up from the roadside. After you enter the cave, if you find this item, you must bring it out and give it to me. Each person must have at least 1 piece. This is also a condition for you to enter the cave. I hope you remember that if you can bring out enough, our Xianmen Conference headquarters will also exchange it for some elixirs, spirit crystal fragments and other treasures. Many contestants looked at each other in bewilderment. This stone looks ordinary. Why is it worthy of such attention from the Xianmen Conference headquarters? Yuji Lingfeng hesitated for a moment and asked, Senior, what if we come out and fail to bring out the stone in your hand? Chapter 636 Monster. The tall and thin old man said indifferently, if someone does not bring back this stone, then all other opportunities and treasures he brought out of Lingyuan Cave will be confiscated and handed over to our conference headquarters. Hear this. Many contestants' faces changed slightly. They were determined to take part in the final trial in order to try their luck at that incredible opportunity, but they did not expect that the Xianmen Conference would make such a strange request. It would be fine if this stone was very special, but the point is that there is nothing special about it at all. Not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy could be detected. Why is the Xianmen Conference so obsessed with it? Of course, since this was the requirement of the Xianmen Conference, no one expressed any doubts. After all, they were the organizers and whatever they said was the final say. The tall and thin old man said calmly, since everyone has no objection and the time has come to midnight, you can prepare to enter Lingyuan Cave. Remember, Lingyuan Cave is vast and complicated. You must try to leave it within 12 hours, otherwise you will never have another chance. Talking. He took out 10 small bronze compasses from his arms. He warned, this compass is an important tool to guide you out of the cave, so remember to keep it well. Each of you will receive one. Each of the 10 people received a compass. Then, the 4 old men guarding the entrance of Lingyuan Cave moved in unison, waving their hands. Rays of spiritual energy poured out from their hands, like lively ribbons interweaving in the air. As they chanted something, the restrictions around Lingyuan Cave began to change slowly, and a crack slowly appeared in the middle. The crack was about 10 feet high and 2 feet wide. Elder Guangchang reminded at this time, the restriction has been breached, everyone, hurry in. The 10 contestants rushed into the gap without any hesitation. Buzz. The moment they rushed in, everyone felt a strong suction force acting on their bodies. The scene in front of them changed and distorted, and they could not see anything clearly. Everyone seemed to lose control of their bodies, being pulled by an invisible force, as if falling into an endless abyss. More than half a minute later, Yi Tiance adjusted his body and landed steadily on the ground. Ha! This is... Yi Tiance looked around and found that the surroundings were unfamiliar. There was a faint light flickering in the darkness, and the other 9 contestants who had entered with him had disappeared. It looks like they were teleported here by the unique mechanism of Lingyuan Cave. As for the others, they should have been teleported to other parts of the cave. Quite interesting. Yi Tiance looked at the compass and found that the needle was shaking slightly, and finally stopped in a certain direction. It was obvious that direction was the exit of the cave. Yi Tiance walked forward with a compass in his hand, and occasionally he could see some strange patterns on the walls around him. Yi Tiance gently stroked the lines and murmured, "These lines don't seem to be formed naturally, but carved by someone?" In addition, Yi Tiance also felt the abundant spiritual energy in the cave, which was so rich that it seemed substantial. Every breath made him feel his body was nourished. This Lingyuan Cave is indeed extraordinary. Such abundant spiritual energy can easily nurture some adventures or treasures. No wonder Master deliberately told me to come here on the night of the full moon on July 15th. Maybe with good luck, I can break through the last bottleneck of Qi, refining great perfection in one breath, and reach the legendary Foundation Establishment realm. I heard from Elder Guangchang that this place was once the place where a powerful cultivator practiced. This person can enjoy such a powerful cave, so I think his cultivation must be extraordinary. Yi Tiance followed the guidance of the compass, exploring the cave while looking for Yi Linger. There is still nearly a day left until the full moon night of the 15th. So Yi Tiance is not in a hurry. The key is to find Yi Linger first. After all, if there are incredible opportunities in this place, it also means that there are endless dangers. As he moved forward, Yi Tiance discovered that the passages in the cave became more and more complicated. Some passages were narrow and winding, like a maze. Just when we reached a corner, he suddenly heard a faint sound, as if something was approaching, accompanied by heavy breathing. When Yi Tiance looked closely, he saw a beast shaped like a wolf walking towards him from the other side of the passage. It was a bit larger than an ordinary wolf, and its fur was a deep dark purple, as if blending in with the surrounding darkness. In the dim light, mysterious patterns flickered on the fur, like ancient magic runes, and a faint aura lingered around the body. Its eyes were like 2 balls of blue flames, emitting a cold and fierce light, and its sharp teeth flashed cold light in the darkness, as if they could easily bite through hard rocks. Is this a demon beast? Yi Tiance's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect to encounter a monster in this place. The so-called monsters are actually ordinary animals that have mutated and evolved under special circumstances due to being influenced by spiritual energy, mysterious power, or special opportunities for a long time. They usually have strange appearances and powerful strength, and some rare and powerful ones can even have a certain degree of wisdom or special abilities. In comparison, monsters are relatively rare. Yi Tiance had only seen them in the ancient dense forest on the back mountain of the fallen city, and often used them as sandbags to exercise his strength. Since leaving the fallen city, he has never seen a monster again. You know, this thing is not only an excellent and rare sparring partner, some monsters will produce inner elixirs in their bodies, which are very precious resources. An inner elixir of a low-level monster is more precious than a low-level spiritual medicine pill. So no wonder Yi Tiance was so excited to see it. In the eyes of others, this may be an object that cannot be provoked, but in Yi Tiance's eyes, this is a living ATM. Yi Tiance glanced at the wolf. It should be a shadow wolf, a low-level yellow-rank monster. Its strength can be compared to that of a human being in the early stage of body refining, or a martial artist in the early stage of the god of war. Ouch! The shadow wolf let out a threatening roar at Yi Tiance, its dark blue eyes fixed on Yi Tiance, as if declaring that this area was its territory. Yi Tiance remained calm. Instead he stretched out his finger towards it and said, "Come here, little dog." Come and play with Grandpa. Ouch. The shadow wolf was immediately enraged by Yi Tiance. The next second, it pounced towards Yi Tiance at lightning speed. Yi Tiance was not panicked at all. He flashed and easily avoided the attack of the shadow wolf. The shadow wolf missed its first attack and immediately turned around to pounce again. Its sharp claws swept through the air, causing a sharp wind to shake the air. Yi Tiance paused and frowned slightly. Ha! This doesn't seem right. Chapter 637, Monster Siege. Because at the moment of the fight just now, Yi Tiance mobilized the breath in his body and felt that the flow of spiritual power in his body became slow, as if it was restrained and suppressed by an invisible force. As a result, his strength was only at the level of great perfection of body refining, and he was suppressed by a whole level. I heard Zhao Rong mention it before. The stronger a person is in this cave, the more they will be restrained and suppressed. It seems that there must be a special formation in this cave that deliberately suppresses the cultivation of the strong who enter it. Why did the original owner of this cave do this? Yi Tiance stroked his chin and thought. Ouch. At this moment, the shadow wolf took the opportunity to attack Yi Tiance again. It was extremely fast, like a black phantom in the narrow cave passage. Its fangs were shining silver and could even bite through steel. If attacked by this move, even an ordinary war god in the early stage would be seriously injured. It's a pity that it is facing Yi Tiance, even though his strength is suppressed by Yi Tiance by a large realm. The gap in strength between the two sides is huge. Beast, courting death. Yi Tiance shouted angrily, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Facing the shadow wolf's attack again, he moved as fast as lightning, dodging sideways and cleverly avoiding the shadow wolf's sharp fangs. The shadow wolf missed its attack, but did not give up. It turned around and pounced on Yi Tiance again. However, would Yi Tiance give it another chance? Yi Tiance made a palm with his right hand and slapped the shadow wolf on the forehead with all his strength. Bang! The shadow wolf's body flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. It let out a shrill scream, fell to the ground, struggled for a few times, and then stopped moving. Yi Tiance walked forward and looked at the dead shadow wolf. A demon beast is indeed a demon beast, and its body is indeed much stronger than that of a human. If the slap I just gave to a warrior in the early stage of the god of war, it would have deformed. Even if it didn't explode in the end, it just bled. Despite his emotion, Yi Tiance still squatted down and searched inside the shadow wolf's body. Soon, he took out an inner elixir. This inner elixir is about the size of an egg yolk, and is oval in shape with a smooth and round surface. If you look closely, you can see some faint lines inside the inner elixir, flashing a faint light. It's a pity that this is a low-level yellow-ranked demon beast's inner elixir, which is not considered precious, but since you are here, I will reluctantly accept it. Yi Tiance put the inner elixir into his pocket and continued moving forward in the cave. The road inside the cave became wider and wider. The feeling one gets is that one is gradually walking from the branches inside the cave into the depths of the cave. Of course, the journey was not smooth sailing, and Yi Tiance also encountered many shadow wolves. However, these shadow wolves posed no threat to Yi Tiance and were easily dealt with by him. Unfortunately, not every monster can produce inner elixir after a series of operations. After killing more than a dozen shadow wolves, Yi Tiance only got 3 inner elixirs. As time went by, Yi Tiance gradually went deeper into the cave. Just as he walked to an area with a wide view, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. Someone? Yi Tiance immediately became alert, thinking, could it be Yi Linger? He quickened his pace and quickly dodged behind a rock, using it as a cover to look at the area where the battle was taking place. At this time, there were more than 10 shadow wolves surrounding the two people. Their situation was very bad and they were in a very dangerous situation. Oh, it's actually the two of them? Both of them are familiar faces. One is Yuqi Lingfeng, and the other is Saint Yushi. At this time, Yuqi Lingfeng's clothes had been stained red with blood, and his face was full of fatigue and solemnity. He continued to control the poisonous insects to attack the shadow wolves, but these shadow wolves had thick skin and flesh, and the attacks of the poisonous insects were difficult to be effective. The situation of Saint Yushi is not optimistic either. Her originally snow-white dress was now stained with dirt and blood. Although her face was covered with a layer of gauze, one could still feel her tiredness. Oh damn, these beasts are so troublesome. Yuchi Lingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His strength was at the middle stage of body refining, and he was not suppressed much in this cave under normal circumstances. He could handle the 3 shadow wolves alone. But there are more than 10 shadow wolves in front of him, including a leader, who is much stronger than ordinary shadow wolves, and it is really difficult to resist. Saint Yushi frowned. As a disciple of one of the 3 great sects in Tiannan province, she naturally knew about monsters. There were some monsters living in the back mountain of Lingyu Pavilion. She had also fought with those monsters before, but the strength of those monsters was generally low, and compared with martial artists, they were only at the level of grandmasters. However, the monsters in this place, the weakest of which can be compared to an early-stage god of war, are equivalent to the early-stage physical training of their cultivators, and are very difficult to deal with. Is this the danger of Lingyuan Cave? No wonder among the talents participating in each Xianmen conference, the number of people who can walk out alive after entering it is no more than 2 levels. Saint Yushi murmured secretly. The dozen or so shadow wolves that surrounded them were staring at them with murderous eyes. Their eyes flashed with a faint blue light, and low roars came from their mouths. Their sharp fangs flashed cold light in the darkness, and greedy and sticky saliva flowed. Among these shadow wolves, there was one that was obviously more robust, with some scarlet hair on its forehead, exuding a terrifying aura. This is a yellow-level intermediate shadow wolf. Compared with the strength of human cultivators, it is already between the middle and late stages of body refining. It is the leader among these shadow wolves. Ow! The phantom wolf leader howled, appearing very excited. As monsters, after being nourished by spiritual energy, they have developed some intelligence. It knew that the 2 humans in front of it were cultivators. Once it killed them and ate their flesh and blood, it would be a great tonic for itself. Yuchi Lingfeng sensed the murderous intent of the phantom wolf leader, and he immediately said to Saint Yushi, Yushi, at this point, we have to use all our trump cards to save our lives from them. Please find a way to help me. Delay for 10 seconds. I need to prepare a trump card to get rid of these bastards in one go. Saint Yushi nodded and hummed coldly. The next second, Saint Yushi quickly formed seals with her hands and muttered something. Buzz. Rays of white light emerged from the body of Saint Yushi, and then formed a wall of light in front of the 2 of them. Saint Yushi stood in front and Yuchi Lingfeng stood behind him. Those shadow wolves seemed to have sensed something and started to attack with howls, but their attacks hit the wall of light and were bounced back. Bang bang bang. But they did not give up and continued to launch attacks. Every attack would cause the wall of light to vibrate slightly. Saint Yushi herself trembled slightly, showing that she was also under tremendous pressure. How much longer will it take? Saint Yushi asked anxiously, which was rare for her. However, what she didn't expect was that as soon as she asked this question, she suddenly felt someone pat her waist hard. Chapter 638. Are you disgusting? Bang. Saint Yushi only felt a huge force coming from her waist, and the whole person flew forward. At this moment, she looked back suddenly. Yuchi Lingfeng made a grim and helpless expression to her. Yushi, I'm sorry. Only in this way can I leave alive. If I hadn't been forced to do so, I wouldn't have made this choice. Have a safe journey. He put down these words, while all the shadow wolves' attention is focused on Saint Yushi. He turned around and jumped away, and several figures flashed into a fork in the road and disappeared. Bad guy. Saint Yushi steadied her body and couldn't help but squeeze out these 2 words from between her teeth. You know, Yuchi Lingfeng had expressed his love for her several times, saying that he was willing to do anything for her, even sacrifice his own life. Although she did not agree and did not like Yuchi Lingfeng, she was willing to believe that Yuchi Lingfeng was sincere. Therefore, not long after being teleported into Lingyuan Cave, she met Yuchi Lingfeng by chance and agreed to Yuchi Lingfeng's request to form a cooperative team. Unexpectedly, at the most dangerous moment, this person actually betrayed the cooperation and escaped alone. Ah! Is this actually a man? He says one thing and does another. No wonder I have never had any feelings for any man. Ouch! At this moment, the long-coveted Shadow Wolf leader and his subordinates had once again pounced on Saint Yushi. This time, their attacks became more frenzied, and they surged towards Saint Yushi like a tide. Saint Yushi endured the severe pain in her back, pinched her fingers, and controlled the white light wall to change its shape, turning it into a hemispherical protective shield that enveloped her. The protective cover is just formed. The Shadow Wolves' attack has arrived. They either swipe with their claws or bite with their sharp teeth, and each attack is extremely powerful. Even though Saint Yushi tried her best to resist, the number of monsters was too large, and she was injured and her spiritual power was consumed quickly. She soon could not hold on. The white light protective shield is in a state of collapse at any time. Am I really going to die here? Saint Yushi sighed secretly in her heart. Faced with impending death, she did not show much fear or terror, but rather more of unwillingness. Because I still have a lot of things to do. Maybe this is fate. Just when Saint Yushi was gradually unable to hold on any longer, Yi Tian's face inexplicably appeared in her mind, looking so mean and shy. She didn't know why she thought of Yi Tian's at this moment. That pervert. Why would? Bang. At this moment, the claws of a shadow wolf slammed down on the white light protective shield, smashing it to pieces. Ouch. The leader of the ghost wolves jumped up, opened his bloody mouth, and pounced towards Saint Yushi. Saint Yushi closed her eyes and gave up her last resistance. However, she was ready to die, but she did not feel the coming attack of the phantom wolf leader. Okay? Saint Yushi slowly opened her eyes and saw an unexpected scene. I saw a figure from behind appear in front of me. This person raised his right hand and firmly pressed the jaw of the phantom wolf leader. No matter how hard the latter tried to roar, he couldn't move forward at all. Isis it you? When she saw clearly that the person coming was Yi Tian's, Saint Yushi couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. For some reason, my heartbeat seemed to speed up a little at this moment. Yi Tian's turned his head. The corners of his mouth curved up, and he smiled. Oh, isn't Saint Yushi's illusion very powerful? Why don't you use it on these shadow wolves? Instead, you just gave up. This is not your character. You even want me to save you. Why don't you say thank you quickly? Listening to Yi Tian's sarcastic sarcasm, Saint Yushi's voice suddenly turned cold. Who asked you to save me? No need. Yi Tian's tooted his lips and said, it doesn't matter if I leave, but a woman who is so beautiful, has such a good figure, and such fair skin, must be very nutritious, right? Let the shadow wolves chew on her and finally excrete her as feces. This scene is quite interesting to think about. Hear the words. Saint Yushi's expression changed slightly. I couldn't help but frown and asked, are you disgusting? Although I said this, I couldn't help but think of this scene in my mind, thinking that I would end up like that. I really didn't want to die. But she couldn't open her mouth to ask Yi Tian's to stay and help her. In the end, how to do? Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly felt a burning pain in her back. She immediately realized that the palm that Yuchi Lingfeng had hit her with just now must have contained the toxins of poisonous insects, and his intention was to make her die here without any possibility of survival. At this moment, these are the symptoms of the toxin taking effect. This bastard. Saint Yushi wanted to mobilize her spiritual power to suppress the spread of the poison, but because her spiritual power was exhausted and her physical strength reached its limit, she felt her eyes go dark and fainted. See this. Yi Tian's eyelids jumped. Fuck, it's just a joke. Are you so angry? You look generous, but your mind is too narrow, isn't it? Of course, this was naturally a joke from Yi Tian's. He would not abandon Saint Yushi either. In that case, I can only have some fun with you evil beasts. Yi Tian's turned around suddenly, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. When the shadow wolf leader felt the murderous gaze from Yi Tian's, its huge body trembled violently. Its biological instinct told it that the human in front of it was unusual and very dangerous. Ouch! It subconsciously let out a howl, wanting to order all its companions to escape immediately. But it was too late. The next second, Yi Tian's body has started moving. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body and punched the wolf leader directly. The latter flew backwards under the force, knocking several of his companions to the ground. Before they could react further, Yi Tiance had already jumped up and pounced on him. A one-sided hunting and crushing began. 2 minutes later, the open ground was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the ground was littered with the corpses of shadow wolves. Yi Tiance stretched lazily, feeling that he was still not satisfied. Yi Tiance looked at the corpse of the shadow wolf on the ground and said with emotion, in addition to the inner elixir, the flesh, blood, tendons and bones of the ghost wolf corpse are actually quite good materials. It's a pity to waste so much of it here. What should I do? Sudden. His eyes lit up. Have it. Chapter 639, This is not the time to appreciate works of art. Yi Tiance took out the bone-eating worm sack from his waist and recited the incantation silently. Buzz buzz buzz. A dense group of shadowy bone-eating insects gushed out, forming a black mass. Go with. As Yi Tiance gave the order, the shadow bone-eating insects swarmed over the corpses of the shadow wolves. Click, click. They frantically devoured the flesh, bones and blood of the shadow wolf. You must know that the shadow bone-eating worm is a poisonous insect that likes to devour the flesh and blood of animals, especially human cultivators and martial artists. The same is true for the monsters that are nurtured by spiritual energy. For them, it is definitely a rare delicacy. You have to know that they had followed the great elder Wushou before, and in most cases what they devoured were nothing more than ordinary humans, or low-level insects of the same kind. It was very rare to come across quality food. As the saying goes, if you follow Wushou, you will go hungry 9 times out of 3 days. But it's different now. After changing to a new owner, his first meal was Wushou, a cultivator in the middle stage of body refining. His second meal was the corpses of shadow wolves scattered all over the ground. The weakest of them was comparable to a human cultivator in the early stage of body refining. This kind of rare delicacy is naturally delicious, so delicious that people will eat it like crazy. Yi Tiance saw this whole scene. He whispered softly, as expected of a shadow bone-eating worm, its killing power is indeed extraordinary. You know, just now, Yuchi Lingfeng used poisonous insects to attack the shadow wolf, but he was unable to break through the shadow wolf's thick fur. However, in front of the shadow bone-eating worm, these furs were no different from thin paper and they broke with just one bite. Click, click. The corpses of more than 10 shadow wolves were surrounded and devoured by the shadow bone-eating worms in less than 2 minutes. They were completely devoured, without even a bone left. After all, bones are a rare delicacy for them. The bodies of these shadowy bone-eating insects had obviously become fatter. They flapped their wings, their mouthparts intertwined, and flew around Yi Tiance, looking very excited. In fact, at the beginning, they obeyed Yi Tiance to betray Wushou because they were completely afraid of his pressure and his insect controlling skills in Xianyuan 7 stars. But now, after devouring the corpse of the shadow wolf and being full and satisfied, they finally sincerely submitted to Yi Tiance. After all, if you follow the big brother, you can have 9 meals a day. Yi Tiance snapped his fingers, and these shadowy bone-eating worms returned to their bone-eating worm sacks in an orderly manner. Yi Tiance patted the insect sack gently and was in a good mood. According to his estimation, the combined strength of these shadowy bone-eating insects was almost comparable to that of a human cultivator in the middle stage of body refining. Having just devoured so many corpses of shadow wolves, his strength will be further enhanced after absorption and digestion. It is estimated that he can reach the late stage of human body refining. For the shadow bone-eating worms, they hardly need to practice. The most direct way to improve their strength is to devour the flesh and blood of various animals or other various precious resources. There must be many monsters in this Lingyuan cave. Killing them not only can obtain the inner elixir, but the remaining skin, flesh, tendons, etc. can also serve as food for the phantom bone-eating worm. Now the phantom bone-eating worm is still in the larval stage, and its future is promising. If it is properly cultivated, it will surely become a great help to me in the future. Yi Tiance murmured, then walked over and picked up the few inner pills left by the shadow-gnawing worms that devoured the corpses of the shadow wolves. The shadow-gnawing worms are interested in flesh and blood, but not in the inner pills of demon beasts. The shadow wolf leader also has the inner elixir of a demon beast in his body. This is a yellow-grade intermediate demon beast inner elixir. In terms of value alone, it is no less valuable than a mid-grade spiritual elixir. After organizing the inner elixir, Yi Tiance turned around and walked to Saint Yushi, squatted down, and carefully checked her physical condition. The injuries on my body are more serious than I thought, and I was also poisoned by insects. No wonder I suddenly fainted just now. Yi Tiance frowned after a moment of hesitation. He carefully picked up Saint Yushi, and quickly left the open space and came to a relatively safe pass with better light. Yi Tiance gently placed Saint Yushi on the ground and took out a detoxification pill. Saint girl, this detoxification pill of mine was not easy to come by. I am willing to give you one because you might be my fiancé. You must thank me in the future and don't repay kindness with hatred. Yi Tiance murmured, slowly unveiled the veil of Saint Yushi, and prepared to give her the detoxification pill. However, when he saw the face of Saint Yushi clearly, he was stunned. Her skin was as white as snow, with a hint of red in its whiteness, as if it were a carefully carved piece of jade. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, slightly furrowed, adding a bit of pitiful charm. Her eyes were tightly closed, but her long eyelashes were like butterfly wings, trembling slightly, as if telling of her pain. Her nose was straight and her lips were as delicate as cherries. Although they looked a little pale due to the poisoning, however, she still exuded a holy beauty that could only be admired from a distance and not desecrated. Even though Yi Tiance had seen many beauties and dealt with many beauties, this Saint Yushi was definitely one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. Perhaps only Lin Yuyan could rival her in appearance. She is worthy of being known as the most beautiful woman in the Xian realm of Tiannan province. Which man cannot be moved by her appearance? Just as Yi Tiance was in a daze, the unconscious Saint Yushi let out a groan of pain, interrupting Yi Tiance's thoughts. Ahem! Saving lives is more important. Now is not the time to appreciate art. Yi Tiance gently pried open the lips of Saint Yushi, and then gave her the detoxification pill to take. The detoxification pill could remove the insect poison in her body, but it had no way of curing her external and internal injuries. Saint girl, I'm sorry for the haste. Yi Tiance carefully took off the outer clothes of Saint Yushi, and the inner layer of underwear tightly wrapped the flawless body, but Yi Tiance did not have any evil thoughts at this moment. He sat down cross-legged and started practicing the Xianyuan 7 stars technique. He slowly raised his hands, with his palms facing the body of Saint Yushi, and a powerful spiritual power surged out of his body. This spiritual power was like warm sunlight, enveloping Saint Yushi. This treatment method is relatively direct and radical, and is generally only used on cultivators. After all, only cultivators' bodies can adapt to spiritual power. If it is used on ordinary people, it is likely to cause spiritual power to break through the meridians and cause irreversible damage. That's right, Yi Tiance had never used such a direct method when treating injuries and illnesses before. Pure and rich spiritual energy flowed through Saint Yushi's meridians, repairing her damaged body. Every inch of her skin and every meridian gradually regained vitality under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Chapter 640. You are a lecher. Nights_stay. 2/4 of an hour later. Where am I? Saint Yushi slowly opened her eyes and slowly sat up, only to find that her clothes were a little messy and her veil had been taken off. Boom! She was a little confused at first, but she suddenly woke up. Although she has been celibate over the years and has no interest in matters between men and women and is unwilling to learn about them, she is an adult after all and will understand what she should understand. At this moment, she naturally realized something, and a feeling of shame, anger and grievance surged in her heart. There is no need to think, I must have been molested. Her eyes were filled with anger. She turned her head and looked around, and found Yi Tiance sitting not far away with his eyes closed in meditation. Sure enough, it was him. Only he would take advantage of others' misfortune. How dare you, you scoundrel, do this to me? Saint Yushi shouted angrily, and she rushed forward with her right hand clenched into a palm and slapped Yi Tiance on the forehead. What the hell? What are you doing? Yi Tiance opened his eyes and couldn't help being startled. He quickly jumped up to avoid the hateful slap from Saint Yushi. How dare you ask me why, you scoundrel? Don't you have any idea what you did to me? Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, and those eyes that were as bright as the stars were filled with endless grievances, and she was almost about to cry. You know, she has always been self-respecting and self-loving and has always kept her chastity. In addition, Lingyu Pavilion is a mysterious sect dominated by women, and her identity as a saint makes her value her innocence very much, even more than her own life. I have never touched the hand of a person of the opposite sex since I was a child. As a result, today my innocence was tarnished by such a scoundrel. This is unforgivable. When she thought about what Yi Tiance had done to her in the illusion during their previous fight in the ring, she felt even more unbearable. At this time, Yi Tiance also realized what was going on. He quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't do anything to you, don't take it for granted." "You are still quibbling at this time? Today, even if I risk my life, I will make you pay the price." Saint Maiden Yushi didn't listen to Yi Tiance's explanation at all, and rushed over again to attack Yi Tiance. Her moves were fierce and filled with endless anger, and each one was aimed directly at Yi Tiance's vital points. While dodging Saint Yushi's attack, Yi Tiance said helplessly, "Can you calm down first? This is really a misunderstanding. Are you born in the year of the ox? Why are you so stubborn?" However, Saint Yushi was so overwhelmed with anger at this time that she couldn't hear what he said at all. The movements are becoming more and more flexible, and the moves are becoming more and more fierce. While she was taking action, Saint Yushi realized that the spiritual energy in her body became abnormally abundant, and the originally difficult barrier to break through disappeared. "I am. Breakthrough?" Saint Yushi was surprised to find that her strength had broken through from the middle stage of body refining to the late stage of body refining. Although she didn't know how this was done, she guessed that it must be because God disliked Yi Tiance and let me personally get rid of this evil scoundrel. She originally thought that she would have a chance to defeat Yi Tiance after breaking through to the late stage of body refining. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Yi Tiance calmly dodged all attacks from Saint Yushi. He sighed helplessly and said, "Since you really don't want to listen to me, don't blame me for offending you." As he spoke, Yi Tiance avoided a palm attack from Saint Yushi, then took advantage of the situation and twisted Saint Yushi's arm behind her back, and pulled her tightly into his arms. At this moment, the postures of the two became somewhat ambiguous. A unique fragrance entered Yi Tiance's nostrils. It smelled pleasant and refreshing. "Feel the touch on my back." Saint Yushi's face turned red instantly. She was both ashamed and angry. She struggled to break free from Yi Tiance's restraints, but found that the strength disparity between the two was too great and she couldn't break free at all. "You lecher! Let me go! Let me go now! Are you going to kill me? If I let you go, will it be because I am itching for my life?" Yi Tiance complained and continued to explain, "I didn't do anything to you just now. I took off your veil to give you the detoxification pill to get rid of the insect poison. I took off your coat to transfer spiritual power to you to heal the injuries inside and outside your body. You know, in order to heal your injuries, I consumed more than half of my spiritual power, but you wrongly accused me of being a pervert. If I hadn't saved you, you would have died long ago." After hearing what Yi Tiance said, Saint Yushi calmed down a little. After thinking about it carefully, he found that the injuries on his body and inside his body had indeed disappeared, including the insect poison from Yuchi Lingfeng. It seemed that only Yi Tiance, who suddenly appeared at that time, could save her. "Buthenfin, why did you take off my clothes?" Saint Yushi's voice became much softer, with a hint of shyness and confusion. Yi Tiance sighed and explained, "When I use spiritual power to heal you, the clothes will affect the effect. I really don't have any other ideas, really." "All right." After listening to Yi Tiance's explanation, the anger in Saint Yushi's heart gradually dissipated. She realized that she might have really misunderstood Yi Tiance, but she still felt a little embarrassed and ashamed, and her strength and struggling weakened. "Even if you are saving me, you shouldn't." Saint Yushi still felt a little conflicted and guilty. After all, she was the saint of Lingyu Pavilion and had never been touched like this by a man. If this got out, it would be a small matter to damage her reputation, but she did not want to see Lingyu Pavilion being subjected to negative public opinion. Yi Tiance released Saint Yushi's arm and said, "If you think this is wrong, then just hit your head against the wall and die to prove your innocence. Just consider it as I saved you for nothing." Saint Yushi turned around and looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief. "Why are you so rude? When did I say I wanted to die?" You are indeed an untrustworthy pervert. In her opinion, men should be gentlemanly and polite, and no one has ever said such excessive words to her. In response, Yi Tiance rolled his eyes and retorted, "Oh, yes, I am not trustworthy. On the contrary, it was Yuqi Lingfeng, whom you trusted, who gave you a slap in the face at the critical moment and then walked away. Tsk. We can't compare with him." These sarcastic words made Saint Yushi blush. But he couldn't refute it, he just felt his chest heaving with anger. She didn't know what was wrong in the past, her emotions were always calm and stable, but ever since she met Yi Tiance, her reactions became more and more intense. What is going on here? At this moment, Yi Tiance on the side suddenly asked, "Hey, are you a virgin?" Chapter 641. If this continues, I won't be able to have a child. When Saint Yushi heard Yi Tiance's words, her face turned red instantly and anger surged in her heart again. "You shameless bastard! What do you mean?" Saint Yushi stared at Yi Tiance with her eyes wide open. She clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could rush up and attack Yi Tiance again. This lecher actually flirted with her time and again. Don't you have any sense of shame? I am the saint of Lingyu Pavilion, but I have never even held the hand of a man before. What else could I be but a virgin? Yi Tiance also realized that his question was too rash. He scratched his head awkwardly and explained hastily, "Don't get me wrong, Tu didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask if you have to remain a virgin to practice the technique you're practicing in Lingyu Pavilion? After all, I saw that you just made a breakthrough, so I asked this out of curiosity." But Saint Yushi didn't want to listen to his explanation at all. She felt that Yi Tiance was deliberately humiliating her. "Shut up! I don't want to hear anything else from you." She turned around angrily, not wanting to look at Yi Tiance again. Yi Tiance was speechless, thinking to himself, "You acted very cold and holy before, as if you didn't care about anything. Why do you keep breaking down in front of me?" You have to know that he really didn't mean to be offensive when he asked this question. Instead, he realized that Saint Yushi's breakthrough was related to the spiritual power he injected into her body to heal her injuries. According to his understanding, Saint Yushi's talent is not low, but being in a sect like Lingyu Pavilion limits her potential. The reason for this is most likely that she must remain a virgin to practice the sect's skills. This approach is often wrong. Yi Tiance continued, "As far as I know, unless one is practicing a very special technique, it is necessary for the cultivator to ensure that he is a virgin. If other techniques are also deliberately maintained, it will have a negative impact on the cultivation. The way of cultivation emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Overly suppressing a certain natural state of oneself may lead to an imbalance of spiritual power in the body, thus limiting the development of one's own potential. I can't see anything special about the technique you performed, so long-term practice has limited your own realm. On the contrary, when I was healing you, I injected yang spiritual power into you, which released the pressure to a certain extent, leading to your breakthrough." Humph! Saint Yushi snorted coldly and said, "All the cultivators in our Lingyu Pavilion have practiced this way for generations. If this kind of thing really happened, the predecessors in Lingyu Pavilion would have informed the younger generations long ago. How could you be so full of nonsense?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "The reason why your predecessors failed to tell them is either because their level is not good enough, or they have been sexually repressed for too long and are too embarrassed to admit it." You are talking nonsense. I won't allow you to slander our Lingyu Pavilion. Saint Yushi turned her head, her face sullen, and glared at Yi Tiance angrily. "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will cut off your tongue?" Yi Tiance looked at her and suddenly smiled and said, as expected, "She is the most beautiful woman in the Xian realm of Tiannan province. Even when she is angry, she is still so beautiful." You? Saint Yushi bit her lower lip lightly, her face flushed. She has been practicing in Lingyu Pavilion for many years and rarely goes out. Most of the people she meets are well educated, peaceful and friendly. How could she have ever met such a slick and shameless bastard? Yi Tiance continued, "I know you don't believe me, but if I knew that you often felt a chill running through your dantian during your practice, and no matter how you tried to control it, it wouldn't work and would affect your practice progress, then if I'm not mistaken, your practice progress has been getting slower and slower since you entered the body refining stage, right? Not only that, but every time you have your period, you feel intense pain, and even basic practice becomes difficult to maintain, right?" This The beautiful pupils of Saint Yushi opened slightly, flashing with incredible light. She never thought that Yi Tiance could describe the problems she encountered in her cultivation so accurately. She had never mentioned this secret that had troubled her for a long time to anyone, but Yi Tiance acted as if he had seen it with his own eyes. How did you know? Saint Yushi couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yi Tiance looked at her surprised expression, smiled slightly, and said, Lingyu Pavilion requires you to remain a virgin to practice the exercises. This extreme method has caused the imbalance of yin and yang in your body. Excessive yin will form that cold air, which will run around in your dantian, hindering the flow of your spiritual power and thus affecting your progress in practice. As for the severe pain during menstruation, it is also related to this cold air. If it goes as expected, many of your predecessors in Lingyu Pavilion will have this kind of problem, and many of them have even lost their fertility and can't even have children, right? After listening to Yi Tiance's explanation, Saint Yushi was still in a state of shock. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this problem is not only hers. Other disciples of the same generation and seniors in Lingyu Pavilion have similar situations. Until now, she had never found any problems. At most, she just felt that she had not practiced enough or that she did not have enough talent. Now it sounds like there is a problem with Lingyu Pavilion's own cultivation requirements. This somewhat subverted her three views on cultivation. After all, for many years, the cultivation education she received came from Lingyu Pavilion, whose authority was unshakable, but today, it was somewhat shaken. This inevitably had a psychological impact on Saint Yushi, who had always been proud of Lingyu Pavilion. Yi Tiance said, You don't know the true face of Mount Lu because you were in it. You grew up in Lingyu Pavilion since you were a child. It's normal that you can't find the mistakes in your cultivation method, but sometimes, cultivators can't just follow traditions, but should explore the cultivation path that suits them according to their actual situation. You were so talented that you shouldn't be bound by the rules of the sect. Saint Yushi was silent for a while, then said, Maybe you are right, but this is not a trivial matter. I need time to digest and think about it. Yi Tiance nodded. It's okay, this little girl is not that stubborn. Otherwise it would be really troublesome to explain. Yi Tiance pointed to the coat and veil on the ground and asked, Here, your clothes are all there, do you want to put them on? Saint Yushi hesitated and shook her head. The outer garment was torn and dirty in the previous battle and can no longer be worn. As for the veil, you have seen my face anyway, there is no need to continue wearing it to deceive myself. Although she was not wearing an outer garment, the clothes she wore were close-fitting and did not reveal too much, which was within her acceptable range. Saint Yushi asked Yi Tiance, What are your plans next? Yi Tiance answered truthfully, We found Yi Linger. We separated after she was teleported. In this place is full of dangers. I am more worried about her safety. What about you? A hint of coldness appeared on Saint Yushi's cold face. I want to find Yuchi Lingfeng and kill him. Chapter 642, Directionally Challenged. Hearing this, Yi Tiance looked quite surprised. These words sounded strange coming from the mouth of Saint Yushi, and seemed inconsistent with her character. Saint Yushi also seemed to be aware of this situation. She raised her chin slightly and said in a cold voice, Yuchi Lingfeng stabbed me in the back. I cannot forgive him. As a cultivator, I must pay attention to the clarity of my thoughts. If I don't avenge this, it will sooner or later become my inner demon. What's wrong with that? Yi Tiance shook his head and smiled. Revenge is a matter of course, and there is nothing wrong with it. Just be happy. As long as you don't always think about seeking revenge on me. Humph. I am not such a narrow-minded person. I can still distinguish between gratitude and hatred. Saint Yushi said calmly. Yi Tiance murmured, I hope so. Although Saint Yushi appears to have a broad chest, it is still uncertain whether she really has a broad mind. Then let's each do our own thing. Good luck. Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets and continued walking forward. However, just after taking 2 steps, he found that Saint Yushi was following him, and the two were keeping a distance of about 5 meters. When Yi Tiance turned left at the fork in the road, she followed him. When Yi Tiance turned right at the fork in the road, she followed him and turned right. Yi Tiance stopped. Confused, he asked, No, you're not going to seek revenge on Yuchi Lingfeng. Why are you following me all the time? Nothing. Saint Yushi answered, but her eyes were slightly evasive, as if she didn't dare to look Yi Tiance in the eye directly. I can tell at first glance that he feels guilty. Yi Tiance teased deliberately, "Oh, you fell in love with me because I saved you, right?" Hear the words. Saint Yushi glared at him and denied in a cold voice, "I don't like you, a pervert. Stop flattering yourself. If you don't like me, then what are you doing following me? Tell me." "Me? What do you mean by I? You are the saint of Lingyu Pavilion, and you should be honest and upright in everything you do. How can you not even admit such a small thing?" "Call." Saint Yushi took a deep breath. She was really forced by Yi Tiance and had no choice but to glance to the side and said a little embarrassedly, I don't know the way, so I'll follow behind you." The voice got smaller and smaller. When Yi Tiance heard this, he was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha ha. You are actually directionally challenged? Ha ha ha." There were dark lines on Saint Yushi's forehead and her face was slightly red. That's right. She was indeed a person with poor sense of direction. The point was that she did not understand that although she had excellent talent in daily cultivation and no problems with her IQ, she was terrible at finding her way. This was one of the reasons why she had rarely left Lingyu Pavilion and walked out of the secular world for many years. She was afraid of getting lost. The reason why I temporarily agreed to team up with Yuchi Lingfeng was actually due to this consideration. After all, in this intricate Lingyuan cave, one has a poor sense of direction, not to mention finding opportunities and treasures. Even getting out of the Lingyuan cave smoothly is a huge challenge. However, due to her proud and cold personality, she would not reveal this shortcoming of hers unless it was absolutely necessary. Ha, my stomach hurts a little. I didn't expect that the saint of Lingyu Pavilion, the goddess in the hearts of so many people, is actually a person with poor direction. Yi Tiance couldn't help laughing. Saint Yushi frowned and bit her lip as she asked, "Is it funny that I'm directionally challenged? Am I a clown?" "Ahem, it's okay. It's okay." Yi Tiance waved his hand, calmed down a little, and explained, "I am not laughing at you for being a clown. But I think it is interesting that you, who originally seemed a little out of touch with the world, actually have such a lovely human side." Saint Yushi blinked her bright eyes with a puzzled expression. Is this sentence praising me or belittling me? But at this time Yi Tiance interrupted her thoughts and said, "Since you don't know the way, let's go together. Don't worry, although I never think of myself as a good person, I am not like Yuchi Lingfeng who would stab you in the back. Don't think too much, let's go." Yi Tiance took a step forward. Saint Yushi looked at his back. This scene made her seem dazed for a moment, and a curve unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then he followed in the same pace. Yi Tiance and his companion moved towards the depths of Lingyuan cave. As they went deeper, they could feel the concentration of spiritual energy in the air becoming increasingly higher. Saint Yushi asked in confusion, "People outside say that Lingyuan cave contains countless opportunities and treasures, but we have been walking for a long time and have never encountered any. What's going on?" Yi Tiance said, "Where is there no opportunity? Aren't there many demon beasts such as the shadow wolf here? Killing them and obtaining the demon beast inner elixir is an opportunity, isn't it?" Saint Yushi twitched her eyes and said, "It may be an opportunity for you, but for others, it is clearly a deadly danger. To be honest, I don't know why, but I always feel that this last trial is weird." Yi Tiance asked, "Oh? Tell me, what's strange about it?" Saint Yushi said truthfully, "Since there are such important opportunities and treasures in Lingyuan cave, why don't the organizers of the Shinmen conference send their own people in, but let the contestants from other Shinmen forces enter? Even if it is for the so-called training and selection of talents, this kind of generosity is somewhat unreasonable when you think about it carefully. Not only that, but also before at the entrance of the cave, they asked us to carry at least one spherical stone when we leave. What is it? Is it so important to Lingyuan cave?" Hear the words. Yi Tiance smiled and said, "As expected of the saint of Lingyu Pavilion, you are really perceptive. You are right, this final trial does reveal an unusual atmosphere. According to my analysis, the people of Shinmen Conference should have concealed or modified key information. For example, the restriction of Lingyuan cave can only be opened once every 10 years, but from my observation, the opening cycle of the restriction does not actually require 10 years, and it can be opened once a year. It's just that they deliberately concealed it for some reason." Of course, these are not important since we are here. We should do our current work well. As for the opportunity in Lingyuan Cave, look at what is ahead. Yi Tian smiled and said, as expected of the Saintess of Lingyu Pavilion, you are really perceptive. You are right, this final trial does reveal an unusual atmosphere, but since we are here, we should do the current things well. As for the opportunity in Lingyuan Cave, take a look at what is ahead. Okay? Saint Yushi looked in the direction Yi Tian's pointed. The next second, even though she usually remained cold and indifferent, her eyes widened instantly. This is actually Chapter 643 Lingyuan Fruit Tree. Saint Yushi looked in the direction of the finger and saw an open area right in front of her. In the middle of the area is a hot spring pool with an area of several dozen feet. The hot spring pool is steaming and misty, like a fairyland on earth. It is not surprising to have a hot spring in the cave. The main thing is that she saw a tree standing proudly in the middle of the hot spring pool. The trunk of this tree is thick, and the bark is an ancient brown color with texture like mysterious runes. The branches are winding and stretching like a huge green umbrella, covering the hot spring pool. What's even more surprising is that the tree is full of spiritual fruit. Each Lingyuan fruit is round and plump, with mysterious patterns flashing on the skin and a rich spiritual energy surrounding it. This is actually a spiritual fruit tree. Saint Yushi's eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. There are so many spiritual origin fruits here. You should know that Lingyuan fruit is very rare and precious even for cultivators in the body refining stage. It is of great benefit. That is why it was the finale auction item at the previous Shinmen auction, with a value of at least 400 Lingjing fragments. You know, even Saint Yushi participated in the auction at that time. It's a pity that in the end Yi Tian's took out the detoxification pill and exchanged it for it. At this moment, seeing such a large number of spirit source fruits, even Saint Yushi, who had a cold temperament, felt her breathing quicken. Even Yi Tian smiled and nodded. I said, at least a treasure of this level can be called an opportunity. It seems that the Lingyuan fruit in the Shinmen auction was probably obtained from here. Saint Yushi nodded. Get ready to go. Yi Tian's grabbed her and asked, what are you going to do? Saint Yushi replied, of course I'm going to pick the spiritual origin fruits. Didn't we come here to seek opportunities? Why, are you worried that I will take all the spiritual origin fruits? Don't worry, I'm not a greedy person. I will only take the amount I need, and the rest are yours. Yi Tian's rolled his eyes and said, I find that you are not only directionally challenged, but you don't even have the slightest bit of scheming. How did you grow up? Saint Yushi frowned slightly and asked unhappily, what do you mean by that? Yi Tian said calmly, let me ask you, since the organizers of the Shinmen conference can take away the Lingyuan fruit, why don't they take more and auction them to get a high profit? Instead, they leave so many Lingyuan fruits for the contestants? It can't be that the headquarters of the conference is kind-hearted and is a good boy, right? Saint Yushi blinked and asked, what do you mean? Yi Tian said, this Lingyuan fruit tree is so precious, but the Shinmen conference only picked a small amount of Lingyuan fruit. This only shows one thing, that is, the cost of picking Lingyuan fruit is very high. In other words, the risk is very high. Being able to take a small amount of Lingyuan fruit is already the limit of what the conference headquarters can do. Risk? Saint Yushi frowned slightly as she thought. It's not that she hasn't thought about this, but from the time she came here until now, she hasn't noticed anything unusual. Could it be that this scoundrel was being too cautious? Just as this thought came to her mind, a small incident occurred. Day. A sound of heavy footsteps came from the cave opposite. Hear the sound. Yi Tian and Saint Yushi both instinctively took 2 steps back to the side, hid behind the corner of the cave entrance, and continued to look forward. A burly man with a naked upper body emerged from the cave opposite. The man held the long sword tightly in both hands, and the blade flashed coldly in the dim light. It's him? Yi Tian's had some impression of this person. He was also one of the contestants in this conference. He couldn't remember his name, but he only knew that he was at the early stage of the God of War and won the 7th place in this conference. After the man with dual swords walked out of the cave opposite, his attention was immediately attracted by the Lingyuan fruit tree in the center of the hot spring pond. Fuck! God bless me! Ha ha! This This is actually a spiritual origin fruit tree with so many spiritual origin fruits, I'm going to be rich. The man with two swords was very excited. After all, one of the effects of Ling Yuan fruit is that after taking it, there is a chance that the body will be changed, giving the possibility of becoming a cultivator. You must know that this is the dream of every martial artist, especially for those who have reached the strength of a god of war. After all, as their realm improves and their horizons broaden, they realize the huge difference in potential between martial artists and cultivators. If I had the chance to become a cultivator, I would definitely do it at all costs. Not to mention so many Ling Yuan fruits. So without saying a word, he jumped towards the Ling Yuan fruit tree in the center of the hot spring. However, just as he was about to reach the Ling Yuan fruit tree, the calm hot spring suddenly splashed with huge water. Wow! A monster shaped like a giant python jumped out of the water. Its body is as sturdy as a century-old tree, and the scales on its body are shining with a cold light. Each scale is like a hard iron armor. Its blood-red eyes reveal cruelty and ferocity, and its long tongue moves in and out from time to time, making a hissing sound, which is creepy. What the fuck is this? The man with two swords widened his eyes and exclaimed. Although he sensed a strong danger signal from the opponent, the man with two swords could no longer stop in mid-air. He gritted his teeth and didn't care about anything else. He swung the machete with both hands and chopped down at the snake-like monster from top to bottom. Bang! The blade collided with the head of the snake-shaped monster, sparks flew and a deafening whistling sound broke out. The man with two swords opened his eyes wide, and felt his arms hurt from the shock, but the beast in front of him didn't even have a single wound on its head. How can this be? You have to know that he is at the early stage of the god of war, and the force of swinging his sword with all his strength is more than 100,000 pounds. Moreover, these two swords are made of special steel, which can easily cut through steel plates several centimeters thick. However, in front of this monster, it can't cause even the slightest damage. Just beyond imagination. And at the moment when the man with two swords was stunned, the snake-shaped monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a black mist. What? The black mist was highly corrosive, and the dual-life man's skin and hair were corroded and fell off in large areas. In an instant he was bleeding all over and screaming hysterically in pain. The blood-scaled red python took the opportunity to whip the man with two swords with its thick and powerful tail. With a loud bang, the man with double swords was knocked out like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. Before the man with the two swords could struggle to stand up, the snake-like monster had already rolled up its body, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed him whole. Chapter 644. I want to take the spiritual source fruit. Belch. After devouring the man with two swords, the snake-like monster burped, and slowly crawled to the Ling Yuan fruit tree, spitting out its tongue. Its eyes were fixed on the Ling Yuan fruit, filled with greed and a strong possessive desire. Then he swallowed a Ling Yuan fruit in one gulp. His sturdy body was shaken with excitement, and the scales on his body crackled and seemed to become more lustrous. Finally, his body rolled up and returned to the hot spring pool, disappearing. Saw this scene. A look of astonishment flashed in Saint Yushi's eyes. There is actually a monster hiding in this hot spring. Do you know its origin? Yi Tiance looked calm and said slowly, this monster is called blood-scale red python. It is relatively rare and has a violent temperament. It is famous for its hard scales and strong defense. It can also spit out poison from its mouth. The one in front of us has not yet grown to its full form. Its strength is estimated to be around the peak of the yellow rank. Peak yellow level. Saint Yushi couldn't help but gasp. You should know that a peak yellow level monster is already comparable to a peak human cultivator. Even in front of the same level, the cultivator's strength is often 1 point inferior to that of a monster. It has not yet reached its complete form. So how terrifying would it be to become a complete form? Yi Tiance continued, it is obvious that this blood-scaled red python regards the Ling Yuan fruit tree as its private territory. It guards the Ling Yuan fruit tree, and the fruits of the Ling Yuan fruit tree serve as its tonic to promote its cultivation. That is why the people of the Shenmen Conference can only take a small amount of Ling Yuan fruit. After all, this blood-scaled red python is not easy for them to provoke. Saint Yushi said puzzledly. That being said, the influence of the Shinmen conference is spread all over the country, and the headquarters behind it is full of masters. I have heard of several masters who have reached the perfect state of body refining. If one of them is in charge, even if this blood-scaled red python is extraordinary, it will be difficult to resist. Yi Tian smiled and said, if it were in the outside world, a cultivator at the perfect body refining realm would naturally be able to deal with a peak yellow rank blood-scaled red python, but there is a mysterious restriction in this Lingyuan cave. The higher the cultivation level, the more suppressed the cultivation level will be when they are here. People at the perfect body refining realm who come here can only exert half of their peak body refining level at most, and will still be crushed by the blood-scaled red python. So that's it. Saint Yushi nodded suddenly. She secretly glanced at Yi Tian and seemed to have discovered a problem at this moment. The scoundrel beside her seemed to be inappropriate in his words and deeds, but when he got serious, his vision and insight were far superior to hers. Is his outward behavior real or deliberate? Also, he said that the stronger one is here, the more his cultivation will be suppressed. However, his current strength still seems unfathomable, so how unfathomable should his true cultivation be? Unconsciously, even she herself did not realize that she was becoming more and more curious about Yi Tian's. At this time, Yi Tian's beside him suddenly asked softly, do you really want the Lingyuan fruit? Saint Yushi was slightly stunned, then nodded embarrassedly. She had just broken through to the late stage of body refining, and the foundation of her realm was still unstable. Taking the Lingyuan fruit could help her consolidate her realm, and there were many other benefits as well. This was why she had participated in the bidding for the Lingyuan fruit at the previous Shinmen auction. Hear the words. Yi Tian smiled and said, since you want it, I'll go get it for you right away. Just treat it as compensation for the offense during the previous competition. What? Saint Yushi was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Tian to take the initiative to offer to help her get the Lingyuan fruit. She quickly refused. No. That blood-scaled red python is a top-level yellow-level monster. It's too dangerous. She had fought with the Shadow Wolf leader who was in the middle stage of the yellow rank before, and suffered a lot of losses. The blood-scaled red python in front of her was much stronger than the Shadow Wolf leader. She was very worried about Yi Tian's safety. Although he wanted the Lingyuan fruit, he would never allow others to take risks for it. Facing Saint Yushi's obstruction, Yi Tian waved his hand and said with a calm smile, you are wrong. The dangerous one is not the blood-scaled red python, but me. You wait here quietly, I won't be around for long. After saying this, he walked straight towards the hot spring pool. Saint Yushi couldn't help but worry for Yi Tian. She had never seen such a bold person in her life. Yi Tian put his hands behind his back and walked to the hot spring pool with a swagger. He kicked a stone into the hot spring pool with his right foot. Plop. After the stone fell into the hot spring pool, the next second, the blood-scaled red python jumped out of the water again. Its blood-red eyes stared at Yi Tian closely, and a hissing sound came from its mouth. Faced with the dangerous aura emanating from the other party, Yi Tian was not afraid at all. He said calmly, I want to take some spiritual origin fruit. How about you dive into the water and pretend you didn't see anything, and pretend nothing happened? As the level of cultivation of monsters increases, their intelligence increases. The IQ of the blood-scaled red python in front of him is almost the same as that of a 12 or 13-year-old boy, so Yi Tian is very clear that the other party can understand what he says. However, after hearing Yi Tian's words, the blood-scaled red python not only did not retreat and dive into the water, but became extremely furious. In its view, there was nothing special about the human in front of it. The sense of oppression he brought to it was even less than that of the man with two swords just now. It treated this kind of bastard as its food and even dared to ask for its spirit source fruit? Hiss. The blood-scaled red python spit out its tongue, and suddenly it attacked with its thick tail hidden under the hot spring. It jumped out from under the water and swept towards Yi Tian. This move is fast and powerful, and even rocks weighing several tons can be smashed into pieces with ease. Not to mention a mere human being. However, when its tail was raised, it was about to cut Yi Tian in half. Swish! Yi Tian suddenly raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion. The next moment, the thick and powerful blood-scaled red python's tail was seen being firmly blocked by Yi Tian's right hand, and he himself did not move at all under this powerful attack force. How could this happen? Saint Yushi, who was standing far away, saw the scene and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. She saw clearly the force of the blood-scaled red python's tail swing. It was such an absolute thundering force, but Yi Tian's actually took it so easily. What is his strength? It's not just her. Even the blood-scaled red python's pupils shrank. It subconsciously wanted to retract its tail and attack Yi Tian's again, but it suddenly felt that Yi Tian's palm seemed to have infinite suction power, and actually grasped its tail tightly. Go away! Then, it saw Yi Tian suddenly exert force with his right hand, grabbing its tail and throwing it out heavily. Chapter 645, Instantly Kill the Blood-Scaled Red Python. Call out. The blood-scaled red python's body drew an arc in the air and slammed heavily onto a huge rock next to the hot spring. Boom! The huge rock collapsed instantly, turning into countless pieces that flew everywhere. Even the area around the cave shook slightly, and a lot of dust and rubble fell from the top of the cave. The blood-scaled red python let out a painful roar, and blood began to flow from its nostrils and mouth. See it! Saint Yushi opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. This blood-scaled red python looked like it weighed at least several thousand pounds, but Yi Tian's just threw it away casually? This is still under the premise of looking relaxed and carefree. So how powerful is his true strength? Could it be that when we fought in the ring before, he had been showing mercy to me from the very beginning? Saint Yushi secretly thought in her heart. Yi Tian's had no idea what Saint Yushi was thinking at this moment. To him, solving the blood-scaled red python seemed like just a trivial thing. He clapped his hands and slowly walked towards the blood-scaled red python, without any mercy in his eyes. The blood-scaled red python felt Yi Tian's approaching, and fear and anger appeared in its eyes. It wanted to struggle to move, but because of its serious injuries, it could hardly move. You shouldn't be so greedy. Yi Tian's looked at the blood-scaled red python and said calmly, the Lingyuan fruit is not yours alone. I just wanted to take some away, but I didn't expect you to get so angry. Are you dumbfounded now? Hiss. The blood-scaled red python lowered its head and slowly curled up its body, as if it realized that it had done something wrong and chose to retreat. Saw this scene. Saint Yushi, who was standing far away, looked delighted. She didn't expect that Yi Tian's would surrender so easily to the blood-scaled red python. Just as she was about to walk out, she suddenly saw the blood-scaled red python suddenly open its bloody mouth and spray out a black mist that instantly filled around Yi Tian's. Hoo! This ball of black fog covered a much larger area than the one that attacked the man with two swords before, covering several hundred square meters in the blink of an eye. It completely enveloped Yi Tian's, and no outline of any figure could be seen. Do not want! Saint Yushi screamed in shock, her heart instantly rising to her throat. At this critical moment, she rushed towards Yi Tian's regardless of everything. She knew clearly that she was no match for the blood-scaled red python, but she still rushed forward recklessly. The blood-scaled red python exuded murderous aura, and it swung its tail again to attack Saint Yushi. The blood-scaled red python quickly made gestures with its fingers, forming a wall of white light in front of it. Boom! The blood-scaled red python's tail attacked the white light wall, and a loud noise broke out immediately, and the surrounding air shook. Although Saint Yushi has now entered the late stage of body refining and the white wall of light formed by her spell is stronger than before, the attack of the blood-scaled red python is too powerful. The white wall of light only lasted for less than 2 seconds before it collapsed and shattered. There was a crash. The crash is gone. On the contrary, the blood-scaled red python's attack force remained undiminished, and it continued to roar towards Saint Yushi. But at this critical moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the black fog. You evil creature, you attacked my people without my permission, you are seeking death. Swish! The next moment, a figure was seen bursting out from the black fog. The black fog quickly dissipated like a dark cloud blown away by a strong wind. Yi Tian's figure appeared again, and a faint light emanated from his body, enveloping him completely. It turned out that the black fog could not get close to him at all. The blood-scaled red python was obviously shocked for a moment, so much so that it unconsciously stopped the action of attacking Saint Yushi. Its eyes were wide open, filled with despair. Saint Yushi was also shocked. How did this scoundrel survive unscathed? How on earth did he do it? Yi Tiance looked at the blood-scaled red python with cold eyes. He kicked the ground hard with his feet and leaped up like a cannonball, rushing straight towards the blood-scaled red python. The blood-scaled red python felt the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Tiance and wanted to dodge, but found that his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force and he could not move at all. Go to hell! As Yi Tiance roared, his fist smashed hard on the blood-scaled red python's head. With a loud bang, the blood-scaled red python's head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon, with blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Not only that, the powerful impact even knocked the blood-scaled red python's body directly into the wall next to it, and cracks appeared around it. In the end, the blood-scaled red python's body only struggled a few times in the wall before it completely stopped moving. This. Saint Yushi stared blankly at the scene in front of her. The shock in her heart could not be described in words. She had previously seen with her own eyes the full-strength attack from the man with the two swords, which failed to leave even the slightest wound on the blood-scaled red python's head. It was smashed to pieces by Yi Tiance's punch. How powerful was this man? No wonder he just said that he was the dangerous one in front of the blood-scaled red python. It turns out that this is not just bragging. What if it was me who was in this battle? I'm afraid I can only last 10 rounds at most. Thinking of this, Saint Yushi felt a rare sense of inferiority in her heart, which she had never experienced before. Yi Tiance slowly landed on the ground and dusted himself off, as if he had just done something insignificant. Okay, this beast has been dealt with, you can go get the spiritual source fruit. Yi Tiance said to Saint Yushi. Saint Yushi finally came back to her senses and nodded. How about you? Yi Tiance waved his hand and said, this Lingyuan fruit is of no use to me. It's too much trouble to carry it with me. You can go over and pick it yourself. Okay. Saint Yushi nodded, turned around and went to the hot spring pool to pick the Lingyuan fruit. Yi Tiance looked at the corpse of the blood-scaled red python and naturally would not waste it. He patted the insect sacks, causing the shadow bone-eating insects to swarm out. When these shadow bone-eating insects saw the corpse of the peak yellow level monster, they were extremely excited and pounced on it to bite it. There was a constant clicking sound. However, the corpse of the blood-scale red python is huge after all, and its skin is hard compared with the shadow wolves. They are much slower in eating the corpse of the blood-scale red python. 2 minutes later. Saint Yushi brought back the Lingyuan fruit. Yi Tiance took a glance and found that the other party had only taken 2 Lingyuan fruits. Yi Tiance asked in confusion, you just take these 2? Saint Yushi nodded and said seriously, these are enough for me. Too much is meaningless. Besides, taking too much will make you look greedy. Isn't it said that we should develop sustainably and not exhaust all resources? Chapter 646, A Beggar-Like Person. Nights_stay. Seeing Saint Yushi say this seriously, Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile. Ha, no, are you kidding me? I finally came here once, so how can I kill the goose that lays the golden eggs if I take a few more fruits? It's not like I'm going to chop down the whole tree. Saint Yushi was a little confused and asked, so what do you mean? Yi Tiance said, as a matter of course I'll take as much as I can. Why be polite? Otherwise, I'll waste my energy to kill the blood-scaled red python, and in the end, others will take advantage of it. Wouldn't that be a big loss? What you said seems to make some sense. Saint Yushi nodded, not quite understanding. Seeing this, Yi Tiance couldn't help laughing. You have to know that the impression this saint left on him before was that she was cold and aloof from worldly matters. But when you really get to know her, you will find that she has such an innocent and lovely side. This character may have been formed because he had very little communication with the outside world over the years. Thinking about how he was previously shrouded in black fog, this girl rushed over to save him regardless of her own safety, which shows that this girl is indeed a kind-hearted person who knows how to repay kindness. As the most outstanding heirs of the 3 major Xianmen forces in Tiannan province, in terms of character, Saint Yushi is countless times stronger than Aoi Xian and Yuchi Lingfang. It is for this reason that Yi Tiance is willing to protect Saint Yushi. Otherwise, even if she might be one of his fiancés, he would not just be kind enough to save someone. Yi Tiance suddenly noticed Saint Yushi, who was staring at him with her eyes as bright as the stars, without blinking. Yi Tiance touched his nose and asked, what are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? No. Saint Yushi shook her head. She hesitated for 2 seconds, and asked with a hint of anticipation, "What did you mean by what you said just before you killed the blood-scaled scarlet python?" Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment. What did I say? What? Saint Yushi's expression returned to its cold and silent state. He shook his head and said, "Nothing, I'm going to get the spiritual source fruit." She turned and left. Yi Tiance was left scratching the back of his head, still confused. What did I say? Did I offend her? That shouldn't be the case. I remember I said to the blood-scaled red python, "You are courting death by attacking my people without my permission." Wait, could it be? Yi Tiance glanced at the back of Saint Yushi. His face was full of confusion. There doesn't seem to be anything special about this sentence. Why did the woman suddenly ask what this meant? However, Yi Tiance did not think about it any further. He turned around and looked at the corpse of the blood-scaled red python. During the time when the two were talking, the shadowy bone-eating worms had already devoured the blood-scaled red python's body. At this moment, the bellies of the shadow bone-eating worms were bulging, and they all looked very excited. They had just eaten the corpses of the shadow wolves not long ago, and now they were enjoying the corpse of the higher-level blood-scale red python. This is a good thing they never dared to imagine before. This new owner is simply perfect. Yi Tiance waved his right hand and put these shadowy bone-eating insects into their insect sacks. Then he walked forward and picked up a demon beast's inner elixir that was the size of an egg yolk and emitted a faint yellow glow. This is the inner elixir of a yellow-grade peak-level monster beast. It is still of some value, which is not bad. Yi Tiance put away the monster's inner elixir. What? Just then, he suddenly heard a scream. Okay? Yi Tiance turned his head suddenly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and stood squatting beside the hot spring pool. This person looked like a beggar and was eating the lingyuan fruit voraciously. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust, making it difficult to see his appearance clearly. Saint Yushi was standing not far opposite this person. With empty hands, it was obvious that the beggar-like man had snatched the lingyuan fruit from her hands. But what was strange was that at this moment, Saint Yushi was staring at that man in a daze, her face full of surprise. Yi Tiance frowned and looked at the strange man who suddenly appeared with vigilance. Who are you? How dare you steal our spiritual source fruit? After hearing the scolding, the beggar-like man swallowed the remaining lingyuan fruit whole, and with a flash of his body, he fled backwards at an extremely fast speed, almost catching up with the speed of a peak body refining cultivator. Stop! Yi Tiance instinctively rushed over to catch up. But Saint Yushi called him, wait! Yi Tiance stopped. What happened? Saint Yushi did not say anything, her whole body was in a trance. Yi Tiance frowned, feeling that there was something strange about Saint Yushi. Who is this person? Yi Tiance frowned and murmured. You have to know that there are only 10 contestants in the trial in Lingyuan Cave this time. Although Yi Tiance does not know most of these 10 contestants, he still remembers their faces, and there is definitely no such person. Moreover, this person's strength is close to the peak of body refining among the 10 people who came this time. It seems that no one else has this strength except him. Is there someone else in this Lingyuan Cave? At this moment, what Saint Yushi said was beyond Yi Tiance's expectations. Saint Yushi said in a trembling voice, I know this person, she is my senior sister. Your senior sister? Okay. Saint Yushi nodded and said slowly, her name is Lin Ruoshue. She was once the most outstanding and beautiful disciple of our Lingyu Pavilion 10 years ago. Senior sister participated in the Xianmen conference and won the top 3 with her stunning appearance. She was able to enter Lingyuan Cave to look for opportunities. However, she did not come out of Lingyuan Cave within the stipulated 12 hours according to past experience. The fate of those who did not come out was death. Everyone in the sect thought that she had met with an accident and felt very sorry for her. But I always felt that my sister was not dead. I couldn't believe that she, who was so outstanding, kind and strong, died like this. So, a big part of the reason why I decided to participate in the trial this time was to find the whereabouts of my sister, even if it was very slim. Yi Tiance listened quietly to Saint Yushi's story, and couldn't help but feel curious about Lin Ruoxue. He looked at the disheveled, ragged woman in front of him and found it hard to associate her with the radiant senior sister described by Saint Yushi. Yi Tiance asked, "Are you sure it's her? Are you sure you saw it right?" Saint Yushi nodded firmly, tears glistening in her eyes. "I'm sure it's her, although she looks very different now than before. I won't make a mistake, her eyes and demeanor are exactly the same as senior sister's." Seeing how confident Saint Yushi was, Yi Tiance no longer had any doubts in his heart. So what on earth did she go through in Lingyuan Cave for the past 10 years? How did she become like this? Saint Yushi shook her head, then said firmly, "I don't know either. What I want to do now is to find my senior sister and bring her back alive. Yi Tiance, are you willing to help me? If you are willing, this saint promises to owe you a favor, and no matter what you ask me to do in the future, I will not refuse." Chapter 647 Ru Mao Drinks Blood. The look in Saint Yushi's eyes when she looked at Yi Tiance at this moment was filled with expectation and a hint of pity combined with her flawless face. She was very charming and lovable. Her slightly trembling lips, like delicate petals shaking in the breeze, seemed to be telling of her inner anxiety and desire. This was the first time Yi Tiance saw Saint Yushi show this expression. The latter was also very nervous at the moment. Because this was the first time in her life that she asked someone for help, not to mention that the first person asked was a man. Especially the man in front of him, who risked his life to save his life, helped him improve his cultivation strength, and helped him get the spiritual source fruit. I have already helped her so much, and now I am asking for help. To be honest, she herself felt that she was going too far. But there was really no other way. She knew very well that once they were in Lingyuan Cave, it would be difficult for her to take her senior sister out with her strength until the mystery of why her senior sister became like this was solved. It seems that the only person who can be thought of to help and can be trusted is Yi Tiance. Yes. She didn't know why, but she had already fully trusted Yi Tiance. As for why Saint Yushi was nervous, it was because she was worried that Yi Tiance would reject her after all. It is human nature to reject someone. Facing Saint Yushi's pitiful gaze, Yi Tiance felt his heart tighten. He naturally nodded and agreed. "Since you've asked, then there's no problem." However, Yi Tiance deliberately joked, "You keep saying that you can meet any conditions. Are you sure you can do everything? You won't regret it even if it's a little bit excessive?" Saint Yushi did not hesitate at all and nodded firmly. "I will never go back on my words. As long as you put forward the conditions in person, I will never refuse." Yi Tiance lowered his eyes lightly. It seems that this girl's senior sister holds an extraordinary position in her heart. Yi Tiance said, "Let's catch up with your sister before she runs far away." "It is good." Saint Yushi nodded, and her eyes regained their previous bright light. This man actually agreed so decisively. It seems she is not such a scoundrel. Stop gossiping. Yi Tiance jumped up and broke off a large branch of the Lingyuan fruit tree, on which more than 10 Lingyuan fruits were hanging. Saint Yushi asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Yi Tiance smiled and said, "Your spiritual source fruit was snatched away by your senior sister. I see she likes this thing very much. She should have wanted to get it before, but it was difficult to do so because of the blood-scaled red python. Now that you have this, maybe it will play an unexpected role in the process of finding your senior sister later." "All right." Saint Yushi nodded, and then the two of them chased in the direction where Lin Ruoxue had just escaped. Along the way, Yi Tiance learned from Saint Yushi that the reason why she was so determined to take Lin Ruoxue away was because Lin Ruoxue had saved her life in the past, otherwise she would have died more than 10 years ago. Lingyuan Cave is very complicated. If an ordinary person were to track Lin Ruoxue, he would definitely get lost after wandering around in circles. But these are nothing to Yi Tiance. He has made great achievements in tracking techniques after all. This ability is essential for him to hunt down the world's top criminals back then. After the two of them galloped for a few minutes, Yi Tiance suddenly stopped. "And many more. What happened?" Yi Tiance sniffed and said, "There is a smell of blood ahead. It should be left by the fierce battle that just happened." Saint Yushi immediately became alert. The two approached cautiously, and when they saw the scene clearly, they were shocked. The corpses of monsters were lying all over the ground, the blood had dyed the ground red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. These monsters are mainly shadow wolves, and there are a few that are shaped like wild boars. Most of them were of early to middle yellow rank strength, yet at this moment they died miserably. Some had their heads flattened, some had their stomachs ripped open. The scene was extremely bloody. And in the midst of this mess, they saw Lin Ruoxue. She squatted there with disheveled hair, tearing the corpses of monsters with her hands, as if she wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood, and from time to time she would let out a creepy giggle. Saw this scene. Saint Yushi covered her mouth in horror and couldn't help but say, "Senior sister, what are you doing? You can't eat monster meat." She rushed forward and tried to stop Lin Ruoxue. Unexpectedly, the moment she approached Lin Ruoxue, the latter pushed her hard, causing her to almost fall to the ground. A fierce and vigilant expression appeared on Lin Ruoxue's face, and she glared at Saint Yushi fiercely, as if warning her that the corpses of the monsters on the ground were her food and no one else was allowed to compete for them. Saint Yushi looked at Lin Ruoxue in astonishment, her eyes full of disbelief. The senior sister who was once gentle and kind has now become so strange that even I don't recognize her. "Senior sister, it's me, I'm Yushi, Yushi from Lingyu Pavilion, I'm your junior sister, don't you remember me?" Saint Yushi tried to awaken her memory. Lin Ruoxue's fierce eyes trembled slightly, and she murmured in a hoarse voice, "Lingyu Pavilion, Yushi, Lingyu Pavilion." She talked to herself, as if she was recalling something. Saint Yushi asked expectantly, "Senior sister, do you remember?" But Lin Ruoxue quickly took 2 steps back and shouted fiercely to Saint Yushi, "Don't come near me, don't come near me. This is my food, mine. Otherwise I will kill you. Kill you." She held the monster's corpse tightly behind her, and was so emotional that it seemed like she would go berserk at any moment. "See this." Saint Yushi's eyes instantly turned red. You know, she had imagined the scene of finding her senior sister Lin Ruoxue countless times, and the warm reunion of the 2 sisters. But I didn't expect that the gentle and fairy-like woman 10 years ago would become like this today. Thinking of this, a line of tears flowed uncontrollably down my cheeks. "Sister, Saint Yushi wanted to go over and wake up Lin Ruoxue, but was stopped by Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance said seriously, "Her situation is not good, she has been in Lingyuan Cave for 10 years, she must have encountered something that caused her mental problems." Saint Yushi could not accept that her senior sister had become like this. She asked for help. "What should I do? How can I make senior sister return to normal? Do you have any solution?" Yi Tiance frowned and said, "I can't guarantee whether there is a way, I can only try it, you stand by and leave everything to me." "Okay." Yi Tiance took a step forward and picked a Lingyuan fruit from the branch in his hand. He smiled and asked Lin Ruoxue, "This is more delicious than the raw meat in your hand, do you want to have a taste?" Chapter 648 You are a good person. When Lin Ruoxue heard Yi Tiance's voice, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of vigilance and confusion. She looked at the Lingyuan fruit in Yi Tiance's hand, then looked at the raw meat of the monster in her own hand, as if she was hesitating about something. Yi Tiance continued with a smile and said, "Come, have a taste, this is very sweet, haven't you tasted it just now? You know that this thing is very useful to you, right?" As he spoke, Yi Tiance gently handed the Lingyuan fruit to Lin Ruoxue, his movements slow and gentle, for fear of scaring her. Lin Ruoxue stared at the Lingyuan fruit for a while, slowly stretched out her hand, took the Lingyuan fruit, and then hurriedly took 2 steps back vigilantly. Then, he gobbled up the Lingyuan fruit in big mouthfuls. After eating a Lingyuan fruit, Lin Ruoxue stretched out her hand again, wanting to ask Yi Tiance for more. Yi Tiance picked another Lingyuan fruit and threw it to Lin Ruoxue, who gobbled it up again. After eating 2 Lingyuan fruits in succession, Lin Ruoxue seemed to have let down her guard. She hunched over and walked tentatively to Yi Tiance, raising her hand to continue asking Yi Tiance for more. Yi Tiance gave Lin Ruoxue another one, and the latter continued to eat it with relish. Saint Yushi, who was standing next to her, frowned and lowered her voice to remind her, "Isn't this a bad idea? What's wrong? Are you worried about senior sister eating the spiritual origin fruit?" Saint Yushi shook her head, "Where? What I mean is that this Lingyuan fruit contains a lot of spiritual energy and vitality. Taking one will naturally be of great benefit to the body, but extremes will backfire. Taking so much at once, I'm worried that it will put a burden on the body, and then... Shoo! Yi Tiance interrupted Saint Yushi and said, "Don't worry, I know everything." While talking, Yi Tiance suddenly moved his right hand, turned into a knife, and, while Lin Ruoxue hadn't reacted, he hit her neck with one blow. Snapped. Lin Ruoxue's body froze, then she fell straight down and fell into a coma. Saint Yushi was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing?" Yi Tiance said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to take her out? It's best to control her first in this way, otherwise she might hurt you, which is not worth it." "I understand." Saint Yushi nodded. She squatted down and looked at the dirty Lin Ruoxue. She couldn't help feeling distressed. "I want to help senior sister clean up a little bit, is that okay? Let's go to the hot spring." "Okay. I'll carry her?" Saint Yushi shook her head and said, "No need. I have already troubled you enough, I can't trouble you anymore. I will carry her." Then Saint Yushi carefully carried Lin Ruoxue on her back, and the two of them hurried back to the hot spring pool. Saint Yushi gently put Lin Ruoxue down. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Could you please turn around? I want to wipe my sister's body." "It is good." Yi Tiance turned around. Saint Yushi carefully wiped Lin Ruoxue's body, including her face, hair, and body. A quarter of an hour later. "That's it," Saint Yushi whispered to Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance turned his head and his eyes fell on Lin Ruoxue. I have to admit that even though Lin Ruoxue looked very haggard at the moment, she still had the outline of a beauty. It was just that years of inhuman experiences had made her skin a little wrinkled and dry. There were many wounds on her exposed arms, some of which had already scabbed over, while others were still bleeding. The wounds were crisscrossed, making people feel sorry for them. It's a pity that good luck tricks people. Such a beautiful girl turned out to be like this. Why was she trapped in Lingyuan cave and unable to get out 10 years ago? What happened to become mentally ill? Of course, no matter what the truth is, there is something he can help deal with right now. Yi Tiance squatted down and placed his fingers on Lin Ruoxue's forehead. He circulated the spiritual power in his body, guiding the vitality and spiritual energy of the Lingyuan fruit in Lin Ruoxue's body to heal her wounds quickly. You must know that the Lingyuan fruit contains powerful vitality and spiritual energy, and is a holy product for healing. Lin Ruoxue had just eaten so much and had not had time to absorb it. If it had been accumulated in the body all the time, it would have side effects, but under Yi Tiance's guidance, these vitality were guided to the wounds on her body. Then you can see that the wounds on Lin Ruoxue's body are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wrinkled and shriveled skin is gradually regaining its vitality and elasticity. When Saint Yushi saw this scene, her eyes subconsciously widened. She had been treated for her injuries by Yi Tiance before, and took the opportunity to successfully break through to the late stage of body refining, but she was in a coma at the time and did not see the treatment process. So when he saw Yi Tiance being able to heal people easily in this way for the first time, he just felt incredible. Could it be that before, he let Shiji take the Lingyuan fruit not only to relax her vigilance, but he also thought of utilizing the vitality of the Lingyuan fruit at this moment? If it's true, isn't his mind too deep? What other secrets are hidden in this man? It made her feel as if this person was incompatible with her worldview. A few minutes later, Yi Tiance stood up and said, "Her physical injuries have almost healed. As for her mental problems, it is hard to determine whether they are physical or psychological, so I can't think of any good solutions for the time being." Saint Yushi said seriously, "You are very capable to help me do this. I wronged you by saying you were a pervert before. I'm sorry. Actually, you are a good person. Okay?" Yi Tiance was speechless. My goodness, why did I get the nice guy card for no reason? However, what made Yi Tiance feel relieved was that although Saint Yushi had a cold and arrogant personality, she would recognize and admit her mistake when she did something wrong. Look at Su Zishi again? No matter how wrong something is, he never admits that it is his fault, but instead puts the blame on others. As for the more outrageous one, it is naturally Xiao Qingcheng. Not only will that woman not admit her mistake, she's actually waiting for you to admit it. In short, each one is more outrageous than the other. So much so that he felt a little uncomfortable hearing the apology from Saint Yushi, a woman of noble status and extremely beautiful appearance. Hua hua hua. Just then, footsteps were heard. Turning around, I saw 4 people walking out of a cave on one side. The leader was a familiar face, Yuchi Lingfeng. The remaining 3 were also players who entered the top 10 in the previous conference. In an instant, the eyes of both sides met. When Yuchi Lingfeng saw Saint Yushi, he immediately showed a very shocked expression. You are not dead? Chapter 649, Furnace. When Saint Yushi saw Yuchi Lingfeng appear, a hint of anger appeared on her cold and beautiful face. It was this bastard who had stabbed her in the back and almost killed her in the mouth of the Shadow Wolf. If Yi Tiance hadn't appeared in time to save her life, she would have been. Facing the unexpected Yuchi Lingfeng, Saint Yushi said, "Yes, I am still alive. How dare you show up here?" Her voice was full of anger and contempt. Hear the words. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Yuchi Lingfeng's face, but he quickly concealed it. He looked at Saint Yushi and tried to explain, "Yushi, listen to me, the situation was very critical at the time, and I had no choice but to." A last resort? A last resort? Saint Yushi interrupted him, "You are trying to clear yourself with a sentence of having no choice? Why didn't I think before that the people of Wuchi Mountain are so vicious? But none of this matters now since you have offered yourself to me. I will make you pay for your backstab today." Boom. As he spoke, a strong aura of the late stage of body refining spread out. What? You actually broke through to the late stage of body refining. Yuchi Lingfeng's face changed. He was very shocked. It was clear that Saint Yushi was at the same mid-stage body refining strength as him. How come only a few hours had passed and not only were her injuries gone, she also broke through to become a late-stage body refining expert? He did not associate this incident with Yi Tiance after all. In his opinion, there was a conflict between Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi before, otherwise they would not have been so tit-for-tat on the ring, and Saint Yushi would not have scolded Yi Tiance in public, saying that he was a lecher and obscene. So he glanced at the Lingyuan fruit tree. She must have taken a large amount of Lingyuan fruit to achieve all this. In this case, these spiritual source fruits cannot be let go easily. Yuchi Lingfeng's eyes turned, and he said to Saint Yushi, "Yushi, we can discuss anything, don't just talk about fighting and killing. I am willing to apologize for the previous offense, and please don't pursue it after all. Judging from the current results, aren't you still alive and well?" Hear this. Hearing this, Saint Yushi laughed out of anger. "Live well? If it weren't for Yi Tiance's rescue, I would have died long ago, but now you want to brush it off lightly? Yuchi Lingfeng, you are really shameless." Her aura became more and more fierce, and she was ready to attack at any time. Today, don't think about leaving easily. You must pay the price for what you have done. Seeing Saint Yushi's firm attitude, Yuchi Lingfeng felt secretly resentful. If it was just Saint Yushi alone, he was confident that with her own strength, plus the 3 people she had just formed an alliance with, she would definitely be able to fight. But the important thing is that there is Yi Tiance standing next to the other party. What should we do? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He cupped his fists to Yi Tiance and said, "Boss Yi, I didn't expect that we would meet here after we separated at the entrance of Lingyuan Cave. It's really fate." Yi Tiance just glanced at him indifferently, his attitude silent. Naturally, he would not treat this kind of scumbag with no bottom line well. Yuchi Lingfeng didn't feel embarrassed. He continued, "Boss Yi, you were fighting with Saint Yushi in the ring before she spoke rudely to you and said she would never let you go. Do you remember that?" Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you want to say?" Yuchi Lingfeng chuckled and said, "I want to remind you that this Saint Yushi is cold-hearted and cunning. She was very disrespectful to you before. In my opinion, this kind of woman must not be allowed to continue and must be dealt with." Yi Tiance sneered, "You have the ability to solve it yourself. Why do you want to drag me into it?" A hint of determination flashed across Yuchi Lingfeng's eyes, and then he smiled and said, "Boss Yi, you don't know that this Saint Yushi has a rare body. I heard that if a cultivator can practice dual cultivation with her and use her as a furnace, it will be of great help to his own cultivation. If Boss Yi is reluctant to kill her, it would be great to keep her as a furnace. Hear this. Saint Yushi's expression changed slightly. There has always been a legend among the cultivators in the Xian realm, that is, a man and a woman practice together, and one of them uses the body and energy of the other to practice, and the chosen person is called the Luding. These people who are used as cauldrons often have special physiques. Some practitioners will use special methods to absorb the spiritual power, vitality, or special energy from the cauldron in order to speed up their own practice progress or break through the bottleneck of practice. This behavior is usually considered immoral and cruel because it will cause great harm to the furnace and may even cause the death of the furnace. Although the method is cruel, the fact is that many practitioners are willing to use this method to improve their strength, and it has indeed brought about a huge improvement in strength. She had even suspected before that the reason why Yi Tian's strength was so exaggerated was that he also had the habit of practicing by grabbing the furnace. After all, sometimes what he said and did was indeed a bit vulgar. If he heard about this, would he? As predicted. She clearly saw Yi Tian's eyes light up, and asked Yuqi Lingfeng, "Oh? Are you telling the truth?" Seeing that Yi Tian's became interested. Yuqi Lingfeng nodded quickly and said, "That must be true. Otherwise, how could so many people be willing to pursue her? Not to mention the three major Shen Men forces, even those Shen Men forces that are more hidden are coveting this woman, but, today, as long as you nod, she is yours. You can do whatever you want with her, especially in this place with abundant spiritual energy in Lingyuan Cave, it will be even more like a fish in water. As for us, just pretend you didn't see us and let us take some spiritual origin fruits away, how about that?" When saying this, Yuqi Lingfeng could not hide the light of success in his eyes. In his opinion, no cultivator in the world could resist the temptation to improve his strength, let alone a fairy-like cauldron. If he hadn't had to, he wouldn't have wasted such a good opportunity. The other three people also showed obscene smiles, and they had already determined in their hearts that Yi Tian's would agree to their proposal. Even Saint Yushi was nervous at this moment. Could it be that this scoundrel would really do this? Whether it was saving me or helping me just now, was it all a false appearance? Just when she was feeling conflicted and nervous, Yi Tian suddenly moved. He just moved his right hand slightly, controlling the spiritual power and causing several stones on the ground to float. The next second, boo-hoo-hoo. The stones poured out like bullets, and before the three people beside Yuqi Lingfeng could react, they were instantly shot into sieves. Chapter 650, You Want to Die in Front of Me? Thump! Thump! The three bodies fell straight down. Until death, their eyes were still wide open, filled with disbelief. It seemed that the terms were about to be agreed upon, so why did Yi Tian suddenly take action? I can't figure it out at all. This. Yuqi Lingfeng widened his eyes in horror and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He said unwillingly, "Why did you kill them? Didn't we agree to give Saint Yushi to you? Why did you still?" In fact, this was not only his question, even Saint Yushi herself was puzzled. She was even mentally prepared for Yi Tian's to suddenly change his mind. But Yi Tian's made such a choice. Faced with Yuqi Lingfeng's confusion, Yi Tian's dug his ears with his little finger. He said frivolously, "What did we agree on? Did I promise you anything? Wasn't it you who made it up from the beginning? And now you blame me." Hear the words. Yuqi Lingfeng almost vomited blood. "Hey man, since you didn't agree from the beginning, why are you still acting so interested? Are you fucking kidding me?" It turns out that these two people were in the same group from the very beginning. Yi Tian said to Saint Yushi, "Here. I specially saved that scumbag for you. I will leave it to you to deal with him from now on." Saint Yushi was slightly startled, then nodded and said, "Thank you." She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, just now, she was suspicious of Yi Tian's, worried that Yi Tian's would take advantage of the situation and become interested in the so-called furnace. But he was thinking about her from the beginning to the end. Now I think I really wronged him. Call. She took a deep breath and suppressed the feeling of self-blame. The next second, her cold eyes, flashing with anger, fell on Yuqi Lingfeng. Not good. Yuqi Lingfeng immediately realized that something was wrong. He was greatly shocked and quickly recited a mantra to summon a group of poisonous insects. Go with. He controlled the poisonous insect to fly towards Saint Yushi, and he took the opportunity to turn around and escape. It's a pity that his strength is no longer as good as that of Saint Yushi. Saint Yushi snorted coldly and made a gesture with her fingers. Call out. A beam of light shot out, instantly turning the poisonous insects rushing in the front into ashes. Her graceful figure continued to chase towards Yuqi Lingfeng like a flash of lightning, at such a fast speed that Yuqi Lingfeng could not get rid of her at all. Damn! How could this happen? Yuqi Lingfeng's face changed and he could only choose to fight hard. Bang! Saint Yushi's attack has arrived. Yuqi Lingfeng quickly raised his arms to resist, but Saint Yushi was so powerful that he was shocked and retreated again and again. Saint Yushi did not give Yuqi Lingfeng a chance to breathe and continued to attack. Her attacks fell on Yuqi Lingfeng like raindrops, leaving him unable to fight back. Puff! Puff! His chest was churning and he kept spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Feeling the pressure of life, Yuqi Lingfeng staggered to support his body. Looking at Saint Yushi, there was a trace of pleading in his eyes. Yushi, please forgive me, I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again, please. For the sake of the three major Shinmen forces in Tiannan province, let me go this time. Saint Yushi was unmoved. She said in a cold voice, people always have to pay the price for their mistakes. Go to hell. She raised her right hand and slapped Yuqi Lingfeng on the chest. The force is like thunder. Bang. Wow. Yuqi Lingfeng's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the trunk of the Lingyuan fruit tree in the center of the hot spring pool. The leaves fell down one by one. Looking at Yuqi Lingfeng at this time, his chest had already sunken in, he was breathing heavily, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was already on the verge of death. Yi Tiance, who was standing at a distance and watching this scene, couldn't help but sigh secretly. This Saint Yushi looks holy and otherworldly, and not dangerous at all, but when it comes to killing, she is so decisive and ruthless that she is quite adorable. Saint Yushi came up to Yuqi Lingfeng and was about to strike again to finish him off completely. Yuqi Lingfeng spoke with difficulty, his voice weak but with a hint of urgency to survive. Don't kill me. I know about Yi Linger. You must be looking for her, right? Saint Yushi suddenly paused, she frowned slightly, and there was a hint of doubt and vigilance in her eyes when she looked at Yuqi Lingfeng. She knew that after Yi Tiance entered Lingyuan cave, he had been looking for Yi Linger, but he still had no clues. This person actually knew? At this moment, Yi Tiance also rushed forward, staring at Yuqi Lingfeng, and said in a deep voice, you said you know the news about Yi Linger? Where is she? Blood continued to flow from the corners of Yuqi Lingfeng's mouth. He forced himself to say, as long as me, I will tell you where Yi Linger is. To be honest, apart from me, no one else will know her clues. If we delay any further, her situation will not be very good. Boom. Hearing this, the temperature around Yi Tiance instantly dropped by several degrees. In fact, he had not found any clues about Yi Linger since he entered Lingyuan cave for such a long time, so he vaguely suspected that she might have encountered some trouble. What Yuqi Lingfeng said didn't sound like a lie. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly and said, are you threatening me? Cough cough. Yuqi Lingfeng coughed twice with difficulty and replied, you can assume so for the time being. If you don't believe it, just try and see if I can take the initiative to tell you your whereabouts. There was a hint of relief and pride in the voice. Because in his opinion, Yi Linger holds a very important position in Yi Tiance's heart, and Yi Tiance would never dare to. A sinister arc appeared at the corner of Yi Tiance's mouth. He just raised his hand slightly, and several shadowy bone-eating insects flew out of his insect sac and quickly drilled into Yuqi Lingfeng's body like ghosts. They tore and gnawed at Yuqi Lingfeng's flesh and blood, crazy and bloodthirsty. Yuqi Lingfeng's face turned pale. In an instant he widened his eyes in horror, feeling the horrible gnawing sensation brought by the insects in his body. Ah! You actually! He groaned in pain, and his body trembled uncontrollably due to his severe injuries. Every movement caused severe pain in the wounds. Yi Tiance looked at him mercilessly. Now, do you still think you can blackmail me? Ah! Yuji Lingfeng screamed hysterically, veins popped out on his forehead, and he almost bit his teeth. He stared at Yi Tiance and said, If you have the ability, then kill me. I will never tell you a word, he. He knew that he would not live long if he was tortured like this. Die or die. At this time, Yi Tiance sneered and said, Want to die in front of me? It seems that it is not that easy. Chapter 651 Yuji Lingfeng, die. Ha, don't scare me, I know my own situation best, just kill me. Yuji Lingfeng said in a weak voice. At this moment, he could already feel that the vitality in his body was running out. Even if Yi Tiance didn't torture him, he wouldn't be able to hold on for a few minutes. He could hold on no matter what, even if it lasted a few minutes. I will never let Yi Tiance know Yi Linger's whereabouts as he wishes. Thinking of this, he even wanted to laugh. At this time, Saint Yushi frowned slightly and said to Yi Tiance, Do you want me to help cast an illusion on him? I am very confident that I can make him reveal clues about Yi Linger in the illusion. Yi Tiance shook his head. Using illusion to force a confession on him is simply too easy for him. I've said before that without my consent, choosing death is a luxury. While talking. Pub Future ads. He patted the trunk of the Lingyuan fruit tree lightly. Bang! A Lingyuan fruit was shaken off and fell into Yi Tiance's hand. What do you want to do? Yuji Lingfeng's eyes trembled slightly, and he had a very bad premonition. Yi Tiance didn't waste any time in answering, but directly stuffed a Lingyuan fruit into Yuji Lingfeng's mouth. Woo! The juice splashed. The powerful vitality contained in the Lingyuan fruit immediately poured into Yuji Lingfeng's body. His wounds were slowly healing, and even his physical strength was recovering. Just when Yuji Lingfeng was about to enjoy the comfortable feeling of the Lingyuan fruit, the next second, the shadow bone-eating worm in his body suddenly became violent. The flesh and blood in his body was gnawing frantically. The effect of the Lingyuan fruit had just healed the flesh and blood a second ago, but it was torn apart again the next second. You can imagine the pain. Ah! Shit! It hurts. Ah! Yuji Lingfeng let out a hysterical scream from his throat. Yuji Lingfeng wanted to struggle, but found that he had no control over his body at all. The excruciating pain of his flesh recovering and then being quickly torn apart was indescribable. Yi Tiance looked at Yuji Lingfeng struggling in pain coldly, without any mercy. Now do you understand that I wasn't trying to scare you? What? Yuji Lingfeng gasped in pain, his eyes filled with despair and fear. In fact, he thought that he was cruel and ruthless in his actions. After all, that was Wu Qishan's style of doing things, but he had never seen a person like Yi Tiance who was so terrifying to the core. It's not just him. Even Saint Yushi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Just over 10 minutes ago, she watched Yi Tiance carefully treating her senior sister Lin Ruoshue. He seemed so kind-hearted, but at this moment, using the method of treatment plus destruction to deal with Yuji Lingfeng was simply like a devil. Which one is his true face? Of course, although Yi Tiance's methods of dealing with Yuji Lingfeng were a bit cruel, Saint Yushi did not feel the slightest bit of mercy. In the final analysis, it's all this villain's own fault. What? Yuji Lingfeng was still screaming, and his flesh and blood was in a state of recovery and destruction. No matter how strong one's spirit and faith are, it is difficult to withstand such an interrogation. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Yuji Lingfeng completely collapsed. His voice was filled with pleading. I was wrong. I'll say everything, please stop, please stop. His eyes were already slightly unfocused and saliva was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Where was his previous dashing and charming side? Yi Tiance snapped his fingers. The shadow bone-eating worm in Yuji Lingfeng's body stopped gnawing. Finally, Yuji Lingfeng was able to catch his breath. He didn't dare to drag his feet and said with tears in his eyes, I really saw Yi Linger. I saw her just after I separated from Yushi. Yi Tiance asked, what did you see about her? Yuchi Lingfeng said, I saw her being surrounded by some people and beaten severely, and then taken away. Yi Tian's pupil shrank slightly. Who is it? Yuchi Lingfeng said, it was the gray-robed masked man who participated in the Xianmen conference with us. He was very powerful. Although Yi Linger fought hard, she was no match for him. Moreover, the gray-robed masked man brought many mysterious followers with him, and each of them was no less powerful than the initial stage of physical training. You sure? Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows and said, we have a total of 10 contestants this time. Where did the gray robe mask bring so many followers with the strength of the initial stage of body refining? Is he still trying to play tricks at this time? Yuchi Lingfeng was so frightened that his face turned pale. He explained, I am not being cunning. If I tell you even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. To be honest, I was also very curious about where these people came from, and judging from their appearance, they were heading for Yi Linger from the very beginning. It seemed that they didn't care about the trial in Lingyuan Cave at all. Yi Tian's kept his eyes on Yuchi Lingfeng. Judging from the subtle expressions on his face, there was no sign of lying. This is strange. Apart from the 10 contestants, how did that group of people get in Lingyuan Cave? Could it be? Yi Tian's face turned slightly serious, and he continued, what happened to Yi Linger after she was beaten by them? Where was she taken to? Yuchi Lingfeng replied, I saw Yi Linger being taken to the deepest part of Lingyuan Cave. I thought that group of people were too mysterious and scary, so I didn't dare to provoke them. I just hid far away and didn't follow them, so I don't know where they went. I've told you everything I can you let me go? Please. He doesn't want to die yet and still wants to struggle one more time. After all, as long as he is alive, there is still hope. Moreover, there are countless opportunities in Lingyuan Cave. This time, if he survives and is lucky enough to find an opportunity, he will have countless chances to take revenge. But how could Yi Tian's give him this opportunity? Yi Tian's turned to Saint Yushi and said, I leave it to you. Okay. Saint Yushi nodded, then slapped Yuchi Lingfeng without any hesitation. Right in the middle of the top of the head. Bang. Yuchi Lingfeng's eyes widened, his face full of resentment. You will not die well. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. His voice was filled with despair and anger, and his eyes flashed with strong unwillingness. He never thought that he would end up like this. Saint Yushi looked at Yuchi Lingfeng's body without a single ripple in her heart. She knew that such people did not deserve sympathy. He was treacherous and tried to kill them many times. If Yi Tian's had not been strong enough, they might have died in Yuchi Lingfeng's conspiracy long ago. Saint Yushi turned around and asked Yi Tian's, I want to accompany you to find Yi Linger, is that okay? Chapter 652, Master Mo Yuan. Nights_stay. Yi Tian shook his head and said, no need for that. You should take your sister out as soon as possible. I can go find Yi Linger by myself. But Saint Yushi looked guilty. After all, Yi Tian's has helped her so many times since entering Lingyuan Cave. Now it is her turn to have the opportunity to help Yi Tian's, and she will definitely feel bad if she can't help. Yi Tian's interrupted her. He said lightly and teased, I know what you are going to say. You don't have to take this little thing to heart. If you feel unbalanced, you can find a way to compensate me after we leave Lingyuan Cave. Compensation? Compensation for what? Saint Yushi blinked her bright eyes, revealing her confusion. Yi Tian's was quite helpless. This girl is so innocent that I can't even understand the meaning behind this sentence. At this time, Saint Yushi's expression suddenly became serious and she said, there is something I want to tell you. You must remember it. Huh? What's going on? Saint Yushi said, in fact, the reason why the Xianmen forces in Tiannan province are trying so hard to enter Lingyuan Cave is to pursue the illusory opportunities, but the biggest opportunity is rarely known to people. It just so happens that we in Lingyu Pavilion know something. This sentence aroused Yi Tian's interest. Asked, what is the biggest opportunity? Saint Yushi said, in fact, although we don't know the origin of the cultivator Mo Yuan who passed away in Lingyuan Cave, it is said that his cultivation is beyond imagination and has reached a superb level. This person passed away in Lingyuan Cave more than 100 years ago. Lingyuan Cave is very complicated and has many restrictions, so even now no one can find the place where he really passed away. It is precisely because of this that everyone is willing to believe that the place where Master Mo Yuan passed away is the place with the greatest opportunity in the entire Ling Yuan cave. However, over the past 100 years, countless powerful people have entered this Ling Yuan cave, but no one has ever heard of anyone being able to find the exact place where he passed away. It is very likely that Master Mo Yuan set up a ban before he passed away, making it difficult for people to find it easily. But after 100 years, even the strongest restrictions will become weaker. Maybe the place where he passed away can be found this time. You should seize the opportunity, okay? Yi Tiance did not answer her. Instead, he asked, very few people know about this, which means that this information is a top secret in your Lingyu pavilion. Why did you tell me? Forehead. Saint Yushi was slightly stunned and didn't dare to look directly at Yi Tiance. This saint lady just felt that you helped me, and I couldn't take advantage of you for nothing, so I told you. By the way, don't think too much. Yi Tiance smiled and said, I didn't say I was thinking too much. Why are you so nervous? Who's nervous? Saint Yushi immediately denied it, saying, I'm telling you the truth. Although you are very powerful, this Lingyuan cave is like a den of dragons and tigers. Be careful. Yi Tiance nodded and said seriously, you should also take senior sister out, and be careful along the way. Saint Yushi nodded. Afterwards, the two of them separated. Yi Tiance went into the depths of Lingyuan cave alone, while Saint Yushi carried her senior sister on her back and headed towards the exit of Lingyuan cave. However, shortly after the two left. Gulp! Gulp! Suddenly, wisps of black gas emerged from the hot spring pool. After appearing, the black gas hovered around Yuqi Lingfeng's body for a while, and then suddenly disappeared. The eyes of Yuqi Lingfeng, who had already died and whose body was gradually stiffening, seemed to move slightly in the next second. Yi Tiance went alone to the depths of Lingyuan cave to look for Yi Linger. As he went deeper, the spiritual energy in the air became more and more dense, and the suppressive force acting on his body became stronger and stronger. Originally, Yi Tiance's strength here was suppressed to the great perfection of body refining, and now he was only at the realm of perfect body refining. It's really strange. Although the strength of other people is somewhat suppressed here, why is my strength suppressed so greatly? Is it because I was too strong to begin with, or is there another reason? Yi Tiance couldn't help but murmur in his heart. At the same time, what Yi Tiance was most worried about was Yi Linger's safety. Because ever since he heard from Yuqi Lingfeng that Yi Linger was beaten and taken away by the grey-robed masked man and others, he remembered one thing, that is, before entering Lingyuan cave, Zhao Rong specifically told him that Lingyuan cave was very special for Yi Linger and she would encounter more dangers here. Are these two things related? Thinking of this, Yi Tiance couldn't help but speed up his pace. But at this moment, a heavy sound of footsteps mixed with heavy breathing came from a distance. And approached quickly. Yi Tiance immediately became alert. The next second, a seriously injured monster appeared in his sight. It was a shadow wolf, huge in size, almost the size of a small truck judging from the aura it emitted. Its strength was at the late yellow rank, which was already the strongest that a shadow wolf could grow to. But its body was covered with wounds and blood was constantly flowing down. Obviously it had experienced a fierce battle. When it appeared and saw Yi Tiance, it instinctively revealed a ferocious expression and pounced towards Yi Tiance without any hesitation. You evil creature is looking for death, so don't blame me for being merciless. But it was injured after all, and its strength was not as good as Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance flashed and jumped to avoid the attack of Shadow Wolf, then punched Shadow Wolf's leg with his right fist. Bang! The fist collided with the Shadow Wolf's leg with a dull and powerful sound, and the leg, which was as thick as a tree trunk, broke immediately. Ouch! The Shadow Wolf roared in pain. Yi Tiance did not give it a chance to breathe. He attacked again and slapped the Shadow Wolf on the forehead. The latter let out a desperate roar, then fell to the ground, twitched twice and then became motionless. Hua hua hua. At this time, a series of footsteps sounded. Then, several figures walked out from the darkness. These people were wearing white robes and masks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Each person's strength ranged from the early stage of body refining to the early stage of God of War. One of them pointed at the body of the Shadow Wolf and said to Yi, "Give us the inner elixir of the monster." Their tone was firm, as if Yi Tiance had to obey their orders. Yi Tiance frowned, feeling unhappy. He originally didn't have time to obtain the demon beast's inner elixir, but these people came up with this attitude. I was already in a bad mood, and these few people just walked into my trap. So he looked at these people coldly and said, "Why? This is the monster I killed, the inner elixir should belong to me." Chapter 653, The Face Under the Mask. Those people didn't seem to expect Yi Tiance to refuse so bluntly and even dare to talk back. One of them said angrily, "Boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. You have to hand over this inner elixir today, whether you want to or not." Yi Tiance snorted coldly, "Ha! Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do so." From the first moment he saw the way these people were dressed, Yi Tiance guessed that they were most likely from the gang of the grey-robed and masked man. Naturally, there was no need to be polite when facing these people. At the same moment, several masked men in white robes on the opposite side immediately took action. They attacked Yi Tiance with all kinds of weapons and spells. Yi Tiance flashed and dodged the attacks nimbly. He snatched a short blade from one of them, turned it into a series of cold lights, and started a fierce battle with those people. Under normal circumstances, with his strength of chi refining great perfection, he wouldn't need to waste any effort fighting these guys at all, and could easily defeat them instantly. At the moment, only the strength of the perfect body refining is suppressed by the restrictions in Lingyuan Cave, and its strength is greatly reduced. However, these people in front of him were only in the early stage of body refining or the early stage of God of War. Even if they coordinated their attacks with each other, they were still unable to withstand Yi Tiance's attacks and soon fell into a disadvantage. What's wrong with this kid? Why is he so powerful? Damn it! Damn it, I shouldn't have provoked him. They were all regretful and shocked, but since the gears of conflict had started turning, there was no reason for them to stop. Yi Tiance was merciless. After suppressing them, he started killing them. Puff puff. The broken blade pierced their throats, and blood splattered. One body after another fell straight to the ground. Only one person was left. When he saw this scene, his body trembled and he immediately turned around and fled. Want to leave? No way. Yi Tiance shouted coldly and threw the short blade in his hand out. Call out. The short blade accurately pierced the man's right leg. The man lost his balance and fell flat on his face, but he was still struggling to stand up when Yi Tiance arrived in time and stepped heavily on his right leg. Click. With a loud bang, the man's left leg broke 180 degrees, and the white bones pierced through the flesh and were clearly visible. What surprised Yi Tiance was that the man did not let out a single scream or even a groan despite suffering such serious injuries. Saw this scene. Yi Tiance was quite shocked. Although the physical fitness of cultivators and martial artists far exceeds that of ordinary people and their tolerance for pain is also extraordinary, they do not seem to feel any pain when faced with this kind of attack. Not only this guy, but also the few people he had just killed were the same. From beginning to end, no one made a sound of pain. Strange. While feeling confused, Yi Tiance grabbed the white-robed and masked man by the collar and lifted him up. He asked in a cold voice, "Tell me. Who are you? How did you get into Lingyuan Cave?" The masked man in the white robe snorted coldly, "I don't know what you are talking about." Yi Tiance continued to ask, "You don't know what I'm talking about? Was Yi Linger taken away by you? Hear this." Yi Tiance could clearly feel the white-robed and masked man's body tremble slightly. But the man still replied calmly, "What Yi Linger? I have never seen her. It is you, kid, who are obstructing us from doing things. Ha, it is foreseeable that your end will be 100 times more miserable than my companions. Unless you let me go now, I can treat it as if my companions all died at the hands of the Shadow Wolf and it has nothing to do with you. How about that?" A hint of sarcasm flashed in Yi Tiance's eyes. "You keep saying that they are your companions, but in the end you treat the lives of your so-called companions as nothing. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The man just smiled coldly, with a hint of self-mockery in his helplessness. Yi Tiance grabbed his neck and increased his strength. "Answer my question." But the next second, Yi Tiance felt the white-robed and masked man's throat roll, and then his whole body collapsed weakly. "This is?" Yi Tiance hurriedly put the masked man in white robe on the ground, and then took off his mask. When he saw this person's face, Yi Tiance's pupils shrank slightly. What kind of face is this? All I saw was that his face was covered with crisscrossing festering scars, as if it had been eroded by something. His skin was an abnormal dark red, with some parts even showing white bones. His nose was incomplete, with only 2 black holes left, and his lips were almost gone, revealing uneven teeth, like a demon crawling out of hell. When Yi Tiance looked at this face, he felt a strong sense of shock and confusion in his heart. What on earth happened to this person? Why did he become so horrible? At this moment, black blood was flowing out from the corner of this man's mouth. Yi Tiance pinched a little with his index finger and immediately found that the blood contained a deadly toxin. It was obvious that this guy didn't want to answer Yi Tiance's question, so he bit the poison sac that had been hidden in his mouth. Once the poison sac was broken, the venom could take his life in an instant. They are really a bunch of lunatics who are not afraid of death at all. Yi Tiance frowned. The next second, his attention was drawn to the man's eyes. This is not to say that this person's eyes are so beautiful and bright. On the contrary, his eyeballs are full of red bloodshot, bulging outwards, and even his pupils are blood red, making him look very hideous. You know, this kind of eyes is not the first time Yi Tiance has seen it. Thinking back to the time when Rong Zedong took the forbidden drug in front of him, he seemed to have turned into a monster, and his eyes were almost the same as this. Not only that, his face looks similar to this person, even more disfigured. And many more. Could it be that these two people who have nothing in common actually have some kind of connection? Could it be that this guy also took similar prohibited drugs? Think of this. Yi Tiance did not delay at all and went over to take off the masks on the faces of the remaining corpses. As predicted, the faces and eyes of these people are almost exactly the same. There are very few martial artists who can cultivate to the war god level and the body refining level in Tiannan province. I have always been curious about how these guys can have such strength. Now I have some clues. But what are these guys doing in Lingyuan cave? And why did they capture Yi Linger? While Yi Tiance was analyzing, he quickly searched all the bodies. Apart from a few demon beasts' inner cores, no other valuable clues were found. It seems that these people are just working here. Even if we ask them, we won't get much valuable information. It seems that we have to find another way to investigate. Chapter 654 Mixing in. Have it. Yi Tiance's eyes lit up. He stripped the white robe off one of the corpses and put it on himself, including the strange-looking mask. As for the corpses on the ground, Yi Tiance used the shadow bone-eating worms to devour them all, leaving no trace. After doing all this, Yi Tiance continued to move towards the depths of Lingyuan cave. En route, Yi Tiance kept thinking about all the matters related to the Xianmen conference and Lingyuan cave. Finally, there are a few strange points. Firstly, a large number of martial artists went missing at the last Xianmen conference, and no valuable clues were uncovered. In the end, the only suspect Rong Tianhong could identify was his younger brother Rong Tianli. Secondly, Rong Tianli and the Qinglong Society secretly reached some kind of deal involving a forbidden red liquid drug, which was the one Rong Zedong took. Third, at this Xianmen conference, the white-robed masked men who mysteriously appeared all had physical characteristics that appeared after using forbidden drugs. Combining the above 3 points, it is inevitable that people will link all of these together. After all, if they are independent coincidences, the probability of this happening is extremely low. That's why Yi Tiance suspected that there must be a shocking conspiracy behind this incident. The key point of this conspiracy is most likely hidden in this Lingyuan cave. Even the fact that his master specifically told him to come here on the full moon night of July 15th might be related to this incident. The only thing that puzzled Yi Tiance was why the grey-robed masked man and others wanted to capture Yi Linger, and what was the connection between her and this hidden conspiracy? It seems that the only way to investigate thoroughly is to disguise one's identity and go deep into the tiger's den. Yi Tiance walked for about 10 minutes. He saw 2 people walking towards him. One was wearing a white robe and mask, and the other was wearing a grey and white robe. It seemed that the status of the one in the white robe was higher. That person was the first to ask, "Hey, why are you the only one back? Where are the others? Yi Tiance replied calmly. That group of people continued to chase the shadow wolf, and asked me to come back alone to inform them not to bother with them. Hear the words. The man on the other side snorted in dissatisfaction. Damn, a bunch of losers, you can't even deal with a seriously injured late-stage yellow-rank shadow wolf. Seeing that there is not much time left, you are still running around. If you delay this plan, you will be beheaded. Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and did not answer. The masked man in a gray and white robe said coldly, hand over your things. Thing? Yi Tiance was stunned and didn't understand what the person in front of him was talking about. At this time, the masked man in a white robe behind the man shouted, you are fucking stupid. Hurry up and hand over the inner elixir of the monster you just captured. Don't you know that Lord Wu will use it later? Ouch. Sorry, I haven't recovered from the fight with the shadow wolf just now, I almost forgot about this. Yi Tiance quickly took out a few monster cores that he had just confiscated and handed them over. The masked man in the gray and white robe put away the demon beast's inner core, took a brief inventory, nodded with a little satisfaction and said, the number of inner cores is not bad, you did a good job, when it's over, I will ask for credit for you. Yi Tiance immediately bowed and said, thank you, senior. However, he remembered two pieces of information in his mind. First, this group of people gathered here to do something. Second, the Mr. Wu mentioned by this person must be a key figure. Boom. 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 At this moment, a deafening bell sound suddenly came from a distance. The sound of the bell seemed to have traveled through endless time and space, carrying an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The voice was low and powerful, and every strike was like a huge hammer hitting people's hearts, shaking their souls. Especially with the blessing of the echoes from many caves in Lingyuan Cave, the power of this sound has an irresistible force that pulls consciousness. It actually caused ripples and curiosity in Yi Tiance's heart. Where does this bell sound come from? The masked man in the gray robe and others also heard the bell. He said in a serious voice, time is running out, we must hurry up, follow me. Yi Tiance followed the two of them. Along the way, Yi Tiance saw many masked men in white robes, about 30 or 40 of them. They carefully handed the inner elixirs in their hands to the masked men in gray-white robes. Adding up, there are nearly 100 of them. Although most of them are inner elixirs of the early and middle stages of the yellow grade, the total amount of them is worth a lot. Judging from the probability of monsters containing inner elixirs, these nearly 100 inner elixirs mean that at least 500 monsters have been killed. It is obvious that in these few hours, bloody battles have taken place everywhere in Lingyuan Cave. This can be judged from the wounds and blood left on the bodies of many white-robed and masked men. No wonder, after entering Lingyuan Cave, the number of monsters he encountered was not many. Even if there were, they were small-scale and they were probably killed by others. But what is the purpose of this group of people collecting inner elixirs? Even if the inner elixir is of great value, it is far from worth such a big fuss. I guess these inner elixirs must have other uses. At this time, the masked man in a gray and white robe said to everyone, everyone, please follow me. Everyone followed what they were told and followed the masked man in the gray robe. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, their vision suddenly became clear. What comes into view is an area similar to an altar. The altar was made of huge black stones, which were engraved with strange patterns and symbols, and sparkled with a mysterious luster under the faint light. The altar was surrounded by tall stone pillars, which were also engraved with ancient patterns, some of which look like mysterious creatures, and some of which look like complex formations. There is a circular platform in the center of the altar, exuding an ancient atmosphere. To be honest, Yi Tiance had not expected the appearance of this altar. After all, in his opinion, the Lingyuan Cave was located in the Hujiao Mountain, and its interior was intricate and winding. Under normal circumstances, it is already very difficult for humans to move here. However, I didn't expect that there would be such a majestic ancient altar here, with exquisite carvings. How much manpower, material resources, and financial resources will this consume? The point is, why was it built here? While Yi Tiance was puzzled, the 30 or 40 white-robed and masked men were already standing respectfully around the altar. They leaned forward slightly with their hands in front of them, their eyes full of awe and anticipation, as if they were waiting for a sacred moment. Although Yi Tiance didn't understand the reason, he just followed their example and stood there imitating their movements. I waited in this boring way for more than 10 minutes. There were footsteps coming from far away. Chapter 655 Altar Restriction. As the footsteps approached, Yi Tiance glanced secretly. I saw two people walking towards me slowly. One of them was a grey-robed masked man whom he had seen many times. He walked in front and led the way respectfully. Walking behind him was a man wearing a black robe and a bronze mask. He had a tall and straight figure. Although his face could not be seen clearly, he exuded a strong sense of oppression. As they approached, the atmosphere around them became solemn. The masked men in white robes lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, as if they were full of awe for the two men. Yi Tiance also tried his best to maintain a respectful attitude, but he was secretly analyzing in his heart, who was the identity of this black robe and masked man? And also, Yuji Lingfeng said before that Yi Linger was beaten and captured by this group of people. Why is there still no trace of her until now? While analyzing in Yi Tiance's mind, the grey and white-robed masked man stepped forward respectfully, carefully handed over all the demon beast inner cores he had collected before, and said to the black-robed masked man, Master Wu, 108 demon beast inner cores have been collected. Please take a look. The masked man in black robe took a glance and nodded. Collect all the inner cores of the monsters. Then he walked to the high place of the altar, turned around, and looked down at everyone present. The voice was filled with unshakable majesty as he said, Today's matter is of great importance. You are all at my service, so you should do your best. After the matter is accomplished, you will all be rewarded handsomely. Everyone responded in unison, we will follow Lord Wu's orders. The masked man in black robe nodded slightly and continued, we will definitely encounter many dangers in our actions today. You must stay alert at all times and not slack off. If you encounter danger, you must not retreat even a single step, even if it means risking your life. Do you remember? Everyone said in unison again, we will keep this in mind. At this time. Boom. 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 Yi Tiance heard the familiar loud bell sound again, and this time, he immediately and keenly caught that the source of the sound was coming from under the altar. Are there bells beneath the altar? How did you do that? Could it be under the altar? The masked man in black robe raised his right foot and kicked a stone towards the altar. Call out. The stone was moving at an extremely fast speed, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and rushed forward with a strong impact force. However, when the stone flew to within 3 feet of the altar, it seemed to hit an invisible wall and exploded instantly, turning into pieces of debris that flew all around. What's wrong? I seem to feel a powerful force blocking the stone's attack. The power of Lord Wu's kick is so strong that even a mid-stage physical training expert would be injured if hit. What power can stop his attack? Many men in white robes and masks were surprised and whispered. However, Yi Tiance could see at a glance that the reason why the stone's attack was blocked was because there was a powerful restriction around the altar, which protected the altar firmly in the middle. As predicted. After a few seconds, restrictions around the altar slowly appeared, like a hemispherical film, completely covering the altar. Ancient runes flickered on the restriction, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, emitting a powerful pressure that protected the entire altar firmly in the middle. The next second, the altar restriction suddenly started to work, and spiritual power attacks burst out from the restriction. These spiritual powers were in the shape of a pyramid and were extremely fast. Boo-hoo-hoo. These spiritual powers went straight to attack the people around them. Like an impenetrable rainstorm and hail. The attack from the altar's prohibition frightened the group of white-robed and masked men so much that they dodged in panic. When these spiritual attacks missed their target, they hit the ground and left a circular pit more than a foot deep. It can be seen how powerful they were. Among them, 2 unlucky guys were affected by the spiritual power. One of them had his arm broken directly, and the remaining one died on the spot. The round of attacks from the altar ban lasted only more than 10 seconds before stopping, and the light on the surface also became a little dimmer. Many people present were frightened. Only the masked man in black robe, Lord Wu, remained calm and composed. He whispered softly, this restriction has been here for many years and has experienced countless trials and tribulations. It has finally become weaker. This is the best. After saying this, Lord Wu began to dance with his hands, and mysterious rays of light emanated from his hands. Those rays of light were like flexible silk threads, entwining the inner elixir of the monster. As he cast the spell, the monster's inner core began to slowly float up. From the intensity of the spiritual power emitted by this person, Yi Tiance immediately judged that this person's strength had reached the realm of great perfection in body refining. This was the first time that Yi Tiance had seen a strong man who had reached this level of cultivation since he left the fallen city. Such strength was rare even in Tiannan province. After all, as far as he knew, the leaders of the three major Xianmen forces in Tiannan province were generally at the perfect body refining realm. Not only that, there are restrictions in this Lingyuan cave that suppress human power. Lord Wu's strength can still be maintained at the great perfection realm of body refining. Is it because the restrictions here do not have enough effect on him, or is it that his strength has reached a more exaggerated level? You know, now even his own strength has been suppressed to the realm of perfect body refining. I have to say, this Lord Wu made Yi Tiance feel a little heavy. Buzz. As the monster's inner core floated and rotated in the air, a powerful force gradually gathered. The most abundant contents contained in the inner elixir of monsters are spiritual power and vitality. The amount of such a large number of inner elixirs added together is naturally inestimable. Wu Du was muttering something in a low and mysterious voice. As he chanted the spell, the light on the monster's inner elixir became stronger and stronger, and a powerful vitality force emanated from it, constantly impacting the altar. Boom! Mysterious runes flashed on the altar ban, trying to resist the impact of this force, but every time it resisted the impact, the light on the surface of the altar ban could be seen fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its power rapidly weakened. Oh! Is it really going to fail? Lord Wu snorted complacently and quickened the movements of his hands. The restrictions on the altar's attacks gradually began to loosen. Boom! Sudden. With a loud bang, the ban on the altar was completely broken. A powerful airflow gushed out from the altar, blowing many people toppling over. Even the masked man in the gray robe trembled slightly and quickly raised his arms to block it in front of him. Only Lord Wu stood steadily in front of the altar, as if he was not affected at all. More than half a minute later, the powerful airflow impact disappeared. Only then did everyone steady themselves and look towards the altar. I saw a door on the altar slowly open, and a mysterious light emanated from inside the door. Everyone made noises of shock. Even Yi Tiance's eyes narrowed. Wow, there really is a different world under this altar.